In the land of Douluo, the strongest martial spirit wasn't Tang San's sky hammer. It was the Zhuge crossbow in my hands, a weapon rarely encountered even in a millennium. As the grandson of the light-feathered Douluo from the martial spirit hall, one might expect my awakened martial spirit to be the light feather ice bow. However, due to the inherited eye of calculation in my left eye, I could analyze the data of my awakening spirit in advance. My chances of a spirit mutation were a certain 100%, of course this was also a result of my relentless daily training. Unlike the esteemed Tang San, who could effortlessly awaken a twin martial spirit and even possess innate full spirit power, my probability of having full innate spirit power was only 70%. Even being the grandson of the light-feathered Douluo didn't guarantee favorable outcomes if my martial spirit mutated poorly. It certainly wouldn't be well regarded, not even by my grandfather, a titled Douluo himself. He might even become indifferent towards me. Not to mention the intriguing and indescribable events that might occur with Qin Rinxue in the future. What is the red liquid beneath the Hell Road? It is not merely the dew of the underworld, it is the core of power for the entire city of Slaughter. As the power core of the city, does it lack energy? Naturally, it does not. Moreover, the third test involves practicing for 2 hours within this liquid below. The dew of the underworld contains slow-acting poisons, and inevitably so does the red liquid below. However, for Guan Yu, who is immune to poison, this is not an issue. The liquid's high temperature is also not a problem for him, thanks to his immunity to fire. What other dangers could there be? Could he possibly drown himself? After a brief analysis, Guan Yu decisively plunged into the red liquid below. To have a backup, Guan Yu left 2 physical clones on the path above Hell Road, while 2 others followed him into the red liquid. Once submerged, thanks to his fire-resistant nature, Guan Yu only felt warmth, but no pain. Additionally, the viscous nature of the red liquid created a sense of compression. The advantage was that this place indeed did not disappoint him. A massive amount of dense soul energy continuously stimulated Guan Yu. With so much energy available, he decided to absorb it all in one go. Activating his tough right leg bone skill, he initiated devouring. As the devouring skill was activated, large amounts of energy began to flow into Guan Yu's body. With the rapid influx of energy, Guan Yu soon felt his body becoming somewhat saturated. In response, Guan Yu took out a crossbow and began shooting in the red liquid. This feeling of saturation was not true saturation but an illusion caused by too much energy being injected too quickly. It's like eating. If you eat too quickly at the beginning, you end up eating less than if you chew slowly. Now, what Guan Yu needed to do was to balance his soul power level by using some of it and then slow down the absorption rate, trying to absorb more energy slowly and steadily. The distribution of these energies first needed to be injected into Guan Yu's 6th soul ring, continuously increasing until the soul ring exerted a significant pressure on Guan Yu's body, at which point he stopped injecting energy and began to nurture the soul ring. The advantage was that this place indeed did not disappoint him. A massive amount of dense soul energy continuously stimulated Guan Yu. With so much energy available, he decided to absorb it all in one go. Activating his tough right leg bone skill, he initiated devouring. As the devouring skill was activated, large amounts of energy began to flow into Guan Yu's body. With the rapid influx of energy, Guan Yu soon felt his body becoming somewhat saturated. In response, Guan Yu took out a crossbow and began shooting in the red liquid. This feeling of saturation was not true saturation but an illusion caused by too much energy being injected too quickly. It's like eating. If you eat too quickly at the beginning, you end up eating less than if you chew slowly. Now, what Guan Yu needed to do was to balance his soul power level by using some of it and then slow down the absorption rate, trying to absorb more energy slowly and steadily. The distribution of these energies first needed to be injected into. At this moment, Guan Yu felt as if he was in a battlefield of carnage, surrounded by piles of corpses near and far, with the ground beneath his feet already soaked in blood. When he tried to ascend into the air using his golden feather wings, he felt something tugging at him the moment his feet left the ground. Looking down, there was no ground beneath his feet, but rather a series of blood-curdling, miserable-faced shadows or evil spirits grasping tightly at Guan Yu's feet. These spirits slowly crawled up his body, and within a few breaths, Guan Yu was covered with ghostly figures. By this point, Guan Yu was clearly aware that his mental strength was under attack. Guan Yu had simply thought that the red liquid was just a medium for energy fortification, but he had momentarily forgotten about the source of these powers. This was the endpoint of the soul energy continuously infused by the daily casualties of the hellish slaughter field. Besides soul energy, it inevitably carried their negative emotions. The inhabitants of the city of slaughter were sinners, their negative emotions even more potent. Greed, slaughter, selfishness, brutality. Fortunately, Guan Yu had watched enough horror films in his previous life to have some resistance to these evil spirits. He struggled to peel off a few of the ghostly figures clinging to his body, and the next moment he fully utilized his mental strength to counter this wave of negative emotions. 8 red fox tails appeared behind him, activating the 8 fox tail skill, and Guan Yu's mental power instantly doubled. In this realm, power seemed unrelated to soul energy but tied to mental strength. As his mental power surged to twice its normal level, Guan Yu felt a significant increase in his strength, continuously struggling against the evil spirits clinging to his body. A few minutes later, Guan Yu managed to break free from their grasp. At the same time, he shook the 8 tails behind him, exercising refined control over them. Having trained extensively in mind control, Guan Yu adeptly used his tails to repeatedly whip away the evil spirits trying to latch onto him. These evil spirits seemed to represent negative emotions. If Guan Yu were truly dragged down by the evil spirits, it likely meant that his consciousness would completely collapse, turning him into a monster dominated by negative emotions. Guan Yu did not know how to escape from this place, but he tried to maintain his clarity. According to the content of the third test, it seemed that he just needed to hold out here for 2 hours. Relying on his 8 fox tails, Guan Yu continuously cleared away the evil spirits trying to cling to him in this world. He did not know how much time had passed, but it felt much longer than 2 hours. Even when Guan Yu's vigilance had somewhat relaxed, a beam of light finally began to shine into this dark world. The mental world began to dissolve in the light, and in Guan Yu's consciousness, the surroundings began to change, gradually returning to the scene under the red liquid of Hell's Road. Looking around at the other 2 physical clones, Guan Yu noticed that their eyes were already blood red there, breathing heavy and ragged, and they were even violently fighting each other, undoubtedly having fallen. Initially, he had hoped that bringing 2 physical clones would provide some support, but it seemed that there was still a gap between the clones and the original body. Having completed 2 hours of training at the Spring of Slaughter for the third test, Guan Yu was ready to evolve his Killing God domain into the Slaughter domain for the fourth test. Upon hearing that the test was completed, Guan Yu prepared to leave the red liquid. However, the 2 uncontrolled incarnate avatars were no longer under his control. Sighing in resignation, Guan Yu's true body promptly moved upwards, subsequently bursting out of the red liquid. Upon exiting, he immediately dispelled the 2 incarnate avatars below him. The vital energy and soul force from the avatars returned to Guan Yu's body, along with the negative emotions that had ensnared the minds of the 2 avatars. Although the combined negative emotions were strong, Guan Yu felt his spiritual power seemed to have also increased. Catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, Guan Yu noticed his 8 fox tails had unknowingly undergone a transformation. They had become finer and changed from their original orange-red to a dark red color, and the number had actually increased to 9. The external soul bone 8 fox tails had evolved after absorbing the splitting goo insect's mother body's 100,000-year soul ring, evolving into 9 fox tails. It was no wonder his spiritual power had increased. With the 9 fox tail skill activated, Guan Yu's spiritual power surged to 3 times its original strength, completely eradicating the negative emotions brought by the 2 incarnate avatars. In addition to the 9 fox tails, Guan Yu's golden feather wings also underwent a mutation. The originally golden wings had turned dark red and grown significantly larger. The original golden wings seemed righteous no matter how one looked at them, but now the huge dark red wings made him appear less than benevolent. Then there was his hair, which hadn't turned completely red but was black interspersed with strands of red. Most crucially, his 6th soul ring was red, and it was a deeper shade of red than the 5th soul ring, a full neat 100,000 years. Meanwhile, calculation I, external soul bone 9 fox tails, external soul bone golden feather wings, and the resilient right leg bone had successfully evolved, generating a 5% probability of a soul bone fusion skill. A 5% chance for a soul bone fusion skill was indeed significant. Although 5% might not seem high, it was not low either, and Guan Yu might develop a soul bone fusion skill as soon as tomorrow. Having more soul bones doesn't necessarily increase the probability of generating a soul bone fusion skill, but awakening it earlier means that any additional soul bones obtained later will not cause the fusion skill to disappear. Instead, they can be absorbed into the existing fusion skill, making the martial soul fusion skill even stronger. Simply put, if Guan Yu currently had a full set of soul bones, the probability of a fusion skill might not be 5%, in fact, it could even be less than 1%. But if he awakens a soul bone fusion skill now with just 3 soul bones, any new Soul bones gained later can be directly incorporated into the fusion skill, though there would be an adaptation process. This is similar to how the original character Tang San was able to awaken a soul bone fusion skill, largely due to the multiple evolutions of the 8 spider lances, which acted as a bridge and coordinator among the various soul bones. Now Guan Yu's external spirit bones, the golden feather wings, the 9 fox tails and the tough right leg bone, have undergone simultaneous nourishment from the energy-splitting Gu insect spirit ring and the slaughter spring. Throughout their evolution, the connection between these 3 spirit bones has become increasingly close, which fundamentally explains the increased probability of spirit bone fusion skills to 5%. After 2 evolutions, the 8 fox tails evolved into 9 fox tails, tripling the effect on Guan Yu's mental power. A 3-fold increase is not insignificant. For skills that amplify effects by a percentage or multiple, the limit depends on the owner's base ability. 3 times 1 is only 3, but 3 times 1,000 is as much as 3,000. That's the principle. Guan Yu's original mental power has now reached the level of an 80th level soul Douluo, and with the 3-fold increase from the 9 fox tails, he has nearly surpassed most 80th level soul Douluos, even closely approaching the level of a 90th level title Douluo. Compared to the 9 fox tails, the external spirit bone golden feather wings started from a lower point, but after 2 enhancements now compares to a 40 to 50,000 year old spirit bone. Besides increasing Guan Yu's speed by 70 to 80%, the sheer strength of the wings alone can block a strike from a soul saint. However, in this enhancement, the increase in the external spirit bones and spirit bones is just the icing on the cake. The real deal lies in Guan Yu's 6th spirit ring. Through data analysis by the eye of calculation, Guan Yu learned that his 6th spirit ring's energy compares to a 140,000-year-old spirit ring. Such a powerful spirit ring, if not equipped with powerful spirit abilities, would probably earn the writer a barrage of criticism. Guan Yu's 6th spirit abilities are Burst and Heavenly Fire. Burst adds explosive properties to crossbow bolts, allowing arrows shot to be detonated at will. Currently, the explosion can reach a radius of 6 to 10 meters, and the intensity and range of the explosion can be further enhanced with subsequent increases in soul power. This means that Guan Yu's attack has completely shifted from single direction output to AoE, area of effect, output. If that's still considered ordinary, then the second ability Heavenly Fire is truly an epic enhancement for Guan Yu. Heavenly Fire grants Guan Yu a special type of flame that, once it contacts an enemy, continuously inflicts burning damage. During the burning, the opponent's movement speed decreases and all stealth and hiding abilities become ineffective. The burning damage from the flames ignores all physical and mental defenses of the opponent, meaning the burning damage equals true damage. Moreover, the last point, the flames of Heavenly Fire are poisonous, making it essentially poison fire. Perhaps because the 6th spirit ring absorbed Douluo Bo's Danju and the essence of the slaughter spring, the poison of Heavenly Fire is a new type of mixed poison combining the biphosphorus snake poison and Huang Quan's chronic poison enhanced on this mixed poison base. Tainted by Heavenly Fire, this mixed poison not only erodes your bodily functions but also continuously burns your soul power. Moreover, once tainted by the poison fire of Heavenly Fire, any healing effects from other support-type soul masters on you are reduced by 50%. That's how the ability works. As for how to combine it with other spirit abilities or techniques in the future, that's something Guan Yu will need to explore further, at least for now. Explosion plus Skyfire equals Incendiary Bomb. This is currently the most effective way to increase the range of Skyfire attacks. After learning about the effects of the 6th soul skill, Guan Yu couldn't help but show a very satisfied smile on his face, slowing down true damage, severe injury. These 3 effects are extremely suitable for Guan Yu. Speed has always been Guan Yu's weakness, though not among those of the same level. For any archer, having an agile opponent is never a good thing. Weakening the opponent's movement speed, the slowing effect of Skyfire is simply a god-level support skill for an archer. After all, the slower the opponent runs, the easier it is to hit them. True damage goes without saying. Although true damage is different from armor penetration, the end results are quite similar. In the future, when Guan Yu faces heavy tanks like those strong defensive soul masters, he will no longer have any trouble. Additionally, although there are skills in the Soul Master world that weaken the healing abilities of support Soul Masters, those usually target the support Soul Masters themselves by weakening them to reduce their healing effects. However, when you want to take out the opponent's support Soul Masters first, the opponent's strong offensive Soul Masters naturally won't just watch you kill their support. Therefore, targeting support soul masters is not as efficient as dealing with the offensive soul masters first. Eliminating the offensive soul masters, aren't the support soul masters just waiting to die? The severe injury effect provides Guan Yu with a possibility to quickly eliminate offensive soul masters in front of support ones. Shortly after Guan Yu burst out of the spring of slaughter, bright light shone into this dark red hellish world from above. Feeling the dazzling white light, Guan Yu couldn't help but look up, only to see a huge opening at an oblique angle above Hell Road with the vast sunlight spilling in from there. The exit of Hell Road had finally appeared. Fluttering his golden feathered wings behind him, Guan Yu along with his two physical clones headed straight for the exit. However, just as he was about to reach the exit, Guan Yu suddenly stopped, looking at the slowly rising red liquid beneath his feet, and some thoughts began to emerge. When the original character Tang San left Hell Road, he threw a snow swan kiss into the red liquid, directly ending all life in the city of slaughter, and the merciful Buddha Tang unknowingly took away many lives. The population of the city of slaughter was not small. The hell-killing arena held at least a dozen matches daily, with hundreds of people dying there in just one day, not to mention those who died outside the arena from their sins, to directly destroy it. Wouldn't it be a pity? Reaching into the transmitter, then a plant with green stems and bright red vividly fiery flowers appeared in Guan Yu's hand. It is often said that the more vivid something is, the more toxic it is, and the further one should stay away, but the poison in the fairy herb in Guan Yu's hand is not lethal. Beneath those vivid red flowers on the verdant stems hung two fruits drooping their heads, shaped like ovals. The poison of this magical herb was hidden within these two fruits. This herb is known as the Ying Yuan Su poison flower. Once these fruits are plucked and dried, the shells and seeds inside are referred to as Ying Yuan Su shells and Ying Yuan Su seeds. These components can consolidate the lungs, astringe the intestines, and relieve pain. They seem to offer only benefits, but there's a catch. They also contain a chronic toxin that not only degrades physical strength but also heightens dependency in those who consume it. Even individuals with strong willpower, once dependent, might forsake their own principles and act against their morals. The city of slaughter had ensnared many souls, both spirit masters and non-spirit masters alike. The snow swan with light feather wings also possessed it, but destroying the city like Tang Fozu would be a waste. Instead, let the sinners of the city do some good deeds for him in the future. To control such a vast number of evil beings, would temptations, threats, or alliances work? Absolutely not. A more extreme measure would be more effective, as Light Feather released the Ying Yuan Su poison flower. The brilliantly colorful flower slowly fell. In the dark crimson world, it appeared particularly enchanting. The flower descended into a red liquid below and was quickly submerged, with the slaughter spring showing no significant change. However, Light Feather knew that from this moment on, every cup of yellow spring dew in the city would possess a new effect, pain relief. But at the same time, it would also start to contain the slow poison of the Ying Yuan Su. It wouldn't be long before all residents of the city became more dependent on the yellow spring dew, descending into madness due to their dependency. Those who could afford it and those who couldn't, once they tasted it, would desperately crave a second, third, and ongoing supply. Eventually, whoever controlled the supply of yellow spring dew would control the city. As long as there was yellow spring dew, no one would follow the orders of the Slaughter King unless the Slaughter King possessed the dew. Thinking this, Light Feather couldn't help but wonder if the Slaughter King would also develop a dependency. Logically, no one could resist the addiction of the Ying Yuan Su unless they were immune to poison like Light Feather. However, knowing the true identity of the Slaughter King, Light Feather couldn't be certain, especially since the king was a level 99 pinnacle Douluo and had undergone divine trials wielding the Shura demon sword. Who could be sure what might happen? Stretching his hand towards the red liquid below, a glob of yellow spring dew appeared above the palm of Light Feather. He opened his mouth and drank the new yellow spring dew, smacking his lips. Indeed, the taste was much improved from before, as the Ying Yuan Su shell, despite its slow poison, also enhanced the flavor. Having dealt with everything, Light Feather lifted the corner of his mouth, vibrating the golden wings on his back as he rushed out of the exit of Hell Road. The exit was distinctly marked by an oval-shaped light screen of white radiance. As he crossed the threshold, Guan Yu suddenly felt the murderous aura surrounding his body as if it were being drawn by a peculiar force. Glancing back at the hellish path he had just traversed, as well as the city of slaughter he had endured for 3 years, Guan Yu was certain he would return, but with a different purpose next time. Everything around him seemed to be changing, and the moment Guan Yu stepped into the white light screen, he felt as though he had entered a special world. Surrounding him was a vast expanse of snowy nothingness, and his own murderous aura was completely suppressed back into his body. In this endless white world, he couldn't muster any strength. The only sensation was the biting cold. It felt as though countless chills were converging on him while numerous others were being released from within him. This cold was not unfamiliar to Guan Yu, it was his own murderous aura, or perhaps that of his clones. As the cold gradually stiffened his heart, his intuition began to quietly drift away with his consciousness. This was a domain formed by the condensation of murderous aura. Within this realm, Guan Yu felt like a rootless duckweed. It was only after experiencing the true domain of the god of slaughter that Guan Yu realized how simplistic and narrow his previous use of murderous aura had been. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when Guan Yu awakened from the domain of the god of slaughter, he felt as though he had been dreaming. The scenes of the city of slaughter and the hellish road he had experienced flashed before his eyes like a movie. Now he lay on a patch of grass, slowly rising to his feet, his body filled with a refreshing sensation, familiar soul power fluctuations, and the feeling of soul skills spreading within him again. Although in the city of slaughter Guan Yu had always been using his soul skills, the sensation of using them normally outside was distinctly different. Guan Yu immediately summoned his chain crossbow soul weapon. Now, besides the thunderous blue lightning patterns, the body of the crossbow also sported some violently sweeping red lines, likely influenced by the sixth soul ring, adding a new layer to the blue lightning patterns. Additionally, at the front end of the crossbow body there were also new white patterns. These patterns looked like the blood patterns on the ground of the hellish arena when the hellish road was opened, but they were much smaller and white. When Guan Yu tried to sense these white patterns with his mental power, a surge of bright white light engulfed him, emanating from the crossbow, but soon the white light turned invisible, enveloping everything around in this formless airflow. Was this the domain of the god of slaughter? Experiencing his first domain skill, Guan Yu was filled with curiosity. Inside the domain of the god of slaughter, he could perform at least 110% of his strength, while his opponents could only be suppressed to 90%. Unless someone broke his domain of the god of slaughter, all debuff effects would hardly affect Guan Yu himself. Coupled with his sixth soul skill, Guan Yu's combat power had skyrocketed compared to 3 years ago. At this moment, Guan Yu also dispelled the last two physical clones. As the two avatars injected their soul power, vitality, and murderous aura, the main body of Guan Yu became even more terrifying. The cold murderous aura could oppress people to death from afar. Feeling his own transformation, Guan Yu murmured. After merging with the avatars, the killing god domain has indeed become stronger, but how can it evolve into the slaughter domain? In the martial soul hall, the hall of worship, all 6 worshippers were cultivating in the hall except for the seat of the 5th worshipper Guangling Douluo, which was empty. Suddenly Douluo opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly piercing through infinite distances, looking towards the east, the direction of the city of slaughter. After a while, Douluo suddenly asked, "Has the 5th gone to the city of slaughter again?" Jiangma Douluo nodded. Since Xiaoyu entered the city of slaughter 2 years ago, the 5th brother has been spending time on the outskirts of the city every month for the past year. He must have gone there again. Qinghuan Douluo slowly opened his eyes and spoke, his aura having undergone significant changes over the last 3 years. Speaking of which, Xiaoyu has been in the city of slaughter for 3 years now, which seems too long. Zhenjun Douluo interjected. Even Bibi Dong was in the city of slaughter for just over 2 years. Has Xiaoyu encountered trouble in the city of slaughter? Xiongshi Douluo also spoke up. As one of the worshippers who had received Xiaoyu's kindness, even he was concerned. If Xiaoyu is trapped in the city of slaughter, why don't we bring him out? The domain of the city of slaughter might be troublesome, but it surely cannot stop your divine light. Great worship. Douluo shook his head lightly. No need. This time, the 5th probably won't return. Disappointed, could it be? Great worship, are you saying Xiaoyu has come out of the city of slaughter? Meanwhile, outside the city of slaughter in a mountainous area, Guan Yu was briefly adjusting to the conditions outside the city. He had not walked far when he felt a familiar wave of soul power. A figure appeared in the sky, and in almost the blink of an eye it was in front of Guan Yu. It was his grandfather, Guangling Douluo. Guangling Douluo immediately embraced Guan Yu. "You stinker, you finally came out. Aren't you very capable? Why did you stay in there for so long? If you hadn't come out, I really would have begged the great worship to lead a team into the city of slaughter to fetch you." Listening to Guangling Douluo's monologue, a hint of warmth emerged in Guan Yu's somewhat chilly heart. "Grandpa, here I am, I've come out." Although Guan Yu responded gently to Guangling Douluo, even he might not realize that after 3 years in the city of slaughter he had become much colder, especially with all the murderous aura from his physical avatars converging in his main body, intensifying this sensation. Guangling Douluo naturally noticed the change in Guan Yu, and despite usually being somewhat frivolous, he was just heartbroken this time. Fortunately, the great worship would have ways to resolve all this. Guangling Douluo held Guan Yu's hand and checked his body thoroughly. You didn't get bullied in there, did you? None of your parts are missing, right? You haven't continued the family lineage for us old Guangs yet, Grandpa chuckled. In there I was the one doing the bullying, no one could bully me. Guangling the Douluo laughed with a snort, bragging again. Tell me, how much has your soul power increased in these 3 years? What level are you at now? Have you reached level 60? Should I come with you to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast? As Guangling spoke with Guan Yu, his tone gradually softened. Part of the reason his personality had become colder was that in the city of slaughter there was no one he could open his heart to. If one speaks less, it's not just their demeanor that becomes cold. Some people over time even forget how to speak. Grandpa, I was already at level 58 when I entered the city of slaughter. Reaching level 60 was just a piece of cake. Now, my soul power level has already reached 64. Guangling the Douluo nodded in approval, but then pondered over Guan Yu's words again. What did you say? What level is your soul power? 64. Does that mean you've already obtained the 6th soul ring? There are no soul beasts in the city of slaughter. Without obtaining the 6th soul ring, it's impossible to reach soul power level 64. Inchi asked, anxiously worried that Guan Yu might have hastily obtained a soul beast for his 6th soul ring. Guan Yu nodded. Grandpa, I've already obtained the 6th soul ring and it saved you some trouble. Guangling the Douluo didn't relax because of Guan Yu's joke but immediately inquired, what is your 6th soul ring? How many years? What soul skill is it? This time Guan Yu didn't rush to answer Guangling the Douluo. Instead, he gestured with his hand and under his feet 6 soul rings appeared, 1 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black and 2 red. Seeing the color of Guan Yu's 6th soul ring, Guangling's mouth dropped open in shock. Realizing that Guan Yu's 6th soul ring was 100,000 years old, he knew there was no need to worry about Guan Yu's cultivation going astray. 100,000 years could change everything. However, Guangling quickly changed his expression, flicking Guan Yu's forehead. You reckless thing, why didn't you save this 100,000-year soul ring for your 7th soul ring? Was it a special situation that forced you to absorb it? Guangling could feel the exceptionally strong soul power fluctuations from Guan Yu's 6th soul ring, even stronger than his 5th soul ring, the splitting Gu Mother, and perhaps even stronger than the 9th soul ring of the 2nd pontiff, the golden crocodile Douluo. So strong and not used as the 7th soul ring, what a waste. At such a young age you already have 2 100,000-year soul rings. You're already stronger than several of the pontiffs. Guan Yu then explained the origin of his 6th soul ring to Guangling. After listening, Guangling swallowed hard, hardly knowing what to say. Guan Yu's 6th soul skill seemed quite impressive to him. Alright, come back with me to the Soul Hall. Although you've obtained the God of Slaughter's domain, you're still not proficient in controlling the killing intent. Honestly, you're not as likable as the little you used to be. Let's go back and first let the Chief Pontiff help you control your killing energy. Guan Yu nodded slightly, feeling a strange discomfort as the murderous aura from all his corporeal clones converged upon him, making him unusually irritable. However, with the resources of the Martial Soul Hall, there should be a way to help him. Surely, they wouldn't just let him play a broken zither, especially since he was tone deaf. Behind him, Guangling Douluo spread his icy wings and Guan Yu also unfurled his mutated golden wings. It was time for him to fly on his own, no longer needing Guangling Douluo to carry him. Although Guangling Douluo had heard from Guan Yu about the mutation of the golden wings, seeing them firsthand still left him somewhat shocked. The enhancement of the golden wings had far exceeded his expectations, growing close to 50,000 years from the original 10,001-year soul bone. However, what worried Guangling Douluo was the colder aura emanating from Guan Yu as he released his golden wings. Taking a deep breath to suppress his concerns, Guangling Douluo spoke, "Let's go home, to the Martial Soul Hall, to the Worship Hall." Before Guangling Douluo even arrived, his voice had already entered the hall. Hearing this, the other worshippers exchanged smiles, already informed by Grand Worshipper Qin Douluo about Guan Yu's departure from the City of Slaughter. This time Guangling Douluo's reaction was likely due to the significant advantages Guan Yu had gained in the City of Slaughter. The worshippers were aware of the benefits one could obtain there, including the heightened battle awareness and experience, and most importantly the powerful and applicable killing god domain. Domain skills held a very high status. In the Douluo continent, from Guangling Douluo's reaction, it was highly likely that Guangyu had mastered the killing god domain. Mastering this domain meant that suppressing Guangyu with mere presence would be exceedingly difficult. Guangling Douluo had brought Guangyu with him this time. As they approached the entrance of the worship hall, the relaxed expressions of the worshippers quickly turned serious. Such a strong murderous aura. Chen Douluo nodded, his gaze turning towards the entrance. When Guangling Douluo and Guangyu entered the hall, the worshippers' eyes remained fixed on Guangyu, never leaving him. At that moment, the murderous aura around Guangyu had reached an unprecedented level, even denser than that of Bibi Dong when she had returned from the city of slaughter. It was now several times stronger than Bibi Dong's had ever been. However, a heavy murderous aura had its advantages and disadvantages. While it made the killing god domain even more formidable, the difficulty of fully mastering this intense murderous aura also increased, you guess. Brother 5-inch were not fools. From the moment Xiaoyu entered, his strong murderous aura said it all. He must have grasped the killing god domain from the city of slaughter. Having said this, Jiangyamo Douluo was joined by Qingluan Douluo. We just didn't expect Xiaoyu to have stayed in the city of slaughter for 3 years, and for his murderous aura to be so strong now. Xiaoyu, are you feeling unwell? In the land of Douluo, it's not uncommon for those with great power to suffer from backlash. Guangyu shook his head slightly. Third offering, I am fine. The other offerings knew well the condition one would be in right after leaving the city of slaughter, so they didn't mind Guangyu's icy demeanor. At this moment, Guangling Douluo continued, why don't you all guess what else Zhuo Yuzi gained this time besides the killing god domain? The offerings exchanged glances, none of them spoke. What else could be gained in that dreadful city of slaughter besides the killing god domain? Finally, Douluo looked over Guangyu and chuckled softly. Soul power at level 64. Reaching this at 16 is quite an achievement. I certainly couldn't match that at your age. The offerings weren't fools. Upon hearing Douluo reveal Guangyu's soul power level, they quickly realized that Guangyu must have gained his 6th soul ring. Haha, Xiaoyu, it looks like you've got your 6th soul ring. How many years? Could it be 80,000? Xiongshi Douluo laughed heartily. Guangling Douluo snorted. Zhuo Yuzi's 5th soul ring was already a 100,000-year soul ring. For his 6th, are you still holding back guesses? Upon hearing this, the offerings chuckled and shook their heads. Shenjun Douluo said, Brother 5 isn't guessing 80,000 years for the 6th ring, still holding back. You all guessed 80,000 for his 5th ring, but it turned out to be 100,000. Now you guess 80,000 for his 6th. Brother 5, don't tell me Xiaoyu's 6th soul ring is also 100,000 years. It's not that there are no 100,000-year soul beasts on the continent, but acquiring their soul rings requires immense effort. Just Xiaoyu and you alone. Before Jiangma Douluo could finish, his smile gradually froze. The other offerings, except for Douluo, including Genie Douluo, stared at Guangyu in shock. They saw 6 soul rings rising from beneath Guangyu, expanding and contracting intermittently. The key was the color of those 6 soul rings. 2 of them were a deep crimson red, 200,000-year rings. After Guangyu's 5th soul ring, he had astonishingly obtained another 100,000-year soul ring. This was something the offerings had longed for but could not obtain, and Guangyu had already secured too. When Guangyu obtained the soul ring from the 100,000-year splitting Gu mother, people thought it was just his luck and that obtaining another 100,000-year soul ring afterwards would be extremely difficult. But not long after, Guangyu's next soul ring was another 100,000 years. Now, they suddenly considered changing their guessing method, like how many more 100,000-year soul rings will Guangyu obtain, or will all his remaining soul rings be 100,000 years? Zhuo Yuzi, put away your soul rings or you might just kill these guys with jealousy. Indeed, including Genie Douluo, everyone felt somewhat sour inside. Genie Douluo's 100,000-year soul ring was stronger than Guanyu's 100,000-year splitting Gu mother's soul ring, but it still couldn't compare to Guanyu's 6th soul ring. Following Guangling Douluo's suggestion, Guanyu retracted his soul rings, leaving only the cold-killing aura flowing through the offering hall. Light-feathered Douluo once again turned his gaze towards the grand offering. Qian Daolu put away his playfulness and solemnly saluted. Grand offering, I have returned from the city of slaughter and I am temporarily unable to fully control the murderous aura on me. Please guide me. From the beginning, Qian Daolia's gaze mostly rested on Light Feather. Light Feather's performance once again amazed him. I have plans for this. when little you decided to enter the city of slaughter for training, I had already arranged his next destination. Upon hearing this, light-feathered Douluo's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Grand Offering, Chen Douluo nodded slightly towards light-feathered Douluo and then turned his attention back to Light-Feather. To completely master the murderous aura you possess, the key lies in the training of your temperament. I will take you to the angelic sanctuary. There the light of angels will suppress your murderous aura, making it easier for you to completely master it. Angelic sanctuary, Light-Feather murmured softly. Chen Douluo did not elaborate further, only turning and slowly walking towards the rear hall. Follow me, he said. The other offerings did not speak, and Light-Feather Douluo simply nodded lightly to Light-Feather before returning to his seat. Light-Feather followed Chen Douluo to the rear hall of the offering hall. The rear hall was as spacious as the front hall. It was Light-Feather's first visit to the rear hall of the offering hall. The floor of the rear hall bore a circular golden seal which resembled a halo. When Light-Feather looked at it, a vast power surged towards him. This power was strong, majestic, and somewhat cold, and seemed devoid of any emotion. Chen Douluo led Light-Feather into the middle of this halo. As Qian Daolia's soul power began to fluctuate, the 6 wings of an angel spread out behind him, and the halo pattern under his feet slowly started to rotate. Subsequently, Light-Feather's senses were shielded, and he could only vaguely feel the space around him changing, a sensation similar to his previous entries into the city of slaughter and the road to hell. When Light-Feather's consciousness returned, his senses restored, he opened his eyes to a pale golden world. His location was a golden circular platform, somewhat like the angelic god test platform from the anime Shinrinshua, though not exactly the same. Above these platforms, there were small stone platforms floating in the air, each with a figure sitting cross-legged on them. Observing the fluctuations of soul power from them, they all possessed strength beyond that of a soul saint. Having arrived at this platform, Chen Douluo seemed to sense Light-Feather's confusion. This is the angelic sanctuary, an independent space. You can consider this the closest place to the angel god. Here, the light of angels is continuous, and with its suppression it can help you master the murderous aura in you. The people above are the elite forces of our spirit hall, the Angel Legion. Normally this is their place of training. Do you have any more questions? After explaining, Chen Douluo asked. Light-Feather quickly asked, Grand Offering, bringing me here doesn't count as using up one of the promises, does it? Chen Douluo was initially taken aback, then he remembered his promise to Guanyu from back then. Previously, when Guanyu's soul power reached level 50, he was required to go to the city of slaughter for training. Now, the little guy's soul power had already reached level 64, and according to the promise of that day, Chen Douluo had to grant him a request. Chen Douluo smiled slightly. It doesn't count, your soul power has reached level 60, and according to the rules of that day you can make one reasonable request of me. Have you thought about it yet? Hearing this, Guanyu shook his head. That's good. As for the second request, I haven't thought of it yet. I'll tell you when I leave this place. Chen Douluo nodded with a smile. As you wish. During this time you should practice here until you can fully control your own murderous aura, then I'll take you away. After saying this, Chen Daolia's figure magically transformed into light and dissipated in front of Guanyu. After Chen Douluo left, Guanyu did not start practicing right away but instead leisurely toured around, carefully observing the so-called angelic sanctuary. After all, who wouldn't be curious on their first visit? A practice that can wait. However, during his stroll, Guanyu discovered a spot where the suppression of his murderous aura was the strongest. It was right in the center of a platform where there was something resembling a stone pedestal. Thus, after getting a clear understanding of the whole angelic sanctuary, Guanyu, who was preparing to start his practice, approached the stone pedestal. Just as he was about to jump onto the pedestal to start practicing, the stone pedestal floating in the air saw all members of the Angel Legion open their eyes. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the angelic sanctuary froze. The members of the Angel Legion looked more westernized, which was actually common in the Douluo continent, where many people's names and appearances were westernized. The members of the Angel Legion looked like nobles from Guanyu's previous life in the West. A prominent member of the Angel Legion spoke harshly. How dare a fiendish person ascend the sacred platform? The words were not too harsh, but for some reason they immediately irritated Guanyu. Was it because of the influence of the murderous aura? An inexplicably angry Guanyu retorted sharply with a classic line from his homeland. The man frowned, then slowly stood up from the stone pedestal. Although you are sent here for training by the Grand Custodian, as long as I don't kill you, he probably won't blame me." Looking at that member of the Angel Legion, Guan Yu was not afraid, considering himself an existence like the Buddha's wrath lotus from the rabbit mother. "Afraid of you? I think not," said Guan Yu. The Angel Legion leader, who had threatened to teach Guan Yu a lesson, then released golden wings from his back and, holding a scepter, charged at Guan Yu. Guan Yu did not hold back, either unfolding his evolved golden wings, or rather blood wings. He met the Angel Legion leader head-on in a clash. Bang! All members of the Angel Legion were at least soul saints, and this leader's strength was even at the level of a soul Douluo. Despite the gap in soul power, Guan Yu was not at a disadvantage and even enjoyed the feeling of combat. His 6 soul rings lit up immediately, 1 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black and 2 red. The terrifying configuration of soul rings stunned all the members of the Angel Legion present, holding a crossbow adorned with red and blue patterns. Guan Yu unleashed 3 tracking bolts as his 4th soul ring lit up. Despite their speed, the bolts were easily dodged by the leader of the Angel Corps, an elite unit of the Spirit Hall whose skills far surpassed those of an ordinary soul Douluo. After dodging, the leader's eyes twitched slightly as he watched the bolts turn around and charge back towards him. With a solemn expression, he summoned his 2nd soul skill, the Sword of Angels. As he gripped a golden light sword, he prepared to slice through the incoming bolts. Watching the leader attempt to cut down his bolts, Guan Yu smirked disdainfully, splitting his bolts. It wasn't impossible. The leader of the evil soul masters had done it using his arm blade, but now did this leader really think he could? Guan Yu wouldn't give him the chance. As his 6th soul ring briefly shone, Guan Yu uttered a sharp explode, and the 3 crossbow bolts detonated near the leader of the Angel Corps. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, the leader was overwhelmed. Who could have expected the bolts to explode? The explosion covered a range of 6 to 10 meters, engulfing the leader completely. Simultaneously, eerie crimson flames scattered about, slowly burning on the leader's body. With a painful cry, he plummeted from the sky. Hitting the ground, he rolled desperately to extinguish the flames, only to find them inextinguishable and growing fiercer, even burning through his soul power. This prompted the other members of the Angel Corps to react. "Demons, cease your actions or face our wrath. Do not blame us for being impolite," they shouted. "You call me a demon? Your whole family are demons, stubborn fools," retorted Guan Yu, noticing that the Corps seemed intent on ganging up on him. Though outnumbered, Guan Yu activated his 5th soul skill. The 5th soul skill, Physical Split, was triggered. 6 streams of vital energy burst from Guan Yu's body, each transforming into a separate physical clone around him. As a soul master of level 64, Guan Yu could naturally create 6 physical clones. He then activated the Killing God domain. Guan Yu noticed that not only his main body but also his 6 clones could deploy the Killing God domain. 7 Killing God domains accumulated, covering the entire platform of the Angel Sanctuary. Once enveloped by the Killing God domains, all members of the Angel Corps felt a chilling dread, with the weaker ones shivering uncontrollably. Guan Yu glanced at the severely wounded leader of the Angels. Could his 6th soul skill, the Heavenly Fire, specifically counter these feathery fiends? It seemed odd that these soul Douluos were so easily incapacitated. Typically, the power of the Angel Corps, derived from the divine light of the Angel God, would counteract all impurities. Conversely, could the so-called forces of evil inflict additional damage on them? Guan Yu and his 6 corporeal clones looked up at the sky filled with the flying members of the Angel Legion, a surge of frenzy rising in their hearts. Want to fight? First, let them enjoy a fireworks feast. Guan Yu and his 6 corporeal clones simultaneously lifted their crossbows to the sky. Their soul rings lit up, firing repeatedly. This time, their targets were not the members of the Angel Legion, but rather they fired scattered shots. The bolts split into 10 after reaching a certain height. While the corporeal clones couldn't use the 5th soul skill, Corporeal Split, they could use the bolt splitting technique. Guan Yu, along with his 6 clones, swept the sky with a barrage of bolts, each firing over 50 bolts. One split that amounted to over 500 bolts per person, adding up to 3,500 bolts. As Guan Yu and his clones shouted "explode," in unison, these 3,500 crossbow bolts transformed into as many incendiary bombs. In an instant, they exploded with a thunderous roar, engulfing the sky above the Angel Sanctuary in flames. Clusters of celestial fire fell, and with them members of the Angel Legion plummeted to the ground. Guan Yu, using his calculating eye, controlled the distance of all the bolts, not just between the bolts themselves but also between the bolts and the members of the Angel Legion. he did not let the Angel Legion get caught in the center of the bolt explosions. The bolts severely injured members of the Angel Legion but did not kill them. After all, if he had actually killed the members of the Angel Legion, how would he explain himself to the Grand Priest? The serene angel sanctuary was now a chaotic scene under the celestial fire. Suddenly, a divine radiance lit up the sky. This holy light swept across the entire angel sanctuary, extinguishing all the celestial fire and gradually healing the wounds of the Angel Legion. But when this radiance fell upon Guan Yu, he suddenly felt his soul power and spiritual power being suppressed. This suppression was terrifyingly strong. When he opened his eyes again, he was still within the angel sanctuary, but his 6 corporeal clones were gone. All members of the Angel Legion were also missing. In front of Guan Yu's soul power was condensing, eventually forming a figure. Guan Yu, who was accustomed to looking in the mirror, recognized the figure from the back and was startled when it turned around. It looked exactly like him. It indeed seemed to be a brighter version of himself. Could it be a light Guan Yu? What did this mean? Was he truly a dark villain? At this moment, the radiant Guan Yu opposite him slowly turned around, his face brimming with a nonchalant smile. Comparing himself with his counterpart, Guan Yu looked at his own attire. With the evolution of his external soul bone, the golden feather wings, and the 9 fox tails, Guan Yu had already noticed that his style had shifted. The dark red, almost blood-like color didn't look very heroic. Now, compared to the bright Guan Yu opposite him, who was so dazzling, he himself seemed somewhat dim. Bright Light Feather looked at Guan Yu with a refreshing smile. Do you believe in light? Surprised to see me? Because of my existence, it reflects how dark, filthy, and sordid your heart truly is. You thought you could deceive everyone, but you can't fool yourself. Stealing food from the neighbor's house as a child, skipping classes to go to the internet cafe with your lunch money during school, secretly browsing small websites using the company's internet at work. All of this only proves that you have been trash from the beginning to the end. Coming to the world of Douluo during your journey to the city of slaughter, can you even count how many people you have killed? 1,000? 10,000? You've deceived Guanling Douluo, you've deceived all the priests of the Martial Soul Hall. When have you ever shared your little secrets with them? You are selfish, you are greedy. If someone like you isn't considered dark, then what can be called dark? Bright Light Feather rambled on. After a moment, having finished speaking and seeing no response from Guan Yu, he finally opened his arms. Come, abandon those powers gained through unworthy means and embrace the power of light anew. With our talents as transmigrators, even without relying on evil devouring techniques or deceitful tricks, we can quickly cultivate our soul power levels. Quickly gain powerful energy, quickly overpower our lesser foes, and soon no longer be pressured for updates. If you can't let go of these easily obtained powers, then you will only stray further down the wrong path. Aren't you clear about what happens to villains in movies and novels? They never end well. You're afraid of death. Do you also want to end up like that? Bright Light Feather, being a part of Guan Yu, knew him inside out and continued to speak incessantly. After a long while, Bright Light Feather frowned and said, I've said so much and you have no reaction? You're making this awkward for me. Hearing this, Guan Yu let out a snort with a laugh. I was thinking about something. What is it? Bright Light Feather asked instinctively. Guan Yu's face revealed a disconcerting smile. I was wondering why you're babbling so much to me. Bright Light Feather huffed. I am trying to persuade you to return to the right path for your own good. Guan Yu shook his head, his smile deepening. No, you say all this, could it be because you can't beat me? Who would resort to blabbering if they could win in a fight? Huh. After speaking, Guan Yu was the first to strike. With a fierce flap of his blood feather wings, his body shot out at an incredible speed, startling Bright Light Feather with the sudden burst. Bright Light Feather quickly deployed her own wings, the golden wings, unevolved and distinct yet similar. The two types of wings brought drastically different boosts in speed. Guan Yu, with an overwhelming speed, caught up to Bright Light Feather and threw a fierce punch. Even though Bright Light Feather crossed her arms to block, she still fell directly onto the angelic temple from the impact of Guan Yu's punch. Boom! As she crashed onto the angelic temple, Guan Yu hovered above, wings flapping majestically. Indeed, you are pathetically weak. Suddenly, Guan Yu also felt a surge of pain emanate from his body. It was as if he himself had been punched. During this time, Guan Yu slowly picked himself up from the ground. Have you realized yet? Even though I am weaker than you now, with less soul power, my soul bones not enhanced by that evil power and lacking the quality and evil soul rings that you possess, I am still the same person as you. When you hurt me, you are also inflicting the same pain upon yourself, because we are essentially one. My existence constantly reminds you that you will always be the evil villain while I am the flawless hero. Guan Yu swiftly moved in front of Guangming Guan Yu and kicked him, sending him flying, while simultaneously feeling the impact of the kick on his own body. It's useless hitting me, is just like hitting yourself, so why bother? Guan Yu remained unmoved, merely wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Since you are so righteous, not having resorted to any evil powers, you surely don't possess the sturdy right leg bone, right? Guan Yu had initially held back, suffering only superficial flesh wounds. As the rapid healing ability of his sturdy right leg bone activated, his injuries were quickly healed. Guangming Guan Yu was taken aback clearly. Not having anticipated this, taking advantage of the situation, Guan Yu did not relent, launching a fierce beating on Guangming Guan Yu. Soon Guangming Guan Yu was left looking like a battered mess. As Guan Yu drew his soul-forged crossbow, Guangming Guan Yu hastily spoke up, "Are you going to kill me? Even though you have the sturdy right leg bone, if you kill me you will die too. The sturdy right leg bone won't save you." Guan Yu laughed lightly, "What? Even you, the embodiment of light, fear death?" Guangming Guan Yu retorted, "Fear of death does not affect the distinction between light and darkness. Even a person of light can fear death." Guan Yu nodded and then put away his soul-forged crossbow. Seeing this, Guangming Guan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. However, Guan Yu then grabbed his counterpart by the hair, pulling him close to whisper in his ear, "In my view, you are truly hypocritical. You and I are the same person, so you should also understand that power itself is not inherently good or evil, it's the person that matters. I've stolen from neighbors, skipped classes, browsed the internet, and even used company networks to visit dubious sites, and since you're the same person as me, haven't you done the same? Yet you deny it, which makes you the real hypocrite. If you want me to embrace the light, fine. When your power surpasses the darkness in me, not only will I embrace the light, but I'll kneel and lick it too. But for now, stay where it's cool and keep out of my way." With that, Guan Yu grabbed Guangming Guan Yu's head and slammed it into the ground of the angelic temple. Bang! Crack! The impact created cracks in the temple floor, and the entire space around them began to fracture. Pieces of the space shattered, vanishing without a trace from Guan Yu's view. When he could see his surroundings clearly again, the temple appeared as before, only this time members of the Angelic Legion were present and his 6 physical clones were also there, confronting each other. In another realm, a woman dressed in a golden gown with an icy expression and indistinct eyes coldly stated, "Allowing me to use the angel's light to assist him in his mental cultivation does not comply with the rules. You have gone too far." Behind her, a majestic man clad in red and purple didn't seem too concerned with her words. Instead, he spoke for himself. This man's figure and the light feathers were identical to the silhouette seen beyond the gate in the city of slaughter. This is a choice for him. If he decides to embrace the power of light, then he will undergo your ultimate test and become the next guide in your divine succession and also the next sacrifice. If he chooses to kill his own light, even if he does not die, he will forever fall into the abyss of slaughter, never to escape. Yet he chose a third path, acknowledging the coexistence of light and darkness, the woman said emotionlessly. "Doesn't this further prove that my choice was not wrong?" After speaking, the man's figure gradually faded away. The woman in the golden gown stared at the figure in the golden curtain for a long time. In her own test, one challenge was to face one's dark side squarely. Although some were capable of this, none could face their other side as effortlessly as Guan Yu did. Is it easier for darkness to face the light than it is for light to face the darkness? Guan Yu felt himself growing stronger. However, this strength was not the intuitive kind that came from increased soul power or mental strength, it was more about the strength of his character. At this moment, Guan Yu felt a significant elevation in his state of mind, wondering if this was akin to the spiritual cultivation in immortal cultivation. After completely sealing his light side, the power within him seemed to break the final shackles. The flow rate of his soul power and the aura of his soul bones gradually increased. The previous light energy was like shackles restricting him. Now, having removed these shackles of light, the soul ring of the Gu insect mother, the 6th soul ring, and the energy obtained from devouring were directly released. It was like someone who had been nagging and bothering him had disappeared, making him feel much more enlightened. In the angelic sanctuary, the members of the Angel Legion were constantly watching Guan Yu. With 6 physical clones guarding him, the angels did not intervene. Observing the dark red energy overflowing from Guan Yu, all the members of the Angel Legion frowned and couldn't help but discuss among themselves, "The evil aura on him is getting worse." Releasing such terrifying power of evil thoughts even within the angelic sanctuary, if he were outside, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Grand Priest had him come here, but now it seems he is bound to disappoint the Grand Priest. Wait, look! Under the watchful eyes of the Angel Legion, the dense dark red energy was crazily absorbed by Guan Yu in the next moment. As this dark red energy surged into his body, Guan Yu's eyes turned blood red with patterns resembling those of the City of Slaughter appearing on his eyeballs. However, the murderous aura around him was completely restrained at this moment. By acknowledging his dual nature and temporarily sealing his light side, Guan Yu's control over evil powers, including his control over murderous intent, became even more adept. The fourth test, evolving his own domain of killing gods into the domain of slaughter, was completed. The fifth test, to reclaim and control the Azura magic sword. As the divine thoughts echoed in his mind, Guan Yu himself was slightly surprised. Did beating up another version of himself improve his mental state and thereby evolve his domain of killing gods into the domain of slaughter? The domain of slaughter is not as simple as the domain of killing gods, a single word difference, but the effects are worlds apart. The domain of killing gods weakens the opponent's momentum and enhances one's own, making it an excellent domain skill for aggressive attacks. The evolved version, the domain of slaughter, however, possesses a demon sealing effect within it. All soul techniques of a soul master are rendered unusable, which is why it is known as the most domineering domain, desired not just by aggressive soul masters but by all soul masters for its domain effect. Beyond completing the fourth test and evolving the domain of killing gods into the domain of slaughtered, Guan Yu also fully confirmed whose divine test he was undergoing from the content of the fifth test. Reclaiming the Azura magic sword meant that he was not under the test of the Rakshasa god but rather the Azura god. However, upon learning the content of his fifth test, Guan Yu felt troubled. Who currently possesses the Azura magic sword? It is in the hands of the King of Slaughter, Tang Chen, and the likelihood of peacefully reclaiming the Azura magic sword, Guan Yu knew without needing the eye of analysis, was zero. After absorbing the divine thoughts, Guan Yu came back to his senses only to find himself under the resentful gazes of the surrounding Angel Legion. Under the domain of slaughter, although these members of the Angel Legion could still fly with the help of their martial souls, they had lost the ability to use all soul techniques. Under this oppressive force, they couldn't physically resist, only capable of moving, their eyes glaring at Guan Yu with hostility. Now that Guan Yu himself had mastered the domain of slaughter, his 6 clones were still in the domain of killing gods. After releasing the 5th soul skill, with the 5 actual clones returning to his body, Guan Yu immediately used the 5th soul skill again to split into identical entities. As Guan Yu willed it, the domain skills of all 6 clones were activated once more, all changing from the domain of killing gods to the domain of slaughter, including Guan Yu's original body. The overlapping of 7 domains of slaughter expanded the range and oppressive force of the domain far beyond that of Guan Yu alone. However, before Guan Yu could act against the Angel Legion, a golden radiance spilled over him. This golden light was different from before. It wasn't refining Guan Yu's temperament again, but instead directly diminished all of Guan Yu's perceptions. Everything around him faded, and when Guan Yu regained clarity from his grogginess, he was no longer in the previous Angel Temple but had been transported to the rear hall of the Worship Temple. It was then that Guan Yu realized that the way Douluo had him control his murderous intent was indeed a form of temperance of temperament. No wonder, when Tang San left the City of Slaughter to perform at Yuxian, it was also a form of temperance, albeit in a different manner. Stepping out from the rear hall of the Worship Temple following the path he had come by, Guan Yu soon arrived at the main hall of the Worship Temple. The appearance of Guan Yu startled all the presiding officers. As priests of the martial soul hall, they were well aware of where the Grand Priest Douluo had taken Guan Yu for training. To master such an aura of killing intent even in the Angel Sanctuary, they expected it would take 3 to 5 months, yet Guan Yu emerged after just 1 day. What did this mean? Douluo's gaze fell on Guan Yu once more. While others might not understand the significance of his early return, Douluo knew all too well. To be able to leave the Angel Sanctuary on his own volition could only mean that Guan Yu had passed the Angel God's test of temperament, accepting and acknowledging his other self, or another facet of his personality. How long had it taken him to accept his own darker side? About a month, it seemed, and this young fellow, less than a day. Despite seeming to have a complex mind, how could he so easily accept his darker side? Logically, it is most difficult for a person to accept their own inner evils and shortcomings. How could this young man be so exceptional? Douluo also harbored a secret worry, especially for Qianxue, on whom he pinned great hopes. Concerned whether she could eventually conquer her own darker side. After all, this matter had nothing to do with talent or ability. Sometimes the more talented the genius, the harder it is for them to break through their own nature. At this moment, with Guan Yu completing the angel god's temperament test in less than a day, Qian Douluo was not only shocked but also suddenly struck by a different thought. Perhaps Guan Yu could teach Qianxue how he passed the temperament test, how he overcame his darker self. Sharing experiences is always good, isn't it? Moreover, now that Guan Yu was 16 years old, having experienced both the City of Slaughter and the Angel God's temperament test, he was ready to represent the martial soul hall on his own. Just as Qian Douluo was preparing to arrange Guan Yu's next steps, Guan Yu took the initiative to speak. "Grand Priest, there is something I would like you to agree to." As Guan Yu spoke up, Qian Douluo also recalled the bargain Guan Yu had struck with him, promising something at level 60, thus. Qian Douluo gently said to Guan Yu, "Since you have already decided, speak up. As long as it is reasonable, I will agree." Meanwhile, Light Feather Douluo also perked up. What was this young man thinking to negotiate with the Grand Priest? Guan Yu first respectfully bowed to Qian Douluo above, then continued, "I would like to ask the Grand Priest to make a move once to help me deal with someone." Upon hearing this, the other presiding officers also showed a change in expression. Asking the Grand Priest to help deal with someone? What level was the Grand Priest at? Decades ago he was already one of the unrivaled greats of Douluo continent, unmatched in the sky. To ask the Grand Priest to make a move seemed a bit. Light Feather Douluo couldn't help but blurt out directly, "Little Yuzi, what are you up to? If you need a hitman you could ask me. Is it really worth involving the Grand Priest?" Guan Yu's face also showed a slight awkward smile. "Of course I could ask you, but the thing is you wouldn't be able to defeat him. Grandfather, this opponent is quite strong." Guan Yu explained his request as tactfully as possible. "Hey, there are no more than 5 people on this continent that I truly respect. I'm curious about who you're referring to." The other elders, although curious about who the Grand Elder is dealing with on behalf of Guan Yu, were also delving into the matter with Guanling Douluo. "No more than 5 people worth a glance?" Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo exchanged glances. "Brother 5, who have you left out this time?" At this moment Qinghuan Douluo also spoke up. "Xiaoyu, even if there are people on the continent that Guangling cannot handle, if I join forces with him, I believe there aren't many who could stand against us." Guan Yu could feel that among the elders Qinghuan Douluo had improved the most over these 3 years, and from what Guangling Douluo had said, Guan Yu knew that Qinghuan Douluo had taken another step forward, becoming the second title Douluo at level 98 in the Spirit Hall. Perhaps it was because his spirit power level reached 98. Even the typically cold Qinghuan Douluo had become quite confident. Guan Yu was also struggling with the comparison. Guanling Douluo alone definitely couldn't win, but what about adding Qinghuan at level 98? It's hard to say. The hesitation on Guan Yu's face was evident, and seeing this, Qian Douluo smiled and spoke up. "Xiaoyu, who exactly do you want me to deal with?" Qian Douluo hadn't taken action in decades. The opponent. Perhaps there had been some, but those two seemed to have no intersection with Guan Yu, so Qian Douluo was also curious about who Guan Yu actually wanted him to confront. "I would like to ask the Grand Elder to take action against the King of Carnage, the City of Slaughter." The City of Carnage, the King of Slaughter. The elders were all somewhat shocked, not because they feared the King of Slaughter of the City of Slaughter, but because taking action against the King of Slaughter was tantamount to making a move against the City of Slaughter, which involved too much. Only Guangling Douluo asked what Lazio Yuzi did that mongrel in the City of Slaughter bully you? If he really did, I'll immediately take Qinghuan and Jiangma to get even for you. Suddenly mentioned by Guangling. Jiangma Douluo's eyes slightly raised. This is a reminder of oneself. "Oh, I'm sorry, Brother 5 doesn't take us seriously. It turns out it's the eldest brother." Guan Yu kept watching Qian Douluo, waiting for his response. After a moment Qian Douluo shook his head slightly. "If I were to take action against the King of Slaughter, it would mean that the Spirit Hall is declaring war on the City of Slaughter, and this involves too much." The existence of the City of Slaughter, by absorbing a network of the fallen, has actually maintained the peace of the continent. Without the City of Slaughter to bind these people, the situation might be even worse. So although the existence of the City of Slaughter is unorthodox, it's not something that can be resolved now. Qian Douluo was still waiting, because many of the current difficulties would no longer be a problem once he trained Qian Rengshu into the Angel God. Although Qian Douluo was hinting at a refusal, Guan Yu did not want to give up just yet, since at this stage, the only ones who could contend with the King of Slaughter were Qian Douluo and Poseidon. Thus, Guan Yu continued, Grand Elder, I want you to take action against the King of Slaughter because I want to represent the Spirit Hall to control the City of Slaughter. Once the King of Slaughter is resolved, the City of Slaughter can then belong to our Spirit Hall, no matter what military actions we undertake in the future. Using those people from the City of Slaughter as cannon fodder will greatly reduce our own casualties. Upon hearing this, several of the ministers, including Qian Douluo, were shocked, and Guangling Douluo was so startled that he opened his mouth wide. Goodness, my own grandson is so ambitious. No, is he really this spirited, to take control of the City of Slaughter? Although the ministers were shocked by Guan Yu's words, they were just shocked and did not believe that Guan Yu could achieve it. There were many issues with the City of Slaughter besides the King of Slaughter. First of all, there was the problem of the people in the City of Slaughter. It was filled with scum who committed all kinds of evil. You want to use them as cannon fodder, which is a good idea, but would they listen to you? Controlling such people is not easy, and it could very well backfire. Guan Yu guessed the reason for the ministers' concerns and continued, Great Minister, other respected ministers, as long as we deal with the King of Slaughter, I am confident that I can control everyone in the City of Slaughter and make them obey. At this point, Qingwan Douluo asked, First, you say you can control everyone in the City of Slaughter. How will you manage that? They are all rule breakers and degenerates who act recklessly. How can you make them listen to you? Could it be that you plan to offer them benefits? If so, the cost would be significant. Guan Yu shook his head. We don't need to give them anything. Without offering them any benefits, how would they be willing to obey and work for the Spirit Hall? Guan Yu looked at Qingwan Douluo. Ministers, the people of the City of Slaughter often consume something called nether dew. During my challenge in the final Hell Road, I discovered the source of all the City of Slaughter's nether dew. Before I left, I threw a Yen Yuan Su poison flower into the source of the nether dew. The third minister, who is an expert in medicine, surely understands the effect of the Yen Yuan Su poison flower. Therefore, after dealing with the King of Slaughter, we don't need to give the degenerates of the City of Slaughter any benefits, because the nether dew itself is already the best reward. As long as we control the source of the nether dew, we don't have to worry about them not obeying. Seeing the inquiring looks from the other ministers, Qingwan Douluo also explained the effects of the Yen Yuan Su poison flower. Once Qingwan Douluo understood Guan Yu's intentions after he mentioned placing the poison flower in the source of the nether dew, the other ministers also understood the reasoning. However, after understanding, all the ministers' looks towards Guan Yu changed subtly. Previously, they might have been indulgent and admiring, but now they felt a hint of wariness towards this teenager. It wasn't his strength they were wary of, but his ruthlessness. Although the people of the City of Slaughter were degenerates and not good people, controlling so many people with a poisonous substance like the Yen Yuan Su poison flower was quite a ruthless idea for a child like Guan Yu. Facing Shen Daoliu's gaze, Qingwan Douluo also nodded slightly. This method, though harsh, is indeed feasible, for Guan Yu's strategy involves the Yingsu poison flower, and among the several ministers, only Qingwan Douluo understands the Yingsu poison flower. Therefore, Qingwan Douluo's opinion is crucial. After careful consideration, Qingwan Douluo began to speak. Xiao Yu will put the Yingsu poison flower into the drinks of the fallen ones in the City of Slaughter. Once they drink the beverage containing the Yingsu poison flower, they will become dependent on it. Once the addiction kicks in, life becomes worse than death for them, forcing them to continue consuming anything containing the Yingsu poison flower. Even some titled Douluos cannot kick the addiction to the Yingsu poison flower. If we really control the beverage containing the Yingsu poison flower, then they will do whatever we ask of them. Is this thing really so terrifying? Is it truly impossible to quit? Both Guangling Douluo and Jiangma Douluo exclaimed at the same time. Qingwan Douluo glanced at them and snorted. You don't understand the power of the Yingsu poison flower. While it does have its benefits, the addiction it induces is even more terrifying. Even if you Guangling can quit sweets and Jiangma can stop playing cards, once you're hooked on the Yingsu poison flower, it's essentially over and you can't quit. Guangling Douluo shook his legs. Qingwan, you know so much, have you tried it yourself? Are you talking nonsense? Qingwan Douluo glared at Guangling Douluo, who immediately shut up. At this moment, Guan Yu did not pay much attention to the opinions of other ministers because the decision-making power was always in the hands of Qian Douluo at the top. Shen Daolu had the absolute veto power, being able to control the City of Slaughter without bloodshed, without wasting any resources, and without occupying too much manpower. Even the indecisive and passive Qian Daolu chose to agree. After all, this matter seemed to have no significant downsides for the Soul Hall. The only problem and hatred were the King of Slaughter. Once the king of slaughter was dealt with, there seemed to be no more obstacles. The city of slaughter, where the king of slaughter resided, was a divine heritage site. The king of slaughter's own domain of slaughter could be enhanced there, and under the slaughter domain all soul skills would become unusable. Although the angelic domain could resist the opponent's slaughter domain, it would still be somewhat limited. Great Minister, what if I also controlled the slaughter domain? Could it help in the battle? Saying this, Guan Yu released his slaughter domain. A cold killing intent instantly filled the entire ministerial hall. The faces of several ministers changed because, despite being titled Douluos above level 95, their soul power flow was directly restricted at this moment. However, after the limitation, the ministers regained their composure. Relying on strong soul power fluctuations, they forcibly broke through Guan Yu's slaughter domain one after another. Zio Yuzi, not a bad domain skill, but it's still not enough for a titled Douluo of Grandpa's level. Perhaps when you reach level 70 and have your own martial soul true body, this domain skill will become more troublesome. Guanling Douluo, who also broke through Guan Yu's slaughter domain, laughed. Although they broke through Guan Yu's slaughter domain, they also witnessed the power of the slaughter domain. Now, the gap in soul power between them and Guan Yu was too big so they could break through Guan Yu's slaughter domain. But once Guan Yu grew up, this domain would also become equally powerful. Witnessing Guan Yu's mastery of such domain abilities, Guanling Douluo couldn't help but feel delighted. Facing a slaughter domain with another slaughter domain, although it could neutralize the power of the Slaughter King's domain, your current domain power is still not enough. Shen Douluo also spoke up. In the next moment, 6 spirit rings appeared around Guan Yu's body, with the 5th spirit ring emitting a bright red glow. 6 streams of red mist floated out from Guan Yu's body, forming 6 identical beings around him. This was the first time the several elders had seen Guan Yu's 100,000-year spirit ability. Not a bad cloning ability, but the strength is insufficient. Merely increasing the number doesn't seem to change much, said Jiangma Douluo with a light chuckle. At this point, Guan Yu, along with his 6 physical clones, all utilized the slaughter domain simultaneously. The intensity of the murderous aura that filled the entire hall was several times thicker than before, gradually covering many of the hall's artifacts with a layer of white frost. This enhanced slaughter domain made it hard for the elders to break through as easily as before. Although this intensity of the slaughter domain was not enough to permanently bind their spirit abilities, breaking through the domain's blockade with sheer spirit power alone would take at least 10 minutes. Shen Douluo nodded slightly. Upon feeling the strength of this slaughter domain, this is sufficient. In a month, the 3rd elder Qinghuan and the 6th and 7th elders follow me to the city of slaughter. The 3 elders Qinghuan Douluo, Qinjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo all stood up, placing their hands over their left chests. Yes, Guanling Douluo, puzzled, spoke up. Great elder, why only take them 3 and not me? Shen Douluo quickly provided a reason. You are not adept at close combat, which doesn't suit this mission. I can shoot from a distance. Shen Douluo continued. This time the 3rd, 6th and 7th elders need to rely on Xiaoyu's slaughter domain to use their spirit abilities. If you go, should Xiaoyu focus on you or them first? Jiangma Douluo also smiled. 5th brother, just stay at the spirit hall and rest. We will be back soon. But Xiaoyu's safety? Shinjun Douluo assured, don't worry, with us brothers protecting him, Xiaoyu's safety is absolutely not a problem. 5th brother, can't you see the implication of the great elder choosing us 3? For 3rd brother, spirit Qinghuan is the most convenient for the great elder to coordinate with among us and the 2 of us brothers together, not to mention offensive power. Our defensive strength is definitely the strongest among us. Guan Yu, hearing Qian Daoliu's arrangement, was also very satisfied with the protection of several elders, which certainly posed no problem. The only question was why they had to depart a month later. Great elder, why do we have to depart a month later? We can set off now. The Inyuan poppy poison flower, being of immortal grade, is addictive with just 1 sip. Shen Douluo remained silent, but Qinghuan spoke up. The Inyuan poppy poison flower, being of immortal grade, is indeed addictive with just 1 sip, but you've also stayed in the city of slaughter. Can you ensure that within these 1 or 2 days since you've come back, everyone in the city of slaughter has consumed it? A month is not a long time. Let the deadly seeds of Yuansu spread well in the city of slaughter. You have just returned from there, it's time to adjust yourself too. Seeing this, Guan Yu no longer said more, nodding in agreement. A month can pass quickly. On this early morning, Guan Yu also arrived at the Hall of Martial Souls, setting off together with the Grand Offering Qian Douluo, the 3rd Offering Qinghuan Douluo, the 6th Offering Qian Jun Douluo, and the 7th Offering Xiang Mo Douluo, heading towards the city of slaughter. The departure of 4 offerings from the hall, especially including the grand offering Qian Douluo, naturally stirred the papal hall. What do these old fellows want to do? That direction. Is it towards the city of slaughter? Do these old guys plan to make a move on the city of slaughter now? Have they gone mad? In the papal hall, Bibi Dong, dressed in a purple brocade robe, sat on the Pope's throne, murmuring to herself. However, soon a sinister smile appeared on Bibi Dong's face. Go ahead, it would be best if you could both suffer greatly in your clash with the king of slaughter Qian Douluo. I will gradually devour your angel lineage, haha, with Guangyu controlling the domain of slaughter. Finding a new entrance to the city of slaughter was not difficult. As stated in the original texts, those who possess the god of slaughter's domain bearing the title of god of slaughter can return to the city of slaughter at any time. If the god of slaughter's domain can do so, all the more for Guangyu, who has evolved into the domain of slaughter. Soon Guangyu and the 4 offerings, including Qian Douluo, found a new entrance different from the one they originally used to enter the city of slaughter. After entering through the portal, they all felt the oppressive force of the city of slaughter's domain. Damn, the slaughter domain of the city of slaughter is indeed formidable. We can no longer use our soul skills, exclaimed Xiangyamo Douluo upon landing. Meanwhile, in the palace of the city of slaughter, the king of slaughter sat on his throne, deeply savoring a cup of yellow springs dew, his face showing an immensely refreshed expression. Beside him, the former emissary of the king of slaughter looked paler than before, with slightly hollowed eye sockets. My king, please grant me another cup of yellow springs dew. I can't take it anymore. At this moment, the king of slaughter paid no attention to the emissary beside him and suddenly opened his eyes, revealing blood-red pupils. Martial's Soul Hall. The next moment, the king of slaughter's figure disappeared from the throne. On the other side, as soon as Guangyu and the others appeared in the city of slaughter, the terrifying knights immediately launched an attack. Simultaneously, Guangyu unleashed the domain of slaughter. The domain of slaughter can seal the soul skills of soul masters within the domain and can also shield its allies from the effects of the city of slaughter's domain. Those who possess the god of slaughter's domain can use soul skills in the city of slaughter. The slaughter domain not only allows its allies to use soul skills but also enables the terrifying knights to use soul skills, as they have been granted permission by the king of slaughter's slaughter domain. This was also the reason why Qian Douluo asked Guangyu to come along. Xiaoyu, shouldn't you be surrounded in the middle? It's also good for ensuring your safety. After dealing with those terrifying knights, the demon suppressor Douluo couldn't help but shake his head and smile at the real body of Guangyu standing behind all his clones. Grandfather of the 7th worship, you don't understand, this is actually a better way to ensure my own safety. Surrounded by clones, even a fool knows that the one in the middle is the most important and will inevitably attack the middle one. Now I stand at the back, letting a real clone take the middle position while I keep my soul power on the same level as the clone, making it easier to protect my real body. Near Guangyu, Qianjun Douluo couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. You little slick head, he chuckled. Just as they finished their playful banter, the gazes of Qianjun Douluo and the other worshippers turned straight ahead. There a massive bloodlight was appearing, and from within it a burly man dressed in a blood-red robe with a high-collared cape and a pale face walked out. He was the ruler of the city of slaughter, the king of slaughter. The king of slaughter spread his massive blood-red wings and surveyed Guangyu and his companions with his crimson eyes. Has the Spirit Hall decided to disrupt the balance between the city of slaughter and the Spirit Hall today? With Qianjun Douluo present, the other 3 worshippers naturally did not speak first, instead waiting for Qianjun Douluo to open his mouth. The city of slaughter, the continent's network of sinners, shall now be illuminated by the glory of angels. The Spirit Hall will take over the city of slaughter. Upon hearing this, the king of slaughter laughed in anger, and then his gaze fell back on Qianjun Douluo and his companions. Hypocrites, to deploy 4 worshippers, the Spirit Hall is indeed making a grand gesture. The icy blood-red eyes of the king of slaughter were filled with murderous intent. Subsequently, a domineering bloodlight spread out from within the king of slaughter. This bloodlight was his domain skill, the slaughter domain. Although the slaughter domain of the king of slaughter was very powerful, the 7 Guangyu slaughter domains were activated simultaneously, which for a time also slowed the spread of the king of slaughter's domain, but it couldn't completely block it. You have actually mastered the slaughter domain. The king of slaughter naturally recognized Guangyu, as this clone-using guy had left a deep impression on him. It was only a matter of time before the opponent would gain the domain of slaughter god, but he hadn't expected that in just over a month, the opponent had already mastered the slaughter domain on the basis of the domain of slaughter god 7th soul skill, angel true body. Qianjun Douluo was also not idle as an angelic divine figure. Appeared behind him, the golden glory of the angel directly shone into the dark city of slaughter. This golden light was also a domain power, and it was the domain power of Qianjun Douluo, similar to that of Qian Rengshu's angel domain. Only a domain can contend with another domain. Even though the king of slaughter had the power of the city of slaughter domain to boost him, facing Qianjun Douluo's angel domain and the 7 Guanyu slaughter domain, he still couldn't gain any advantage. The king of slaughter's gaze tightly focused on Guanyu. The angel domain is strong, but here in the city of slaughter it cannot compare to my slaughter domain. The reason it can contend with my slaughter domain is all because of this kid. With that said, the king of slaughter's figure flashed and he charged past Qianjun Douluo directly towards Guanyu. Seeing the king of slaughter charging towards them, the demon-subduing Douluo let out a cold laugh. To target Xiaoyu, they truly underestimate us brothers. With a swing of his pan-long staff which weighed thousands of pounds, it created a fierce wind. His 8th soul skill, demon-subduing Panlong Circle, was activated. As the soul power surged wildly within the demon-subduing Douluo, a crimson dragon slowly emerged, the heavily awakening sacred golden dragon. The dragon twisted its body, blocking the path of the king of slaughter with a sweep of its tail, effectively stopping his advance. At the same time, the Qianjun Douluo leapt into the air wielding the Panlong staff and thrust it down towards the king of slaughter. Having cultivated to level 97 with the nourishment of the immortal grass mixture over several years, both Qianjun Douluo and demon-subduing Douluo were far stronger than originally depicted. Today marked their first combined effort since reaching level 97. As Qianjun Douluo attacked from the air, demon-subduing Douluo handled the ground assault. Facing the aerial strike from Qianjun Douluo, the king of slaughter snorted disdainfully, lifting his left wing to block the powerful blow, and even managed to send him flying with a counter push. Neither Qianjun Douluo nor demon-subduing Douluo had ever seen anyone block their attacks with such ease using mere physical strength. The king of slaughter's power exceeded their expectations. His 4th soul skill, Doomsday Windball, was unleashed. As Qinghuan Douluo moved into action, 3 cyclone-like blue wind balls appeared in his hand, which he then hurled towards the king of slaughter. The wind balls moved swiftly, reaching the king of slaughter in an instant. Such mastery over the wind element, yet it was still futile. This time, the king of slaughter countered with his wings. His gigantic blood-red wings acted like the strongest armor on his body, merging together to perfectly block Qinghuan Douluo's initial attack. The fierce soul power fluctuations swept out from the point of impact, accompanied by strong winds, forcing everyone, including the various incarnations of Guanyu Qianjun and demon-subduing Douluo, to brace themselves. Qinghuan Douluo, having reached level 98, had significantly increased his power, and even his 4th soul skill's mighty wind had to be taken seriously. However, looking at the king of slaughter, he seemed to have sustained no injuries at all, not even moving an inch, and once his wings were spread, he revealed an unharmed body. You are somewhat stronger than the 2 of them, but still not enough, the king of slaughter's sharp and gloomy voice echoed. Hearing this, both Qianjun Douluo and demon-subduing Douluo's expressions hardened, showing a hint of ferocity. This was their first battle since their power enhancement from the immortal grass mixture, and such a setback was clearly not what they had expected. Qinghuan Douluo's face remained calm and cool, unprovoked like Qianjun Douluo or demon-subduing Douluo. Is that so? Then let's test my 8th soul skill. In a realm where the skies are clear and the sounds of the world fade away, the king of slaughter found himself caught by the blue phoenix Douluo's 8th soul skill. As the dark glow emanated from the 8th soul ring, a blue energy form burst forth behind the Douluo, unleashing a torrent of wind elemental soul power. It felt as if space itself was peeling away, dragging the king of slaughter into a strange blue dimension. Surrounded by this alien blue space, the king of slaughter's pale face remained unflustered. Upon recognizing the prowess of the blue phoenix Douluo's 8th soul skill, his calm was unexpectedly profound. A vacuum ability, still not enough, he thought, calling forth his slaughter scythe. Around him, dark red energy surged into his wings, which were usually impervious and used for defense. At that moment, however, they transformed into crimson blades. With a swift motion of his wings, streaks of blood-red light sliced through the blue space. The movements were subtle, yet in the next moment lines of light began to emerge and the entire blue dimension shattered, revealing the world of the Slaughter City once more. Yet upon his return, the king of slaughter did not show any signs of relief or amusement on his face. Powerful auras were bearing down on him. First to strike was the demon-subduing Douluo, who formed a seal with his hands and summoned a massive fiery red staff, tens of meters in diameter, crashing down towards the King of Slaughter. His ninth soul skill, Salvation of All Beings, was in action. Simultaneously, a similarly large blue staff hurtled towards him from another direction, a direct throw from the Thousand Kati Douluo's eighth soul skill, Thousand Kati Throw. And there was more. The blue phoenix Douluo, dressed in a wide dark blue robe adorned with patterns, had his ninth soul ring light up. His strongest attack, the ninth soul skilled Moonset over river winds howl and rage, coalesced into a giant wind bird formed from countless hurricane blades. With a wingspan over 20 meters, the blue phoenix bird swooped towards the King of Slaughter. Facing these three formidable attacks, a mad smile spread across the King of Slaughter's face. He understood now that the blue phoenix Douluo's eighth soul skill was not meant to trap or subdue him directly. From the beginning, it was meant as a control skill, a setup for his allies to prepare their powerful soul skills, confronting the ultimate attacks from the three great continental powers. The King of Slaughter showed no fear. Spreading his wings and raising his hands, he gathered an immense aura of slaughter around him. Even Lightfeather, who also possessed the domain of slaughter, could distinctly feel the transformation in the King of Slaughter's aura, which had undergone a substantial change. Once the accumulated murderous aura reached its peak, it exploded outwards with a thunderous force. It seems to be a powerful move that needs to be charged up. The killing domain. Slaughtering all, a blood-red murderous aura burst forth from the body of the King of Slaughter, expanding to a distance of 7 or 8 meters before condensing into a hemispherical light shield, completely enveloping the King of Slaughter within it. The moment the light shield formed, the attacks from the three devotees thundered down. Boom! The powerful attacks of the three devotees hit the red light shield, causing the entire city of Slaughter to shake violently at that moment, much like an earthquake. The clash of the trio dominated the sky and the ground, already drawing the attention of everyone within the city of Slaughter. They soon realized that it was the King of Slaughter engaging in combat, challenging the King of Slaughter. And in the city of Slaughter itself, everyone initially thought those people were insane, but as the battle progressed, they realized these were no ordinary people. The great disturbance just now was a good reflection of that. The shockwaves rolled, and after all the attacks had dissipated, the three devotees' attacks had vanished, but the King of Slaughter still stood in his original place, his hands and wings maintaining their initial positions, beneath his feet outside of the light shield. A huge pit had formed. The blood-red light shield, though not disappeared, had dimmed a lot, almost faintly visible. The devotees of the Spirit Hall, is that all you got? The King of Slaughter laughed wildly. Just as Guan Yu in his heart lamented the King of Slaughter's formidable strength, suddenly, the voice of Qian Douluo reached his ears. This voice was immensely dignified, giving one a steadied feeling. The seventh soul skill, Angel's True Body. The eighth soul skill, Angel's Holy Sword. Behind Qian Douluo, the phantom of a six-winged angel radiated endless golden brilliance, and within that golden light, a golden light sword thrust directly at the King of Slaughter. The blood-red light shield around the King of Slaughter, already immensely weakened, faced Qian Douluo's powerful strike, and with a crisp sound it shattered completely. The brilliant golden angel's holy sword continued unabated, piercing directly through the body of the King of Slaughter. The four devotees then stood in front of the wounded King of Slaughter, with the third, sixth and seventh devotees slightly behind. Qian Douluo, the King of Slaughter, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face still crazed and excited. In the city of Slaughter you cannot kill me. With that, the King of Slaughter laughed loudly, then spread his arms, connecting his aura with the inner city of the city of Slaughter. Inside the city of Slaughter, those who were originally watching the battle in amusement now all had a stunned look on their faces. As screams suddenly began to sound, streams of blood and soul power flowed out from them as if drawn by something, all rushing towards the King of Slaughter. Seeing the King of Slaughter's series of actions, Guan Yu also remembered the scene when the King of Slaughter had opened the road to hell, demonstrating the ability to instantly drain everyone to serve as sacrifices for the road to hell. Now, the King of Slaughter once again displayed this ability, only this time using the fallen ones within the city of Slaughter as sacrifices to replenish his soul power and blood. In the original story, Tang San faced off against the King of Slaughter when the city of Slaughter had already been destroyed. The fallen ones of the city of Slaughter were obliterated by Tang San's swan kiss of ice and snow. The King of Slaughter stood alone against Tang San, and since that battle was brief, the full extent of the king's powers remained unverified. However, Guan Yu had never anticipated that the King of Slaughter, backed by the power of the city, would be so formidable and difficult to handle. Qian Douluo furrowed his brow. At this moment the King of Slaughter could at any time absorb the soul power and vital energy of the fallen ones from the city. Battling him now had essentially become a fight against the entire city of Slaughter. Even if they tried to drag it out, it would only exhaust their soul power, and to prevent the king from replenishing, they would have to either move the battlefield away from the city or kill all the fallen ones there. Neither option seemed feasible at the moment. After absorbing the soul power and vital energy from the fallen ones, the wound pierced by the angelic holy sword on the king's chest began to heal at a visible rate. The King of Slaughter's condition returned to what it was initially, causing a change in the expressions of Qingwan Douluo Qianjun and Jiangma Douluo. The difficulty of dealing with the King of Slaughter exceeded their imaginations. What should we do next, Great Priest? Asked Qingwan Douluo, who was at a loss and thus turned to Qian Douluo for guidance. The King of Slaughter now relied not on human tactics but on a divine-like ability to consume the soul power and vital energy of the cities. Fallen to rejuvenate himself, Qian Douluo shook his head. Known as a genius from the start and a guardian of the angelic god's legacy, even Qian Douluo, with his configuration of 8 black and 1 red soul rings, found himself at a loss against the King of Slaughter when within the city. Outside the city, Qian Douluo could handle him, but inside, with the combined combat power of the city, the king was terrifyingly strong. Qian Douluo had experienced this decades ago, at level 99, facing Poseidon. Backed by Poseidon Island and the entire ocean, both Qian Douluo and Tang Chen had lost. Now, backed by the city of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter possessed an infinite and formidable power, a home field advantage. Qian Douluo had not anticipated that the King of Slaughter would be a successor or guardian of a divine position, otherwise this level of power would be unachievable. Great Priest, do you possess divine light capable of purifying evil? It was Guan Yu who spoke up from behind the priests. In the original story, Tang San defeated the King of Slaughter with the light from Poseidon's trident, purifying the evil aura of the king, allowing him to regain consciousness and revert to Tang Chen. Qian Douluo looked at Guan Yu quizzically. As the guardian of the angelic god, whose role was to eradicate evil, filth and disease and purify all things in the world, Qian Douluo could indeed mobilize some of the angelic light. Seeing Qian Douluo nod, Guan Yu continued, Great Priest, try using the angelic light to shine upon the King of Slaughter and purify him. As Guan Yu continued to explain, he revealed that he too controlled the domain of Slaughter. He could sense that within the King of Slaughter's domain there wasn't just sheer killing intent, but other malevolent auras as well. If we can purify these evil auras, we might be able to change the course of this battle. With no other options left, Qian Douluo had to trust Guan Yu. He raised the divine angelic sword high and attempted to harness the angel's light. The King of Slaughter, his gaze fixed on Guan Yu, who was protected by his followers, and also on Qian Douluo, realized that without the young man's reminder, Qian Douluo wouldn't have thought of this countermeasure so quickly. Behind Qian Douluo, the phantom of an angelic god slowly opened its arms, and in the next moment a beam of angel's light shot forth. The brilliant golden light transformed into a column, its intense brightness surpassing even that of the sun, filling the outskirts of the city of Slaughter with a majestic and holy aura, a sight never seen before in the city. The King of Slaughter's body was completely bathed in the dazzling golden light, still maintaining the posture with his arms spread wide and his 2 massive wings unfolded behind him, looking terrifying. At this moment his body seemed to freeze like a statue, even the crazed expression on his face solidified as if affected by something profound. The 3 followers merely guarded around Qian Douluo and Guan Yu and did not continue to act. However, seeing the state of the King of Slaughter, they all felt that Guan Yu's words might indeed be correct. As time ticked by, the angelic phantom behind Qian Douluo remained vivid and bright. The angel's light not only didn't weaken but grew even more intense. At this time, the King of Slaughter finally showed changes. On his forehead, a sword-shaped blood-red demonic mark seemed to come to life as red light flowed through it, the glow gradually intensifying, and a layer of red mist began to form around his body, starting to block out Qian Douluo's angel's light. Seeing the angel's light being obstructed, the faces of the 3 followers, including Qingwan Douluo, tensed up again. Could the angel's light not defeat the King of Slaughter? Qian Douluo could feel that the angel's light indeed purified some of the King of Slaughter's evil aura, but the sudden appearance of the red light was a divine radiance not weaker than the angel's light, perhaps even far stronger. They also noticed the King of Slaughter's originally pale face beginning to turn flush. The formidable wings behind him that they had no way to combat began to shatter inch by inch, eventually turning to ash and disappearing. The King of Slaughter's hair also gradually changed from red to black, and his eyes underwent a transformation, becoming deep again. Throughout his body, the only thing that remained red was the demonic mark on his forehead. Everyone's gaze was tightly locked on the King of slaughter, they noticed that not only was his killing intent not weakened, but it scaled up exponentially along with his strength. However, the evil aura on him had completely vanished, leaving only pure killing intent. How has he become even stronger? The demon-slaying Douluo could feel the ever-growing power of the King of Slaughter and cracked a grin. Although the Qinghuan Douluo and Xianjun Douluo said nothing, their grave expressions clearly indicated they were facing a formidable foe. Holding the angelic holy sword, Qiandooliu, usually so calm and unflappable, now stared wide-eyed in shock at the transformed King of Slaughter. Tang Chen, Elder, are you suggesting that he is the long-lost sect master of the Hautian sect, the same Tang Chen known as one of the two great peaks of the continent alongside you? Besides Qiandooliu, Qinghuan Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, and the demon-slaying Douluo all wore looks of utter astonishment. However, upon realizing that the King of Slaughter was indeed Tang Chen, one of the former Twin Peaks, the three somewhat disgraced elders felt a bit relieved, understanding that they faced a top-tier powerhouse on par with Elder Qiandooliu. Yet it remained a mystery why the sect master of the Hautian sect had become the King of Slaughter of this fallen land. Naturally, this piqued their curiosity. Tang Chen's eyes returned to their deep, profound black, his visage undergoing a drastic change. Though he still looked middle-aged, his appearance had become much more handsome, all traces of evil replaced by a strong sense of righteousness. His black hair fluttered without wind as he stood firm, no longer bearing the ethereal form of the slaughterous king but now solid as a mountain. His long claw-like nails reverted to broad palms from which a surge of red light burst forth, unaffected by the light of the angels. At this moment his aura was so powerful that it surpassed the limits of all present. A red phantom teeming with boundless intent to kill formed behind him, and the red light in his hand fiercely condensed into a hammer shape, a massive red hammer. This scene reminded Guan Yu of the image of Tang Hao deploying his martial soul true body in animations. Although Guan Yu had never seen Tang Hao in the Douluo continent, seeing Tang Chen's form made it easy to imagine Tang Hao in action. It must be said the Hautian hammer was indeed enormous, yet strangely, after appearing, the huge red Hautian hammer quickly transformed, and in the blink of an eye it seemed to melt and morphed into a 2-meter-long blood-red giant sword. The entire body of the giant sword was blood-red with a ring at the junction of the handle and the blade. The appearance of the blood-red giant sword not only caught Guan Yu's attention but also stirred a voice inside him urging him to acquire that sword, the Azura Devil Sword. As Guan Yu's gaze fell on the blood-red giant sword, the ring suddenly opened, resembling a bloodshot eye staring at him. Tang Chen gripped the Azura Devil Sword tightly, his body's red light merging into one with the sword, which then rose with a fiery intensity to meet the angelic light. The moment the angelic light clashed with the swung blood-red blade of the Azura Devil Sword, a wave of energy burst forth explosively. Everyone felt a mountainous and tsunami-like force rushing towards them. Once the energy dissipated, a 100-meter-wide deep crater was left on the ground. Beneath the stroke of a single sword, Tang Chen did not retreat an inch. On the contrary, Chen Daolu staggered back several meters, his right hand pressed against his chest, clearly wounded. He chuckled, "This is the first time I've been so thoroughly defeated by you. Congratulations, Tang Chen, for discovering the divine heritage and achieving the demigod physique." As Guan Yu and several other priests were lost in their thoughts, Tang Chen's voice echoed again. "It's been a long time, Chen Daolu. So many years have passed that even I have lost count. I wonder how she is doing." Hearing this, Chen Daolu's expression darkened. He took a deep breath and said softly, "You are truly naive. When she proposed that between the two of us, whoever became a god first would be the chosen one, it was actually just an excuse to reject me. Both of us were guardians of the gods, and it was impossible for us to become gods in this life. You didn't even realize that." Listening to this, Guan Yu could only think, why didn't Poseidon just make things clear from the start? One doesn't like to speak directly and the other is too straightforward. How can they be together? Who can they blame? I won. Or did I lose? None of it has any meaning to me anymore. Tang Chen suddenly burst out laughing, but amidst that laughter his expression was one of immense pain and tears of blood streamed down from his eyes. Was I wrong? Was I right? Decades pass like a dream, yet I am left with such sins. It was then that Chen Daolu asked, "What happened after you left the Sea God Island? Why did you become the King of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter?" Indeed, the King of Slaughter had appeared only after Tang Chen had disappeared, but the King of Slaughter's way of doing things was entirely different from Tang Chen's, so even Chen Daolu, pulling his hair out, could never have guessed they were the same person. Tang Chen replied indifferently, "If it weren't for your angel's light, my true nature could never have awakened. I would have remained lost in that evil bloodlust controlled by malevolent thoughts." It was your angel's light that freed me from that prison and helped me achieve this demigod body. Although it's all too late now, being able to feel the power of a god, I have at least fulfilled half of my life's ambition. Back then, because of that promise, after leaving Sea God Island, I devoted all my energy to breaking through to godhood. But how easy is it to become a god? Only thousands of years of accumulated faith can help a top warrior's body become divine. Thousands of years, that's too long for any human to be sure they can live that long, so I chose another path, seeking a godly position to inherit. In this world there are many gods, but only the truly powerful ones can transcend this world and leave behind their divine essence to find their successors, just like your angel god. It was only when I entered the city of slaughter that I finally found the aura of a god, the Shura god. The city of slaughter is a relic left in this world by the god of evil thoughts. However, this god of evil thoughts has two aspects, one governing slaughter, the Shura god, and the other governing evil thoughts, the Rakshasa god. I underwent a divine trial and quickly passed the initial tests, but when facing the blood-red nine-headed Bat King in the ninth trial, my heart was corrupted by evil thoughts and my true heart was completely sealed off. My body then became a host for the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, later known as the King of Slaughter. It was only when I regained consciousness just now that I realized what I had faced was not merely the trial of the Asura god but also tainted with the aura of the Rakshasa god. Evidently, as the Rakshasa god transcended this world, he influenced the Asura god's divine consciousness to prevent his own successor from facing obstacles from the Asura god. This twist altered the original nature of the city of slaughter, turning it from merely a place of carnage into a realm of corruption and evil. Tang Chen then suddenly shifted the conversation. By the way, how is the Hautian sect doing now that I am not around? His unexpected disappearance must have impacted the sect, prompting his inquiry. The three venerable attendants exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Under the heavy pressure of the martial soul hall, the Hautian sect chose to shut its doors. Though this did not escalate into a full-scale war of extinction with their opponents, they were clearly in opposition. Chen Douluo knew how his son had died, so upon discovering that the King of Slaughter was Tang Chen, he did not pursue a vendetta. Moreover, Tang Chen, having reached the demigod status, was beyond their capability to confront. However, Tang Chen's sudden question about the Hautian sect left Chen Douluo at a loss for words. Revealing the truth might provoke Tang Chen to re-establish order in the sect forcefully. With Tang Chen at its helm, even the martial soul hall would struggle against Hautian sect. The old man had found a divine legacy and even attained demigod status. In the absence of true gods, a demigod is as good as a god. Majestic Hautian sect, distinguished soul hammer. The Hautian sect is thriving, with Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, two titled Douluo, presiding and the support of 5 elders. The sect's influence firmly ranks it as the foremost among the top 3 sects, replied Guangyu without others speaking. Speaking of which, I owe the sect an apology. I once sensed Hauer's presence in the city of slaughter. He has passed through Hell's Road and acquired the domain of the slaughter god. After all these years, his strength must be formidable enough to look down upon the martial soul world. Guangyu nodded in agreement. The name Hautian Douluo is known throughout the soul master world, and many believe he's the most likely to inherit your mantle and lead Hautian's sect to even greater glory. Tang Chen's face lit up with a gratified smile. Chen Douluo, now that I've beaten you, I wonder how Hauer would fare against your son. If I'm not mistaken, your son Shin Ziyunji must be at least a titled Douluo by now. That kid once tried to attack Sea God Island and suffered for it. It was only after you deployed the Angel Legion to salvage the situation, and then you sought me out to ascend Sea God Island again. Guangyu inhaled sharply, thinking this old fellow really knows how to hit where it hurts. Mentioning Chen Ziyunji was sure to ruffle Chen Daoliu's feathers. The 3 venerable attendants were furious but dared not speak out, simply because they couldn't defeat the current Tang Chen. Moreover, Chen Douluo was unusually quiet, showing no hurry to take action. Seeing that Chen Douluo did not speak, Guangyu felt at ease, thinking to himself that this was a being who could endure even the death of his own son. Then he awkwardly smiled at Tang Chen, shifting the topic. Senior, do you plan to return to Hautian sect? Tang Chen sighed deeply, shook his head and closed his eyes in pain. I will not return to the sect. Are you going to look for her? Chen Douluo suddenly spoke up. Tang Chen nodded. I owe her too much. Even though I have not fulfilled my promise to her, I must still go see her. After saying this, Tang Chen looked towards Guangyu. I can sense the aura of the Shura god on you. What is Shura god? Initially, it was I who sought him to inherit the divine position, but in your case, he sought you out the moment you entered the city of slaughter. But for someone of your age to achieve such feats, you are indeed much stronger than I was at your age." After finishing his words, Tang Chen flipped the Shura demon sword in his hand and plunged it into the ground in front of Guan Yu. "I no longer have use for this item, since you have also accepted the Shura God's test. If you can pick up this Shura demon sword, it shall belong to you from now on." Watching the huge blood-red sword on the ground in front of Guan Yu, the astonishment in the eyes of Cheng Yuan Douluo, Chen Jun Douluo, and Jian Yamo Douluo was no less intense than learning that the king of slaughter was Hao Tiansek's Tang Chen. Had Tang Chen not mentioned the aura of the Shura God on Guan Yu and his acceptance of the Shura God's test, they would never have imagined that Guan Yu was already undergoing the test for inheriting the divine position. This youngster, so deeply hidden, the test for a divine position was of great significance, and no one could guarantee that the Rakshasa god would not cause trouble, so Guan Yu had kept it a secret, including from his garrulous grandfather. Shen Douluo, however, was able to deduce some clues and now gestured for Guan Yu to try picking up the Shura demon sword. "This is a genuine divine weapon. If you can take the Shura demon sword from Tang Chen, facing Hao Tian sect in the future would mean having a much stronger foundation." Guan Yu looked at the Shura demon sword right in front of him, the voice in his heart growing more urgent. Pick it up, and you will control everything," urged the voice. Stepping forward, Guan Yu slowly extended his hand. As soon as his palm touched the handle of the Shura demon sword, several strong dark red energies surged into Guan Yu's body. Under the influence of these energies, Guan Yu firmly grasped the handle of the Shura demon sword. The handle's ring, the blood eye opened, and at that moment Guan Yu's domain of slaughter instantly strengthened significantly, its diameter doubling and the intensity of its murderous aura becoming several times stronger. The rampant murderous aura caused several of the ministers to slightly frown in discomfort. Only Tang Chen, who also possessed a domain of slaughter, was unaffected. Such a powerful murderous aura. He has only passed through the Hell Road not long ago and yet possesses such a vast murderous aura. However, this person comes from the lineage of the Angel of the Martial Spirit Hall. He is not inherently a great villain. Handing over the Shura demon sword to him should not lead to severe consequences, Tang Chen thought to himself, feeling the immense murderous aura from Guan Yu. Under the influence of murderous aura, Guan Yu's red-eye disease flared up again and his eyes turned blood red as his soul arrived in a dark red world. Around him were the mountains of corpses he had seen before. Behind a not-so-tall hill, a gigantic purplish-red figure towering over 10 meters high slowly materialized. As the figure turned around, Guan Yu could see its dark and emotionless, terrifying face. Shura God. The Shura God did not respond to Guan Yu, instead speaking on his own terms. "To wield the Shura sacred sword, you should have passed the 8th trial and had the sword recognize you as its master. However, your trial is different from others. Your 5th trial is to reclaim and master the Shura sacred sword. Thus, I offer you a chance to gain the authority to use the Shura sacred sword." What kind of opportunity is it? Although the Shura God did not admit he was the Shura God, Guan Yu, even with his eyes closed, could guess who he was facing and was much more honest in his presence. "If you can comprehend the true essence of slaughter, you will gain the authority to use the Shura sacred sword. Guan Yu, are you willing to accept the trial of refining your heart through slaughter? Can I refuse? If you refuse, you will forever be lost in the abyss of slaughter." "Then I accept." After Guan Yu spoke, the expression on the Shura God's face did not change at all. With a wave of his hand, the so-called mountains of corpses instantly vanished without a trace. At this moment, Guan Yu found himself in a human city. After marveling at the Shura God's methods, Guan Yu quickly began to observe his surroundings. Such methods did not shock him too much, as the angel god had used similar techniques during the trial of Qian Rinxue. It was just a change of scene. This was a human city, likely also within the Douluo continent, though he was not sure which one, since Guan Yu had spent most of his time in the Spirit Hall and had only visited a few coastal cities and been to Kazekh City on a mission. At that moment, Guan Yu's gaze instinctively rested on a girl coming out of an auction house. She seemed to be an employee there with a fine figure and good looks. Guan Yu's attention was not solely due to this, he also noticed a sleazy-looking man lurking in a corner. This man had dark skin and looked somewhat like Xiao Bao, with large protruding teeth and a tall hat on his head. This man followed the auction house girl, and when she walked into a less crowded area, he approached her, his hands wandering as he pulled her into a hotel. Even though some people saw them, they dared not offend the man and pretended not to see. Half an hour later, the man came out licking his lips, seemingly unsatisfied. It was obvious what had happened, though unfortunately what transpired inside the hotel remained unseen. At this moment a voice rang out beside Guan Yu, a soul master who does not rejoice, who is greedy and lecherous, who bullies women and overpowers his neighbors. How should he be judged? Hearing this, Guan Yu's eyes lit up, realizing that this man was the notorious Douluo, which explained why he looked so familiar. Considering how to judge Douluo, Guan Yu thought back to the verdict given during Qian Renshui's trial by the angel god. Thus, Guan Yu replied with confidence as if he knew the answer: abolish soul power. A few seconds later he added another sentence: castrated. Afterwards Guan Yu did not hear the Shura god confirm whether his answer was correct. Instead, he only saw the surroundings rapidly change, with everyone moving as if a fast-forward button had been pressed. It took a full 10 minutes before everything returned to normal. At that time Guan Yu found himself in a room. It was still Bang Yabul who appeared in the room, and Guan Yu could clearly feel that the fluctuations of soul power and duel had disappeared. Moreover, judging by the way this guy moved when going to the bathroom, was he really castrated? It seemed that Shura God wanted Guan Yu to see the outcome of the judgment for himself. Shura God could manipulate time, showing the future, which was mentioned in the original work and the anime. Initially Buell remembered his lesson and dared not, nor had the ability to bully girls again, but as time passed things started to go awry. Due to his physical impairment, Buell's mentality began to distort. Although he could not fulfill that release, this guy actually grew fond of the pleasure of tormenting, especially tormenting girls. Although Buell no longer had soul power and had become an ordinary person, his two loyal friends who had soul power levels of 50 or 60 could easily bring him several women. Hence, the scene now unfolded. The abolition of soul power and castration had failed, leading to an opportunity for a retrial. Looking at the ferocious Buell, who continually tormented the girl in front of him, Guan Yu frowned slightly. Neither abolishing soul power nor castration worked. Can nothing stop your evil deeds? Must we really resort to killing? Guan Yu had only uttered a rhetorical question, not yet certain, but a reply rang out beside his ear: to stop desire. With killing judgment successful, my goodness, was killing really the ultimate solution? Guan Yu was startled. Wasn't the judgment of the angelic god not to kill? And yet, killing seemed to be advocated here by Shura God. Indeed, gods differ from each other. Meanwhile, other voices echoed in Guan Yu's mind: slaughter, refinement, completion 10%, only 10%. Does this mean 10 trials? How much more would have to be written? Wouldn't the readers be furious? In a blink, the scene before Guan Yu changed again, and this time he found himself in a different place, a small village instead of a big city. In this village, there were almost no soul masters, only ordinary people, which was the normal state for the lowest levels of the Douluo continent. Led by an unseen force, Guan Yu arrived at a dilapidated house. He realized that he could see these people, but they could not see him. The house was stripped bare, including the mattress and bedding on the bed, leaving only a clay bed. On it lay a baby in swaddling clothes, with a woman in her 30s and an elderly woman in her 60s by the side. On the other side, a crazed man was frantically searching for something, turning the already sparse house into a mess. Ariyazi, what more do you intend to do? There's nothing left in the house. The crazed man searched around and even kicked the wall, causing the plaster to fall off. No, there's more, exclaimed the crazed man as he approached the two women, one old and one young. You wretched woman, where's your dowry? And you old hag, where's the money for your coffin? He didn't even give them time to react before he began searching their bodies. The two women, unable to match the man's strength, could only try to reason with him. We really don't have anything left. After searching and finding nothing, the frustrated man exclaimed, it can't be gone. How can it be gone? In his desperation, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a baby lying on the bed, still in swaddling clothes. The child's mother, also tense, moved to embrace her child, but the man was quicker. He snatched the baby and reached into the swaddling clothes, rummaging around until he found two small packages containing several copper soul coins. Stop it, please, cried the two women. The madman threw the child onto the bed, causing the infant to cry out in pain. The cries of the three only made the man more irritable, and he shouted, stop crying. I will win it all back this time, and you will all live well off the winnings. With that he stormed out, slamming the door so hard that it swung back and crashed down. Villager Zhang San, addicted to gambling, having squandered his family's assets and bullying his wife and mother. How should he be punished? Kill him. In the heat of the moment, Guan Yu said kill him, but then pondered whether the family would be saddened by his death or what would become of them afterwards. Yet if he wasn't killed, could he ever quit gambling? As Guan Yu finished his thought, the verdict rang in his ears. Stop gambling with death, judgment. Successful. With a wave of the Shura god's hand, Guan Yu also saw the state of Zhang San's family after his death. It was well known in the village that Zhang San's family was suffering, and most people just watched without intervening. With Zhang San gone, his widow, though exhausted, no longer had to wash her face with tears every day. Life was tough, but there was hope. Moreover, the village's old Wang, a benevolent man, occasionally helped out fetching water for the widow. Gradually the two came together, and with old Wang's kindness, the child and grandmother accepted him, forming a happy family of 4. After making the judgment on Zhang San, the surroundings changed once again, and this time Guan Yu found himself in a human city of similar size to Kazikh City. Drawn by the test, he arrived at a noble's house, or more precisely, a fallen noble's house. There was no one even guarding the door. As Guan Yu walked into the courtyard, it was deserted. Standing there, Guan Yu spread his psychic energy throughout the courtyard and soon detected a presence of life in one of the rooms. Without opening the door, his spirit form passed through and entered the room filled with smoke. The air was faintly scented with lavender. Guan Yu sniffed, recognizing the aroma as toxic. His gaze quickly fixed on an incense burner on a table. The smoke was emanating from it. The incense was made from the pistils of the Yin Yuan Su flower. The essence of poppy pistil is a fragrant spice known for its calming properties, yet it harbors a significant side effect: hallucinations, especially when used in excess. This spice is similar to the deadly poppy pistil poison used previously in the killing springs, which, although not immediately addictive, can lead to dependency with excessive use. However, this spice is prohibitively expensive, out of reach for average families. On a disheveled bed, a young couple lay sprawled, faces alight with enchanting smiles. Meanwhile, Guan Yu heard a stool topple over. An elderly woman had hanged herself. Images flashed around Guan Yu like scenes from a movie, revealing all he needed to know about this family, once top merchants in the city. As prominent businessmen, they inevitably faced rivals who lured the merchant and his son to a banquet laced heavily with essence of poppy pistil in both the air and their wine. Unsurprisingly, addiction followed. With the spice being rare and costly, the family's fortunes dwindled. During the merchant's impaired state, his rivals coaxed him into making disastrous decisions, leading to his financial ruin. Upon sobering up and facing reality, the merchant took his own life. His daughter-in-law, in an attempt to show the merchant's son that they could break free from the addiction, ended up getting addicted herself along with him. The woman who had just committed suicide was the merchant's wife and the mother of the young couple on the bed. After squandering their wealth, the family resorted to robbery, making life miserable for their neighbors. The noble Li Si's family, weak-willed and mired in their addiction, harmed the community in their desperation. In Guan Yu's eyes, those who tempted the family deserved punishment, yet he guessed the probable verdict was death. They were beyond salvation and had endangered innocent lives around them. These merchants were detestable, but Li Si's family was not blameless and should not have harmed others. Death was the verdict. After Guan Yu made his decision, his surroundings shifted once again. In the future, he saw people no longer worried about being harmed by Li Si's toxic influence. Gradually moving past the incident, the impact of essence of poppy pistil diminished, and after a few years, the city returned to normalcy. Kill to prevent further poison. The judgment was successful. With the third judgment complete, Guan Yu's surroundings changed again. This time he found himself in a magnificent palace, far grander than his previous judgments. The sense of place felt regal, almost like an imperial palace, and soon the information confirmed his guess. It was indeed the imperial palace of the heavenly fighting empire, and the person to be judged was none other than the emperor himself, seated on the throne wearing the imperial crown. Emperor Shui of the Night. Similar to the third heart-refining trial, images began to appear around Guan Yu, piecing together like a movie to narrate the life of Emperor Shui. This old fellow was not the kind-hearted elderly man he seemed to be from these images. Guan Yu learned that he had seized the throne through a coup, having killed his 2 brothers to claim it. Additionally, a hidden chapter of history was revealed to Guan Yu. Decades ago, during a political upheaval in the Tian-Do Empire, just as Shui had ascended the throne, the Star Luo Empire seized the opportunity to launch a major attack. Facing defeat, Tian-Do proactively reached out to the Spirit Hall, and an agreement was forged. With the intervention of the Spirit Hall's Soul Master Legion, Tian-Do inflicted severe damage on Star Luo's heavy cavalry, effectively halting Star Luo's unification efforts. At that time, the Star Luo Empire was immensely powerful, supported by the Hao Tian sect and accompanied by the 4 great single attribute clans. The then newly appointed Pope of the Spirit Hall was Qian Sunji, Emperor Shui, a schemer who usurped the throne and hindered the Unification of the continent perpetuated endless wars between the two great empires. How should he be judged? Guan Yu had grasped the essence of this murderous trial. The answer was presumably death. Indeed, after Guan Yu gave his response, the King of Slaughter revealed a vision of the future, not of the Star Luo Empire uniting, but of a young man ascending the throne after Emperor Shui's death. Was this Qianren Shui or Avalanche? It remained unclear, for Guan Yu had never seen Qianren Shui in the guise of Shui Chenghe and thus could not identify him. The decision was made by killing to end chaos. Judgment was successful. The completion of the Slaughter Heart trial reached 50%. Soon Guan Yu arrived at a new location which turned back into a dark red world. Looking around, everything was familiar. This was indeed the city of Slaughter. Soon Guan Yu saw several ministers of the Spirit Hall and Tang Chen. Had the Slaughter Heart trial ended? Was he back? Something felt off as Guan Yu quickly realized that neither the ministers nor Tang Chen could see him. Could it be that the fourth individual to be judged was among them? Guided by the Shura God, Guan Yu quickly identified the next subject of judgment. It was the Grand Minister Chen Douluo, encircled by Chung Luando Luo and two others. This time, the Shura God did not even allow Guan Yu to see all that Chen Douluo had done, but directly asked, "Guardian deity Chen Douluo, who imposes familial conservatism on the honor of the gods, indulging all sides and ignoring the sufferings of the world, how should he be judged?" For angel God sparing his life was the judgment. For Shura God the sentence was death. Sometimes inaction is a sin and selfish utilitarianism is even more so. Kill. Guan Yu whispered softly. Although he did not have deep feelings for Chen Douluo, he could not bring himself to judge him as casually as he would a stranger. As Guan Yu finished speaking, the voice of the Shura God echoed once more in his ears. To kill for justice, judgment successful, carnage heart refinement progress 65%. After the judgment announcement, the world around Guan Yu shifted once again, this time transporting him to a forest. Surveying the uninhabited woods, Guan Yu couldn't help but wonder, was he supposed to kill? No, to judge a soul beast this time. However, he quickly sensed something was amiss. From one end of the forest, beneath the shade of the trees, footsteps could be heard. Moments later, a middle-aged man, dressed in a hemp robe, his face covered with stubble and looking unkempt, emerged. His demeanor bore a resemblance to Tang Chen, which sparked an unshakable suspicion in Guan Yu's mind. Could this be Tang Hao? Following this, Guan Yu also witnessed all of Tang Hao's memories. The recollection didn't start with Tang Hao's romance with Ayin, but rather from the moment Tang Hao and Ayin were ambushed by the pontiff of the Spirit Hall, Qinshu and Ji. Guan Yu watched the great battle, saw Ayin's sacrifice, and further saw how Tang Hao's will was shattered, how he settled in Saint Soul Village never to return to his sect again. Soulmaster Tang Hao breaking the rules, merging with a soul beast, selfishly disregarding his sect. How should he be judged? Kill. Guan Yu quickly made his decision, his voice louder than before. To kill at the root. Judgment successful, carnage heart refinement progress 80%. After Tang Hao, Guan Yu's surroundings transformed once again, this time to a small village, a peculiar one especially because of a sign hanging in one part of the village that instantly informed Guan Yu of its identity. Shrek Academy. Guan Yu saw the people of Shrek diligently practicing their soul power levels, mostly around level 30. His gaze then fell on a boy dressed in a simple blue outfit. The boy was plain looking, a stark contrast to Guan Yu. Even the glazed stone-like belt on the boy was more attractive than him. This was his target for judgment. Tang San? As time flowed, Guan Yu saw Tang San halting a political upheaval in Heaven Do and leading an army to confront the Spirit Hall at a grand fortress nestled between two giant peaks. Whether it was the Jialing Pass was unclear to Guan Yu, but he witnessed the lengthy battled bodies strewn everywhere, so many bodies that it was hard to distinguish them at a moment's glance. Constant wails. If relatives weren't seen returning to camp, it meant they were dead. The voice of the Shura God resounded. Soulmaster Tang San going against the tide, causing massive casualties on both sides, severe losses to the continent. How should he be judged? For Guan Yu there was no dilemma. Whether or not it was a test by the Shura God, coming from a background in the Spirit Hall, the sides were already in opposition, thus Guan Yu's answer was clear: kill. His voice this time was even louder than all previous judgments. Following Guan Yu's judgment, he saw the future of the continent without Tang San. In the glorious palace of the Heaven Do Empire, countless imperial guards stormed into the palace, the political upheaval of Heaven Do unfolding. With Tang San gone, the coup in the Heaven Do Empire succeeded. The young man previously mentioned ascended to the throne. At this point, Guan Yu confirmed that this golden-haired, excessively handsome man was the granddaughter of Qian Douluo, his future. Years later, the Spirit Hall established its own nation. Shenrinxue, having ruled the Heaven Do Empire for several years, now almost completely controlled it. The Heaven Do Empire changed its banner, thus merging with the Spirit Hall Empire into one. The powerful Spirit Hall Empire, with an overwhelming force, directly conquered the Star Luo Empire, achieving unification of the continent. The judgment by killing was successful. The completion of the Heart of Killing reached 95%. A completion rate not at 100% meant there was still a judgment worth 5% left to be made. Currently, Guan Yu had judged 7 people, indicating that a total of 8 needed to be judged. The world transformed. This time, it was still at Shrek Academy. Who would be killed this time? In the village courtyard, Guan Yu once again saw the people of Shrek Academy attending class. The Shrek 7 devils were easy to recognize. Aside from Tang San, the tall young man with golden hair about 1.8 meters tall must be Dai Mubai, the leader of the Shrek 7 devils. The most distinctive feature of Dai Mubai was not his golden hair but his heterochromatic eyes. After Dai Mubai, the ones that caught Guan Yu's attention were naturally the 3 girls. The easiest to distinguish, the one with the coldest demeanor and best figure, barely contained by her attire, was Zhu Qing. Slightly haughty, with only a pretty face and a lesser figure, was Ning Rongrong. Dressed in pink closest to Tang San and her eyes often glancing at him was Xiao Wu. Then there was the overweight Ma Hongjun, even fatter than Guan Yu had anticipated, though his facial features were quite good, just overweight. Compared to Ma Hongjun, another handsome young man with a more normal physique was the sausage vendor Oscar, who had shaved his beard, looking to Guan Yu as the most handsome among this group. However, as his gaze moved from one to another, Guan Yu realized that these were not the ones he needed to judge. Only when his gaze finally rested on the middle-aged man in front of the Shrek 7 devils did the divine sense of judgment confirm. The middle-aged man was dressed in simple black clothes with stubble on his cheeks, and nothing distinguished his identity more than his soul power level, which was under 30. Yu Xiaojiang, the Grandmaster, was this the person he was to judge this round? Under the control of the god of Azure, Guan Yu saw the life of Yu Xiaojiang. In love with Lu Erlong, they broke up. Then he fell in love with Bibi Dong, followed by heartbreak, and after hurting 2 women he fled to go fishing to prove himself. It was said that the first part of the Douluo continent started with 2 tragic love stories. One was between Yu Xiaojiang and Bibi Dong, and the other was between Tang Hao and Ayin. Here Guan Yu saw the fallout between Bibi Dong and the Spirit Hall, the conflict with Chen Xuanji, and experienced the secret Douluo's chamber experience. He saw Bibi Dong turning evil soulmaster Yu Xiaojiang involved with 2 women, contrary to moral principles and natural laws, influencing the direction of the continent. How should he be judged? Kill, Guan Yu stated firmly. Yu Xiaojiang must be killed, otherwise the lords would not agree. After Guan Yu made his decision, everything around him changed once again, this time more thoroughly, yet it was a rectification of the past. The most significant impact and change with the absence of Yu Xiaojiang was on Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong did not leave the Spirit Hall out of despair over Yu Xiaojiang, nor did she have a falling out with Chen Xuanji, and thus she was not confined to the secret chamber. Keeping her original intentions, Bibi Dong devoted herself to the development of the Spirit Hall and eventually ascended to the position of Pope. The Spirit Hall embarked on another path of strength, ending troubles with murder and successfully conducting the trial. The completion of the Heart of Slaughter was 100%, a reward was granted, the authority to wield the Azura Holy Sword. The 5th trial, regaining and mastering the Azura Holy Sword, was completed. The 6th trial, the Heart of Slaughter, was completed. Having obtained the authority to use the Azura Holy Sword, the final 3 trials were immediately initiated. The 7th trial, to end all with slaughter, executing the judgment on the 8 people from the 6th trial under any rule. The 8th trial, to sever the inheritance of the Rakshasa god under any rule. The 9th trial, to evolve the domain of slaughter into the domain of Azura. These 3 consecutive assessments appeared in Guan Yu's mind, truly catching him off guard. Initially, Guan Yu did not expect that simply answering a few questions would correspond to the 6th of the Azura's 9 trials. He had thought the divine trials of the angel god were easy enough when watching anime, but the Azura god's 6th trial was even simpler. Moreover, the answers to all the questions were the same: just choose to kill, and that's it. It hardly seemed like a true test of the heart. However, the subsequent 7th trial really stunned Guan Yu. He was to execute the judgment on the 8 people from the 6th trial under any rule. This meant he had to carry out their death sentences. No, under any rule meant it didn't necessarily have to be done by him, it could also be accomplished through other methods or by someone else. As long as these 8 people died, the trial would be considered passed regardless of how they died. The 8th trial was not easy: to sever the inheritance of the Rakshasa god under any rule. Guan Yu's first thought was to kill Bibi Dong, thus severing the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. However, considering that Bibi Dong was Qian Renshue's mother, severing the inheritance didn't necessarily require killing. He could prevent Bibi Dong from becoming a god, which would be a way of severing the inheritance, or after Bibi Dong became a god he could shatter her divine position, or he could just kill the Rakshasa god directly. As a transmigrator, one must dare to think some things. Gods are not immortal. The sea god Tang San also died once before being resurrected. Finally, the 9th trial, evolving the domain of slaughter into the domain of Azura, left Guan Yu without a clue. In the setting, the domain of Azura is a divine domain, although the domain of slaughter domain, has infinite evolutionary possibilities. How much killing intent and what conditions are needed to evolve into the domain of Azura, Guan Yu would have to explore on his own. Following the completion of the 5th and 6th trials, Guan Yu's soul quickly returned to the City of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter, Lightfeather maintained his grip on the Azura demon sword, and in an instant the sword burst into an infinite dark red glow. Throughout the City of Slaughter, countless dark red energies began to pour into the Azura demon sword, and some also flowed into Lightfeather's body. Was this murderous aura? Such a powerful murderous aura! Qianjun and Demon Slayer Douluo exclaimed in shock as they sensed this terrifying energy. Witnessing this scene, Tang Chen understood that Lightfeather had gained the recognition of the Azura demon sword, and Tang Chen, who was also recognized by the sword, found that his connection with it seemed to have weakened significantly. This meant that his authority to wield the Azura demon sword was less than Lightfeather's. It implied that if the Azura demon sword had to choose between him and Lightfeather, it would likely choose Lightfeather. In another world, a man with sea blue hair, clad in azure armor and possessing a handsome visage, held a trident and shook his head continuously. Azura, that guy has broken the rules more than once, and this time he has even altered the assessment he set himself. That young man does not possess the inclusiveness of the sea nor the determination to protect everything. Is he really worthy of Azura's attention? Next to him, a woman in a golden dress appeared. The powers of this world are not just about inclusiveness and protection. That young man is indeed outstanding, otherwise Azura wouldn't have chosen him directly. After saying this, the woman in the golden dress looked towards the blue-haired man and said softly, "Even Azura has found a new successor, have you still not found one?" The blue-haired man shook his head with a slightly troubled expression. So many years have passed and still no one has been able to withstand the spirit of the sea god's heart in the City of Slaughter. Along with the Azura demon sword, Lightfeather, who absorbed this massive murderous aura, slowly opened his eyes. The blood red light shooting straight out. The red light swept across the ground in front of him, but the ground remained unchanged, including the 4 guardians who had been protecting Lightfeather all along, who also looked somewhat lonely. However, Lightfeather was overjoyed internally because this was a new skill he had mastered, not a soul bone skill nor a soul skill, but rather an application of a domain skill. The red light emitted from his eyes was the product of extreme murderous aura. Once someone made eye contact, they would enter the slaughter world woven by Lightfeather. If their spiritual power was not strong enough, they would gradually descend into it, eventually becoming a monster that only knew slaughter. This skill was called Realm of Slaughter. However, Lightfeather could not fully wield this skill with his own power alone, it required the support of the Azura demon sword. Thus his gaze returned to the Azura demon sword in his hand. Lightfeather took a deep breath and then forcefully lifted it. The Azura demon sword slightly moved, or perhaps it didn't, but after showing a slight embarrassment, Lightfeather added his left hand, gripping the sword tightly with both hands. Gathering all his strength, Lightfeather once again exerted force with both hands, and the Azura demon sword planted in the ground seemed to have moved a tiny bit, but it was so slight that it was almost imperceptible. In the original story, the trident of the sea god weighed a colossal 180000 catties. When Tang San obtained the right to use this trident, its weight reduced dramatically to merely 108 catties in his hands, though it remained 180,000 catties for anyone else. The Azura demon sword, equally formidable in weight, had once clashed with the trident in the hands of the King of Slaughter. Thus, when Guan Yu earned the right to wield the Azura demon sword, although it was not at its original immense weight, it still tipped the scales at several hundred catties. Lifting a giant sword that weighed hundreds of caddies by the hilt alone is not akin to moving a similarly weighted object, as it requires substantial strength to merely lift. In the mystical world of Douluo continent, not all soul masters possess great strength. Apart from beast soul masters and tool soul masters, many others, despite high soul power levels, cannot handle weapons weighing hundreds of caddies. Guan Yu, a tool soul master accustomed to using a crossbow, lacked the physical prowess of beast soul masters or those who wielded large hammers. Even with continuous training and the aid of magical herbs to fortify his body, his arms were not exceptionally strong, hardly enough to lift the Azura demon sword. Perhaps Tang Chen, who had just freed himself from the control of the Scarlet Nine-Headed Bat King, wasn't thinking clearly. He had secured the rights to use the Azura demon sword, yet he couldn't lift it. The priests of the Spirit Hall, having noticed this, could only shake their heads in amusement. Even with the rights to use it, perhaps he simply couldn't handle its weight? Upon hearing this, Guan Yu, who held the Azura demon sword, blushed, whether from exertion or embarrassment. Tang Chen, realizing the situation, chuckled and shook his head. He had been so focused on whether Guan Yu had the rights to the sword that he had overlooked the staggering weight of the Azura demon sword. After all, it was a heavy sword, even he had to use both hands to steady it when he first gained the rights to use it, cutting through the angelic light of Thousand Flow. Tang Chen, a lifelong hammer user with considerable strength in his arms, knew well that even in the hands of someone with the right to wield it, the Azura demon sword was no lightweight. Looking at the sword lying on the ground, Guan Yu felt frustrated. I've already gained the rights to use it, can't it be a bit lighter? What's the use of having the rights if I can't even lift it? However, just as he voiced his complaint, the Azura demon sword transformed into a dark red beam of light that shot into Guan Yu's forehead. Only then did he belatedly touch his forehead and check his body, finding no discomfort but a blood-colored sword pattern similar to what Tang Chen had before. This was undoubtedly a mark of the Azura God's test. Only those possessing the domain of the Slaughter God were qualified to undergo the Azura God's test, a qualification Guan Yu had been granted upon entering the city of Slaughter, represented by that red light, and thus merely possessing the qualifications was the first step. Truly obtaining the rights to use the Azura demon sword was what constituted a real trial by the Azura God, just like wielding the trident of Poseidon and the holy sword of angels. Guan Yu touched his forehead, attempting to summon the Azura demon sword. Though the sword could still be summoned the moment it hit the ground, it caused a tremor so intense that the entire city of Slaughter seemed to quake as if struck by an earthquake. Guan Yu reached out to grasp it but still couldn't lift it. Eventually he had no choice but to retract it back into the sword-shaped pattern on his forehead. Seeing that Guan Yu had fully mastered the Azura demon sword, Tang Chen felt he had successfully dealt with it. However, he was curious about how he would react upon discovering the deception, but as long as he didn't return to Houten sect, he probably wouldn't find out. Everything was explained now, and it was time for me to leave. Yet just before leaving, Tang Chen turned to Qian Douluo and said, in the city of Slaughter, besides sensing Hauer's presence, I also sensed the aura of your son Qian Xuanji's female disciple. I've met her before and can't be mistaken. She passed the Hell Roads test and obtained the domain of the God of Slaughter. However, what's strange is that she seems to have also passed the legacy test of a godly position. I feel that even though she obtained the domain of the God of Slaughter, the test she undertook wasn't that of the Azura God. In the city of Slaughter, if it wasn't the Azura God's test, it could only have been the Rakshasa Gods. You should know that the Rakshasa God, not only an enemy of the Azura God, is a deity that governs evil thoughts and is also an adversary of the angelic gods of light. With Tang Chen's words, Qian Douluo didn't appear too shocked. Perhaps he had already deduced something when Bibi Dong made her move against Qian Xuanji. However, Qing Luan Douluo and the Qian Jun demon-subduing brothers were once again stunned. In just one day, they had learned that Guan Yu had received a divine legacy, and now they heard that Bibi Dong had also received a divine legacy. When did divine legacies become so plentiful? Afterward, Tang Chen didn't say much more and directly transformed into a streak of red light, disappearing into the sky. After Tang Chen left, Qian Douluo didn't dwell much on Bibi Dong's completion of the Rakshasa God's test. Instead, he first addressed Guan Yu. Today you deceived Tang Chen, and though you might have fooled him temporarily, you cannot fool him forever. Once Tang Chen returns from Sea God Island, our Spirit Hall might then face the forces of both Houten sect and Sea God Island. Although Sea God Island might not take the initiative to attack, Qian Douluo knew about Poseidon's feelings for Tang Chen, if Tang Chen were in trouble, Poseidon might not mobilize the full force of Sea God Island, but she would definitely come to assist him personally. After all, a woman in love is capable of anything. Chenghuan Douluo Chen Jun Douluo and the demon subduing Douluo all tensed up at this. They were well aware of Sea God Island's strength, more precisely Poseidon's strength, and having personally experienced Tang Chen's capabilities if these two were to join forces. Even if Poseidon left Sea God Island and the sea unable to use the sea's power, she was still a formidable 99th level title Douluo. Guan Yu, however, remained very calm. What if Tang Chen never returns? Upon hearing this, the four, including the Grand Protector Chen Douluo, were puzzled. What do you mean by he can't come back? Xiaoyu, please clarify, the demon suppression Douluo urgently inquired. It wasn't surprising that Chen Douluo couldn't discern the situation. In the original story, even Poseidon didn't know Tang Chen's condition at first until Tang Chen himself revealed it. Then Poseidon realized that Tang Chen's life was nearing its end. Guan Yu shared everything he knew. Honored protectors, Tang Chen's body has been parasitized by the Scarlet Nine-Headed Bat King for a long time and his body has been eroded. If the evil power of the Scarlet Nine-Headed Bat King still resides within him, he would be unaffected. However, as the Grand Protector's divine light of the angel purified this evil force, Tang Chen's frail body won't last much longer without it. I estimate he has only a few days left to live. Xiaoyu, this is no joking matter, are you certain? Shenghuan Douluo still wore a serious expression as he pressed on. Patiently, Guan Yu replied, don't worry, Third Protector, I understand the gravity of the situation. Tang Chen truly doesn't have many days left. Yet at this moment the sixth protector Chen Jun Douluo asked for the reason. Xiaoyu, how did you determine that Tang Chen doesn't have much time left? This indeed stumped Guan Yu, as he couldn't exactly say that he knew from the original story. However, in haste, Guan Yu managed to concoct a reason. Sixth protector Grandpa, both Tang Chen and I possess domains of slaughter and I can sense the changes in his domain, so he probably won't last long. Chen Douluo had been silent, but in his heart he had actually come to believe Guan Yu's words. Because when he had talked with Tang Chen just before, Chen Douluo had already sensed something was off with him. How to put it, although it had been decades since Chen Douluo and Tang Chen last met, Chen Douluo believed he still understood his friend well enough to know what kind of person he was. The feeling Tang Chen gave him during their recent interaction was different from before. Now hearing Guan Yu's words and putting it together, Chen Douluo realized Tang Chen's melancholy and his frequent lamentations about it being too late and the pain when he spoke of not returning to the sect. These were clearly the expressions of helplessness and regret from someone who knew his days were numbered. Learning of Tang Chen's limited time left, Chen Douluo couldn't help but sigh again. She might not be happy for long before she faces another tremendous blow, but this time, can she withstand it? Collecting his emotions, Chen Douluo looked at Guan Yu again, his appreciation evident in his eyes. Knowing Tang Chen's impending demise and still being able to make a quick decision to stabilize Tang Chen first, Guan Yu's quick thinking was indeed praiseworthy this time. After resolving Tang Chen's issue, the group then turned their attention to the city of Slaughter behind them. With the King of Slaughter's issue resolved, the next task was to take over the city itself. The departure of the King of Slaughter, who had ruled the city for decades, was indeed a significant event for the city of Slaughter. However, the fallen ones of the city did not show chaos due to the King of Slaughter's departure, because although the king had left, those who had fought with the king had not yet left, and not only did they not leave, but it also seemed that they planned to enter the city of Slaughter. Thus, under the anxious and nervous gazes of the fallen ones in the city of Slaughter, Guan Yu and Chen Daolia's group slowly made their way into the city. Even though the several priests were all old men in their 50s, upon entering the city of Slaughter, they couldn't help but show a look of curiosity. This place was a legacy of a deity, a place of miracles. As for the murderous aura of the city of Slaughter, after Guan Yu deployed the Slaughter domain, its impact on the priests wasn't very strong, at least their soul skills were still usable. Xiaoyu, now that the King of Slaughter, Tang Chen, has left, what should we do next to take control of the city of Slaughter? To control the city of Slaughter, the first thing to control is the core of the city, Hell Road. As for the entrance to Hell Road, the fallen ones of the city of Slaughter do not know of it, and at this time and place, the only one who knows of Hell Road's existence is Guan Yu. Thus, Guan Yu led the several priests to the Hell Slaughter grounds of the city of Slaughter. Naturally, no one would dare to strike at Guan Yu and his companions along the way. Their main concern at the moment was still the departure of the King of Slaughter and the future order of the city of Slaughter. that was what they were really concerned about. After several months, returning to the hell slaughter grounds of the city of slaughter, Guan Yu still felt quite emotional, especially after leaving the city of slaughter and merging with several physical avatars. Guan Yu had as if acquired the memories of 600 battles in the hell slaughter grounds. These memories were indeed profound. Xiaoyu, where is this hell road you mentioned? The people stood in the center of the arena in the hell slaughter grounds, and Jiang Ma Douluo couldn't help but ask first. Guan Yu smiled faintly, glancing at the ground beneath Jiang Ma Douluo's feet. Look, the entrance to Hell Road is right under your feet. However, although he knew the entrance to Hell Road, Guan Yu was also pondering one issue: how to open Hell Road. The methods he could try were not many. Aside from the Azura magic sword in the slaughter domain, after absorbing the murderous energy of the city of slaughter, Guan Yu's slaughter domain, although not evolved into a divine-level Azura domain, had greatly strengthened in intensity, and the most direct manifestation was that Guan Yu's slaughter domain was no longer white but dark red due to the color of the murderous aura within, presenting a similarly dark and ominous red hue. Dark red murderous aura spilled out, and the Azura magic sword on Guan Yu's forehead seemed to respond as well. The two combined together, and the entire slaughter domain instantly expanded like an inverted hemispherical barrier, gradually enlarging. At this moment, only 4 priests were within the slaughter domain, but Guan Yu felt that with just a thought he could absorb the vitality and soul power of the 4 priests. Could it be that when the original king of slaughter opened Hell Road, the method of using all the fallen ones present as sacrifices was merely using the power of the Azura magic sword to deploy the slaughter domain? The slaughter domain acted on the ground of the Hell slaughter ground, and immediately a bizarre, huge pattern appeared on the ground exactly as it had been when the king of slaughter opened Hell Road back then. Indeed, Guan Yu had guessed correctly. To open the path to hell required the use of soul power and vital energy, and at this moment no fallen ones dared to follow. Just as Guan Yu was worrying about this, a large amount of vital energy and soul power surged from the Shura demon sword. These filled the patterns on the ground, and the several ministers swiftly dispersed. The originally solid ground gradually became ethereal, forming a strange entrance that could be passed through. Guan Yu did not rush to enter. Instead, he touched the sword mark on his forehead, suddenly feeling that the Shura demon sword seemed like a key, not only to open the road to hell but also as his own connection to the city of slaughter. The group passed through the entrance, and after a brief moment of weightlessness and disorientation, they opened their eyes to find themselves already on the road to hell. At this time, the road to hell was somewhat deserted, punctuated only by the sounds of bubbling from the red liquid below, much like magma. Qinghuan Douluo looked down at the red liquid and then voiced his speculation. This substance below has a strong scent of the erysimum toxin flower. Could this be the stick stew you mentioned? Guan Yu nodded. This is the stick stew that the fallen ones in the city of slaughter cannot do without. However, just as Guan Yu finished speaking, a dark red glow shone from the sword mark on his forehead, and a red light flashed out, transforming into the Shura demon sword in Guan Yu's hand. Then Guan Yu's figure plummeted downwards, drawn by something below, yet not entirely due to the weight of the Shura demon sword. Splash! Led by the Shura demon sword, Guan Yu plunged into the red liquid. Xiaoyu, Qinghuan Douluo along with Chen Jun and Jiang Ma Douluo couldn't help but tighten their hearts and called out anxiously. Even as the 3 wanted to intervene, they were stopped by Chen Douluo. Xiaoyu is now the successor of the Shura god, and he has gained the right to use the divine artifact, the Shura demon sword. He shouldn't face any danger in the city of slaughter, but the stick stew below is poisonous. Poison with the erysimum toxin flower, isn't that dangerous? Seeing Qian Daolu shake his head firmly, the ministers gave up the idea of intervening and humbly waited above the road to hell. Once again submerged in the stick stew led by the Shura demon sword, Guan Yu's figure rapidly dove deeper, feeling the increasing pressure from the swift descent. This dive was deeper than the last, and just when Guan Yu thought that the Shura demon sword was about to take him to the very bottom, the descent stopped after a few more minutes. The surroundings were oppressively quiet, and the stick stew was no longer mottled but became incredibly pure with intense fluctuations of soul power. As Guan Yu halted, the Shura demon sword in his hand suddenly burst forth with red light again. Centered around the Shura demon sword, an energy net was directly woven throughout the stick stew. The net gradually contracted, finally condensing into a fist-sized orb of light in front of the sword's blade. Within the light orb, Guan Yu felt the presence of the Shura god. Some chief gods in their search for a successor would leave a divine sense in this world before ascending to the divine realm. the sea god's divine sense and that of the angel god, where the sea god's divine sense in particular had intervened more than once in the original story to save Tang San, crushing Bibi Dong and rescuing Tang San from the jaws of the deep-sea demon Whale King, the City of Slaughter as the domain left by the Shura god after reaching level 100 in godhood has always been a mystery. Normally domain skills would not last after the caster is gone, therefore the reason why the slaughter domain of the City of Slaughter is so powerful and enduring is due to a wisp of the Shura god's divine consciousness which now lies before Guan Yu. This is the true core strength of the City of Slaughter. Subsequently, the Shura demon sword carrying that wisp of divine consciousness returned to the sword mark on Guan Yu's forehead. Once the Shura demon sword and the divine consciousness entered Guan Yu's body, he felt a peculiar sensation as if he had merged with the City of Slaughter itself, or more specifically with its domain power. At this moment, Guan Yu felt an overwhelming sense of power, as if he was the ruler, perhaps even the supreme being within the City of Slaughter. Could this be the invincible state that Poseidon relied on the sea and Poseidon Island for, or that Qian Douluo relied on the angel sanctuary for? Within the City of Slaughter, am I also invincible? However, this feeling seemed to be confined within the City of Slaughter. Like Poseidon and Qian Douluo, Guan Yu's power had its limits. He was only supremely powerful within the bounds of the City of Slaughter. Outside of it, he was still at the level 64 standard. Despite these limitations, this newfound power greatly assisted Guan Yu in his upcoming role as the overseer of the fallen ones in the City of Slaughter. Above the road to hell, several high-ranking officials were still anxiously waiting. It was only when Guan Yu burst forth from the surging red liquid below that the tight frowns on their faces finally relaxed. Xinguan Douluo approached Guan Yu first. "Xiao Yu, how are you? There's poison from the Inyuan poison flower in this yellow spring, do you?" Guan Yu smiled lightly, seemingly unconcerned. "Don't worry, Grand Elder, I am immune to poisons and the poison of the Inyuan poison flower cannot harm me." Immunity to poison. Upon hearing this, Xinguan Douluo exclaimed in surprise. Although poison immunity was useful for a normal soul master, its effects were ultimately limited. But for a soul master who delighted in concocting medicines, poison immunity was an invaluable ability. Otherwise, in the original story, Yang Wudi wouldn't have been so obsessed with Yoxian Qiluo, whose ability merely neutralized all toxins within the range of its fragrance and couldn't compare to innate poison immunity. Could this be due to the ability brought by the immortal herb mixture you took? Xinguan Douluo guessed. Seeing Guan Yu nod, Xinguan Douluo immediately showed a look of not being surprised, but soon after Guan Yu added, "My poison immunity does indeed come from the immortal herb mixture, but it's not from the 16 herbs concocted by the third elder. Could it be from those two extremely cold and extremely hot immortal herbs?" Xinguan Douluo's expression froze in shock. Those two herbs were so potent that even he believed no one could survive their consumption. Guan Yu had indeed returned alive, and Xinguan Douluo hadn't asked in detail, even thinking it unlikely that the young man had actually taken those herbs. But now, knowing that Guan Yu had indeed taken them and even gained the coveted poison immunity, Xinguan Douluo was profoundly shocked. Even the usually stoic Xinguan Douluo couldn't help but covet what he saw before him. Seeing Xinguan Douluo losing his composure, Guan Yu realized that no one could remain indifferent forever. They just hadn't found something they truly desired yet. Elder 3 offerings, the medicinal properties of the octagonal xianbing grass and the fiery apricot are already integrated into my bloodstream. If possible, you could try to extract some antitoxin agents from my blood, Guan Yu suggested. Xinguan Douluo's face was a picture of disbelief. "Really?" Guan Yu nodded in confirmation. If Tang San's blood could do it in the original story, his should be no different. Seeing Guan Yu so certain, Xinguan Douluo urged, "If that's the case, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." Guan Yu proceeded to take out a sharp blade from his soul-guiding device, preparing to slice his wrist to let some blood out when he suddenly stopped. It seemed he remembered something important, and instead he turned and made a cut on the wrist of his physical clone. The clone, feeling no pain, casually collected the dripping blood into a specially made container. Once enough blood was collected, he used his tough right leg bone's rapid healing abilities, and the cut healed at a visible pace. After finishing, Guan Yu handed the container filled with his fresh blood to Xinguan Douluo, who held it carefully as if it were a precious treasure. Indeed, if Xinguan Douluo could develop an antitoxin from it, it would be a significant enhancement for the spirit hall. At that moment, Jiang Ma Douluo also stepped forward, concerned for Guan Yu. "Little you are you. Alright, after all, when you fell into the yellow springs due with the Shura demon sword, it frightened us all. We would have intervened if Qian Daolu hadn't stopped us. I'm fine, better than ever. Now I have completely mastered the city of slaughter. Inside it, my strength will continuously replenish and increase. Qian Daolu's eyes sparkled slightly, but he said nothing more. Since Guan Yu had obtained the right to use the divine weapon Shura Demon Sword, this achievement was not surprising. After all, even he and Poseidon, without the recognition of a divine weapon, could still harness the power of gods. After taking full control of the city of slaughter, the group soon arrived at the grand hall of the King of Slaughter. There only a large stone throne existed. Beside the throne, a trembling, graceful woman in a dark red slit dress, her fair thighs largely exposed, caught their attention. As Qingyuan Douluo, having securely pocketed Guan Yu's blood, glanced at the woman, he asked, "Who is she?" Qingyuan Douluo could tell that the woman was under the influence of the Inyuan Sutotoxin. Clearly addicted to the yellow springs dew she had consumed, Guan Yu recognized the woman. She was the King of Slaughter's messenger, the one who had guided him into the city of slaughter. He vividly remembered her from the past and compared her current state. Inyuan Sutotoxin was indeed cruel, and it even made Guan Yu feel a pang of guilt. She is the messenger of the King of Slaughter. She used to hold a fairly high position here in the city of slaughter. As Guan Yu discovered the woman, the emissary of the King of Slaughter also spotted Guan Yu and his group. Unable to walk properly, the emissary stumbled and crawled towards Guan Yu, clutching at the hem of his trousers. "Give me the nether dew, quickly, please," she begged. "What should we do with her?" the demon suppression Douluo inquired. Even as he asked, the emissary of the King of Slaughter paid no heed to her own safety, relentlessly pleading for the nether dew. At this point, the emissary had lost all reason in resistance. Anyone could now take advantage of her vulnerable state. The four venerable masters, including Qian Daolu, upon witnessing the woman's desperate condition, became acutely aware of the terrifying effects of the Yin Yuan Su flower, which could devastate a person to such an extent. "Let's keep her," said Guan Yu decisively. "She has always been by the side of the King of Slaughter and knows much about the city. She can serve as my secretary." The others were taken aback. "Yes, like a chief manager, capable of handling various tasks," Guan Yu explained, his hand brushing the chin of the King of Slaughter's emissary. As he manipulated the city's magical formations, the cup that the King of Slaughter usually used to drink the nether dew slowly began to fill with a red liquid. Guan Yu handed it to the emissary, who frantically gulped it down, even licking the cup afterwards, clearly relishing the drink. Satisfied, she lay on the ground writhing in pleasure. "Guan Yu, while it's convenient to control the fallen ones of the city with nether dew, what exactly is your plan? If not handled properly, it might lead to chaos," asked Shindan Douluo. Guan Yu's gaze lingered on the emissary, who inadvertently gave him an idea. "What to do? I plan to cut off the nether dew supply to all the fallen ones in the city first, let them starve for a few days. As you grandmasters have seen, once addicted to the nether dew, you can imagine what it's like. Only by starving them sufficiently, making them experience this agony, will they truly obey the one who provides them the nether dew." The grandmasters exchanged looks and nodded, acknowledging the soundness of Guan Yu's plan. At this moment, Qian Daolu, who had been silent throughout the journey, spoke up. "The city of slaughter is vast, both in terms of territory and population. It would be difficult for you to control it alone, and you cannot rely solely on the city's fallen ones. Among the elders of the Douluo Hall who are currently without assignments, there are Mo Xiong and Gue Bao. From now on, let them assist you." Hearing this, Qingyuan Douluo, Qindan Douluo, and the demon suppression Douluo were visibly surprised. From the moment Qian Daolu began to speak, they had guessed that the Grandmaster was preparing to grant Guan Yu some authority and additional manpower. However, they had not anticipated that Qian Daolu would assign Mo Xiong and Gue Bao to assist Guan Yu. These two elders, next only to Gue Mei and Yu Guan, were the most likely candidates to enter the venerable hall, both with soul power levels at 95. Qian Daolu assigned two veteran Douluos to assist him, which also surprised Guan Yu. Guan Yu didn't want to speculate on the deeper meaning behind Qian Daolu's action. After all, a free pair of hands is not to be declined. After arranging everything, Qian Daolu and Qingyuan Douluo, along with several other attendants, withdrew from the city of slaughter. Guan Yu stayed behind to continue the follow-up work in the city. 3 days later, inside the palace of the city of slaughter, Guan Yu lay horizontally on the grand throne in the main hall, flanked by 6 physical clones. An envoy of the former King of Slaughter, dressed in a dark red gown and holding a small stack of documents, approached with a seductive sway reminiscent of a snake, her hips enticing with each step. Her voice was intoxicating. "My king, the latest data from the city of slaughter has been compiled. Would you like me to read it to you?" Controlled by the elixir of the underworld, the envoy had been very obedient these past few days, helping Guan Yu with many tasks, which was quite relieving. After Guan Yu nodded slightly, the seductive dark lips of the king's envoy parted slightly as she began softly. "My king, there are currently 9,275 fallen ones in the city of slaughter, all holders of the city's pass. In addition, there are 316 Terra Knights and 87,546 residents. The fallen ones refer to those who have entered the city of slaughter recently. Guan Yu's number is 8,888, Tang San's is 9,528, and now it has been issued up to 9,275, indicating that there are still 9,275 entrants alive. Once an entrant dies, their badge is reclaimed and then issued to a newcomer. The number of Terra Knights needs no explanation. Residents refer to the original inhabitants who were born and grew up in the city of slaughter, established a millennium ago. The builders, pub shopkeepers, and the workers in the hellish slaughter arenas are all these people. In this place, there are neither marriages nor love, but inevitably, after men and women vent their desires, they sometimes get shot, giving birth to offspring. These people don't have numbered tokens, but they live in the city of slaughter just the same. Although the city of slaughter is technically a city, due to its unique nature, it naturally cannot be compared with the populations accommodated by cities outside. Guan Yu swirled the cup containing the elixir of the underworld in his hand. "Tell me, how many soul masters are there among these people? How many are above the soul emperor level?" The king's envoy leaned forward, her bosom almost spilling out. "My king, among the 9,275 outsiders, there are 7,925 soul masters. All 316 Terra Knights are soul masters, and among the residents, there are only 1,213 soul masters, totaling 9,454 soul masters. Among them, there are 377 at the soul emperor level, 114 at the soul saint level, and only 15 at the Douluo level. This number of soul masters is not weak, comma." Listening to the report from the envoy of the king of slaughter, it was no wonder that when Guan Yu first mentioned taking control of the city of slaughter, several attendants were not in favor of using force. Although there are no titled Douluos in the city of slaughter, the combined strength of the other soul masters is also a formidable force, even more powerful than the soul masters of any two empires combined. "Alright, I understand." Following this, the envoy of the king of slaughter observed the changes in Guan Yu's expression. Once he confirmed that Guan Yu was in a good mood, he whispered, "My king, everyone in the city of slaughter can no longer bear it. They are desperately craving for the nether dew." Hearing this, Guan Yu nodded. "It's been 3 days and their addiction is kicking in. Let them meet their new king." Guan Yu handed his cup to the envoy of the king of slaughter. "This is for you." "Thank you for the reward, your majesty." The envoy carefully accepted it. To everyone in the city of slaughter, nether dew had become more vital than life itself. Saying this, Guan Yu stood up and left the hall, accompanied not only by his 6 physical clones but also by 2 middle-aged men. Both men possessed immensely powerful soul forces. They were the Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Panther Douluo, assigned by Qin Douluo himself. The larger one was the Demon Bear Douluo and the normally built one was the Ghost Panther Douluo, one a power type and the other a speed type soul master. In addition, there were dozens of soul masters from the Hall of Spirits. The Hell Slaughter Square in the city of slaughter was the largest plaza, also capable of accommodating the most people. At this moment, almost everyone in the city of slaughter had packed into Hell Slaughter Square, and even outside the square was crowded. Their bodies twitched and they gathered with fierce expressions, all because the Night of Terror had informed them that they could obtain nether dew here. Enduring pain as if ants were biting their bodies, they were desperate for the nether dew. Unknowingly, their desire for nether dew had become overwhelming. Various moans and shouts made the entire Hell Slaughter Square incredibly chaotic. Only when a cold aura spread over everyone did they feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Although their bodies still twitched and trembled instinctively, their voices gradually lowered until everything became quiet. Under the domain of slaughter, Guan Yu appeared before all the people of the city of slaughter. Guan Yu's domain of slaughter made everyone re-experience the madness and fear that the king of slaughter had brought them. They had not expected these newcomers to also possess abilities like the king of slaughter. The Demon Bear Douluo, Ghost Panther Douluo, and the soul masters from the Hall of Spirits also felt their soul skills being restricted. after personally experiencing the power of the domain of slaughter, they too put away their arrogance and instinctively began to respect this young man. This was, aside from the young lord, the second young existence to possess such a domineering domain skill. Without any lengthy speeches, Guan Yu simply conveyed two realistic and practical outcomes to all the people of the city of slaughter. The previous king of slaughter will not return, and I am now the new king of slaughter of this city. From now on, there is only one rule in the city of slaughter: absolute obedience to my commands. Succeed, and you'll have enough nether dew. Fail, and I assure you, you won't taste a drop of nether dew. At this moment, with their addiction fully surfacing upon hearing about nether dew, how could the people of the city of slaughter resist? They all began to declare their loyalty eagerly. I obey, I am willing to follow the king of slaughter. Give me the nether dew, give me the nether dew. Seeing the reactions of the crowd and not knowing the reasons, the demon bear Douluo, ghost panther Douluo, and other soul masters from the spirit hall were also perplexed, clearly not understanding what was wrong with these mad and eerie people. After observing the crowd's reaction, in a moment Light Feather along with 6 physical avatars coordinated their soul power. With the help of the Shura demon sword, they directly created a crimson mist above the hell slaughter field, and the next moment red droplets began to fall from the mist. Nether dew. It was nether dew. Accompanied by the noisy clamor, everyone opened their mouths to the sky, enjoying the gift from Light Feather. Drop by drop, the red droplets became denser, eventually turning into a rain of nether dew. Seeing the people of the slaughter city gradually satisfied, Light Feather couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, revealing a satisfied smile. He then pulled out 2 slightly lower-grade celestial herbs from the soul guidance device and tossed them to Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Panther Douluo. Elders will assist me in the future. The small gesture is just a meeting gift. This is too precious. Seeing what Light Feather had thrown, Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Panther Douluo appeared flattered. These were celestial herbs. Light Feather smiled and shook his head lightly. I, Light Feather, am never stingy with my own people, elders. Please accept these. They are actually grown in our own home. Grown in our own home. Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Panther Douluo were somewhat puzzled, but looking at the celestial herbs in their hands, they really wanted them. Light Feather's claim of them being homegrown wasn't an exaggeration. After the ice fire yin yang well was handed over to the spirit hall, it became the medicinal herb production base of the spirit hall. Even though Light Feather and others had cleaned out the ice fire yin yang well with the growth speed of the medicinal herbs from the ice fire dual eyes, it would only take about a decade or so to regrow. While some extremely rare celestial herbs like the octagonal frost herb, fierce fire apricot, or even the ghostly fragrant silk might not regrow, other celestial herbs were still possible. Moreover, after Qingluan Douluo discovered that the area around the ice fire yin yang well could promote plant growth, he also planted some other medicinal herbs. Thus, using celestial herbs to win people over was an excellent strategy for Light Feather, considering he had ample resources. 2 celestial herbs of not the highest grade might not mean much to Light Feather now, but for Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Panther Douluo they were very precious, as could be seen from their moved expressions. These were 2 celestial herbs that could amplify and improve the body, naturally very suitable for these beast soul masters. In the following period, Light Feather was busy integrating the Slaughter City. After taking over Slaughter City, he realized how big a mess it was. Fortunately, the emissary from the King of Slaughter was there to assist. Young Master Yu. Ghost Panther Douluo suddenly came to the Great Hall of Slaughter City looking for Light Feather. As the saying goes, those who accept benefits are obliged to reciprocate. If it were just ordinary benefits, it wouldn't have moved Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Panther Douluo so much, but what Light Feather had offered were celestial herbs. Such a benefit could not help but soften Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Panther Douluo's attitude towards Light Feather a lot, and as elders of the Spirit Hall. Both were well aware of Light Feather's background. The Grand Worshipper placed great importance on Guan Yu, hence why he had 2 of them assist him. Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Panther Douluo were shrewd people. They understood very well that even though Guan Yu currently held no official position in the Martial Soul Hall, his future status was very likely to be that of the Grand Worshipper's current position. As for the position of the Pope, no matter how excellent Guan Yu was, the ultimate authority would still fall to the young master. In terms of titles, since Guan Yu held no official position, calling him young master was out of the question, as the elders of the Douluo Hall only acknowledged Xian Rinxue as the young master. Moreover, the Martial Soul Hall did not, like the neighboring sects, bestow upon Guan Yu a title such as Holy Son. Thus, after much deliberation, Demon Bear Douluo, Ghost Panther Douluo, and the Soul Masters of the Martial Soul Hall referred to him as Guan Yu the Young Master. "What's the matter, Elder?" "Ghost Panther, is there trouble in the City of Slaughter?" The City of Slaughter had its makeup right there. Frankly, the quality was somewhat lacking. Even with the restraint of the Netherworld, it only prevented them from causing trouble with Guan Yu. Privately, disputes and conflicts still existed among the people of the City of Slaughter. Ghost Panther Douluo shook his head. It wasn't that someone was causing trouble in the City of Slaughter, but rather that the Grand Worshipper had sent a message asking you to return to the Martial Soul Hall, as he had matters to entrust. "The Grand Worshipper wants me to return. I've just taken control of the City of Slaughter for less than a month, and Qian Douluo is already calling me back. It's clear he has new tasks for me." When Guan Yu had previously requested Qian Douluo's intervention, it seemed that Qian Douluo had arrangements for Guan Yu, but ultimately agreed to help deal with the King of Slaughter first. Ghost Panther Douluo nodded. Naturally, Guan Yu couldn't ignore Qian Douluo's arrangements, at least not now. He immediately rose from his grand throne, glanced around at his several physical avatars, selected one to remain in the City of Slaughter, and then his true body, accompanied by the other 5 avatars, prepared to leave the City of Slaughter. Leaving an avatar here, everything here remained under Guan Yu's control. Before leaving, Guan Yu did not forget to instruct the emissary of the King of Slaughter. "Pick some people. This time I'm leaving the City of Slaughter. I want to take them with me." "Taking them out of the City of Slaughter?" confirmed the emissary of the King of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter was a place only allowed to enter, not leave, so taking people out from the City of Slaughter was indeed a first. "Yes, find me some soul masters to come with me, my king." "What requirements do the people following you out of the City of Slaughter need?" "They need to have hands, feet, and brains." Eventually, the emissary of the King of Slaughter selected nearly 50 soul masters from the City of Slaughter for Guan Yu, all of whom were above level 40 in soul power, including several soul saints and soul Douluos. The next day, Guan Yu returned to the Martial Soul Hall. No sooner had Guan Yu stepped into the worship hall than the voice of Guanling Douluo rang out. "You little rascal, you've already accepted the divine assessment of the Shura God, and you even kept it from me." Several people, like Qinghuan Douluo, had learned from Tang Chan and upon returning inevitably told Guanling Douluo and others. Just as Qinghuan Douluo and others were informed of Guan Yu's acceptance of the Shura God's assessment, Jean Crocodile Douluo and Lion Douluo also envied him once again, with a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone secured, as well as domain skills, and now even a divine assessment. "How old is Guan Yu? His luck is just too good." Guan Yu looked towards his grandfather, the light-feathered Douluo, with a smile. "Grandpa, the ink isn't even dry yet. I was just worried about you fretting over this." Upon hearing this, light-feathered Douluo nodded in satisfaction. He knew that although the divine assessment was a great opportunity, as success would mean inheriting a divine position, the cost of failure was also tremendous: death. So Guan Yu's excuse was indeed a good one. After dealing with light-feathered Douluo, Guan Yu turned his attention back to Qian Douluo and bowed respectfully. "Great priest." Qian Douluo first explained the reason for calling Guan Yu back. "I know you've just taken over and need time to integrate the City of Slaughter, but there's another matter that needs your attention. However, rest assured, the City of Slaughter is yours. During your absence, the Spirit Hall will not assign anyone else to take over, nor will it claim the city. It remains yours." It seemed that Qian Douluo was worried Guan Yu might be concerned about leaving the City of Slaughter, hence he added that assurance. Although Guan Yu hadn't considered this, the fact that Qian Douluo brought it up proactively made him feel somewhat better. So he also asked Qian Douluo, "Great priest, what do you need me to do?" "It's about Tiando," Qian Douluo said. "Xiao Shui has been infiltrating Tiando for nearly 20 years now. This task has taken up too much of her time and energy. I hope you can go to Tiando and help Xiao Shui speed up the process of gaining complete control over the Tiando Empire. If it's not feasible to take control of the Tiando Empire in the short term, then you should persuade Xiao Shui to return to the Spirit Hall first." Hearing this, Guan Yu's mind was filled with speculations. It seemed that Qian Douluo was asking him to assist from the side, but the real reason appeared to be Qian Douluo's urgency. He was anxious for Qian Rinxue to undergo the Angel God's assessment. In the original story, Qian Rinxue returned to the Spirit Hall and immediately began the Angel God's assessment after her failure, and now, it had only been a few years since the Tiando coup in the original plot. Moreover, due to the butterfly effect, Qian Douluo had confirmed that Bibi Dong had already started the Rakshasa God's assessment. Although he didn't know which stage she was at, counting from the time Bibi Dong left the city of slaughter, it had already been 30 years, her assessment was likely in its later stages. Guan Yu had also accepted the Azura god's assessment and had even reached the 6th test. Both gods of evil thoughts had found their successors, yet the angel god, representing light, had not started the successor assessment. Shen Douluo was anxious, especially under Bibi Dong's pressure. Great priest, I understand. I will head to the Tian-Do Empire immediately to assist Shower. The several priests frowned and light-feathered Douluo directly spoke out, you brat, what Shower, you should call her young master. The priests were quite loyal and respectful towards Qian Rinxue. However, Chen Daolu just smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's just a title, no big deal. Call her whatever you want after all. In this generation of the Spirit Hall, there are only a few of you young people who catch our eye. Seeing that Qian Daolu had no objections, the other priests naturally wouldn't fuss over this matter either. Several venerable elders, if there's nothing else, then I shall go down to prepare. Seeing that all the elders nodded without any other matters, Guan Yu then turned around and left the Hall of Elders. After 16 whole years of growth, he was finally about to set foot in the Tian-Do Empire. Tian-Do Empire, the prince's palace. A blond man dressed in white and gold noble attire sat in a chair holding a special letter in his hand. It was Qian Rinxue, who had been lurking in Tian-Do for many years, just having received a message from Qian Daolu. The message from Qian Daolu was clear. In simpler terms, it was Xiuxue, hurry back. What are you lurking for? Once you become a god, all problems will be solved. If it were before, Qian Daolu's fondness for Qian Rinxue might allow her to do as she wished, but now it was different. The heirs of the Rakshasa god and the Azura god had appeared, and they had completed no small number of assessments. The two unconventional paths were almost completing the inheritance of the gods, and the most orthodox lineage of angels was not catching up with them. Even with Qian Daolu's good temperament, he was somewhat anxious. In the end, Qian Daolu also mentioned sending Guan Yu to assist Qian Rinxue in swiftly handling the matters in Tian-Do. The heir of the Azura god, the grandson of the 5th elder, a mutated martial soul, Guan Yu. 2 days later, Guan Yu also arrived in Tian-Do city. Finding Qian Rinxue's residence was not difficult. One could easily inquire about the location of the prince's palace in Tian-Do city. After settling his group, Guan Yu quietly went to the prince's palace alone. Standing outside the prince's palace, although Guan Yu's spiritual power was not weak, he still couldn't detect much. Instead, relying on the killing domain, he sensed several subtle auras from within the prince's palace. People have a killing intent, especially the stronger the soul masters, the stronger their inherent killing intent, but without the killing domain, they couldn't make good use of this killing intent. Regarding these subtle auras, they must be the soul masters of the martial soul hall who were assisting Qian Rinxue lurking together in the Tian-Do Empire. Guan Yu stood at the entrance of the prince's palace. For a while, the guards at the door did not act haughtily or chase people away, but instead came over to inquire. Young man, you've been standing here for a while, is there something you need? Qian Rinxue, lurking in the Tian-Do Empire, always displayed a wise and modest demeanor, so the guards at the door were not too proud. Guan Yu didn't say much, just took out a golden feather. Please deliver this item to His Highness Prince Xueqinghe and say an old friend has come to visit. A stranger wanting to see His Highness the Prince would naturally not be allowed by the guard, who was too lazy to report it. But the golden feather didn't look like ordinary merchandise, so the guard didn't dare to be too arbitrary. Being scolded a bit was better than potentially ruining a big event of His Highness the Prince. Inside the prince's palace, Xueqinghe's own territory, the porcupine Douluo Ci Shui and the spear Douluo Shilong no longer needed to hide, but stood directly in the hall. Xueqinghe's fingers, as white as jade, lightly tapped on the table. Uncle Shi, grandfather asked us to finish things here quickly. With our current preparations, if we initiate the action ahead of time, what are the chances of success? Serpent Spear Douluo Shilong clasped his hands together and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. Young master, nearly 80% of the ministers in the empire are our people. However, if we are to act, the key lies with the military and the 7 treasure glazed tile school. We have not fully infiltrated the imperial guards yet. To quietly place our people there would still require quite some time. Most of the empire's external military forces are under Golong's control. More importantly, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, with Ningfengji often appearing in Skydo City lately. If we act, it would be difficult to escape the eyes of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Therefore, if we act now, the probability of success would be less than 50%. Upon hearing Shilong's analysis, Xueqinghe also took a deep breath. His own analysis wasn't much Different acting now could not guarantee success, at least until the soul masters from the spirit hall have fully infiltrated the Imperial Guards. Uncle Xieshue, what about you? Asked Shuechinghe. Porcupine Douluo. Xieshue licked his lips and smiled, replying to the young master, my porcupine poison has successfully entered the daily diet of the Sky-Do Emperor. According to the current dosage, it would take about 6 to 7 more years for the poison to accumulate to a lethal and incurable level. The current timeline is more than a year before the Soul Master contest and more than 6 years before the Sky-Do coup, combining the situations of Porcupine Douluo and Serpent Spear Douluo. It would be impossible to successfully carry out the coup within 5 years. Young master, hasn't the Grand Worship sent someone to assist us? Just as Xieshue finished speaking, someone walked in at the doorway handing a golden feather to Shuechinghe. Seeing the golden feather, Shuechinghe's face revealed a playful smile. Uncle Xieshue's person has arrived. Soon Guanyu will receive the news that His Highness the Crown Prince wishes to meet him. The guard at the door also breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he had delivered the item, otherwise it could have jeopardized the Crown Prince's grand plan. Led by the steward of the Crown Prince's mansion, Guanyu entered the sitting room. It was his first meeting with Qian Rinxue disguised as Shuechinghe. Upon seeing Shuechinghe for the first time, Guanyu felt that if this person were really male, he appeared strikingly effeminate. Such beauty was characteristic of the radiant feather. Douluo, should I address you as Crown Prince Shuechinghe, or should I call you Shui-er? In fact, upon seeing Guanyu for the first time, Shuechinghe did not feel too repelled, as everyone naturally finds joy in beautiful things. Apart from Golden Crocodile Douluo and Lion Douluo, the appearances of the other Spirit Hall officials were quite pleasing, and under the strong genetic influence of the radiant feathered Douluo, Guanyu was also quite handsome. The red sword mark on his forehead added a mischievous quality to his charm, making him even more attractive. Qian Rinxue was also somewhat of a face connoisseur. However, upon hearing Guanyu's last title, Shuechinghe felt somewhat annoyed. In the entire Spirit Hall, only Chen Douluo could affectionately call him Little Shui, and no one dared to call him Shui-er. My grandfather has praised you many times in his letters. Seeing you now, it seems not much to speak of, Chen Rinxue said coldly. Guanyu responded nonchalantly, so are you suggesting that the Grand Priest has bad judgment? Qian Rinxue had barely started to speak when she quickly realized she had almost fallen into Guanyu's logical trap. If she admitted that her grandfather's judgment was sound, wouldn't that imply she was indirectly praising her opponent? Moreover, she couldn't say that her grandfather's judgment was flawed. Given the relationship between Qian Douluo and Qian Rinxue, she would certainly not speak ill of him. Humph, always playing smart, she thought. In the Tiantu Empire, what's needed isn't cunning tricks, but true wisdom. Hearing this, Guanyu simply shook his head with a smile. You don't think you've been an outstanding spy in Tiantu for years with unparalleled wisdom, do you? From my perspective, many of your perceptions and decisions are wrong. Qian Rinxue didn't burst into anger but instead scoffed repeatedly. So, are you denying everything I've done in Tiantu? Guanyu shook his head again. Not exactly denying everything, just about half of what you've done. This time Qian Rinxue was genuinely irritated. Fine, I'd like to hear your insights. If you can't provide anything substantial, then you should immediately return to the Spirit Hall and stop meddling in the affairs of the Tiantu Empire. Seeing Qian Rinxue fall into the trap, Guanyu began to share his thoughts. You've infiltrated the Tiantu Empire, assuming the identity of the great Prince Shuechinghe. Facing Shuechinghe's brothers, the second and third princes, you chose to eliminate them? As a young master of the Spirit Hall, are you afraid your methods and wisdom are inferior to those princes? Thus, in your mindset, you lack confidence and chose a foolish method to solve the problem. You lost. Nonsense, Qian Rinxue retorted. I didn't target them because I was afraid of them, but to prevent them from growing up an internal strife weakening the Tiantu Empire. I want a unified Tiantu Empire, not one weakened by internal conflicts. Her argument was not without reason, and soon Guanyu continued. Since you chose to act, why not do it cleanly? The second and third princes were both poisoned with the same toxin by Elder Sibutin. Both died from the same poison. Do you think no one could trace it back? Currently, there seems to be only one poison using title Douluo residing in Tiantu City, right? And he seems to be at Prince Zustar's residence. This time Qian Rinxue didn't respond, while both Sibutin Douluo and Snakespear Douluo exchanged glances and simultaneously mentioned the poison using title Douluo that Guanyu referred to, Douluo. With Douluo's expertise in poisons, could he not tell that the second and third princes died from the same poison? Qian Rengshu then spoke, "The deed is already done. Grandfather didn't send you just to critique past events with your words. The second and third princes are already dead. What would you suggest we do next?" Guan Yu smiled, though his smile was somewhat chilling under the murderous aura. "That's your another mistake. Since you've already killed, why not kill them all, including the fourth Prince Shuebang and Prince Zustar?" Upon hearing this, Qian Rengshu along with Sibutan and Snakespear Douluo all turned their gaze back to Guan Yu. This person harbors a fierce murderous intent. How mad, to kill both the second and third princes might be one thing, but the fourth prince, being such a wastrel, posed no threat to Qian Rinxue and had no chance to compete with her, let alone the Prince of Shuexing. "You don't think that the fourth prince's debauchery was genuine, do you?" Qian Rinxue's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" she asked. The fourth prince and the Prince of Shuexing had already discovered that the second and third princes died from the same poison. Who do you think they would suspect is behind this? After their deaths, who stands to gain the most? So you're suggesting that the fourth prince's wastefulness was just an act, to deceive me, to preserve himself? Qian Rinxue was no fool indeed. She didn't even need Guan Yu to spell it out for her to guess much of it. Guan Yu's previous words were nothing much, but the revelation that the fourth prince's debauchery was an act and that it had indeed deceived Qian Rinxue triggered an uncomfortable sense of defeat in her. Porcupine Douluo and Serpent Spear Douluo also couldn't help but recall the image of the so-called wastrel. That young man was just pretending. Not only is he not a wastrel, but he can also endure and disguise himself to deceive you. Do you still think the fourth prince is an ordinary person? With such cunning, doesn't he deserve to die even more than the second and third princes? And now the Prince of Shuexing has discovered your involvement. He must die too. It's not entirely unreasonable for a brother to succeed his brother. Guan Yu continued with his next speculation. Moreover, if both the fourth prince and the Prince of Shuexing could guess that you were connected to the deaths of the two princes, wouldn't Emperor Shui be able to guess as well? This was Guan Yu's own conjecture. The original text only mentioned that the fourth prince and the Prince of Shuexing had discovered that the second and third princes died from the same poison and suspected Qian Rinxue, who was disguised as Shuexing, prompting them to join forces to guard against her. But logically speaking, if Emperor Shui could sit on the throne of the Tiandou Emperor, could he be an ordinary person? Even if Emperor Shui hadn't discovered the exact cause of death of the second and third princes, wouldn't he suspect Qian Rinxue disguised as Shuexing? After all, Shuexing stood to gain the most from their deaths, making him the prime suspect. Or perhaps Emperor Shui had already figured out that it was Shuexing who had killed the second and third princes, but from a certain perspective, by eliminating the two princes and still appearing amiable and respectful, Shuexing's cunning and capability had won Emperor Shui's approval. In Emperor Shui's heart, Shuexing might be the most suitable successor to the Tiandou imperial throne. As for the killing of brothers, being born into an imperial family, this might actually be tolerable. The strength of the Star Luo Empire was due to their royal competition methods. The Star Luo Emperor could face fratricide squarely, and Emperor Shui was naturally no exception. Moreover, having observed Emperor Shui's life, Guan Yu understood that this man had also killed brothers, and might even be more accepting of Shuexing's acts against the princes. After all, the fourth prince was too much of a wastrel. Emperor Shui might have guessed that it was Shuexing who eliminated the two princes, but he probably hadn't guessed that the fourth prince's wastefulness was just an act. Thus, compared to Shuexing, the wastrel fourth prince was clearly not suitable to inherit the throne. Of course, this inference has always been based on a premise that Emperor Shui doesn't know that Shuexing is not his biological son. However, in the world of Douluo Dalu, there happens to be a natural method of paternity identification, which is the inheritance of martial spirits. Shuexing's martial spirit is the swan martial spirit of the heavenly Dou royal family, so Emperor Shui never had the slightest doubt that Shuexing was not his son. This was the deduction made by Guan Yu, and it seemed that Qian Rinxue, who had remained silent, had reached the same conclusion. After coming to this agreement, Qian Rinxue didn't care whether Emperor Shui knew the truth or not. As she guessed, what would it change if Emperor Shui knew? The royal family is cold-hearted, and Emperor Shui is even more so. However, it turned out that avalanche was a bluff which Qian Rinxue had not realized. Her own brother actually had such ability, which brought a complex mix of emotions to her heart. Through this conversation, Qian Rinxue also came to recognize Guan Yu's intelligence. At least he had some brains. The princes Avalanche and Zustar actually couldn't turn the tide. There was no need to kill them. If they were really pushed too far, it would only lead to mistakes, Qian Rinxue said lightly as she began to gradually take control of the Heavenly Dou Empire from the shadows. Confident in her own power, Guan Yu laughed. That's your biggest flaw, blind arrogance, sparing those who should be killed, fostering trouble for yourself. Not to mention facing Tang San, you had several opportunities to kill him but chose not to, each time allowing him to grow stronger and eventually overthrow your family. Perhaps it's the need of the plot, but I don't want it this way. Criticized by Guan Yu, Qian Rinxue naturally didn't have a good attitude, but she shifted the topic. Grandpa told me that you've passed the test of the Shura God and your soul power level has reached level 64. I barely accept your strategy, but I still need to test your strength. What, you want to fight? Guan Yu smiled briefly, then continued, a fight is fine, but there should be something at stake. Qian Rinxue also revealed a confident smile and seemed interested in Guan Yu's proposal. What do you want to bet? If I lose, I'll do as you say. If I win, you let me see your true face. Want to see my true face? You're not worthy yet, she said as behind her emerged a vision of an angel wearing a golden dress, revealing a large part of her back with eyes that had only golden whites. As the angelic phantom manifested, countless golden lights spilled from Qian Rinxue's body, quickly enveloping Guan Yu. Angel's domain. In the angel's domain, I am the ruler, as my angels domain's second evolution, all your movements will be locked in place. At the moment Guan Yu was enveloped by the golden light, Qian Rinxue confidently declared, a domain, huh? Feeling the consumption of his soul power and the intense oppression, Guan Yu couldn't help but murmur softly. Qian Rinxue's angel domain had two functions. One was soul power purification. Within the angel domain, one's own soul power would be continuously purified by the angel's power, which Guan Yu was already feeling as the soul power within his body was visibly depleting at a rapid pace. In the realm of angels, the second function is to suppress and blockade. In the anime, Tang San managed to barely break through Qian Rinxue's angelic realm only after exerting all his strength and evolving his chaotic cloak hammer technique into the dance of the chaotic cloak. Since we're talking about realms, why not have a clash of realms against each other? I have a realm too. While the angelic realm can purify soul power, can it also purify murderous intent? As Guan Yu's eyes instantly turned red, revealing the emblem of the city of slaughter, a red and intense aura burst forth from him, domineering and icy cold, directly resisting Qian Rinxue's angelic realm. Was this the evolved slaughter realm from the god of slaughter realm? As Qian Rinxue spoke, the watching porcupine Douluo and spear Douluo were also taken aback. They knew how domineering Qian Rinxue's angelic realm was. Once her soul power reached level 70 and she mastered her martial soul true body, even they would likely find it difficult to break through her angelic realm. But now they realized that Guan Yu, whose soul power had also not reached level 70, possessed a slaughter realm that was no less powerful than the angelic realm. Similarly, once Guan Yu's soul power reached level 70, the power of his realm would likely be terrifying. As Qian Rinxue made her move, Guan Yu felt that her soul power was around level 66, still some distance from level 70. At this moment, the clash of realms between Guan Yu and Qian Rinxue was like a simplified version of the recent clash between Tang Chen and Qian Daoliu's realms. With the emergence of the slaughter realm, Qian Rinxue's angelic realm was directly isolated by Guan Yu. Is this all you've got? Hearing Guan Yu's provocative words, Qian Rinxue's face darkened. This was already the strongest level of the angelic realm she could wield. To increase the intensity of the angelic realm further, she would have to use the power of the angelic soul bone, but using the power of the angelic soul bone would affect her disguise. Hence, this was already the strongest force Qian Rinxue could muster. However, the murderous aura emanating from Guan Yu far exceeded Qian Rinxue's expectations, proving even stronger than that woman's. Was there really such a big difference between the slaughter realm and the god of slaughter realm? Seeing no enhancement in Qian Rinxue's angelic realm, Guan Yu couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. It seems you've already used all your strength while I haven't even started yet. As his qi and blood overflowed, Guan Yu did not split into 5 physical clones, one in the city of slaughter, but only one. Upon its appearance, the clone's aura suddenly changed, its eyes turning blood red as well, and another slaughter realm overlaid, the slaughter realm stacking twice. The doubly intensified slaughter realm, dense with red murderous aura, directly displayed a powerful crushing stance against the angelic realm. Porcupine Douluo and spear Douluo watched in shock as the range of the angelic realm continuously shrank while Guan Yu's slaughter realm kept expanding. Chen Rinxue had no means to stop the expansion of the slaughter domain and could only watch as it completely engulfed the angelic domain, enveloping her within it. Covered by the slaughter domain of Guangyu, Chen Rinxue felt an unprecedented chill, a degree of icy killing intent she had never experienced before. As Chen Rinxue was about to make another move against Guangyu, she saw that he had already approached her. The outcome of our confrontation was decided at the moment our domains clashed. In the slaughter domain, I am the dominator. These were the confident words Chen Rinxue had spoken earlier, and now she quickly understood why Guanyu had said them, as she found her soul skills were restricted within the slaughter domain, unable to be deployed at all. However, in the next moment Chen Rinxue's body once again shone with angelic light. Guanyu's slaughter domain remained stable, preventing Chen Rinxue from using her soul skills, a testament to the power of the soul bone. Despite the golden light, Guanyu felt no threat to himself, but instead this golden light enveloped Chen Rinxue. Under this golden light, Chen Rinxue seemed to be embraced by an angelic deity. After a brief moment, the angelic deity's phantom opened its arms again, and Xueqinghe, who had been wearing a somewhat effeminate white and gold robe, transformed. He now wore a white and gold dress, a golden halo around his head, and his blonde hair flowed down his stature in appearance impeccable and lofty, noble yet cold. This was the impression Chen Rinxue gave to everyone, but it did not detract from her attractiveness. Even the porcupine Douluo and the spear Douluo were somewhat stunned. Chen Rinxue was indifferent to their stares, her clear eyes fixed intently on Guangyu. You've won, are you satisfied now? Guangyu had not expected Chen Rinxue to admit defeat and fulfill her promise without a word of surrender. However, it must be said Chen Rinxue's appearance did indeed suit Guanyu's aesthetic, especially her icy demeanor, which made it easy for someone to feel a dangerous desire to conquer. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at her, and as Chen Rinxue became visibly impatient, Guanyu murmured while looking at her, beautiful indeed, but pity she has single eyelids. Although Guanyu's voice was not loud, the two were not far apart, so his words naturally reached Chen Rinxue's ears. Her fair and slender hands couldn't help but clench tightly. Guangyu, you are the second person who has the qualifications to be my lifetime adversary. As a retort, Chen Rinxue left a rather unique trash talk. Guanyu remembered that this phrase was originally said by Chen Rinxue to Tang San during the Heaven Do Palace incident. However, that time Chen Rinxue had won against Tang San, and it was a situation where she could have killed him but chose not to, ultimately allowing Tang San to turn the tables. This was the first time. But what Guanyu was curious about was who the first person with such qualifications was. Shen Douluo, Bibi Dong. The likelihood seemed greater for Bibi Dong, and Shen Daoliu's indulgence towards Bibi Dong was actually to pave the way for Chen Rinxue. Inside the slaughter domain, Chen Rinxue was suppressed, and Guanyu felt as if he could manipulate the opponent at will. However, considering the presence of the porcupine Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo, Guanyu dared not to be too presumptuous. Moreover, who could guarantee that Chen Rinxue didn't have any other tricks up her sleeve? Guanyu spoke calmly, I should have the qualifications to stay now, right? Chen Rinxue did not deny it. Being closer now, Guanyu could even smell the fragrance emanating from Chen Rinxue. You should be well aware of what the great worship wants. He hopes you can return soon and inherit the lineage of the angel. Guanyu guessed why Chen Daoluo wanted Chen Rinxue to return to the spirit hall so soon. It was probably to let her inherit the position of the angel god sooner. In fact, Chen Daoluo and the light-winged Douluo treated Chen Rinxue the same way they treated Guanyu. They found a descendant with great potential and gradually developed a hope for them to excel, slowly starting to like and nurture them. If this descendant had average talent and capacity given their strength and status, they would likely be dismissive and let them fend for themselves. From Guanyu's perspective, he definitely hoped Chen Rinxue would return sooner, because then Chen Daoluo could perform the sacrifice sooner and die sooner. This would allow him to complete the 7th trial of Azura sooner. He certainly could not make a move against Chen Daoluo. Firstly, it was uncertain whether he could win, and secondly, if he did make a move, whether he killed him or not, there would likely be no place for him in the spirit hall, and the light-winged Douluo couldn't protect him either, as the other worshippers in the hall were very loyal to Chen Daoluo. Fortunately, the 7th trial of Azura did not specify that he had to act personally. As long as these people died, it would suffice. If things were to develop according to the original plot, Chen Daoluo wouldn't die until 6 or 7 years later. Because of Guanyu's background, Chen Rinxue might not like him, but she would never doubt his loyalty to the spirit hall. Thus, Chen Rinxue repeated the discussion she had earlier with the porcupine Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo to Guanyu. Clearly Qian Rinxue was confident, but she was not a risk-taker, belonging to those who would only act when success was nearly 100% certain. This was somewhat similar to Guan Yu, who would only act after his eyes of analysis confirmed that there was almost no chance of dying. In the future, in the Heaven Do Empire, if you are to act publicly, you at least need a new identity, unless you choose to hide in the shadows like Uncle Shui and Uncle Shi. But I feel you won't choose to hide. Guan Yu smiled and nodded. You act as if you know me well. Indeed, for convenience, I need a new identity including appearance, spirit, and spirit rings. If possible, I would like you to use your angelic bone to help me disguise as well. Hearing this, Qian Rinxue's expression softened slightly. She liked being cautious, so she also very much approved of Guan Yu's proposal. Release all your spirit rings and bones. I will use the angel god's head bone to disguise you. It was at this moment that Guan Yu realized that the bone good at disguising was the head bone of the angelic armor. Guan Yu then withdrew his killing domain and proceeded to reveal all his capabilities in front of Qian Rinxue, the porcupine Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo. As the fluctuations of soul power began, 6 soul rings appeared beneath Guan Yu, 1 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black and 2 red. Witnessing the terrifying configuration of soul rings on Guan Yu, Qian Rinxue's expression turned solemn. The porcupine Douluo and the spear Douluo were likewise shocked. In their memory, the only configuration that could rival Guan Yu's was that of the Grand Worshipper Qian Douluo with his 8 black and 1 red soul rings. Yet, when it came to 100,000-year soul rings, Guan Yu had one more than Qian Douluo. Besides the soul rings, there were also Guan Yu's soul bones. The crimson blood feather wings unfurled from his back, having evolved to span over 3 meters. Beneath the blood feather wings, 9 blood-colored fox tails began to sway. Wings and tails, a unique combination of external soul bones, but if it's powerful, why bother about the oddity? His right leg bone also revealed strands of blood meridians culminating in a right leg soul bone even darker than the blood feather wings and the 9 fox tails. For someone of Guan Yu's age and strength, possessing 3 soul bones was considerable. Qian Rinxue herself had fewer soul bones, only inheriting 2 angelic armaments, and the porcupine Douluo and spear Douluo had even fewer, not summing up to 3 between them. Among the 9 great elders, the ghost Douluo had only 1 soul bone and the chrysanthemum Douluo had none. It was no surprise that their strength and status were considered lower than even the porcupine Douluo and spear Douluo. Thus, their envy at seeing Guan Yu's 3 soul bones was undeniable. Qian Rinxue quickly adjusted her emotions, knowing Guan Yu's excellence would only spur her on, not defeat her. After using the angelic head bone for disguise, she advised best not to use your clone skill, it might interfere with the disguise. She glanced at another Guan Yu still standing in the center of the reception hall. Hearing this, Guan Yu pondered for a moment. Since using the clone skill could affect his disguise, he decided to separate all his physical clones now and would only dissolve the 5th soul skill when the disguise was no longer needed, an approach he had taken before when entering the city of slaughter. Thus, Guan Yu's 5th soul ring lit up again and 4 streams of vitality separated from his body, transforming into 4 indistinguishable Guan Yus under the astonished eyes of Qian Rinxue and the 2 Douluos. Seeing Guan Yu effortlessly create 4 clones, Qian Rinxue instantly recalled the moment Guan Yu had deployed the slaughter domain with 2 overlapping domains overpowering her own angelic domain. Now realizing that he had 4 more clones capable of using the slaughter domain, resulting in a 6-fold stack domain. Could she really withstand it even with the use of angelic soul bones? Clearly, 2 angelic soul bones would not suffice unless there were more. With this thought, a slight sense of defeat grew in Qian Rinxue's heart, yet her actions did not cease. She touched her forehead and a golden light shimmered, revealing an angelic mark. Following this, Qian Rinxue moved her finger from her forehead towards Guan Yu's. Under the guidance of Qian Rinxue, the power of the angel god entered Guan Yu's body. This power, compared to the cold, murderous aura of the Azura god, was indeed much warmer and gentler. Under its influence, Guan Yu found that his soul bones gradually disappeared, not that they ceased to exist, but they became transparent, undetectable by others. Both his right leg bone and the 9 fox tail vanished, and although Guan Yu could still use the abilities of these 2 soul bones, he himself could no longer sense their presence. The blood feather wings on his back shimmered with a golden light, eventually reverting to their original form of gold feather wings. To better disguise yourself, let's set your new martial soul as the golden eagle. This way you still have a reason to continue using your external soul bone wings. Guan Yu had no objections to this. Soon, under that golden light, the soul rings on Guan Yu's body also changed. the first soul ring remained unchanged, but starting from the second one, all the soul rings were imbued with a brilliant golden hue. After the golden light flickered and once the brightness completely faded, the colors of the latter 5 soul rings also changed from purple, black, and crimson to yellow, purple, and black, including the first soul ring. Guan Yu's soul ring configuration became an optimal arrangement of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Guan Yu's previous soul ring configuration was too ostentatious, particularly the 2 red soul rings, so changing the configuration of the soul rings was one of the key points in his disguise. Not just the colors, but the aura of the soul rings changed as well. Even the last 200,000-year soul rings now only exhibited the aura of ordinary 10,000-year soul rings, the 2 not exceeding 50,000 years. The change in color and aura did not mean Guan Yu's strength was reduced, it was merely a layer of disguise. Besides these, Guan Yu also felt a surge of angelic power enter the deepest part of his body, which was then devoured and absorbed by his brighter side. Guan Yu did not mind his brighter side growing stronger, for the bright side was also a part of him, but it was the right leg bone's devouring skill that absorbed this angelic power. He proclaimed the right leg bone as an evil power. Yet in the end he still utilized this force. Those who claim to be righteous are often the most hypocritical. With the disguise complete, Guan Yu also began his new identity. Guan Yu renamed himself as Yu Guang, using the method of rearranging the order of names from his neighbors, sparing the trouble of thinking of a new name. Chen Rinxue circled around Guan Yu to thoroughly ensure there were no flaws before nodding in satisfaction. Guan Yu looked at himself in the mirror. The changes were not just limited to his soul ring, soul bones, and martial soul. His appearance had also changed, although altering his appearance was somewhat easier compared to disguising soul rings and soul bones. Thankfully, you didn't make me too ugly. Guan Yu's new appearance was quite handsome and pleasant to look at. Chen Rinxue did not bother with these trivial matters but directly said, "Now with this new identity, enter the Heaven Do Royal Academy." "What? The Grand Worship has sent me to assist you, and you arrange for me to go to Heaven Do Royal Academy as a student? But I graduated from the Spirit Hall Academy 3 years ago. I know the youngest ever recipient of the Purple Record Medal. From the Spirit Hall, right? When I sent you to the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, did I say you were going as a student? What for then? Your new identity will be that of a teacher at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy." Guan Yu pondered for a moment before speaking softly. "You're not trying to sideline me, are you?" Chen Rinxue immediately denied it. "Not at all. It's just that you are new to the Heaven Do Empire and unfamiliar with the situation in Heaven Do City. Moreover, the Heaven Do Royal Academy is a key element in our future control of the Heaven Do Empire." Guan Yu still wasn't fully convinced. "Is that so?" Chen Rinxue continued. "Apart from the various officials and military levels in the Heaven Do Empire, there is another force we need to win over. That is the nobility of the Heaven Do Empire. When these noble forces are united, they will also constitute a significant power. We have been continuously infiltrating the political and military sectors of Heaven Do, and the only front we haven't broken through yet is these nobles." Hearing this, Guan Yu added, "So you mean to start with the Heaven Do Royal Academy? As a noble institution of the Heaven Do Empire, the academy encompasses nearly 90% of the noble youth. It's simpler to start with them than to deal with those old, cunning nobles." Upon hearing this, Chen Rinxue smiled and nodded. "It's so easy to talk to a smart person. The Heaven Do Royal Academy only admits nobles, so our next step could be to start with the next generation of these nobles. Sooner or later, they will take over their families' forces. By winning them over early, once we act, even if they have not yet become the heads of their family forces, due to the relationship between these young nobles and us, their families will tend to lean towards us, which naturally benefits our smooth control of the Heaven Do Empire in the future. Moreover, weren't you just emphasizing the importance of Avalanche and Prince Zhuge? Avalanche is currently studying at the Heaven Do Royal Academy and Prince Zhuge is in charge of the academy. By going there you will also have a valid reason to keep an eye on them. We have been placing people in the Heaven Do Royal Academy over the years, and although 3 members of the academy's teaching commission come from the Spirit Hall, these 3 are stubborn old men. I've tried more than once to have them secretly contact those imperial noble disciples, but they just acted on their own, truly considering themselves as mere teachers without standing from the perspective of the Spirit Hall. To retake control of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, I temporarily have no suitable candidate, but now that you are here, you can perfectly take over for me at the Heaven Do Royal Academy." Just as Chen Rinxue finished speaking, she saw Guan Yu raise his hand to stop her. "What? You still don't want to go to the Heaven Do Royal Academy?" Guang Yu shook his head, then finally expressed his opinion. I can go to the Heaven Do Royal Academy, but I may not necessarily win over those noble disciples. My main purpose for going to the academy is to deal with Avalanche and Prince Zoostar. No, Avalanche and Prince Zoostar will not hinder our plans, they don't have the capability or strength, on the contrary acting against them now will only bring us trouble. Chen Rinxue paid no heed to Avalanche and Prince Xing even knowing that Avalanche's actions were all a facade. At the moment neither held any power in the court or the military, so Chen Rinxue simply dismissed them. Don't worry, I'll handle the two of them without force and I'll make sure you're completely out of the picture, she declared. After speaking, Guang Yu left the reception hall with 5 physical clones in tow. Teach at the Tiando Royal Academy? Sure. And just now Guang Yu thought of an immature plan to deal with Avalanche and Prince Xing. Watching Guang Yu and his companions leave, Qian Rinxue clenched her fists again. She detested it when others defied her will. During the original Tiando Palace uprising, Qian Rinxue had scolded Ci Tun Douluo for trying to sneak attack Tang San after his soul power was exhausted, let alone Guan Yu's blatant defiance, but she was powerless to do anything right now. Whether it was physical or mental, she seemed unable to gain the upper hand over him. Young master, should we still let him go to the Tiando Royal Academy? Snake Spear Douluo cautiously asked. With a flash of golden light, Qian Rinxue transformed back from her daughter identity to the effeminate Shui Qinghe. Although her face remained expressionless, her bright eyes still simmered with anger. Guang Yu, the plan remains unchanged. If he stays in the court or the military, he could cause more trouble. It's better to place him in the Tiando Royal Academy, also send someone to keep a close watch on him to prevent any mischief. Yes, Snake Spear Douluo bowed respectfully in response. Within 3 days, the procedures for Guang Yu's appointment to the Tiando Royal Academy were completed. As a sole master of level 64, Guang Yu would receive the treatment of a Tiando level teacher. Apart from the 3 members of the teaching committee, Tiando level teachers were among the highest status individuals at the academy. The Tiando Royal Academy was located on a mountain outside Tiando City, similar to the Spirit Hall Academy. The reason for its mountainous location was to accommodate the construction of Soul Master training facilities. The academy's main campus was situated halfway up the mountain. Under the guidance of a designated person, Guan Yu soon arrived at the campus area. The Tiando Royal Academy had about 500 students, mostly nobles from the empire and its affiliated kingdoms, along with some disciples from major clans and descendants of powerful figures such as the members from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the granddaughter of Dugubo Dugu Yan. The main campus of the Tiando Royal Academy was entirely composed of bungalows resembling a fortress. The outer walls, 5 meters high and painted a noble bright yellow, looked extremely luxurious. Even the tops of the walls were covered with glazed tiles which sparkled dazzlingly under the setting sun. Upon arriving at the Tiando Royal Academy, Guang Yu's first goal was naturally to meet the 3 members of the teaching committee. The committee was located at the center of the main campus inside the largest building there. Although it was a single-story building, its highest point reached 10 meters, giving it a somewhat spirit hall-like appearance. When Guang Yu arrived at the entrance of the teaching committee under the guidance of an appointed person, the 3 elderly members were already waiting there. 3 elders, all clad in black robes, which are the exclusive uniform of the Martial Soul Hall, gave Lightfeather a rather solemn welcome. This gesture was not only a sign of respect to Lightfeather but also to Qian Rinxue. Upon seeing Lightfeather, the elder in the middle let out a hearty laugh and strode forward to greet him. It's truly a fortune for our Heaven Do Royal Academy to have teacher Yu Guang join us. This will certainly bolster our faculty strength. It must be said these 3 old men truly excel as teachers. Originally cultivated by the Martial Soul Hall, they ended up at Heaven Do Royal Academy, where they seem to have set aside their previous identities. They even petitioned Emperor Shuiyi to increase the faculty strength for the sake of the academy. However, their petition disappeared into the void without any response, which likely contributed to their eagerness to welcome the teachers and students from Shrek Academy. You flatter me too much. I am Yu Guang, and it's an honor to meet you elders. Lightfeather crossed his arms over his chest and bowed slightly in respect. The central elder immediately reached out and pulled Lightfeather's hands from his shoulders. No need for such formalities, teacher Yu Guang. Now that you're here, we are colleagues, and given your youth, you are sure to shoulder great responsibilities at the academy in the future. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dream God Machine, the head of the Education Committee, a Black Demon Martial Soul and an 86th level Control type Soul Douluo, Dream God Machine had an average build and a gentle voice. Smiling amiably as he spoke, he gestured towards the elder on his left. This is the vice chair of the Education Committee, White Treasure Mountain Douluo with the Sky Star Furnace Martial Soul and 85th level defense type Soul Douluo. White Treasure Mountain was quite short and notably plump, always wearing a gentle smile that seemed permanently etched on his face. As Dream God Machine introduced him, he nodded and smiled at Light Feather. After introducing White Treasure Mountain, Dream God Machine then pointed to the last elder, a man of ordinary appearance and the most standard build among them. This is the third seat of the Education Committee, Wisdom Forest Soul Douluo with the Sky Blue Vine Martial Soul and 83rd level Control Type Tool Soul Douluo. Having 3 Soul Douluos was indeed a decent setup for any academy, as titled Douluos generally stay out of academy affairs. After the introductions, Dream God Machine made a welcoming gesture. Please make yourself at home, Teacher Yuguang. Come, let's head inside. They then led Light Feather into the Education Committee's office. The office was far from luxurious. In fact, it was quite simple, decorated only with essential furnishings and some green plants. This simplicity was a testament to the integrity of these 3 committee members. It's no wonder they didn't cooperate with Qian Renshue's plans. They were clearly men who couldn't tolerate the slightest impurity. Upon entering, Dream God Machine had the servants quickly serve tea and snacks, his gaze resting on Light Feather as he smiled and asked, now that you are here at the academy, Teacher Yuguang, may I ask what plans you have? Guan Yu was also subtly inquiring about the purpose of Guan Yu's visit, or rather the intentions of Xue Qinghe. With a light chuckle, Guan Yu said without concealing from the 3 esteemed committee members, I personally have some insights into cultivation. However, to speak frankly, I am not suited to teach the general students. Therefore, my arrival at the academy is to coach the members of the Tiando Royal Academy's combat team. Moreover, with the Continental Soul Master Elite competition approaching, I also wish to contribute to the academy. Upon hearing this, the 3 committee members exchanged glances. May we know Teacher Guang's age and soul power level? Guan Yu then revealed the age that Qian Renshui had disguised for him. Respected seniors, I am 28 this year with the Golden Eagle as my martial soul and my soul power level is 64. 28 years old with a soul power level of 64, apart from the main character group and those geniuses from the martial soul hall, this age and soul power level were already quite outstanding. Even better than Teacher Qin Ming, by Baoshan Douluo then exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Teacher Qin Ming of the Tiando Royal Academy was just over 30 and had already reached the 62nd level, the Soul Emperor standard. He was the youngest Douluo level teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, whom the academy valued highly. That was also why he had been appointed as the lead teacher of the Emperor fighting team. Jilin Douluo immediately followed up, and he is to coach the Emperor fighting team. Is this the intention of Prince Xue Qinghe? Currently, the leader of the Emperor fighting team is Teacher Qin Ming. The students of the Tiando Royal Academy, being of noble birth, were inherently difficult to manage. The Emperor fighting team, composed of top students, was even more unruly. To become the leader of the Emperor fighting team, you first had to be able to command these young ones. The simplest method was for your strength and talent to inspire their respect. Qin Ming, having reached the 62nd level Soul Emperor in his early 30s, was among the fastest in cultivation across the continent. Being their teacher, those youngsters naturally wouldn't disrespect him. If you were to replace him with someone whose soul power level isn't even 30, do you think they would listen to him? Of course, the Tiando Royal Academy doesn't have any teachers whose soul power levels are below 30, even the lowest, the Sky Minor level teachers, are above 40. Guan Yu's talent and strength were even more exceptional than Qin Ming's, naturally qualifying him to coach the Emperor fighting team. However, the Emperor fighting team had always been managed by Qin Ming, and suddenly changing the teacher might be problematic. Teacher Guang, since its establishment, the Emperor fighting team has always been managed by Teacher Qin Ming of the academy. That's not an issue, Guan Yu replied. Teacher Qin Ming can continue to stay and help me coach the Emperor fighting team. After all, with 2 people there can be a discussion. The 3 committee members looked at each other once again. With Guan Yu putting it this way, they couldn't very well refuse. Moreover, they were still unsure if Guan Yu coaching the Emperor fighting team was indeed Prince Xue Qinghe's intention. Very well, currently Teacher Qin Ming is leading the Emperor fighting team in the Great Soul Arena competition in Tiando City. It seems he will return to the academy in a couple of days. The Great Soul Arena competition, truly worthy of a student. From Shrek Academy, always sticking to the Shrek Academy approach. In the following days, Guan Yu spent his time uneventfully at the academy until the fifth day when the Wangdo team returned. Upon their arrival, the three members of the teaching committee called Guan Yu over. In the committee room stood a middle-aged man with a lean figure, resolute face, and light-colored hair respectfully positioned at the center. The three members discussed the recent achievements of the Wangdo team, now holding a silver soul badge from their challenges in the Tiando City Soul Arena, and many team members nearing level 40. The Tiando Soul Arena had expressed intentions to send them to other city arenas to compete, allowing them to face different types of teams and gain more combat experience. This move was also seen as Tiando's strategy to suppress other arenas. However, Meng Xinji simply nodded with a smile. With teacher Qin Ming leading the Wangdo team, the three old members felt quite reassured. Yet, to foster better development for the team, the academy decided to assign another teacher to them. Upon hearing this unexpected news, Qin Ming was momentarily stunned. Another teacher, he wondered, as there seemed to be no suitable candidates within the academy capable of handling the prestigious team. Only a genius could teach geniuses. The academy's other teachers were either too young and inexperienced or experienced but not young enough to command respect from the spirited young members of the Wangdo team. Teacher Yu Guang is here, someone announced. Teacher Qin Ming, this is your new colleague. The academy's new teacher Yu Guang. Qin Ming turned to look at Guan Yu. Wolves being extremely sensitive to danger, perhaps influenced by his soul of the fire wolf, Qin Ming instantly sensed something unusual about Guan Yu. Qin Ming, 33 years old, soul of the fire wolf, level 62 battle soul emperor, Tiando level teacher. Qin Ming introduced himself and Guan Yu reciprocated. Yu Guang, 28 years old, soul of the golden feather eagle, level 64 battle soul emperor, Tiando level teacher. Golden feather eagle, it was a top-tier avian soul beast. Qin Ming's soul had mutated, whereas Guan Yu's was inherently strong. Teacher Qin Ming, I look forward to working with you to lead the Wangdo team, Guan Yu said with a smile, to which Qin Ming nodded in return. With both teacher Yu Guang and teacher Qin Ming at the helm, the Wangdo team was expected to achieve greater success and bring glory to the empire in the upcoming Soul Master Elite competition. Elsewhere, in the luxurious room of the Wangdo team, 7 distinctive individuals, all appearing to be in their early 20s, gathered. Sitting in the center of the sofa was a young man with long black hair and a lean figure. His face, not particularly handsome and usually expressionless, was clad in a simple blue uniform devoid of any decorations, giving off a straightforward aura rather than that of a noble. Also on the sofa was a woman whose posture was far from ordinary. She leaned on the shoulder of the young man in blue, her demeanor lazy. Her short deep purple hair looked spirited, and her figure was undeniably striking, especially her waist, which was as slender and flexible as a snake. Her green eyes, both eerie and alluring, exuded a strange charm. At this moment she was leaning on the shoulder of a young man in blue, playing with her emerald-colored nails. Hey, have you guys heard? The academy is planning to appoint a new teacher for us, spoke a handsome young man with a not-so-tall statured, golden short hair and lively eyes that gave him an astute appearance. Upon hearing this, the others grew interested. What about teacher Qin Ming? Asked a young man dressed in black, also with golden hair and a face as beautiful as a woman's, who was leaning against the wall opposite him. The handsome young man chuckled lightly. I heard that this new teacher will be teaching us alongside teacher Qin Ming. The girl with purple hair on the sofa also laughed. 2 teachers for us, so later on do we listen to the new teacher or to teacher Qin Ming? The young man in blue, who was leaned on by the purple-haired girl, spoke up. We listen to whoever is stronger. Is there any teacher in the academy who can compare to teacher Qin Ming? The handsome young man continued. In the academy, aside from the 3 members of the teaching committee, no one can compare to teacher Qin Ming. But this new teacher is just arriving, and I heard their backing is from His Highness Xueqinghe. Upon hearing this, everyone quieted down. This backing was not small. That was the crown prince, the future ruler of the Heavendo Empire. In the room, besides the 4 who had spoken, there were also 2 men and a woman. The twin brothers, who looked similar, were sitting cross-legged on the floor, meditating with evenly matched breaths, exuding a sense of solidity and steadiness. As for the woman, she was also dressed in black, her face even covered with a black veil, her slim figure outlined under her clothes, her cascade of blue hair falling down her back, her eyes of the same color revealing no emotion. On the training field of the Heavendo Royal Academy, the 7 members of the Royal Fight Team had gathered early here, as today was the day they would meet their new teacher for the first time. Soon enough, Guan Yu walked onto the field together with Qin Ming. The Team's eyes naturally followed Guan Yu. He looks quite young, but who knows how strong he is, the seven discussed among themselves. Guan Yu had also learned about the Royal Fight Team's details from Qin Ming beforehand. Team Captain, Yu Tianheng's Spirit, Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Level 38 Strong Attack System Soul Master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Vice Captain, Zhuge Yan's Spirit, Blue Phosphorus Snake Level 37 Control System Soul Master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Member, Sure Mo Spirit, Xuanwu Turtle Level 37 Defense System Soul Master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Member, Sure Mo Spirit, Xuanwu Turtle Level 37 Defense System Soul Master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Member, Euphoma Spirit, Windchime Bird Level 35 Agility Attack System Soul Master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Member, Osro Spirit, Ghost Leopard Level 35 Agility Attack System Soul Master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Member, Yi Lingling Spirit, Nine-Hearted Begonia Level 34 Support System Tools Soul Master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. After reviewing the data of the Royal Fight Team, Guan Yu noticed that their soul power levels were one level lower than those of the main character group, indicating that some time had yet to pass from the original storyline events. As Guan Yu and Qin Ming approached, observing the team's casual stance, Guan Yu's eyes faintly reddened. He did not use the killing domain or the domain of slaughter, but merely released a slight killing intent, which was enough to intimidate these fellows. After all, their strength was merely around level 30, they had never undergone the baptism of murderous aura. Not only were the 7 members of the Huangdo team frozen in place, some fearfully watching Guan Yu, but even Qin Ming standing beside Guan Yu turned pale in an instant. Although he had not yet sparred with Guan Yu, the sheer force of his presence was enough for Qin Ming to realize that Guan Yu was no ordinary person, indeed much stronger than himself. It was only after intimidating the 7 with his aura that Guan Yu directly addressed the main topic. I am your new teacher, Teacher Yu Guang. In the coming days, both Teacher Qin Ming and I will instruct you. As he spoke, Guan Yu did not forget to glance back at Qin Ming, who was wiping sweat from his brow and who nodded in agreement with a smile. What I am going to teach you might seem novel, and you have the right to refuse. I won't force you. I have seen your performance in the soul fighting arena. Although you are currently a Silver Soul team, your record does not look good. You have played 132 matches over a year, winning 92 and losing 40. Hearing this, Yufeng couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Teacher, isn't that already impressive? We are the only team in Tiando City's soul fighting arena that hasn't reached level 40 soul power. Guan Yu merely smirked. Soon you will be competing in soul fighting arenas across the Empire's cities, and you will meet teams far superior to yours. I have seen at least one team that has never been defeated, and their speed in earning the Silver Soul badge will surely surpass yours. Moreover, I will be implementing new transformations for you in the future, and you can disagree, but I won't insist. Transformation? What kind of transformation? Zhuge Yan was the first to ask. A comprehensive transformation for all of you, starting with you, Zhuge Yan. Hearing that Guan Yu intended to transform her, Zhuge Yan became intrigued, and the rest of the Huangdo team also perked their ears in curiosity. Your martial soul is the biphosphorus snake, so as a control system soul master your main control method is poison. But what if you encounter an enemy soul master who can neutralize your poison? How much strength can you then exhibit? Zhuge Yan immediately retorted, impossible. No one can break through my biphosphorus purple poison, and once my martial soul poison evolves into the true biphosphorus snake poison, no one on the entire continent will be able to withstand it. No one can break your biphosphorus purple poison. Who gave you such confidence? Guan Yu continued sharply. Now use your proudly acclaimed biphosphorus poison against me. Hearing this, both the Huangdo team and Qin Ming were shocked. Qin Ming even went to Guan Yu's side to advise him. Teacher Yu Guang, although Yanzi's soul power is only level 37, her martial soul is the biphosphorus snake and her grandfather is the biphosphorus Douluo Dugu Bo. That biphosphorus poison is not to be taken lightly. Listening to Qin Ming's advice, Zhuge Yan felt it more like a boast about herself, and she proudly puffed out her chest even more. The poison of biphosphorus snake Emperor Dugu Bo, let's see if you dare to try it. However, Guan Yu's next statement not only shocked Zhuge Yan but also made her feel humiliated. The biphosphorus snake poison is decent, but your biphosphorus purple poison is not up to par. Come, let me show you the confidence-boosting Biling purple poison. As Guan Yu insisted, Qin Ming couldn't stop him, so he took the others aside, leaving only Guan Yu and Du Goyan on the playground. Teacher, let me Kindly remind you to be careful. Dugoyan initiated the martial soul possession first, with the biling snake's body merging with his Dugoyan's body slightly twisted and his long legs were replaced by a snake's tail, transforming him into a half-human, half-snake figure. The 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings on his body rhythmically moved up and down, with the third one suddenly brightening. His originally green eyes turned completely purple, even the green scales on the snake's tail were covered with a layer of light purple light. Opening his mouth, a rich purple mist sprayed out, quickly spreading in the air and pouncing towards Guan Yu's position. Guan Yu stood still, showing no intention of dodging, and was engulfed by the biling purple poison under the worried gazes of the crowd. After being engulfed by the purple poison mist for a few minutes, Qin Ming urged Du Goyan, Yanzi, that's enough. After all, Teacher Guang is a college teacher. If something goes wrong, it would be hard to explain. At this moment, Du Goyan also sobered up from his previous slight anger. Although he had Du Goba's support, Yufeng had mentioned before that Guang Yu was backed by the crown prince. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Du Goyan then withdrew the biling purple poison mist. Just as Du Goyan was about to withdraw the poison mist, a somewhat familiar voice sounded from within the mist. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Qin, but this level of poison can't bother me. Qin Ming recognized that it was Guan Yu's voice. Following that, a gust of wind wreaked havoc, directly blowing away the biling purple poison mist. As it dispersed, it transformed into tiny shards of ice falling to the ground. Seeing Guan Yu still standing on the field, calm and composed, everyone was even more incredulous. Everyone present knew the potency of Du Goyan's biling purple poison, yet Guan Yu had stood in the poison mist for so long without any harm. This was somewhat terrifying, impossible. The most shocked was Du Goyan, his face turning an unhealthy pale from the blow. What is your martial soul? Before Guan Yu could answer, Qin Ming spoke first. Yanzi, Teacher Guang's martial soul is the golden feather eagle. Golden feather eagle. As a biling snake, Du Goyan was naturally aware that the golden feather eagle was one of the few soul beasts that countered the biling snake. However, knowing Guan Yu's martial soul, Du Goyan gradually felt better. The opponent's martial soul was his nemesis, the golden feather eagle preyed on the biling snake and wasn't afraid of its poison, which seemed quite normal. Soon Du Goyan continued, Teacher, your martial soul is the nemesis of mine, so you're not afraid of my biling purple poison, but this doesn't mean my biling purple poison is useless, since not everyone's martial soul is a golden feather eagle, naturally countering my biling purple poison. Guan Yu had forgotten that he had disguised his martial soul as the golden feather eagle. His resolution of Du Goyan's biling purple poison relied entirely on his own immunity to poison. What does it have to do with the golden feather eagle? Guan Yu continued, alright, attack me again with your biphosphorus purple poison, this time I will break it in a different way. What? Another method to break his own biphosphorus purple poison? Hearing this, Du Goyan, though furious, liked her earlier confidence. Without deactivating her martial soul fusion, Du Goyan lit up her third soul ring and once again exhaled a cloud of poison towards Guan Yu. The poison fog spread quickly, but this time Guan Yu did not let the poison envelop him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he pulled out 2 flasks from his soul guidance device filled with realgar and high-proof alcohol. Guan Yu flung the flasks filled with realgar and alcohol into the air, and the next moment a fireball appeared in his hand, his 6th soul skill, Heavenly Fire. He threw the fireball, which chased down the flasks, and with a loud explosion the alcohol scattered and ignited. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the alcohol ignited, lighting up half the sky. Everyone stared at the reddened sky, momentarily spellbound. This second method was Guan Yu's emulation of Tang San's technique from the original story. Whether it would be successful, Guan Yu could not be sure, but since he was immune to poison, even a failure would do him no harm. However, he hadn't anticipated such a spectacle. Ultimately, the effect was effective. All of the biphosphorus purple poison was incinerated by the flames, thanks in part to the exceptional strength of Guan Yu's Heavenly Fire. Once again, Guan Yu had neutralized Du Goyan's biphosphorus purple poison. Du Goyan was once again struck hard, this time collapsing directly to the ground. Yu Tianheng immediately came to Du Goyan's side and held her, but offered no comfort, just holding her. The other members of the royal fight team were also stunned. The biphosphorus purple poison that had always been insurmountable was now broken twice by this new teacher, and the second time without even relying on any soul power but merely external means. This also meant that in the future others could use this method to counter Du Goyan's biphosphorus purple poison. After calming her emotions slightly, Du Goyan finally asked Guan Yu what were those 2 flasks filled with. Guan Yu did not hide it, they contained realgar and strong alcohol. Realgar alcohol has a significant inhibitory effect on snake venom. The realgar alcohol was first scattered by the explosion, and then the high temperature of the fire completely burned the snake venom. Although she understood the reason, Douluo still felt deeply defeated. Her only tactic had been so easily broken, and it would likely take her a long time to recover. You rely too much on poison, just like now. If your poison is broken by your opponent, what else can you do? Douluo opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. As a control-type soul master, her control method was poison. Her first 3 soul rings all enhanced the toxicity and intensity of the biphosphorus purple poison. Your martial soul is the biphosphorus snake. Speaking of the snake, people not only recall its venom but also another of its characteristics. What trait? At this moment, Zhuge, struck by adversity, seemed to have lost the ability to think and simply followed Guan Yu's words with a question: entangle, strangle. When a snake captures its prey, besides injecting venom, it often wraps tightly around its prey, attempting to strangle it to death. I'm not asking you to completely abandon your biphosphorus purple poison, but I want you to have a new method of control if someone were to counter your poison. Although your first 3 soul rings enhance your snake venom, if you choose a ghost vine of the right age for your 4th soul ring and increase the toughness of the biphosphorus snake, you can strengthen its ability to entangle and strangle. Guan Yu's words gave Zhuge a lot to think about. Previously influenced by his grandfather, he had focused solely on enhancing his poison, believing it to be the decisive factor in any battle. But now Guan Yu was challenging this notion not just verbally but by actually having countered his biphosphorus purple poison. Indeed, if the biphosphorus purple poison is countered, what else could he do? Catching and killing prey is not solely dependent on venom, it also involves wrapping around the prey and continuously tightening its grip to suffocate it. If he could further develop his entangling ability, wouldn't he still be effective? Having said this, Guan Yu then turned to Yu Tianhong, who was supporting Zhuge at the moment. And you, what's wrong with me? Perhaps because of Zhuge's situation, Yu Tianhong was somewhat unfriendly towards Guan Yu. Compared to your aggressive combat style, I actually hope you could also improve your speed. Supplementing speed, you mean? Developing towards a nimble attack style? What a joke! However, before Yu Tianhong could speak, Guan Yu continued. All your previous battles involved using lightning to constrain your opponents, but this method requires you to control a large amount of lightning, which greatly consumes your soul power. If you could increase your speed, perhaps in future battles you wouldn't need to always rely on large-scale lightning soul techniques, which lead to excessive soul power consumption. You must understand the trait of lightning is not just its terrifying lethality. It includes its speed. Yu Tianhong quickly raised his objections. But if I enhance my speed, then my attack power won't be strengthened. Guan Yu chuckled lightly. What use is your strong attack if you can't hit anyone? Guan Yu then looked around at everyone. Besides, you all are a team. Even if your attack isn't strong enough, others can take over. With that, Yufeng, grinning, rolled up his sleeves. Don't worry, boss. As a nimble attack type soul master, I'll take on the major offensive responsibilities for our Imperial combat team. As Yufeng spoke, Guan Yu also turned his gaze to him. Your transformation is even bigger, Te. I have to change too. Yufeng's mouth gaped open as if he could fit a peach inside. Windchime bird, although capable of flying, is not a strong avian soul beast. Hearing this, Yufeng scratched his head. Compared to your golden wing-eagled, mine is indeed just a little sparrow. But compared to others, I still hold quite a few advantages. At least Osro has nothing on me. Seeing Yufeng using himself as an example, Osro couldn't help but retort, just because you can fly you think you're so great. But then he seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to Guan Yu, saying, Teacher Yu, I'm not talking about you, just Yufeng. Guan Yu of course didn't care and directly interrupted their conversation. He turned to Yufeng and said, the Winqing bird was originally a scout soul master of the Sky Do Empire, but later, due to its outstanding speed, it gradually began to shift towards an agility attack type soul master by increasing its attack power. Since you can transform from a pure agility type to an agility attack type, why can't you try to become a control type soul master? What, a control type soul master? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The Winqing bird family has indeed been the pure agility soul master team of the Sky Do Empire a long time ago, using their speed for communication and spying. Because at that time, the Haotian sect supported the Star Luo Empire, the 4 major single attribute families naturally also supported the Douluo Empire, among which the Agility family's martial soul was the sharp-tailed swift, naturally aiding the Douluo Empire's communication and intelligence gathering. The Sky-Do Empire would not be without countermeasures, and the Winchim bird family was the Sky-Do Empire's response to the Douluo Empire. Although the existence of the Winchim bird family couldn't completely suppress the Agility family, it also prevented the Sky-Do Empire from being completely passive in the confrontation with the Douluo Empire. Now, the Winchim bird family is trying to transform, gradually shifting from being purely agility-based to developing into agility attack-type soul masters. The transition from single attribute to comprehensive development by the students of the Four Elements Academy exactly illustrates the current trend of martial soul development in the Sky-Do Empire. So the purely agility-based Winchim bird is also transforming into an agility attack type. Although their attack power is average, it still qualifies as an agility attack type. But you want the Winchim bird to act as a control type? Are you joking? Teacher Yu, how can my Winchim bird act as a control-type soulmaster? Could it possibly control enemies by flapping its wings to blow them away? Yufeng, with his personality, didn't take offense to Guan Yu's words and started joking around. Guan Yu, of course, didn't mind and immediately shared all his thoughts. Zhuge Yan, as a control-type soulmaster, her method of control is poison. Why can't your method of control also be poison? Teacher Yu, but Sister Yunzi's poison is innate, a talent that comes with her martial soul. Where am I supposed to get poison? Guan Yu continued, a soul master can also gain poisonous traits by absorbing soul rings. There are plenty of flying soul beasts in the soul beast realm that carry poison. As far as I know, one such soul beast called Bada Butterfly has phosphor powder on its body that can cause sleep paralysis and poisoning. If your fourth soul ring absorbs a suitable Bada Butterfly soul ring, there's a high chance you'll obtain the phosphor powder skill. By then, taking advantage of aerial superiority, you could sprinkle phosphor powder from the sky to confuse and impair your enemies. Guan Yu's idea was truly fantastical, and both the members of the Imperial fighting team and Qin Ming found it hard to keep up for a moment. If it were someone else, they might not listen to Guan Yu, but the Winchim bird family has always been seeking breakthroughs. Guan Yu's new idea provided Yufeng a new path, and at that moment he felt an urge to try it out for his family. If successful, the Winchim bird family could successfully transform. After all, the Winchim bird clan has not been very successful in transitioning to the agile attack type in recent years. Unless they suppress their opponents with a higher soul power level, they can only rely on flying and speed to engage the enemy at the same level and cannot defeat them. Eventually, Guan Yu turned his attention to the ghost leopard Osro. Seeing Guan Yu looking at him, Osro, as expected, asked, Teacher Yu, how do you plan to modify me? Osro, are you interested in switching to the control type? I should switch to control type too. Teacher Yu, according to what you just said, it might be possible for Yufeng to switch to control type, but how can I control if I switch? It's not entirely about switching to control type, but minoring in it. Seeing Osro's puzzled face, Guan Yu slowly explained his thoughts. Your ghost leopard martial soul is not only a beast martial soul but also a dark element martial soul. When you use your ghost leopard martial soul, the dark element power is richer and your body is surrounded by dark aura. Teacher Yu, what does that imply? It means that your shadow will be much larger than others. Shadow will. Osro became even more confused. Guan Yu continued, there's a soul beast called the Binding Shadow Branch. They can use shadows to extend and control and bind their opponent's movements. The Binding Shadow Branch can do this because their branches are complex, their shadow area is large, and they also possess dark element power. If you can acquire their shadow binding technique, you could silently bind your opponents with shadows when they least expect it, even if the opponent breaks free. It would take a significant amount of time, and that time would be enough for you to do many things. Just as Guan Yu finished speaking, Yellingling, who was dressed in black and wearing a veil and had never spoken before, suddenly spoke up. Teacher, if Osro and Yufeng have both switched to control and the captain to agile attack, what about our attack? Won't it be significantly weakened? Guan Yu's gaze finally rested on the burly Shi brothers, who looked similar. Could the Shi brothers switch from defense type to strong attack type? Logically, everyone should have been shocked to hear this, but with Guan Yu's series of extraordinary ideas coming out, the Imperial fighting team and Qin Ming seemed to have gradually adapted. They weren't planning to rush into questioning anymore. Instead, they wanted to first listen to what Guan Yu had to say. The Shi brothers' martial soul is the Black Tortoise. The quality level of the Black Tortoise martial soul is actually very high. In the original story, when the Imperial fighting team fought against Shrek. The presence and role of the Sher brothers were quite significant, and their tortoise-shell attack also had strong offensive power. Guan Yu picked up a small stone from the ground, then took an egg from a soul guide device. When the two collided, the outcome was obvious. Using an egg against a rock, what Guan Yu meant was definitely not this principle. The stone is harder than the egg, hence after the collision the egg broke. In other words, Sher brothers, if your tortoise shells are hard enough, then the damage inflicted when smashing them against an enemy would also be extremely high. So your next step in development, apart from continuing to increase the hardness of your shells, should also be to enhance your strength. Additionally, you could seek to develop in a direction that allows you to rebound attacks when you take hits. If the shell is hard enough and used to smash people, the principle of force being mutual applies, allowing you to rebound the opponent's attacks while enduring them. Everyone now really wanted to crack open Guan Yu's head to see what was inside. Wondering how he could come up with so many bizarre ideas, Guan Yu had analyzed and modified the 6 members of the Huangdo team with only Yi Lingling remaining. However, Yi Lingling did not ask about it because of the uniqueness of her Jiuxin Haitang martial soul. It seemed there was no possibility for modification. Seeing that Guan Yu had no further suggestions for her, although she had anticipated it, the reality of it still brought some disappointment, making her appear even more desolate. Since Guan Yu proposed the reform plan for the members of the Huangdo team, it had significantly impacted everyone over 2 months. Currently, no one in the Huangdo team had reached the soul power level of 40, so there was still time for them to think and decide. During these 2 months, under the leadership of Guan Yu and Qin Ming, the team had fought in over a dozen cities, achieving consecutive victories at the silver fighting soul level. As the saying goes, it is better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. Along the way, Guan Yu also gained a preliminary understanding of each city's situation. The soul power levels of all members of the Huangdo team had also increased by 1 level during these 2 months. Coincidentally, as the members of the Huangdo team reached the original level of soul power, Qin Ming came to inform Guan Yu that the next target city for the Huangdo team was Soto City. This meant that the Huangdo team would be facing Shrek Academy. After consecutive competitions in over a dozen cities without a single defeat, the members of the Huangdo team had gradually become somewhat arrogant. Pride was nearly written on everyone's face, and their confidence had swelled excessively. The only one who could still maintain clarity was the reticent Yi Lingling, who for some reason had become even more silent since the first day Guan Yu proposed the reform plan for Huangdo. The night before they headed to Soto City, after dinner, Guan Yu called Yi Lingling aside. "Lingling, come to my room in a bit, MHM." Yi Lingling responded in a voice as tiny as a mosquito's. The other members of the Huangdo team did not meddle but went about their own activities. Eventually, only Yi Lingling went to the hotel room where Guan Yu was staying. As soon as she entered the room, Guan Yu locked the door from the inside. Although his face was covered with a black veil, Guan Yu could clearly feel that Yi Lingling was somewhat nervous. Guan Yu poured a glass of water for Yi Lingling. "Lingling, 2 months ago I proposed a reform plan for the Huangdo team, but I didn't go into detail about your development." Yi Lingling, holding the hem of her skirt, nodded. "Teacher Yu, I know the characteristics of my martial soul myself. No matter how many soul rings I apply, I only have 1 skill, so my development is also singular. But your role is the greatest. If you can stay absolutely safe in battle, then your teammates, companions, relatives and friends will have endless opportunities to attack. They can fight with complete peace of mind." Guan Yu replied. After speaking, he moved his hand over his soul guidance device. A faint shimmer of white light flashed before finally transforming into an object in front of the two. It was a soul bone. Indeed, it was the concealed soul bone that Guan Yu had obtained from slaying the Mantis Soul Master in the hell-killing fields of the Killing City. This was a right-arm soul bone derived from a 60,000-year-old concealed Mantis Soul beast. The skill it granted was concealment. Although it wasn't complete invisibility, it allowed one to hide in a manner similar to being invisible, undetectable by most soul masters except those with extremely strong perceptions. Alongside the concealment soul bone, there was also a booklet, the very distraction control manual given to Guan Yu by the glinting Douluo of the 7 treasured glazed tiles sect. This manual detailed techniques on distraction control, promising great improvements in healing effectiveness and soul power consumption if mastered, forming part of my transformation plan for you. For Guan Yu, a mere invisibility skill was somewhat trivial, but for Yi Lingling, a support-type healing soul master, it was a vital skill for survival. Guan Yu would not have considered giving it to Yi Lingling right at the beginning of their tutelage. It was only after 2 months of careful consideration that he decided to offer it. Yi Lingling's soul skill was solely healing, using the concealment soul bone to ensure her safety while simultaneously using distraction control to reduce the soul power wasted during soul skill execution could significantly enhance her combat effectiveness. This was a genuine enhancement for Yi Lingling, unlike the bizarre improvements of other members of the Emperor fighting team. Do you understand now? Understand, murmuring softly, a hint of struggle appeared on Yi Lingling's face beneath her black veil. And I have only one request: if you agree, these 2 items will be yours and you will not be shortchanged in the future. Yi Lingling remained conflicted until the moment Guan Yu prepared to speak again, at which she seemed to have made a significant decision. Master Yu, I agree. This time Guan Yu was stunned. I haven't even made my request yet and you've agreed? Yi Lingling unknowingly had walked to the window and slowly drew the curtains closed. Then she removed the black veil she had always worn on her head. This was the first time Guan Yu saw Yi Lingling's true face. She was not enchantingly beautiful like Douluo or coldly noble like Qianrenxue, but rather pure and akin to the girl next door, a delicate beauty in Guan Yu's eyes, possibly even more attractive than Douluo. But before Guan Yu could look for long, he noticed that Yi Lingling's hands had unknowingly moved to her waist, and then with a loosen and a lift, her dress swiftly fell down. Guan Yu could see a large expanse of Yi Lingling's fair skin. Without the clothes to cover her, Yi Lingling's figure was fully revealed. Sometimes these seemingly demure girls next door had truly stunning figures with surprisingly exaggerated curves. Shedding her black dress, Yi Lingling was left in some simple black undergarments covering the essential areas. Just as Yi Lingling was about to take the next step and remove those undergarments, Guan Yu finally couldn't help but cough lightly. Wait a moment, Long Lang, I think there might be some misunderstanding. It's unclear if it was Yi Langlang's clothing that faded quickly or her movements were swift, but no sooner had her clothes slipped off, her chest was freed. Such a big misunderstanding. Hearing Guan Yu's words, Yi Langlang was visibly startled, crossing her arms in front of her chest, her innocent face staring straight at Guan Yu. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Teacher Yu, isn't your request? Guan Yu then realized Yi Langlang had misunderstood. Indeed, it's hard to blame her for the misunderstanding. After all, the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy is a noble academy where rumors abound of some students with backgrounds coveting their female teachers, and then, there are also powerful, high-status male teachers who take an interest in female students from fallen noble families. And then, when Guan Yu took out a soul bone, what is the value of a soul bone? Yi Langlang couldn't think of any other reason Guan Yu would want her for except herself. You really misunderstood. I can give you the stealth soul bone, but my request is that you swear with your martial soul to be loyal to me from now on without a second heart. Upon hearing this, Yi Langlang's fair cheeks turned pink. It's not hard to imagine how embarrassing this misunderstanding must have been, seeing the blush on Yi Langlang's cheeks. Guan Yu really wanted to help relieve this awkwardness, but in the end he restrained himself. Are you still willing now? Yi Langlang nodded her head. If she could agree to this, then there was nothing she couldn't agree to. A soul bone might not be very important to Guan Yu, but for others, its value is incredibly high. Many people struggle their whole lives without getting a single soul bone, let alone one that suits them well. Teacher Yu, may I put on my clothes first before I swear with my martial soul? Yi Langlang's voice grew softer. Yes, go ahead and dress, don't catch a cold. Teacher Yu, could you turn around please? Guan Yu then realized, now you want me to turn around? Actually, when you were undressing, I saw everything necessary. Upon hearing this, Yi Langlang's cheeks grew even redder. Finally, after Yi Langlang had dressed, she raised her right hand, swearing with her 9-hearted begonia martial soul to always be loyal to Guan Yu, never to betray him. As Yi Langlang finished her oath, Guan Yu felt as if a magical force acted upon Yi Langlang's 9-hearted begonia martial soul, though it quickly vanished. However, if Yi Langlang were to break her oath, that aura would reappear, bringing severe punishment to her, including potential loss of life. Everything went smoothly beyond Guan Yu's expectations. Perhaps Guan Yu had underestimated the value of a soul bone, which could even attract strong warriors. Not to mention, this stealth soul bone was not of a low age, already having reached the 60,000-year level. However, in Guan Yu's eyes, Yi Langlang still had great value. She didn't even need to reach the title Douluo level. As long as Yi Langlang reached the 70-level Soul Saint, her healing abilities would be greatly Enhanced and utilized. Although Guan Yu himself possesses the rapid self-healing ability of his sturdy right leg bone, Yi Lingling's healing skills can be extended to others, facilitating the reduction of casualties in future actions of the martial soul hall. Absorb this soul bone right here, I'll protect you. Guan Yu pushed the invisible right arm bone towards Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling nodded, then prepared to sit cross-legged to absorb the invisible right arm bone. Don't sit on the floor. Take the bed. Yi Lingling hesitated for a moment but eventually blushing moved to Guan Yu's bed to absorb the soul bone. The entire absorption process lasted about half an hour, after which Yi Lingling finally completed absorbing the invisible right arm bone. The moment she finished, Yi Lingling's body gradually began to fade and then disappeared. Guan Yu, relying on his own spiritual power, could only sense that Yi Lingling was still around but could not pinpoint her exact location. His spiritual power was now comparable to that of a Soul Douluo, which meant that soul masters below the level of Soul Douluo could hardly lock onto Yi Lingling's position. Even among Soul Douluo level soul masters, only a few might be able to detect Yi Lingling's invisibility. However, although Guan Yu could not lock onto Yi Lingling through his spiritual power, he was confident that once he deployed his killing domain, as long as Yi Lingling was within his domain, he could definitely lock onto her completely. Yi Lingling, having absorbed the soul bone, got off Guan Yu's bed and also tidied it up. With Guan Yu's silent consent, she picked up the distraction control manual from the table and then asked Guan Yu, "Teacher Yu, since I have already sworn by my martial soul, shouldn't you tell me who you really are?" Guan Yu's gaze fell on Yi Lingling. Having absorbed the invisible right arm bone, Yi Lingling's soul power had only increased by 4 levels, reaching level 39. Hearing Yi Lingling's question, Guan Yu saw no need to hide anymore and slowly uttered 3 words: "Martial Soul Hall." Yi Lingling, seeing through him, was unexpected for Guan Yu, so he curiously asked, "How did you know I'm not merely a teacher?" Yi Lingling raised her right hand holding the distraction control manual. "Teacher. You casually handing out a 60,000-year soul bone, could a mere teacher do that? Moreover, the technique of distraction control, the once widely disseminated, now seems to be possessed only by the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. For teacher Yu to possess it is no small matter." Guan Yu smiled. "Turns out it was these 2 things that gave me away." Yi Lingling did not say much more, but she always had a feeling, or perhaps an intuition. After all, women have strong intuitions. "Teacher Yu, what do I need to do next?" Yi Lingling, very conscientious after absorbing the soul bone, took the initiative to ask Guan Yu for tasks. "You should familiarize yourself with the soul bone skills for the next few days. In the upcoming Soto Soul Fighting Arena you will encounter tough opponents." The Soto Soul Fighting Arena doesn't seem very strong. Why would there be tough opponents there? Although Yi Lingling usually appeared calm and didn't wear her pride on her face like the other members of the Imperial Fighting Team, winning more than a dozen matches had somewhat changed her mentality. "Do not be overly confident. The team I mentioned to you before, which achieved a complete victory in the group battle at the Soul Combat Arena, was actually at the Soto City Soul Combat Arena." Hearing Guan Yu say this, Yi Lingling finally put away her pride and affirmed, "I understand, Mr. Yu. I will take care of the team's subsequent healing." Guan Yu nodded. "If it were before, I really wouldn't be sure that you could win, but now I'm not worried about you losing. With your invisibility skill, as long as you don't fall, the Emperor Combat Team will never fall. However, you can let the others learn a lesson first and then step in to provide significant healing after they face setbacks." Hearing this, Yi Lingling couldn't help but smile. She hadn't expected Mr. Yu to be so considerate, wanting the team members to curb their pride. Guan Yu didn't say much more. After a while, Yi Lingling left Guan Yu's room alone. A few days later, the Emperor Combat Team finally arrived in Soto City. For the first 2 days in Soto City, Qin Ming advised against having the Emperor Combat Team participate in the Soul Combat matches, preferring them to observe the local matches to get acquainted and also to rest after days of travel. Guan Yu naturally had no objections. It wasn't until the 3rd night, when the lights of Soto City were bright, that Qin Ming led the members of the Emperor Combat Team to the Soto Grand Soul Combat Arena to participate in the Soul Combat competition. This Soto City is too small, it's simply incomparable to Tiando City. Yu Feng whistled, surveying everything on the surrounding streets. Gue Bao Asro was the only one in the team who liked to argue with Yu Feng. "Nonsense, Tiando City is the imperial capital. Soto City isn't even considered a capital. The Grand Soul Combat Arena here probably doesn't have any decent teams, and there aren't any notable academies either. Apart from Yi Lingling, who had been reminded by Guan Yu, the other members of the Emperor combat team obviously didn't take it seriously. The group arrived at the group battle registration point and teacher Qin Ming approached the staff. "Hello, we'd like to register for the group battle." The staff member habitually took the Emperor combat team's group battle badge, but his face changed dramatically when he saw the badge's emblem exclaiming "A Silver Soul Combat Team," and at the soul honor level of Silver Soul Combat, Yufeng urged, "Stop making a fuss. Hurry up and arrange our registration." The staff member was somewhat embarrassed and stammered, "Please wait a moment, we currently do not have a soul honor level Silver Soul Combat Team here." "There's no Silver Soul Combat level team? Is this the Soto Soul Combat Arena, the second only to the capital in the Barak Kingdom?" Osro said disdainfully. The staff member did not dare argue with the members of the Emperor combat team. His years of registration work had exposed him to many kinds of people, and he could tell at a glance that these were not ordinary individuals. Soul honor level, Silver Soul Combat Young, these words together were clearly no simple matter. Thus, the staff member quickly sent someone off, likely to call a higher level manager. Soon after, the staff member returned with a middle-aged man in a suit. The middle-aged man greeted with a polite smile, "Hello, esteemed team leader, I am AO, the manager of the Soto Grand Soul Arena." Qin Ming also nodded politely in response. Manager AO continued with a smile, "Here's the situation. Currently, our Soto Grand Soul Arena does not have a Soul Force team at the Silver Soul Master level with Soul Honor strength. If you insist on participating in a soul fight, we can only arrange for you to compete against a team at the Copper Soul Master level." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming hadn't said much yet, but the disdain on the faces of the other members of the Royal Battle Team grew stronger. Even Yi Lingling, under her black veil, looked doubtful. It seemed that the Soto Soul Arena was not as strong as their teacher had described, lacking powerful teams. Eventually, Qin Ming agreed to Manager AO's arrangement and signed up for the Soul Fight competition. Guan Yu also noticed that the Royal Battle Team's first opponent was the Berserk Team. Their match was scheduled to take place in 1 hour. Before then, the group was led to a VIP room to rest. The VIP room featured a large floor-to-ceiling glass window that overlooked the ongoing soul fights in the Soto Soul Arena, but the Royal Battle Team showed little interest, deeming the competitors too weak. Everyone was doing their own thing, quietly waiting for the soul fight to begin in an hour. An hour later, as the announcer called out the names of the two competing teams, the members of the Royal Battle Team stood up and left the VIP room to prepare for their entrance. Both teams walked onto the battle area, and the Royal Battle Team members saw all the members of the Berserk Team. Leading the Berserk Team was their captain, the burly Quanxi, followed by two middle-aged men, twins like the Graphite brothers, and then a flamboyant woman who, in their view, obviously used cheap makeup. Behind the flamboyant woman were two slender young men, their eyes darting around restlessly. At the rear of the Berserk Team was a middle-aged man, at least in his 40s. Judging by appearances alone, it was hard to believe this was a strong team, especially when they saw that only two members had the optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, and the others even had white tenure soul rings. Their disdain grew. The disdain of the Royal Battle Team was clearly noticed by the members of the Berserk Team. Annoyed, they thought, "How arrogant they are. They dare to look down on our Berserk Team." After all, they were facing a Silver Soul Master team, and it was normal for them to be proud. But what was Manager AO thinking arranging such a match? Then Quanxi, standing at the front, spoke up. "What's there to fear? So what if they are a Silver Soul Master team? Our Berserk Team has only lost once to the Shrek Team, and we've won all other matches." But as the Royal Battle Team members released their martial souls, the Berserk Team members were taken aback. All 7 were in the optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. This reminded them of their previous encounter with the Shrek Team, which also had the best soul ring configuration, but the Royal Battle Team seemed even more formidable. Shrek had only 4 soul honors while the Royal Battle Team had 7. In a VIP seating area, Manager AO was closely monitoring the Spirit Combat Tournament. Just then an employee approached with some information. "Manager AO, the nobles of Soto City have placed heavy bets on the Imperial Combat Team to win. Additionally, a significant amount of unidentified funds has also been wagered on the same team." Hearing this, Manager AO's brows furrowed, a sense of unease slowly setting in. The outcome only confirmed his suspicions. In the arena, electric sparks flew, and within just 20 minutes all members of the Berserker Team were down, unable to continue the fight. Although the Imperial Combat Team also expended a lot of energy, at least all of them were still standing. Manager AO, the Imperial Combat Team has applied to compete in tomorrow's Spirit Combat match. The next day, Manager AO's expression was still tense as a large amount of money continued to be placed on the Imperial Combat Team. However, the team arranged by the Soto Spirit Arena for today was even weaker than the Berserker team. As expected, the Imperial Combat Team won 2 consecutive matches. Due to the external betting, Soto Grand Spirit Arena had lost nearly a year's worth of profits. Moreover, the Imperial Combat Team showed no signs of resting and had signed up for another match the next day. Having just watched the match, Manager AO, stroking his chin, had his eyebrows nearly twisted. Together, teams of the Soul Honor level, stronger than the Berserker team. Suddenly, Manager AO thought of a recently rising team. Bring me the data on the Shrek team. The employee quickly retrieved the information on the Shrek team. Looking at the data, which recorded Shrek team's 27 consecutive victories, Manager AO was shocked. Apart from their victory over the Berserker team, which had initially surprised him, Manager AO had not paid much attention to this team afterward. Now, to his astonishment, this team had already won 27 matches in a row, according to the winning streak system. Although the Shrek team was currently ranked as an Iron Spirit team, their actual points had reached the Silver Spirit level. Soon, Manager AO had an idea. Let Shrek try to challenge the Imperial Combat Team, as they had also defeated the Berserker team and might well compete against the Imperial Combat Team. Contact the leader of the Shrek team immediately. I want to meet him. But Manager, the leader of the Shrek team, didn't leave detailed contact information. Then wait until the Shrek team comes to register for the Spirit Combat again and contact me immediately. The Imperial Combat Team only participated in 2 matches at the Soto Grand Spirit Arena. From the 3rd day onwards, citing the reason of not having suitable teams to compete, the arena politely declined the registration of the Imperial Combat Team. Regardless of how you put it, whether it's mediocre or trash, it doesn't matter. As long as we don't lose and don't incur losses, Soto Grand Spirit Arena doesn't care anymore. On the 5th day, Qin Ming led the Imperial Combat Team back to the Soto Grand Spirit Arena. Teacher, it seems the Soto Grand Spirit Arena will continue to give us the runaround today. This time, it was the team captain Yu Tianheng who spoke. Qin Ming also noticed that the Soto Grand Spirit Arena was intentionally delaying. If the Soto Grand Spirit Arena doesn't arrange an opponent for us to have a team battle today, then we'll head to the next city. The others nodded in agreement. They had joined the Soul Battle competition to improve themselves. Since there were no Soul Battles happening at the Soto Grand Arena, there was no point in wasting more time there. Yi Lingling sneaked a glance at Guan Yu, seemingly asking about the team Guan Yu had mentioned. After arriving at the Soto Grand Arena, Guan Yu and Qin Ming directed the Imperial Combat Team to rest in the VIP room while the two of them headed to the team registration area as usual. We would like to register for the team battle. Are there any teams available for a soul battle with us today? Qin Ming asked as he handed the Imperial Combat Team badge to the staff member. Just as Qin Ming was not holding much hope, the staff member replied with a smile, registration successful. Respected team leader, sir, your team will compete in a soul battle against the Shrek team in half an hour. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu could clearly perceive a sudden change in Qin Ming's expression. Who did you say our opponents are? Qin Ming asked. Hello, your opponents today are the Shrek team. Qin Ming swallowed hard. Could you give me some information about the Shrek team? The staff member nodded, retrieving the opponent's intelligence information, a routine task for any team leader which the Soto Grand Arena wouldn't refuse. The Shrek team had similarly received information about the Imperial Combat Team not long before. After obtaining the Shrek team's information, Guan Yu and Qin Ming went to reunite with the Imperial Combat Team. Indeed, as long as Guan Yu didn't interfere too much, everything would temporarily follow the original plot. Back in the VIP room, the Imperial Combat Team, who were chatting and joking, also noticed something off about Qin Ming's expression. Such an expression even the team captain Yu Tianheng had never seen before. He quietly stepped forward and asked in a low voice, Mr. Qin, what's wrong? Do we still not have any opponents today? Yu Feng also started asking. Qin Ming's eyes flashed, his bright black pupils seeming to ponder more. No, this time we do have opponents for the Soul Team battle, and you might indeed find yourselves facing a challenge. Here is the information from the Soto Grand Arena, take a look. Saying this, Qin Ming spread the documents on the crystal table. The members of the Imperial Combat Team quickly gathered around to view the information. Only 4 soul honors, this team seems weak. Yu Feng couldn't help commenting after seeing the soul power levels of the Shrek team. Qin Ming was slightly displeased. Who taught you to judge everything by soul power levels? Although the Shrek team has only 4 soul honors, they dare to participate in the soul team battle, and so far they have fought 27 battles without a single defeat, including against the Berserk team you encountered before. What? They actually won against the Berserk team, with that level of soul power. Yilingling, however, was thinking of something else. Is this the team, mister, you mentioned? Guan Yu also spoke up. The opponents are not simple. If you still don't take your opponents seriously, you will suffer a great loss. Lingling, in this soul battle, they will definitely target you first. You must protect yourself. Okay, Yi Lingling replied. And the usually silent Sure brothers spoke up for once. Teacher Yu, we promised to protect Lingling. Upon hearing this, everyone saw Guan Yu shake his head. No, you don't need to protect Lingling. Lingling can protect herself. What you need to do is act as one team of 6 and use your superior soul power to overwhelm the opponents. The only way the Shrek team can defeat you is by isolating and defeating you one by one. So, you must not venture deep alone and give them any chance. And 1. Last thing, do not incapacitate or severely injure the member known as Xiaowu too early. Everyone was puzzled. Why show mercy to this person? Could it be that this person is known to the teacher? Teacher Yu, why is this? It's nothing, just that if she's hurt, someone might go crazy and lose control. Guan Yu finished speaking, and then Qin Ming added, Yanzi, you also need to show restraint in this match. If the opponent is poisoned by your Lin purple poison, make sure to detoxify them immediately. Douluo acknowledged, but members of the Imperial fighting team felt even more that both teachers seemed to know their opponents. Soto Grand Soul Arena, Central Soul Fighting Arena. This is the most important venue in the Soto Grand Soul Arena, where only Silver Soul level matches are usually held. However, today a Soul Honor level soul fighting match is scheduled here. The Shrek team, having won 27 consecutive matches, is not unknown in the Soto Grand Soul Arena, and their opponents, the Imperial fighting team, have even defeated the Berserk team, a Silver Soul team. Hence, the popularity of this match has almost reached the peak for the year at the Soto Grand Soul Arena, with all seats filled. The betting outside the soul fighting match is incredibly high. As the soul fighting match was about to start, a beautiful lady in a white long dress stepped onto the stage, picked up the soul-guided loudspeaker and flashed a professional smile. It is an honor to meet all the distinguished guests. I am Douluo, the host for this soul fighting match. Tonight we will witness the only team soul fight. Though both sides are only at the soul honor level, they have both achieved the honor of the Silver Soul level badge. I will be your commentator for this match, and let me introduce the teams. Imperial fighting team led by Captain Yu Tianhong with the soul of the blue electric tyrant dragon. Shrek 7 Devils team led by the evil eye white tiger with the soul of white tiger. After introducing all the soul fighters, the host Douluo called out a pair of white wings and soared into the air. I now declare that this soul fighting match officially begins. By now, both teams had formed their formations. The Shrek team was arranged in a 3-1-1-2 formation. Guan Yu, having seen the Shrek 7 monsters during the 6th test of the God of Shura, could tell that in the front row were Dai Mubai in the center with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing on either side, followed by Tang San. Then Ma Hongjun with Oscar and Ning Rongrong at the rear. In contrast, the formation of the Imperial fighting team was undoubtedly much simpler. Aside from Yi Lingling, everyone else was standing at the forefront. Seeing the positioning of the Imperial fighting team, Tang San from the Shrek 7 Devils was even more puzzled. Everyone was standing in front of the support-type Soulmaster, leaving no one to guard the sides. Not only was Tang San puzzled, but the 3 leaders of the Shrek side, Master Flander and Zhao Wuji, were also equally perplexed. Moreover, Flander was the first to spot Qin Ming about 100 meters away on the opposite side. Wuji, look who's over there. Zhao Wuji, not very tall but exceptionally burly, also spotted Qin Ming and his eyes widened instantly. How could it be him? Why would this guy arrange such a formation? Master, with a face full of stubble, heard the conversation between Flander and Zhao Wuji and asked curiously, you know him? Flander didn't answer directly, instead he teased, I'll tell you later. Master couldn't be bothered to ask further, simply remarking how boring. However, at the current soul fighting arena, the soul battle had already begun. All 14 participants released their martial souls. With the release of the martial souls and soul rings, the enthusiasm of the audience was fully ignited. In the past, during the release of martial souls and soul rings, others were shocked by the optimal soul ring configurations of the Shrek 7 Devils. This time, however, everyone was enviously shocked by the Imperial fighting team, whether it was the configuration of soul rings or the number of soul honors. The Imperial fighting team completely overwhelmed the Shrek team. After the release of the martial souls, the Imperial fighting team launched a swift attack. To everyone's surprise, all 6 of the forefront members of the Imperial fighting team joined in the battle. Lan Di Ba Wan Long Yu Tianhun by Lin Shi Duguyan, the Shi family brothers, Yufeng Osro. The Imperial fighting team had 6 people capable of forming a battle force. This move by the Imperial fighting team was beyond Tang San and Master's earlier predictions. All 6 are participating in the attack. Aren't they worried about their support-type Soul Master? Ma Hongjun, standing behind Tang San, couldn't help but speak first. As Ma Hongjun and the others instinctively looked for the opposing support-type Soul Master, their eyes widened once again, then their gazes moved around as if searching for something. Where's their support-type Soul Master? Gone. Yilingling. At the moment the Imperial fighting team launched their attack, used her stealth bone skill, her figure vanished directly on the soul fighting field. The 6 vigorous attackers from the Imperial fighting team and the disappeared 7th member Yilingling. The Imperial fighting team's opening disrupted the Shrek team's arrangement. Swish swish swish. Just then, the sound of the wind breaking arose as strands of blue-silver grass as thick as fingers entwined around the bodies of the Shrek team members. Tang San swallowed a grilled sausage, then amidst the exclamations of the crowd he took the other 6 up into the air. Master, also watching the battle, commented, "The Imperial fighting team is indeed a strong team. Little San and I originally thought they would relax their guard because of our little monster's soul power levels, but now it seems they have not only remained vigilant but also chose to attack full force, aiming to strike us like thunder. A lion still uses all its might to catch a rabbit." The Imperial fighting team is doing well, and most crucially their support-type Soul Master seems to possess some advanced invisibility skill. It seems the Imperial fighting team wouldn't normally launch such an intense attack on Shrek from the start. No team in the Battle Frenzy League had ever done this. Could it be him? Both Flander and Zhao Wuji turned their eyes towards Qin Ming on the opposite side. Knowing the details of the Shrek Academy, Qin Ming advised the Royal Fighting Team to attack with full force, a very sensible decision. The Grandmaster continued, "The Royal Fighting Team has disrupted the little monster's formation." Xiao San chose to avoid direct confrontation, opting instead to leap and dodge, an effective temporary measure indeed. However, the flying mushroom sausage only lasts for a minute. What will Xiao San do next? His mastery of flight skills at this soul power level is truly astonishing. Except his martial soul is a flying soul beast. The Royal Fighting Team was also taken aback, but they quickly adjusted their state and continued to launch attacks on the airborne members of Shrek Academy as per the pre-arranged plan by Guan Yu. 1 minute? Not even a second of good times would be given to Shrek. Among the 6 attackers of the Royal Fighting Team, aside from Duge Yen and the Ghost Leopard Osro, the other 4 had the capability to engage in aerial combat. Yufeng, being an air-type Soul Master, naturally could attack the airborne members of Shrek. Though Yufeng was quite active, he heeded Guan Yu's words and did not attack the Shrek members directly, but instead used his 3rd soul skill Wind Surge to attack from a distance. Yu Tianhong also made his move, although he couldn't fly. His 3rd soul skill Thunder Wrath enhanced his thunder power. With this power, Yu Tianhong used a new technique taught by Guan Yu a few days ago. A large amount of silver thunder was manipulated by Yu Tianhong, and with sharp piercing sounds it surged towards the sky. This technique was reluctantly named Thunderstrike by Guan Yu. Thunderstrike was a special application of thunder, not as powerful as Yu Tianhong's close-range attacks fueled by thunder power, but it had the advantage of long-range attack capability. As for the Shi brothers, it was simple. They molted, releasing their 3rd soul skill, Mysterious Water Armor Shield, which not only strengthened their turtle shells but also gave them extreme cutting power. Then they hurled their spinning turtle shells into the air. Control Crane Capture Dragon. In the air, Tang San held 3 strands of blue-silver grass, each tied to a teammate. Facing the continued assault from the Royal Fighting Team, Tang San waved his hands and all members of the Shrek team skillfully dodged wave after wave of attacks pulled by the strands of blue-silver grass. The effective time of the flying mushroom sausage was 1 minute. Once the members of Shrek landed, even if others still had time from consuming the flying mushroom sausage, it would only be a few minutes at most. As soon as they landed, the Royal Fighting Team would launch a full-scale attack on them as instructed by Guan Yu. Where did the Royal Fighting Team have an advantage over the Shrek team? First and foremost, soul power. The entire Royal Fighting Team were soul honors with you. Tianheng possessing soul power of level 39 and Yi Lingling who had absorbed a soul bone also reaching level 39. Thus, in terms of total soul power, the royal fighting team had an edge over the Shrek team. Ning Rongrong's spirit power level had not yet broken through level 30. Her spirit abilities were limited to strength enhancement and speed enhancement without any spirit power amplification or recovery abilities, although Oscar possessed the recovery big sausage as his first spirit ability. It was precisely because it was his first ability that the spirit power recovery it provided was limited. Moreover, since he also needed to produce the flying mushroom sausage, Oscar did not have much spirit power left to create more recovery big sausages. This was why Guan Yu told everyone on the Star Luo team that they did not need to attack the support spirit masters from Shrek Academy. Their strategy was simply to focus their attacks on the front line of Shrek Academy, completely ignoring Shrek's rear line. Additionally, in terms of the number of combatants, the Star Luo team, excluding Yi Lingling, had 6 people who could participate in the battle, whereas the Shrek team, excluding Ning Rongrong and Oscar, had only 5, with Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun not yet reaching the Spirit Sage level. Thus, in terms of combat power, the Star Luo team also overwhelmingly suppressed the Shrek team. The 3 frontline fighters from Shrek could hardly withstand the onslaught from the Star Luo team. As time slowly ticked by, Tang San consumed another flying mushroom sausage. After eating the sausage, he turned to the other members of Shrek Academy and said, "The opponent is very strong. Once the effect of the flying mushroom sausage wears off, you guys should withdraw from the arena." "Withdraw from the arena? Are we just going to admit defeat?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed, unwilling to give up. Tang San's eyes gleamed with a purple light. His purple demon eyes were continuously active, not only to track the attack trajectories of the Star Luo team but also to search for traces of their support spirit masters. However, to Tang San's surprise, his purple demon eyes still could not locate them. The purple demon eyes enhance vision, which means they allow you to notice very subtle presences, but they do not enable you to see through invisibility. Damn it, if only my purple demon eyes were trained to the mustard seed level. Tang San lamented. Little San, are we really giving up? Are we truly without a single fighting chance? Tang San shook his head. The odds are slim. They don't need to leave anyone to protect their support spirit masters. Everyone can join the attack. Due to the gap in spirit power, even with Rongrong's strength and speed enhancements, it's tough for us to outlast them. Brother, what about you? Only Xiao Wu noticed that Tang San had said you guys, implying that he was not including himself. Tang San smiled at Xiao Wu, his voice unexpectedly firm. I'm going in alone. Little San, if you know there's little hope, why still go? There's no need to fight a battle we can't win. Oscar argued. "Oh, Oscar, give me a few recovery big sausages and flying mushroom sausages." Seeing the resolute look in Tang San's eyes, Oscar knew he couldn't dissuade him, so he used his remaining spirit power to create a few recovery big sausages and flying mushroom sausages for Tang San. As the effect of the second flying mushroom sausage was about to end, Tang San used his blue silver grass to wrap around his teammates and send them out of the arena, leaving only himself on the field. Seeing that only Tang San was left on the field, Qin Ming and the Star Luo team's resting area breathed a sigh of relief, but Guan Yu knew that without the burden of his teammates dealing with Tang San alone was not going to be easy. Moreover, Tang San was about to begin his moment of boasting. The audience at the Great Fighting Soul Arena didn't lose faith in the Shrek 7 Devils just because 6 members had left the stage. On the contrary, the fact that only Tang San remained made the crowd even more excited. They began to chant his name repeatedly. This reminded them of a previous match against the Berserk team where Tang San, as the thousand-handed Azura, single-handedly turned the tide of the battle. Was history about to repeat itself? The royal fighting team couldn't understand why the audience was still cheering for the Shrek team, now reduced to just one person. "You're the only one left. Do you still want to continue?" Yu Tianheng, surrounded by silver lightning, glanced at Tang San. "Why not? The match isn't over yet," Tang San replied. As he spoke, his back arched, and with the sound of fabric tearing, 8 strange, deep purple objects slowly emerged from his back, eventually forming 8 spider legs. Tang San, not yet fully integrated with the 8 spider lances, found his emotions easily swayed by them, making him appear somewhat grim. However, in such a state his combat instincts were actually stronger than usual. This time, Tang San didn't evade, instead he took the initiative to attack. Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track. Using this technique, Tang San vanished from his spot, his mysterious steps astonishing the members of the royal fighting team. Is that a soul skill? There's no fluctuation of soul power. It's not a soul skill. declared Grandmaster from the spectator area. That's Tang San's unique movement skill. Grandmaster knew Tang San had mastered some advanced techniques that were different from soul skills. However, even Grandmaster wasn't sure if Tang San could defeat the royal fighting team with this. Tang San's first targets were not the team captain Yu Tianhang or the lone Zhuge Yan nor the defensively skilled Shi brothers, but rather Yu Feng and Osler. Since Yu Feng was a flying soul master, Tang San first targeted Osler. Seeing Tang San approaching him first, Osler's initial reaction was annoyance, feeling like he was being seen as an easy target. Plus, with the other 6 members of Shrek having left the arena, Osler the Ghost Panther forgot the earlier warning from Guan Yu and chose to confront Tang San head-on. First soul skill Ghost Panther Clone, second soul skill Ghost Panther Fierce Claw. Osler's form split into 3 and he raised his right hand to strike Tang San with a heavy blow. 5 sharp blades sprang forth, their cold light gleaming. However, Tang San was using his purple demon eye, which although couldn't penetrate Yi Lingling's invisibility, could see through Osler's illusions. Xin Yu hand, crane controlling dragon. Tang San targeted only the Osler on the left, ignoring the other 2 illusions. His Shen Yu hand, turning a pale cyan, grabbed Osler's wrist and forcefully neutralized his strength. Then, pivoting on his left foot, Tang San's body spun rapidly, his wrist twisting and using the technique from Crane controlling dragon to apply the principle of using minimal force to move a heavy weight. With his small stature, Tang San unexpectedly unleashed a formidable force, flinging Osler away. Osler's illusion skills did not deceive Tang San's eyes. As he made his move, Tang San accurately judged and separately executed a spider web restraint towards Yu Tianheng, Zhuge Yan and the Shi brothers. For webs of binding successively took effect on Yu Tianheng and his 3 companions. As for Yu Feng, who was not restrained by the webs and was still flying, Tang San targeted him next. Tang San turned his head, fixed his gaze on Yu Feng in the air, raised his right hand and with a loud shout, "Come down!" blue silver grass surged out wildly, swiftly entwining around Yu Feng and pulling him to the ground with a crash. Yu Tianheng was the first to break free from the web's restraint. Despite the toxin on the web and the toughness of the blue silver grass, they could not hold Yu Tianheng, who was now using his Thunder Fury. With his first and second soul skills activated, Yu Tianheng approached Tang San, his dragon claws striking repeatedly towards him. At this moment, as a control-type soul master, Tang San could not benefit from a direct confrontation with Yu Tianheng. So he relied on the agility of his ghost shadow perplexing step to entangle with Yu Tianheng, dodging his attacks while occasionally striking back. Next, it was not Zhuge Yan who broke free from the web, but the Shi brothers. Their third soul skill, the Shen Water Armor Shield, finally managed to cut through the binding of the blue-silver grass. After escaping the web, the 2 brothers immediately joined the fight between Tang San and Yu Tianheng. However, their participation did not change the course of the battle. The scales of victory did not tip in favor of the Imperial fighting team. Tang San was too slippery, even if the Shi brothers coordinated well. Tang San, using his ghost shadow and purple demon eyes, repeatedly broke their combined attacks. Of course, his 8 spider lances also played a significant role. Eventually, Zhuge Yan too freed herself from the control of the web. After her escape, she did not join Yu Tianheng and the others in their assault on Tang San, as close combat was not her forte. It was only at this moment, with her third soul ring lighting up, that she finally released her Bifo's purple poison. Just as the poison fog was about to spread, a figure rushed over first with incredible speed. After the figure passed, Zhuge Yan felt something had slashed her arm. At the same time, everyone in the Imperial fighting team heard a supremely confident voice declare, "It's over." Naturally, it was Tang San who spoke. At this moment, Tang San did not launch an attack on them but rather started to taunt verbally, "The match is over. Although I still can't precisely locate your support-type soul master, as long as all of you are dealt with, her remaining won't change the outcome." Before the members of the Imperial fighting team could even speak, Tang San continued arrogantly, "Her ability might be healing, but healing doesn't mean she can detoxify. You've all been poisoned by my man-faced demon spider toxin during our fight. It's still not too late to admit defeat." Tang San also muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear. The Tang sect excels not only in hidden weapons but also in using poison. At that moment, the members of the Imperial fighting team finally realized and looked at various parts of their bodies, indeed noticing more or less some scratches which under normal circumstances wouldn't have caught their attention. However, these were traces left by Tang San's 8 spider lances. Simultaneously, accompanied by a faint fragrance, streaks of white light descended from the sky, appearing extremely peculiar, shaped like petals slowly drifting down, directly landing on the Members of the Imperial Fighting Team. As the petals merged, the members of the Royal Fighting Team did not receive any replenishment of their soul power, but their injuries were completely healed and the scars left by the 8 spider lances also disappeared. Could her healing also detoxify? Tang San exclaimed in surprise. Yi Lingling's 9-hearted begonia naturally did not have detoxifying properties, but there was something that did to the blood of Guan Yu. Tang San had more than once turned the tide of battle with the poison of the 8 spider lances, whether against the Royal Fighting Team or the Spirit Hull Team, and it was always the toxins on the lances that played a crucial role. Knowing this well, Guan Yu would certainly be prepared, so he had arranged for his team members to ingest a drop of his diluted blood beforehand. Though it wouldn't grant them permanent immunity to poison, it would last for a while. Despite Yi Lingling's healing and the temporary immunity to poison provided by Guan Yu, the members of the Royal Fighting Team had to admit during the recent clash that Tang San was a tough opponent. However, acknowledgement aside, the match had to continue. Once again, the 6 members of the Royal Fighting Team began their assault on Tang San. Even though Tang San had Oscar's restorative great sausages, it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to keep up. Now, Tang San was only 13 years old. His body had not fully developed yet, and not just in terms of soul power, but physically he was also at a disadvantage compared to those around 20 years old like Yu Tianheng. Standing in the rest area of the Royal Fighting Team, Guan Yu watched the soul fighting competition on the arena floor. He had granted the Royal Fighting Team a brief immunity to poison, enhanced Yi Lingling's survivability, and also prevented the team from underestimating their opponents or becoming arrogantly overconfident. If they still couldn't win, then the Royal Fighting Team might as well go home and rest. The poison of the 8 spider lances was ineffective, forcing Tang San to consider using hidden weapons. However, the master had already stated before the start of this soul fighting match that Tang San was not to use his hidden weapons as the opposition was formidable. Thus Tang San could only dodge continuously, but dodging was bound to lead to problems eventually. Finally, under the multiple attacks, Yu Tianheng found an opening and landed a dragon claw strike on Tang San's face, sending him flying. Simultaneously, the wing blade of Yufeng and the ghost claw burst of the ghost panther Osro also struck Tang San, tearing through his clothes and drawing dazzling sprays of blood. Following that, the Shi brothers, now wearing their earth-yellow turtle shells, leaped high and then smashed down towards Tang San like Mount Tai bearing down. Tang San of course would not stand still and wait for death, but just as he tried to dodge, his limbs suddenly tightened and snapped together, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. It was Zhuge Yan's serpent lower body that had entwined around Tang San, tightly binding his limbs. Only when the Shi brothers were about to smash down did Zhuge Yan find the right moment to withdraw. A scream erupted. Each of the Shi brothers weighed nearly 200 kilograms, and the height from which they had jumped was a good 3 to 4 meters, with the impact of the turtle shells. Even through his clothes, Guan Yu could see Tang San's chest seem to slightly cave in. Brother, in the resting area of the Shrek team, even with a mask resembling a green monster, the little girl in pink couldn't help but call out. It was Xiao Wu. Watching Tang San being crushed under the weight of the Shi brothers like 2 Mount Tai pressing down, Guan Yu felt the pain just by seeing it, let alone Xiao Wu. The feeling they experienced was several times, even dozens of times greater than Guan Yu's, truly heart-wrenching. Moreover, Tang San wasn't a large man, but the Shi brothers were robust, and naturally, their tortoiseshell armors were not small either. Both fell, narrowly missing Tang San's head, but the shells were close enough to press down on every part of his body below his head. Particularly Shi Mo. Guan Yu with sharp eyes noticed that Shi Mo's shell seemed to have landed between Tang San's legs. Just imagining a tortoiseshell falling from 3 to 4 meters high crushing down there. Guan Yu felt a tightness between his own legs. Sure enough, after the Shi brothers got up, Tang San wasn't knocked unconscious but turned red-faced, his expression distorted. He turned over, sometimes lying on his side, sometimes face down, both hands covering his vital parts, constantly twisting his body in pain. The 8 spider lances on his back also shook with agony. Shi Mo's action might have just turned Tang San into a little soprano. At this point, Master couldn't sit still. Tang San mustn't be seriously hurt, although it looked like he already was, but Master quickly raised his hand. Referee, we concede. Flender and Zhao Wuji naturally had nothing to say, as Tang San couldn't even stand up. As the match ended, Xiao Wu rushed to the stage first, with all of Shrek's people and the master following suit. Brother, how are you? Is it severe? Xiao Wu knelt beside Tang San, placing her hand on his back, her voice filled with anxious concern. Tang San's face remained flushed, too pained to speak, his body continuously trembling. Bro, where exactly does it hurt? Show me. At this moment Tang San was in too much pain to speak. The pain was as if it had stripped him of his vocal cords, leaving him voiceless, suffocating in agony. Eventually it was the mischievous trio Daimubai, Ma Hongjun and Oscar who, looking at where Tang San was holding, first guessed what might have happened. Big Dai Brother 3 wasn't smashed there by those two turtles, was he? Ma Hongjun whispered into Daimubai's ear. Oscar also leaned in. If it really smashed down there, wouldn't it flatten, damage it? How would you treat that? Xiao Wu is still young. Daimubai pushed the two away with one hand each. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Wu, we need to get Tang San treated immediately to avoid missing the optimal treatment time. Thus the Shrek team carried Tang San away for treatment. Before leaving, the master couldn't help but glance back at you Tianheng, standing in the center of the Star Luo team. That evening, after a brief meal at the Star Luo team's gathering, Qin Ming left early. Others might not know, but Guan Yu guessed that the guy probably went to Shrek Academy. After dinner, Guan Yu didn't impose strict requirements on the Star Luo team and allowed them some freedom. After all, having defeated the Shrek team, there weren't many opponents left in the Soto Grand fighting arena, and in the next few days, the Star Luo team would likely leave Soto City. During his free time, Yu Tianheng strolled alone on the street after escorting the drunken Du Guyan back home. His thoughts were preoccupied with the middle-aged man who had appeared in the Shrek team earlier. As he pondered, Yu Tianheng suddenly realized someone was blocking his path. When he recognized the person, his usually proud and cold face unexpectedly lit up with a joy he seldom showed. "Uncle, is it really you?" The master nodded, his expression tinged with emotion. "Tianheng, you've grown up. Uncle, come back. Dad and Grandpa really miss you." Yu Tianheng hurriedly spoke, his deep affection for Yu Xiaojiang evident. However, Yu Xiaojiang firmly refused his plea. "No, I won't return. Even though my father is the leader of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, there are many things beyond his control. At least until I prove myself, I will not return." "Prove yourself? Uncle, does the Shrek team have something to do with you?" Yu Tianheng recalled the group that rushed to the arena to help Tang San, among whom was Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang nodded. "Yes, I am indeed the leader of the Shrek team." He tried to puff out his chest, but suddenly remembered that tonight Shrek had lost, not won. The Shrek team had been victorious in 27 consecutive matches over the past month, and Master Yu Xiaojiang had gradually begun to act like a sage, forgetting tonight's defeat. But he quickly straightened his expression. "I am not only the leader of the Shrek team, but also the teacher of the Thousand Hands Azura in the team. Is he all right? I saw his condition when he left the arena." Master sighed deeply. "He's severely injured. The doctors are still treating him." "Uncle, I'm sorry. I didn't know he was your disciple, otherwise we would have held back." Yu Tianheng bowed deeply to Yu Xiaojiang, a gesture of respect that he rarely showed to others unless driven by deep emotional ties. Yu Xiaojiang found his nephew's words somewhat odd. "Knowing he was my disciple would have made you hold back. That sounds too mundane." Yu Xiaojiang said. "Tianheng, I must admit your Imperial fighting team is indeed very strong. Currently, our Shrek team is no match for you." Yu Xiaojiang left unsaid that the Shrek team's advantage was their youth, but since they lost today, he felt it inappropriate to boast about future possibilities, especially with Tang San still bedridden. In front of Yu Xiaojiang, Yu Tianheng scratched his head like a little boy. "Uncle, to be honest, our Imperial fighting team also has many issues. If it weren't for Teacher Yu's guidance and strategies before the match, we wouldn't have won so easily against the Shrek team." Yu Xiaojiang nodded slowly. "Although not many tactics were revealed during the match, I can't deny that your teacher is excellent." Yu Tianheng affirmed with conviction. "Uncle, Teacher Yu is indeed excellent. He's very creative and responsible. Although he hasn't been with us for long, he has already proposed a reform plan for each of us." Yu Xiaojiang was unaware of how highly he was regarded in Yu Tianheng's eyes. When Yu Xiaojiang heard about the transformation plan from Yu Tianheng, he also became somewhat interested. "Oh, he proposed a transformation plan for you. Can you share it with me?" Once Yu Xiaojiang asked, Yu Tianheng naturally held nothing back and shared the entire plan from Guan Yu with Master Yu Xiaojiang. Half an hour later, after listening to Yu Tianheng's explanation of the transformation plan, the expression on Master Yu Xiaojiang's face was no longer the cheerful one he had before, but had turned somewhat grim. He had met the members of the Huangdo team earlier that evening and had a vague impression of them, but hearing this transformation plan, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus shifting to Agile Offense, Windbell Bird and Ghost Panther shifting to Control, Xuanwu Turtle shifting to a strong offensive, smashing opponents. The only somewhat normal change was Duguyan's Entanglement. His own disciples were wrecked because of this absurd transformation plan initiated by those two Xuanwu turtles. Had those two turtles really started to develop into smashing opponents? However, in a sense, Xuanwu turtle smashing opponents was truly fierce. Tang San had taken a hit from Yu Tianheng's Dragon Claw and also attacks from Yu Feng and Osro, but the heaviest damage was still those two heavy hits from the Xuanwu turtle. What utter nonsense, utterly absurd. Tianheng, you haven't started shifting to agile offense already, have you? Yu Xiaojiang was a bit worried. Both of the Xuanwu turtles and Douluo Yan had already started using smashing and entanglement techniques, and he was genuinely concerned that Yu Tianheng might have already shifted as well. Yu Tianheng shook his head. Uncle, I haven't yet. For my fourth spirit ring, I was actually thinking of choosing a winged dragon, given the special nature of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Their spirit rings all had to be from dragon-type spirit beasts. Hearing the name winged dragon, Yu Xiaojiang realized that Yu Tianheng was indeed planning to shift to agile offense. No way, Tianheng, the reason our blue electric Tyrannosaurus can be the #1 beast spirit on the continent is because of our unmatched offensive power. A spirit master's development should enhance strengths and avoid weaknesses, not change everything on a whim. Yu Tianheng didn't directly agree with Yu Xiaojiang, instead showing some hesitation. Out of familial love he should listen to Yu Xiaojiang, but logically Guan Yu's transformation plan was actually quite successful so far. The Huangdo team was continuously victorious, and his own thundering skills indeed supplemented his long-range attacks. Most importantly, Yu Xiaojiang was only at level 29, which was a significant weakness. His age was twice that of his teacher, but his spirit power level was half of his teacher's. Sometimes the words of a successful person are more convincing even if they might be wrong. People tend to doubt themselves when they hear such words, because success suggests a lower likelihood of being wrong. Yu Xiaojiang could see that Yu Tianheng didn't fully believe him. Tianheng, I absolutely cannot watch you be led astray by such a teacher. I must find your teacher, uncle. In the end, Yu Tianheng couldn't resist Yu Xiaojiang and could only bring him to meet Guan Yu. What, Yu Xiaojiang is coming to see me? This was something Guan Yu hadn't expected. He had just finished a meal, had a little drink, and was preparing to wash up and rest when Yu Tianheng came to tell him that his uncle Yu Xiaojiang wanted to meet him. Hearing Yu Tianheng explain that it was because he had told Yu Xiaojiang about Guan Yu's transformation plan for the Huangdo team, Guan Yu could somewhat understand. Yu Tianheng suddenly felt a chill over his body, then turned to look at Guan Yu. Teacher Yu, are you angry? I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu shook his head. No, I'm not angry. Indeed, Guan Yu was not angry, but just a moment ago a flicker of murderous intent had crossed his mind. Master Yu Xiaojiang had made an appointment with him and he had almost decided to kill him on the spot. The feasibility of this. In the 7th trial of the Azura God, Master Yu Xiaojiang was a marked man. Tang San, Tang Hao, Yu Xiaojiang, these three wouldn't end up killing themselves like those from Chen Douluo. He had to find a way to deal with them. Soon after, Guan Yu met Master Yu Xiaojiang. So you're the leader of the Huangdo team? Yu Xiaojiang asked as soon as he stepped in. Guan Yu had encountered Yu Xiaojiang before, both during the 6th trial of the Azura 9 and tonight at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Yu Xiaojiang gave Guan Yu the impression of someone who loved to boast, always eager to prove himself and quite pretentious, always rushing to answer whether he knew the matter at hand or not. There are always such people in life. Guan Yu did not respond to Yu Xiaojiang, not out of disrespect, but because he was still debating whether to kill him at that moment. Yu Xiaojiang did not speak either, largely because he was overwhelmed by the icy aura emanating from Guan Yu. This murderous aura from Guan Yu was directed solely at Yu Xiaojiang, so Yu Tianheng did not feel it. After some hesitation, Guan Yu still did not make a move. Killing now seemed like it would bring him some trouble. Someone might ask, what trouble could killing Yu Xiaojiang cause? First, Guan Yu felt that someone was watching him, and the murderous intent from this person was not weak. Guan Yu guessed that it could be Tang Hao, especially since he would likely be focusing all his attention on Tang San, especially after Tang San had been injured. However, it couldn't be completely ruled out that Tang Hao might notice this. Then there was Bibi Dong, the woman. Guan Yu knew that Bibi Dong still deeply loved Master Yu Xiaojiang, and who knew what that madwoman would do if he killed Yu Xiaojiang. Let it be, Guan Yu thought as he suppressed his killing intent and finally replied to Yu Xiaojiang. Didn't you participate in tonight's Great Soul Arena? Don't you know whether I am the leader of the Huangdo team? From the cold aura just now, Yu Xiao Zhang knew that the other party had no good intentions towards him, but it didn't matter anymore since he himself also had ill intentions. I heard you proposed some kind of reform plan in the Huangdou team suggesting that Tianheng should develop towards a more agile attack direction. I want to say that your idea is wrong. This will only needlessly sacrifice the advantages of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus and ruin Tianheng's future. You may try some ideas, but please do not impose these experiments on these talented children. I do not allow you to do this. Guan Yu nodded slightly, and after seeing Xiao Zhang stop, he replied indifferently, "Are you done speaking? That little guy using the blue-silver grass, isn't he also a subject of your theoretical ideas?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang became displeased and immediately retorted, "Nonsense, that's my disciple. My theories are all well argued and correct, not like your reckless methods." Guan Yu said, "So he follows your theory while I teach my students, yet I won today's soul battle. A single victory or defeat doesn't prove anything. Even if the Imperial fighting team won today, it doesn't mean your ideas are right." Xiao Zhang's emotions began to rise. "But I did win today's soul battle." Xiao Zhang gasped for air and finally couldn't help but say, "So what if you won today? Do you know how old the 7 members of Shrek actually are? Their oldest, Dai Mubai, the evil eye white tiger, is only 16 years old. Tang San the 1000 Hands Azura is just 13. Just give these kids some time. In a few years, do you think your Imperial fighting team can still beat them?" Tianheng, standing nearby, felt like he was hearing something unbelievable. The most impressive members of the Shrek team to him were the evil eye white tiger and Thousand Hands Azura. Now hearing their real ages from his uncle, even though Tianheng's team had won, he felt somewhat struck by the revelation. The future? Who can predict the future accurately? Will the opponents your team members face in the future always be the same age as them? Won't they meet older opponents? To say such things, isn't that just the excuse of the weak? If you came here just to argue, then don't blame me for not wanting to deal with you. I need to rest." Tianheng also hurried forward to stop Xiao Zhang while simultaneously casting an apologetic glance at Guan Yu. Then he pulled Xiao Zhang away from Guan Yu's residence. Just as they left, Qin Ming came to see Guan Yu. As he entered, he didn't forget to look in the direction Tianheng and Xiao Zhang had left. "Teacher Yu, was that Tianheng and the leader of the Shrek team just now?" "Yes, it was them." "How did it go? Did you have a pleasant talk with them?" Guan Yu shook his head. "Not really, teacher." "Qin Ming, just say what you want to say so I can go to sleep." Qin Ming chuckled lightly, then spoke, "Haha, nothing can be hidden from teacher Yu. Did you know that the Shrek team we face today is also composed of academy students? I myself graduated from this school. Just now, I went to reminisce with them. After our talk, I'm thinking of persuading their teachers and students to join our Sky-Do Royal Academy. This would not only enhance our academy's teaching resources but also strengthen the capabilities of our second team, especially since those youngsters are quite talented, in preparation for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition in less than a year." Hearing Qin Ming out, Guan Yu smiled. "Teacher Qin Ming, I think you've got the wrong person. This isn't something I can decide." Qin Ming also laughed. "I was just about to report this to the 3 education commissioners of the academy, and I wanted to discuss it with teacher Yu first." "I don't care," Guan Yu responded casually. Although he said this, Guan Yu strongly supported Shrek Academy's move to Skydo City. It wasn't necessarily about joining the Royal Academy there, but rather Guan Yu needed Shrek Academy to be involved in his next steps. Otherwise, why would Guan Yu have been lying low lately? He was worried that stirring things up might create a butterfly effect that could alter his plans. In order to facilitate Shrek Academy's integration into the Sky-Do Royal Academy, Qin Ming later discussed this with Shrek Academy's Flender Zhao Wuji and Grandmaster. Flender was actually the hardest to convince. After all, Shrek Academy was his life's work. Though it hadn't grown very large, it was still a sanctuary for his soul. On the other hand, Grandmaster was very much in favor of this move. Having joined Shrek Academy later, Grandmaster prioritized Tang San's future development above all else. Initially, bringing Tang San to Soto City to join Shrek was because Shrek Academy offered better opportunities than other mid-level academies in ordinary cities. Now, with Qin Ming proposing the integration into Sky-Do Royal Academy, Grandmaster felt that this institution was more suitable for Tang San's ongoing development. After all, the Academy's finances, facilities, accommodations and dining services, each of these were major issues for Shrek Academy but trivial for Sky-Do Royal Academy. The simulation training grounds alone were something Shrek Academy couldn't provide, and being the top academy of the continent's Sky-Do Empire, Sky-Do Royal Academy had much more to offer. The development proceeded just as in the original story, and eventually Flender agreed to the integration. However, the two parties didn't return to Sky-Do Royal Academy together since Shrek Academy needed to pack up. Effectively, they were moving. Meanwhile, a major event took place in Sky-Do City. The current crown prince of the Sky-Do Empire formally acknowledged Ningfengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tiles sect, as his master, appointing Ningfengji as the prince's grandmaster. At this time, the main characters hadn't arrived in Sky-Do City yet, but after their arrival, it would become known that Ningfengji was the prince's teacher. Now, many within the Sky-Do Empire believed that since he was the prince's grandmaster, he would soon become the emperor's master. From this moment on, the relationship between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tiles sect and the Sky-Do Empire was no longer merely supportive, it became intimately bound. In the prince's palace, Xueqing had disguised as Chen Rinxue sat firmly in the main seat. The porcupine and the spear-wielding title Douluo appeared together. "Young master, you have taken Ningfengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect as your master," the spear-wielding Douluo asked, his expression complex. After seeing Xueqing nod in confirmation, the porcupine Douluo stuttered. Is this a bad move? Could it affect our later plans?" Although the title Douluos didn't spell it out, their concern was clear. With Ningfengji becoming the prince's grandmaster, he would have more opportunities to meet and connect with Xueqing in the future. "It's like leaving a pair of eyes by my side. As for winning over Ningfengji, how could that be possible? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would absolutely not submit to the Spirit Hall, and neither would the entire top three sects. The lower four sects are a different story. Uncles, the angelic head bone's disguise skill is undetectable even by Ningfengji, although his position as the crown prince's teacher means he will notice everything I do, which could inconvenience our plans. Having him close also allows me to keep an eye on his every move and even more easily gather detailed information about everything happening within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Moreover, this was arranged by my father, Emperor Shui, so I cannot refuse. Uncles, conquering the Star-Do Empire is not our ultimate goal. In the future, a battle between us, the Spirit Hall, and the top three sects is inevitable." Chen Rinxue's sharp gaze pierced the horizon. "If we were to move against the top three sects, the first target would definitely be the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Elsewhere within the Spirit Hall in the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong, sitting on the Pope's throne, slammed her scepter heavily on the ground, issuing a command as well. "Command! All spies embedded within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School from now on closely monitor the personnel composition, detailed strength and patterns of movement." After the end of the Great Soul Arena competition in Soto City, Qin Ming, concerned about the integration of Shrek Academy into the Royal Academy of Star-Do, consulted with Guang Yu and decided to disband the Imperial Fighting Team's tour. The group returned to the Royal Academy of Star-Do, and as soon as they entered, the appearance of the Imperial Fighting Team caused exclamations among the students. Although the Royal Academy of Star-Do was an aristocratic school, the Imperial Fighting Team was highly welcomed there. Amid the attention of a crowd of young fans, the Imperial Fighting Team, accustomed to such experiences, moved unaffected towards their residence. However, Guang Yu suddenly stopped, his gaze flicking to the side of the road. There he spotted a small group, led by a young man whose appearance was not particularly striking yet carried an air of arrogance. Guang Yu couldn't possibly recognize all the students of the Royal Academy of Star-Do, but he was familiar with some of the important ones and had seen their photos. This young man, with his dazzling reddish-brown hair and a somewhat haughty demeanor, looked like a typical spoiled young master, and Guang Yu indeed recognized him. This person was indeed an important student, for he was none other than the fourth prince of the Star-Do Empire, Avalanche. Seeing Guang Yu looking his way, Avalanche felt a chill in his heart. Had he been noticed? "Is this the teacher recommended by my elder brother?" However, Avalanche's expression changed only for a moment before he continued to put on his usual defiant and aggressive demeanor. Guang Yu could tell that Avalanche was just putting on an act, but now that they had encountered each other, Guang Yu didn't mind saying more. He pulled Qin Ming aside and said, "This is good. Once the teachers and students of Shrek Academy join our Royal Academy of Star-Do, the Crown Prince will certainly be very pleased." Guang Yu's words suddenly made Qin Ming a bit puzzled. What does the arrival of Shrek Academy have to do with the Crown Prince? Thinking that everyone was talking about Guang Yu's background as the Crown Prince, the most teacher Qin Ming could guess was that Guang Yu had already informed the Crown Prince of Shrek Academy's arrival, prompting the Crown Prince to take an interest in recruiting the talents from Shrek Academy. But that wasn't something for Qin Ming to worry about. After all, those were concerns for the future, and even if the Crown Prince intended to recruit them, several teachers would be there to make the decision at that time. Guan Yu's voice wasn't loud, but it ensured that everyone nearby, including Avalanche, could hear him clearly. That was exactly Guan Yu's intention, to make sure Avalanche heard him. Upon hearing this, Avalanche's eyes no longer looked simple but rather displayed a trace of complexity. Shrek Academy? Could it be another group my brother wants to recruit? Although playing the fool had saved his life, Avalanche knew it wasn't a long-term solution. Did Shrek Academy want to join the Heaven Do Royal Academy? If he drove them away, it would weaken his brother's power, even if it angered him, but it would also solidify his reputation as a fool. After realizing this, Avalanche instructed someone next to him to keep an eye on the Academy's entrance in the coming days. A few days later, the delegation from Shrek Academy finally arrived at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. The people arranged by Avalanche had no trouble recognizing them as the group from Shrek Academy because the entire mountain was part of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, and those entering and leaving the mountain were generally from the Academy. The distinct attire of the Shrek Academy group made them easily identifiable. When the Shrek Academy group reached the entrance of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, they were confronted by Avalanche and his group. "Stop, Goryu!" shouted one of Avalanche's subordinates, a soul master about 18 or 19 years old. The leader of the Shrek Academy, Grandmaster Flinder, boldly responded, "We are from Shrek Academy, invited by your Heaven Do Royal Academy for an exchange visit. Lead the way." Indeed, it was Shrek. Avalanche scrutinized Flinder and the others, sensing several auras not weaker than those of the Imperial Guards generals, indicating that these individuals were at least Soul Emperor level Soul Masters. No wonder his elder brother was interested in recruiting them. However, Avalanche quickly wore a look of disdain. Playing the fool, huh? Avalanche was getting the hang of it after all. Who could have guessed it from watching anime or reading the original story when this guy first appeared? "You bumpkins coming to our academy for an exchange? I think you're nothing but beggars from somewhere. Scram, otherwise we're going to have to get rough." Avalanche's words were undeniably harsh. Upon hearing this, the people from Shrek Academy couldn't remain unresponsive, and the Shrek 7 Devils were already provoked. Daimubai swiftly stepped forward, blocking in front of Flender, his chilling aura bursting forth in an instant. Bang! Daimubai, unaware of Avalanche's identity, kicked him mercilessly, sending him flying, and then immediately unleashed his own martial soul. Suddenly, everything changed. The underlings of the Avalanche were thrown into a panic when Avalanche himself was sent flying. They had never imagined that these people would dare to lay hands on the fourth prince. If they dared to strike the prince, what wouldn't they dare to do? Still, a few of them released their martial spirits. If they did nothing while the fourth prince was attacked, they would have to answer to him later, which could mean trouble for them too. Those who released their martial spirits were soul masters with soul force levels around 20, none reaching 30. As Daimubai fully unleashed his abilities, those who had released their martial spirits were swiftly knocked away. Watching Daimubai take action, Flender, Grandmaster, and the others couldn't help but frown. Meanwhile, Avalanche, who had just picked himself up from the ground, grinned through the pain in his stomach, a sly smile spreading across his face. Avalanche knew well that he couldn't stop Shrek Academy. His goal was to provoke Shrek Academy into taking action. As long as Shrek Academy responded by striking him, he wondered how they could possibly stay at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Just then, a robust voice suddenly rang out. "What is going on here? Why is there such a commotion at the entrance of the academy?" A figure swiftly approached along the shaded path on the hillside, clad in a silver uniform, the standard for teachers at Heaven Do Royal Academy. The newcomer, about the same age as Flender, had a face like a silver plate and thick eyebrows, with his hands clasped behind his back. It was Teacher Sun, arriving just in time. The person who had been beaten by Daimubai scrambled to Teacher Sun and cried, "Teacher Sun, they dared to create trouble here and even attacked us. You must stand up for us." Teacher Sun looked at the students who had been beaten, looking like dogs who had lost their homes, and his face darkened. "Look at yourselves, what a state you're in." However, in front of outsiders, Teacher Sun refrained from scolding Avalanche and his group too much. Instead, turning his gaze towards the direction of the people from Shrek Academy, Avalanche could tell that Flender was no ordinary figure, and with just one glance, Teacher Sun could see that Flender's strength was not to be underestimated. He quickly stepped forward and gave a slight bow. "I am Sun Buyu, a teacher at Heaven Do Royal Academy. May I ask what brings you to our academy?" Sun Buyu's attitude differed from Avalanche's, and Flender was not one to dwell on past incidents. He calmly replied, "We Are teachers and students from Shrek Academy here to find Xin Ming? Just now your students insulted us and even told us to leave, which led to this conflict. Shrek Academy. Sun Buyu's heart stirred and his expression changed slightly. To teach a talent like Teacher Qin, I hold the utmost respect. I apologize on behalf of our academy for the earlier incident. Please, come with me into the academy. Following that, the group from Shrek Academy proceeded up the mountain led by teacher Sun Buyu, watching the figures gradually moving away. Avalanche, having recovered from Dai Mubai's kick, also coldly said, "What a Shrek Academy. I'd like to see how you manage to stay. Keep an eye on their every move. I'll go find my Uncle King." Sun Buyu, along with the Shrek team, met Qin Ming, who was responsible for arranging accommodations for the group from Shrek Academy. Everything was under Qin Ming's supervision. The next day, Qin Ming led the Shrek Academy delegation to meet with the 3 commissioners of the Education Committee. Guan Yu also headed to the Education Committee meeting, and having had a few previous encounters with the Shrek team, nodded in greeting. However, it seemed that Master had some reservations about himself. Following Guan Yu, the 3 commissioners of the Tiando Royal Academy Education Committee came out to welcome the Shrek team. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group entered the committee building. Initially, there was a mutual exchange of compliments among the businessmen present. Suddenly, one of the commissioners, Jilin Sol Douluo, with a slight smile, asked, "I heard that not long ago in the soul fighting competition, a control system genius soul master from your academy attempted to take on our entire royal fighting team alone." Master seemed pleased with either himself or Tang San being praised. Though delighted inside, he maintained a calm smile on his face. "I dare not claim to be a genius, Tang San." Tang San stepped forward from among the Shrek 7 devils, respectfully greeting the 3 Soul Douluos Guan Yu and Qin Ming with "Greetings, teachers." The teachers nodded in response with Guan Yu noticing something different. Tang San walked with his legs slightly splayed outward, a stance known in his previous life as duck feet, and quite pronounced at that. However, Guan Yu only paid minor attention before quickly releasing his killing domain and soul power, affecting nobody but Tang San specifically. Guan Yu's preemptive move prevented Jilin Sol Douluo, who had also been contemplating a test, from making a move. Unbeknownst to him, Guan Yu had harbored the same intentions, and since the other was affiliated with the Crown Prince, Jilin naturally held back any comments. Originally, upon hearing that Tang San's martial soul was the blue silver grass and that he was a control type, Jilin Sol Douluo did not immediately dismiss Tang San's value just because his martial soul was considered inferior. After all, it seemed unlikely for someone so inferior to single-handedly challenge the entire royal fighting team. The Shrek Academy team was well aware of what Guan Yu was doing and did not intervene, viewing it akin to an entrance examination. Tang San's performance was crucial not only for their reputation but also for the potential benefits they could negotiate when joining the Tiando Royal Academy. Guan Yu sensed that Tang San's soul power was around level 33. His soul skills weren't exceptionally strong but were surprisingly troublesome. The pressure Guan Yu applied was just right for a level 30 soul master to bear, albeit with difficulty. However, as time passed, Jilin Douluo glanced at Guan Yu annoyed. "Why don't you increase the pressure? He clearly hasn't reached his limit. What are you doing maintaining this level of pressure?" Guan Yu knew well that Tang San's limit was far beyond this. His preemptive move was mainly to buy time, waiting for Shui Bang and Prince Xingxing to stir up more trouble. Moreover, by acting first and delaying the proceedings, Tang San wouldn't have the chance to open his meridians and integrate the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, right in front of him. "What are you thinking about?" However, Guan Yu couldn't go too far. After a while, he increased the pressure on Tang San to level 30. Initially, Tang San was puzzled why his teacher kept maintaining a certain level of pressure on him, but now as the pressure increased again, Tang San dismissed his doubts. He even felt grateful to his teacher for gradually increasing the soul force pressure, preventing too strong a pressure from causing him harm. Generally speaking, for lower-level soul masters to endure the direct soul force pressure from higher-level ones, managing to sustain 2/3 of their own level is already quite impressive. And if one can withstand up to the level of their own soul force, it's not just about inherent quality, one must also consider their willpower. However, these conditions also require the release of one's martial soul. Aside from Yu Xiaojiang and the Shrek 7 devils, everyone else in the hall could feel that the soul force pressure Guan Yu was applying on Tang San had nearly reached Tang San's level, and maintaining the 30-level soul force pressured Guan Yu continued for several minutes. This made Jilin the Sol Douluo somewhat impatient. This is too slow. If it were him, as long as Tang San could withstand it, he could increase the soul force pressure by several more levels. Feeling that the delay was almost enough, Guan Yu then increased the soul force pressure from 30 to 31 levels. Jilin the Soul Douluo was anxious, but the Shrek group had no objections, and they even felt that Guan Yu was very generous. He was being cautious, afraid that a sudden increase might overwhelm Tang San, thus he precisely controlled the soul force to strengthen slowly. Once Tang San showed signs of inability to withstand, he would immediately reduce the force. Cough, cough. Seeing that the soul force pressure applied by Guan Yu on Tang San had stayed at level 31 for a considerable time, Jilin couldn't help but cough lightly, so Guan Yu continued to increase the soul force pressure on Tang San to level 32. After stopping at level 32 for a while, when Jilin was about to urge Guan Yu again, he did not speak but instead looked towards the door. Not only Jilin but the other two committee members, Meng Xinji and Bai Baoshan, along with the Shrek group, heard sudden footsteps from outside sounding like 3 people. Is the chief of Meng Xinji here? The voice came from outside before the person appeared, loud and firm, carrying a hint of superiority. Meng Xinji was startled for a moment, recognizing the voice's owner. He thought, why has he come now? He quickly stood up and went out to greet him, followed closely by the other two committee members, both of whom showed slight changes in their expressions. Hearing this voice, Guan Yu could guess who it was. Although he had not met him in this situation, it could only be the reinforcements invited by Avalanche Prince Shuexing. At this moment, Guan Yu also ceased applying the soul force pressure on Tang San. With such an intervention, Tang San neither opened his meridians nor fully integrated with the 8 spider lance's soul bone. Among the 8 extraordinary meridians, the most important are the Run Du Chom and Dai meridians, and each time one is unblocked, the benefits are indescribable. Guan Yu, having opened his 8 meridians through various chances, undoubtedly had the most authority to speak on their benefits. In the original story, Tang San opened the rushing meridian by coincidence, which not only provided benefits but also enhanced his later cultivation. Soon 3 people entered from outside. Among them was Avalanche with his reddish-brown hair. At the moment Avalanche stood on the left, his face full of haughty arrogance, seemingly showing intense hatred which might have been feigned or genuinely induced by pain from Dai Mubai's kick. In the center walked an elderly man in splendid attire, dressed in a large yellow robe embroidered with clustered patterns, his white hair neatly combed back. This was none other than Prince Zhuge of the Star Luo Empire. To the right of Prince Zhuge stood another figure familiar to Guan Yu, dressed in dark green, his eyes shimmered like emeralds, Douluo Bo. At this moment Douluo Bo's gaze was also fixed on Guan Yu. From the moment he entered, Douluo Bo had subconsciously looked at Guan Yu, perhaps due to the relationship with the Danju, always finding Guan Yu rather special. Your Highness, what brings you here? Meng Xinji moved forward, slightly bowing to greet Prince Zhuge. The eyes of the 3 committee members also turned towards Douluo Bo. Prince Zhuge immediately said, what? The committee has guests, won't you introduce them to me? Meng Xinji smiled slightly and promptly introduced, Your Highness, let me introduce you. This is Headmaster Flender of Shrek Academy, who has come to discuss a cooperative matter with us. Headmaster Flender, meeting Prince Zhuge, who was currently overseeing the Royal Academy, managed a polite bow despite sensing the prince's hostile demeanor, saying, Headmaster Flender greets Your Highness. Prince Zhuge, without even a glance, coldly responded, Shrek Academy? I don't seem to have heard of it. Must be a second-rate institution, I suppose. Meng Xinji, the chief, couldn't let this comment slide. Your Highness, that's not a fair statement. Shrek Academy has produced numerous outstanding soul masters, for instance, our academy's teacher Qinming, who came from Shrek Academy. It's indeed a great opportunity for the Star Luo Royal Academy to have Headmaster Flender and the other teachers from Shrek Academy join us. Oh? Prince Zhuge continued, Chief Meng Xinji, according to the Academy's rules, hiring teachers should go through an assessment, right? Had these individuals passed that, Jilin the Soul Douluo at Meng Xinji's side could not help but interject, the teachers from Shrek Academy all possess the capabilities of Star Luo level instructors, they need no further assessment. Your Highness, did you come today just for this matter? Prince Zhuge snorted coldly. The Star Luo Royal Academy is a pillar of the empire, a place that nurtures the backbone of our nation. As teachers of the academy, their influence on the students is immense. And I certainly do not wish to see the academy employ any arrogant and presumptuous individuals. Avalanche mentioned that these newcomers to the academy had attacked him and other students from the Heaven Do faction just yesterday. Avalanche is after all the 4th prince of the Heaven Do Empire, representing the dignity of the royal family, while those students also represent the face of the academy. They should not be insulted so lightly. Upon hearing this, the three commissioners exchanged glances, clearly aware that this situation was not going to be easily resolved. Flanders stepped forward. "What does His Highness the Prince propose we do about this matter? Did you ask Prince Avalanche why he was attacked?" Prince Shuisheng snorted coldly. "I too respect talent. In yesterday's incident, Avalanche was also at fault. We will put that aside for now. Since you are here to seek cooperation with our Heaven Do Royal Academy, you need to prove to me that you truly possess talent. If you can last 5 minutes against Mr. Zhuge, I will acknowledge that you are indeed rare talents and officially invite you on behalf of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. If you cannot, then as Avalanche said yesterday, get out of here immediately." Dai Mubai, the Prince of Star Luo, was furious. Even though he was suppressed by Davis, it was a struggle between brothers. To suffer such humiliation in Heaven Do was doubly humiliating. Facing Dai Mubai's level in the 30s, Zhuge Bo merely gave him a look that was enough to deter Dai Mubai. A strand of blue-silver grass shot out like lightning, wrapping around Dai Mubai's waist and forcefully pulling him back. The three commissioners only gave the Shrek Academy members an apologetic glance and did not fight for Shrek as in the original story. Perhaps it was because Tang San had not yet demonstrated his potential or revealed his external spirit bone. In the eyes of the commissioners, there was no need yet to confront Prince Shuisheng and Zhuge Bo directly. Prince Shuisheng then turned to Zhuge Bo on his right. "Mr. Zhuge, I'll leave it to you." Zhuge Bo casually looked at the people from Shrek Academy. "All of you come at me." As he spoke, a strong green light suddenly burst from his body, followed by rings of light rising from his feet. Yellowed, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. A total of 9 spirit rings rose, adding a lot of pressure to everyone in the Great Hall. The faces of the people from Shrek Academy changed, and so did those of the three commissioners. They had not expected that the elderly man beside Prince Shuisheng possessed the strength of a titled Douluo. Just as the people from Shrek Academy were preparing to confront Zhuge Bo, Grandmaster stepped forward and also stopped the people from Shrek Academy. "Sir, your surname is Zhuge and you exude a heavy aura. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the poison Douluo." Zhuge Bo, a titled warrior. Grandmaster laughed heartily. "I didn't expect someone from this mediocre academy to recognize me. Yes, I am Zhuge Bo. Since you know my name, why don't you just leave?" Grandmaster's expression remained calm and he seriously nodded. "All right, we will leave. Flanders, let's go." After saying that, he grabbed Flanders' arm and started walking out. Flanders struggled, forcefully breaking free from Grandmaster's grip, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. "Xiaojiang, I cannot let Shrek suffer this humiliation," the master angrily said. "You're not afraid of death, but do you want everyone else to die with you? Are we capable of contending with a titled Douluo? We old folks might not care, but do you want the children to die as well? Do you not know what a poison Douluo represents? Even if you haven't seen one, have you not heard of it?" After speaking, the master apologized to the three commissioners and then prepared to lead the Shrek group away. However, unlike in the original story, Avalanche suddenly reached out to stop them. Perhaps misled by Guan Yu, Avalanche thought Shrek was someone being recruited by Shuisheng and thus decided to deal with them harshly. Avalanche both feared and resented Shuisheng. He said, "I told you to scram, not to walk away, you." The Shrek Academy, with Flender and others who are at the Soul Emperor and Soul Sate levels, could not endure such humiliation. Before the Shrek group could say anything, the chief of the Dream Machine couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up. "Prince Zoostar, Prince Avalanche, the Shrek Academy is after all our guest at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Don't go too far, spare others when you can." Prince Zoostar didn't want to offend the three commissioners too much, otherwise the sky might just complain about him to Emperor Shuye. So Prince Zoostar shook his head at Avalanche, signaling him not to go overboard. Avalanche naturally wouldn't ignore Prince Zoostar's face. However, he couldn't just let the Shrek group off, so Avalanche continued, "The others are fine, but those who hit me must roll out, you." Just as the Shrek Academy was about to explode in rage, Zhuge Bo once again released his soul power pressure, forcing the Shrek group to comply. Dai Mubai immediately dragged his heavy body, prepared to be humiliated. But Tang San said, "If it can spare the teachers from punishment, then it's for the best." Saying this, he came to Dai Mubai's side. "Big brother Dai, if there's trouble, we'll shoulder it together. I'm with you." Led by Tang San, the other Shrek members also roared to roll together. However, in the end they decided to keep Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing out of it. Just like when Tang San first met Dai Mubai, he said that if he had to roll, he would roll alone and would never bear to see Xiao Wu humiliated. Oscar and Dai Mubai felt the same. Thus with eyes reddened Tang San Dai Mubai Ma Hongjun and Oscar with their hands clasped behind their heads half squatted and rolled from the hall to the doorway. For Avalanche, driving away the Shrek group even if he offended to death today shouldn't be a big problem. After all, he is the fourth prince of the Heaven Do Empire. The truly important figure for him is only the eldest prince Xueqinghe. After the Shrek group left, Prince Zoostar also walked out of the commissioner's hall with Avalanche, his face gradually darkening as they walked. Avalanche, I've given you enough face this time. Avalanche smiled. Uncle, thank you for today. You saw how arrogant those from Shrek Academy were, not putting our royal family in their eyes at all. Prince Zoostar said lightly. Do you think I can't see through your little tricks? If it weren't for weakening your elder brother's strength, do you think I would offend so many soul masters so recklessly? But you must also be careful, especially of your eldest brother. Avalanche nodded in agreement. With the clues they had gathered from the second and third princes, everyone knew that beneath the kind facade of the first prince Xueqinghe lurked a devil steeped in blood. What seemed like a mere farce was laden with deep meanings. The esteemed Prince Xuexing, naturally not one to act impulsively, was a supporter of Avalanche. Thus, in his stance towards Xueqinghe, Prince Xuexing was extremely cautious. As for why Prince Xuexing supported Avalanche, it might have been due to his disdain for Xueqinghe's ruthless tactics, or perhaps there was something between him and Avalanche's mother. After all, in dramas of palace intrigue it's often so. But little did either Prince Xuexing or Avalanche know, the chess game was not being played with them by Xueqinghe, but by Guan Yu. Everything Guan Yu did was just to humiliate Slate. No, that was merely an appetizer. In the imperial palace, Qian Rinxue sat in her chair listening to reports from her subordinates. To take control of the Heaven Do Empire, two major obstacles lay before her. The first was the monarch of the Heaven Do Empire, Emperor Shuiyi, who had governed for decades and had considerable control over the imperial court. Fortunately, Emperor Shuiyi had once collaborated with the Spirit Hall, planting many of its agents in high positions within the empire long ago. The second obstacle was Marshal Go Long, who held nearly 70% of the empire's million-strong army. Although Go Long was only a sole Douluo by level of soul power, the sheer number of his forces was daunting. Qian Rinxue was not afraid of not being able to defeat him but feared a mutually destructive conflict. While pondering, Qian Rinxue suddenly looked up towards the door. A figure appeared. It seems your cloning ability has more uses than I thought. It was one of Guan Yu's physical clones. Guan Yu himself was undercover as a teacher at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, but his physical clones were active in the shadows. Just a little trick. Using a physical clone as a messenger isn't really something to boast about. I've come to ask for a person. Guan Yu followed up. This was quite novel to Qian Rinxue. Borrow a person from me. You now control the city of Slaughter, and with two elders assisting you, and you still seek to borrow someone? Guan Yu smiled. But I just don't have the right person. Qian Rinxue raised an eyebrow. Let's hear it. Whom do you want to borrow? Guan Yu approached, stopping about a meter away from Qian Rinxue. I would like to borrow Elder Ci Tun. Elder Ci Tun. Qian Rinxue thought for a moment and did not immediately reply to whether she would lend him or not, but instead directly asked, are you planning to move against Avalanche and Prince Xuexing? What task is best suited for Elder Ci Tun, the poisoned Douluo? In Heaven Do Empire, Qian Rinxue thought not of Elder Ci Tun's strength, but his mastery of poisons. Considering this along with Guan Yu's previous ideas, Qian Rinxue concluded that Guan Yu was indeed planning to act against Avalanche and Prince Xuexing. Douluo was in the residence of Prince Xingxue, which was no secret to Qian Rinxue. Moreover, the porcupine Douluo was exactly the one who could suppress Douluo. Otherwise, if it came down to strength alone, weren't both the demon bear Douluo and the ghost panther Douluo by Guan Yu's side stronger than the porcupine Douluo? When Qian Shui revealed his intentions, although Guan Yu knew Qian Rinxue was not foolish, he was still somewhat surprised that the other could see through his plan so quickly. Qian Rinxue quickly continued, I've said before, Avalanche and Prince Xingxue must not be touched. Such mercy. Since you don't wish to take control of the Heaven Do Empire now, you must ensure you're in an invincible position. By removing those two, you would become the sole legitimate heir to the throne of the Heaven Do Empire. This is the premise for an unbeatable position. As long as you don't expose your identity, taking over the Heaven Do Empire is righteous and justified. Otherwise, who could predict the variables that might arise in the future? Qian Rinxue was not easily persuaded. The deaths of the second and third princes had already caused him a lot of trouble. If Avalanche and Prince Xingxue were to die, all the citizens of the Heaven Dou Empire would suspect him, and those in the court against him would use it as a weapon to attack him, and even the neutral officials and powers would gradually distance themselves from him, making his entire infiltration plan fraught with difficulties. Guan Yu, however, did not give up and explained with a smile, "I've already told you this operation will leave you completely out of it. It won't implicate you. I've already found a scapegoat." A light flashed in Qian Renshue's eyes, and at that moment he felt as if his mind was rapidly processing everything, deducing everything from Guan Yu's words and combining them with Guan Yu's recent actions and behaviors. Then Qian Renshue thought of something. Shrek Academy. Guan Yu also smiled. Talking to a smart person is simple. A few days ago, Shrek Academy suffered a huge humiliation at the hands of the Heaven Dou Royal Academy, and they wanted to retaliate against Avalanche. Unfortunately, things went too far, and that's how Avalanche died. As for Prince Xingxue, he would have to be dealt with by other means, although his influence is admittedly smaller than that of Avalanche. However, Qian Renshue still inquired about the details. Those people at Shrek aren't fools. How could they dare to think of revenge after knowing Avalanche's identity? The old guard at Shrek naturally knows the value of patience and won't seek revenge. But what about those young fellows at Shrek? Don't forget, those 4 youngsters were kicked out of the hall. Their dissatisfaction and actions against Avalanche would be enough to stop anyone from suspecting us. Guan Yu and Qian Renshue talked at length, and in the end Qian Renshue somewhat relented. However, before he did so, he posed a question to Guan Yu. "I have something to ask you." "Oh, you still have something to ask me?" Qian Renshue ignored Guan Yu's teasing and directly voiced his concern. "If I want to control the military of the Heaven Dou Empire in the future, Gaelong is an insurmountable barrier. His prestige in the military is too high. I've tried to curry favor and win him over, but that old man simply ignores me. His loyalty lies with the person sitting on the throne." Previously, Qian Renshue had no one to discuss such matters with. In other words, neither the porcupine Douluo nor the spear Douluo were adept at these kinds of strategies. However, now she wanted to consult Guan Yu, and even Qian Renshue herself didn't understand why this thought came to her. Perhaps it was because he was the first person who had ever defeated her. Only those stronger than oneself were worthy to stand beside her. After some thought, Guan Yu spoke bluntly. "Although Gaelong controls 70% of the Empire's army, he surely cannot grasp all power himself. Under Gaelong there are countless generals. If Gaelong cannot be persuaded, can these generals not be swayed? As for prestige, that's complete nonsense. Plainly speaking, it's all about the benefits offered. As long as the incentives are right, they will turn, be it money, power, or women. If there's someone untouched by these, then intimidation is the last resort. They all have families, right?" Seeing Qian Renshue nod thoughtfully, Guan Yu left it at that. With Qian Renshue's intelligence, if she found it feasible, she would naturally devise her own methods to implement it, and Guan Yu merely mentioned this idea casually. Tiandou Royal Academy. The next 2 days would be rest days. Unlike a weekly break, the academy rested for 2 days every half-month. During this time, the people from Tiandou Royal Academy naturally returned to Tiandou City. After all, the academy was located on a mountain, and not everyone could endure the loneliness, especially since most of them were nobles who naturally wanted to enjoy themselves in Tiandou City. On this particular afternoon, Avalanche led a group of followers, about a dozen people, riding a carriage toward Tiandou City. Watching the figures of Avalanche and his group leaving the college, Guan Yu, standing on the balcony, couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his mouth. From Tiandou Royal Academy to Tiandou City, traveling by carriage took at least half a day. However, since it was still within the bounds of Tiandou City, there wouldn't be any troublesome bandits, and thus patrols on this road had been withdrawn years ago. The only protection for Avalanche and his group was a small squad of 10 from Tiandou Royal Academy's Royal Knights. The journey was uneventful for over an hour since leaving the academy. The Royal Knights being among the strongest forces of the Tiandou Empire and each possessing soul power comparable to level 40, treated it as a routine escort mission. Suddenly a chilling presence emerged from nearby. The captain of the Royal Knight squad shouted, "All alert, there's trouble." The Royal Knights guarding the carriage immediately raised their lances. Just as the Royal Knights began to react, countless flints rained down from the sky like droplets. "Form up, defend." These 10 knights were also soul masters, but upon seeing the flint stones showering from the sky, the captain and his men, including everyone inside the carriage, felt a cold, murderous aura. Most sinister and despairing was their discovery that they could not use their soul skills. In this moment, the battle-hardened royal knights displayed their utmost professionalism as they raised their shields to block the fiery stones raining from the sky. They maintained their formation tightly around the carriage. Even when some of the members were knocked from their horses by the barrage, they quickly got up and continued to guard the carriage. Meanwhile, rustling sounds came from the thickets on both sides. These were several swift, agile soul masters zipping through the undergrowth. As these figures leapt out of the bushes, they launched an attack on the royal knights. Although their soul abilities were restrained and could not be used, the royal knights remained undeterred and spirited. With no intention of retreating, they held their long spears high, ready to meet these dark-shadowed soul masters head-on. With the sounds of horses neighing, the next moment, however, saw them tumbling from their mounts. Looking closely, one could see a type of vine-like plant entangling the horses' hooves, causing the steeds to collapse thunderously. Plant-type control soul masters. The brief attack had already revealed much information to the royal knights. Besides these agile beast soul masters, there was at least one fire attribute soul master and one plant-type soul master involved. Judging by the level of soul power, the enemies seemed not very strong, around level 40. Such power daring to strike at the Tiendo royal knights within the region of Tendo City? However, what was truly eerie was the mysterious means that restricted their soul abilities. Domain skills were exceedingly rare. No wonder the royal knights hadn't anticipated this. But even though these attackers had only about level 40 soul power and the royal knights couldn't use their soul power, relying on their weapons, equipment and superior combat training, they managed to fend off the attackers and gradually began to gain the upper hand. Just as the royal knights felt they could overpower these bandits, a few of them keenly heard slight noises. Streaks of silver light swiftly shot out from the woods, piercing through their armor. Crossbow bolts, yet these bolts surpassed their imaginations, piercing even through their shields. Fortunately, these bolts did not hit any vital parts of the knights, causing only injuries. The real threat to their lives came instead from those mysterious soul masters. The attack by the concealed crossbowmen ended the battle in less than 10 minutes, with 10 royal knights completely taken down. Yet, in their last moments, the royal knights sent out distress signals, never understanding why. The soul masters didn't stop them from doing so. At this moment, only a few soul masters were surrounding the carriage, not daring to touch it but waiting respectfully and fearfully for someone. It seemed they were not qualified to decide how to handle the people inside the carriage, only that Lord could. Inside the carriage, the avalanche of noble offspring had started to panic and become anxious as the battle began. Now, with the battle over, they grew even more desperate. Their expectation that the Royal Knight squad would handle the bandits and protect them did not materialize. Instead, the squad was completely annihilated. At this moment, footsteps resonated from the woods, each step sounding like a trod on their hearts, making them tremble uncontrollably with each move. Upon recognizing the features of the newcomer, Avalanche realized he didn't know him. Despite appearing younger, the newcomer exuded a terrifying presence, seemingly the source of the chilling aura enveloping the area. Who exactly are you? I am the fourth prince of the heavenly fight. The newcomer was indeed Guan Yu, or rather a physical manifestation of Guan Yu. With a slight smile, Guan Yu responded, I know who you are and it's you I've been looking for. He then ordered the surrounding soul masters, do not use your martial soul techniques, just use your fists and feed on them. Though Guan Yu's command was odd, not a single soul master dared to question it. They all complied. After all, they were soul masters of around level 40, while Avalanche and his group were only in their 20s. Moreover, under the killing field controlled by Guan Yu, they couldn't use their soul skills, so the outcome was obvious. It wasn't long before Avalanche and his companions were beaten down. Observing the battered Avalanche, Guan Yu nodded in satisfaction. He approached Avalanche, glanced at his injuries, then surveyed the surroundings before drawing out a silver crossbow, Zhuge crossbow. It had no blue lightning patterns, no red fire patterns, no soul rings or techniques enhancement. For this ambush, Guan Yu had specifically selected plant-based soul masters, fire element soul masters, and agile beast spirit masters around level 40. In terms of attributes and martial soul characteristics, they perfectly matched the members from Shrek. However, these alone were not enough to truly frame Shrek Academy. The most crucial part was to produce irrefutable evidence that Shrek could not deny. After much thought, Guan Yu finally figured it out. The so-called irrefutable evidence was the Tang sect hidden weapons in Tang San's possession. Tang sect hidden weapons were Tang San's patent on the Douluo continent, so if Avalanche died by a Tang sect hidden weapon, the blame could be shifted onto Shrek. Although Guan Yu didn't possess any Tang sect hidden weapons, his martial soul was the Zhuge crossbow. To make the frame-up look authentic, Guan Yu stripped all enhancements from his martial soul. Though its power was still considerable, it would suffice as proof. After all, what kind of bow could be so powerful? Guan Yu aimed the crossbow at Avalanche. Facing death, Avalanche panicked and pleaded incessantly, "Don't kill me, I can give you money, a lot of money." Seeing Guan Yu lower the crossbow, Avalanche was overjoyed and continued to make promises until Guan Yu spoke again, leaving him utterly devastated. "It seems improper to shoot you head on." Saying this, Guan Yu shifted slightly to adjust the angle before aiming at Avalanche once more. Only then did Avalanche realize that this man never intended to spare him. Knowing his death was inevitable, Avalanche instead laughed maniacally and questioned Guan Yu, "Who exactly are you? Did my elder brother send you to kill me?" "No, you're not sent by my brother." "Then who are you?" The first person that came to Avalanche's mind was his brother Zhuge, but he slowly realized that something was amiss. If Big Brother had made the move, it wouldn't have been so troublesome, just like how second brother and third brother silently dealt with things. However, Avalanche did not get the answer he wanted from Guan Yu, only a crossbow bolt in response. After dealing with Avalanche, those noble descendants centered around him grew even more fearful, their cries louder. Guan Yu couldn't be bothered to press them further and simply continued lifting his repeater crossbow, resolving them one by one. Guan Yu had also considered whether his repeater crossbow was any different from Tang San's hidden weapon crossbow, but the final answer was that his repeater crossbow, even without any enhancements like lightning or fire elements, was no different from Tang San's. This conclusion was based on the incident on the road from Shrek Academy to Heaven Do Royal Academy, where he had used the repeater crossbow to instantly take down the ferocious god team. The event hadn't happened long ago, and afterwards Guan Yu's people had examined the bodies of the ferocious god team. The size and coarseness of the crossbow bolts were almost identical to those of Guan Yu's sole weapon. Was it necessary to go to such lengths to deal with Avalanche and his group? At that moment, a figure with strong soul power appeared beside Guan Yu. It was none other than Porcupine Douluo, who stayed close to Qian Rinxue. Guan Yu did not answer Porcupine Douluo directly, but instead took another look at Avalanche's corpse and counter-questioned, "Do you think Avalanche looks like he was beaten up in anger and accidentally shot dead?" Porcupine Douluo then took another look at Avalanche's body and said, "Without the crossbow bolt, it seems hard to prove what kind of crossbow killed him, right?" Guan Yu's repeater crossbow bolts were formed by soul power and had naturally dissipated by now, but this was not really a concern. Sometimes intentionally leaving the crossbow bolts could seem contrived. Without them, it looked more like destroying evidence. With the power of the Heaven Do Empire, if they really wanted to investigate, they should be able to find out based on the wounds alone. On that day, Heaven Do City trembled. The noise was so great that it overshadowed all the city's public discussions for the entire month, and even for several months thereafter, it would become a topic of conversation. The impact of the death of Avalanche, the fourth prince of the Heaven Do Empire, was even more shocking than the deaths of the second and third princes a few years earlier. Though the demise of the second and third princes was mysterious, they were at least recorded as due to illness. Several years later, the death of the fourth prince Avalanche was a direct murder and occurred outside Heaven Do City. As soon as this happened, most people in the Heaven Do Empire immediately turned their eyes towards the crown prince Zhuge. Just like with the deaths of the second and third princes, the prime suspect was the person who stood to gain the most. Only a few wise individuals harbored doubts. In the imperial palace of the Heaven Do Empire, Emperor Shuye sat on the throne, silent, his face somewhat somber yet not lacking in majesty. The white-haired sending off the black-haired, as they say, is hard to accept, yet Emperor Shuye, with a broad heart, did not collapse. This wasn't the first time. It was only when a captain of the royal knights came to the palace and saluted Emperor Shuye that the emperor finally raised his gaze to look at the captain. "It's been 3 days, what have you found out?" On the day of the Avalanche disaster, Emperor Shuye immediately mobilized the power of the celestial royal family to conduct a thorough investigation. The person standing before him was responsible for this investigation. "Your Majesty, after extensive inquiries, we have some clues about the demise of the fourth prince," he reported. "Was it done by the eldest?" Emperor Shuye asked calmly, his voice steady. The man shook his head. "Your Majesty, according to our thorough investigation, the crown prince was not involved. We investigated the scene of the fourth prince's demise. From the traces of the struggle at the scene, the soul power level of the assassin who killed the fourth prince should be around 40. Based on the wounds on the royal knights, the assailants seem to include a plant-based control soul master, a fire elemental assault soul master, and several beast soul masters, including assault and agility types. However, the final fatal blow to the royal knights and the fourth prince was delivered by a special crossbow weapon. From the extent of the wounds, this crossbow's lethality is immense, capable of penetrating the defenses of soul masters of level 40 to 50. Hearing this, Emperor Shuye was visibly astonished. A crossbow that can injure soul masters of levels 40 to 50, how is that possible? The man dared not lie and could only kneel and say, "Your Majesty, I dare not speak rashly, but the situation at the scene is indeed as described." What else? Emperor Shuye continued. Though he was not fully convinced, he did not question further. "Your Majesty, we also discovered that among those who were killed, only the fourth prince had suffered severe beatings, as if the attacker held a deep grudge against him, venting their anger. Moreover, the lethal crossbow bolt that caused the fatal injury did not hit from the front but at an odd angle. Through our simulations afterward, we found that this angle does not resemble a shot but rather seems like an accidental killing with a hand crossbow." Additionally, we learned that several days ago, the fourth prince had offended a group from an institution called Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy? Emperor Shuye was obviously unfamiliar with it. The man explained this Shrek Academy was originally a small institution in Soto City of the Barak Kingdom, later introduced by teacher Qin Ming from the Celestial Royal Academy. They were preparing to collaborate with the Celestial Royal Academy. After they arrived at the Celestial Royal Academy, they clashed with the fourth prince and even injured him. Subsequently, the fourth prince and Prince Shueshing came to the academy, intimidating and driving away Shrek Academy. The fourth prince even forced them to. Emperor Shuye's gaze sharpened as he stared at the man in the hall, his imperial authority looming large. What did that boy even do more? The man knelt again. Not only did the fourth prince force them to leave the Celestial Royal Academy, but he also pressured them to leave the council hall that day. "Have you gathered information on this Shrek Academy?" The man carefully presented a document. On it were listed all members of Shrek from Flander the Master Zhao Warji to the Shrek Seven Devils. With just one document, Emperor Shuye's gaze shifted several times. It was unexpected that such an obscure little academy had so many soul emperors and soul saints as teachers. He had never expected that among the Shrek Academy students there would be a white tiger soul master, a ghost cat soul master, and a seven treasures glazed tile pagoda soul master. He fully understood what these martial souls represented, which also proved that Shrek Academy was no ordinary place. The informant continued, "Your Majesty, based on our assessment, the teachers from Shrek Academy were likely not involved in the murder of the fourth prince. It seems to be the doing of these Shrek students, a plant-based control system soul master. Blue silver grass. Fire attribute soul master. Phoenix martial spirit. Strong and agile beast spirit masters. White tiger and ghost cat, which curiously matches the profiles of the Shrek students." Emperor Shuyi frowned. "You're saying it was these students?" "According to the information, the highest soul power level among them is only 37, with the rest around level 30. This contradicts your earlier speculation that the perpetrator was a soul master around level 40. The informant continued, "Your Majesty, these Shrek students had previously clashed fiercely with the royal battle team from the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Some even single-handedly faced the entire royal battle team, so although their soul power levels might seem lower, their actual combat abilities have reached around level 40. Moreover, not long ago in the capital of the Silver's Kingdom, Silver City, at the Great Soul Arena, these few students from Shrek Academy defeated a team with soul power levels above 40 by using a very powerful hand crossbow." Upon hearing this, Emperor Shuyi arrived at a general conclusion. Indeed, it would be reckless to commit a murder outside Heaven Do City, and such actions would only bring trouble to the leader. Now, hearing the results of the Heaven Do secret investigation, Emperor Shuyi directly ruled out the suspicion on Shuechinghe. He commanded immediately issue a warrant for the arrest of the people from Shrek listed in the information. The informant did not immediately execute Emperor Shuyi's orders, but reported again, "Your Majesty, the group from Shrek has now entered the Blue Tyrant Academy in Heaven Do City, which has also been renamed Shrek Academy." Emperor Shuyi frowned again. As a prestigious academy in Heaven Do City, he was well aware of Blue Tyrant Academy's background. Blue Tyrant, Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon. In fact, Blue Tyrant Academy was supported by the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon, and its principal was a high-ranking female from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family. Though there had been a scandal involving incestuous relations among siblings in the past, it was this very scandal that made Emperor Shuiyi remember them. He ordered send someone to Blue Tyrant Academy to demand the handover of these individuals, giving them a deadline of 3 days. This gesture was also a way of showing respect to the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon. Among the 3 sects, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect supported the Heaven Do Empire, and the original Haotian sect supported the Star Luo Empire, keeping the neutral Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family as a contested ally between the 2 empires, especially since the Haotian sect had closed off. The Star Luo Empire, having lost Haotian sect's support, was eager to win over the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family. At this moment, Emperor Shuiyi naturally could not afford to offend the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family lest they turn to support the Star Luo Empire. As the Emperor of the Snowy Night issued an order to arrest the disciples of Shrek Academy, the truth about the situation became clear to everyone, indirectly vindicating Snow Qinghe and clearing him of any suspicion. Although the Emperor of the Snowy Night had eliminated Snow Qinghe as a suspect, Prince Xuexing did not see it the same way. Upon the demise of Avalanche, Prince Xuexing's first thought was that Snow Qinghe was responsible. Even when the imperial warrant indicated another perpetrator, Prince Xuexing remained unconvinced, holding on to unique insights that suggested Qian Rinxue was not as straightforward as she appeared. The crucial point was that with Avalanche's demise, the only legitimate heir to the Tiansua Empire became Snow Qinghe, whom Prince Xuexing had previously opposed. So whether out of political alignment or other reasons, Prince Xuexing was frightened. A few days after the incident, Prince Xuexing submitted a request to Emperor Snowy Night seeking assignment to guard the frontier. Tiansua City was no longer safe, and even with the formidable Du Gubo by his side, Prince Xuexing felt insecure. After all, if Du Gubo struggled to handle the poison that afflicted the second and third princes, who could ensure such toxins wouldn't taint his own food? Who could guarantee that one's dietary precautions could outmatch those of the palace? Thus leaving Tiansua City was imperative. Choosing the frontier town wisely, Prince Xuexing picked one governed by Marshal Gulong, known for his loyalty to the Tiansua royal family. However, the journey from Tiansua City to this critical frontier town was long, and naturally, Prince Xuexing needed Du Gubo's protection along the way. Before departing, Du Gubo came to Prince Xuexing, speaking briefly. Frontier life was unlike anything within the imperial heartlands. As they traveled, the vegetation became sparser and shorter, and the rocky terrain gradually turned into loamy ground. After several days on the road, they reached the southwestern area of the Tiansua Empire. "My lord, in 2 days we will arrive at Giant K Pass," reported a knight. Giant K Pass was a massive western fortification of the Tiansua Empire, defending against northern invasions from the Xing Luo Empire, with Marshal Gulong stationed there personally. This fort was their destination. However, just as the knight finished reporting, a faint voice emerged from the carriage. "They have indeed come." Moments later, the sounds of combat erupted outside. The fight was brief, lasting only about 15 minutes before ending. A young man and a robust warrior in golden armor, surrounded by about 20 others, encircled the carriage. As they approached, the carriage suddenly exploded. The explosion didn't cause much harm, but it released a ring of deep green poison gas. Screams tore through the air as the bodies of those touched by the poison instantly began to emit heart-wrenching cries. The ordeal didn't last long. Within seconds, those affected collapsed, their bodies severely corroded, hissing noises and noxious white smoke rising from them. The carriage exploded into pieces, revealing everything clearly within. Perched atop the wreckage was an elderly man clad in deep green. It was none other than the poisoned Douluo Du Gubo. The young man and the golden-armored strongman who intercepted him were Guanyu, his physical incarnation, and the porcupine Douluo. Seeing that Du Gubo was alone in the carriage, Guanyu's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Du Gubo, eyeing the two before him, was also slightly puzzled. He could sense that the golden-armored man was a titled Douluo and his level was not lower than his own. However, what really puzzled him was that this titled Douluo was actually standing a position behind the young man, indicating that the young man held a higher status than the titled Douluo. Moreover, the young man seemed unafraid of his poison. The poison fog had spread with the blast of the explosion, affecting both the golden-armored man and the young man, the golden-armored man being a Titled Douluo might have ways to resist his poison, but the young man was merely a soul emperor, a notable achievement for his age, but that did not mean he could withstand the poison fog. Not only was Douluo puzzled, but the porcupine Douluo beside Guan Yu was also a bit perplexed and even a bit frightened. Douluo's attack had been so sudden that even the porcupine Douluo had not reacted in time, let alone protect Guan Yu. It was fortunate that Guan Yu was unharmed, for if something had happened to him, the five elders would have demanded his life. However, coming back to the point, his martial soul was the porcupine, inherently possessing skills in extreme poison and physical toughness, making him somewhat immune to poison. How could the grandson of the five elders not be affected by Douluo's poison? Douluo's poison was not just a simple toxin. After all, he had immersed himself in the path of poison for many years and even dared to use poison as his title. The Snow Star Prince is not here. Guan Yu, immune to the poison, was naturally unaffected by Douluo's poison fog. Upon hearing this, Douluo let out a hearty laugh. Haha, you indeed intended to strike at the prince, but unfortunately the prince and I have taken separate routes. The prince took a different path and must have already reached the giant K pass by now. You actually split from the Snow Star Prince and did not stay by his side. This was unexpected to me. Douluo explained. The prince has low spiritual power and can easily blend in among ordinary people, while I, on the other hand, am not adept at hiding. If those intent on harming the prince this time were powerful, they would surely track me down, hence it was safer for the prince and me to travel separately. If no one intended to harm the prince, the knights escorting him would be sufficient to handle any ordinary bandits encountered along the way. Was the fourth prince, Snow Avalanche, also killed by you? Guan Yu did not respond, well aware of the adage that villains often die from talking too much. Wait, that's not quite right. Who said I was the villain? In any case, Guan Yu would not reveal anything to Douluo, only responding indifferently. The Snow Star Prince has left, but you cannot escape now. The old man then declared, let's see what skills you possess. As his words fell, Douluo was the first to move. With a low shout, he released his martial soul, and his body, including his hair, became covered in aquamarine scales, turning entirely into a shade of emerald green. Beneath his feet, a massive phosphorescent serpent appeared. Whoosh! A dense cloud of greenish poison mist burst forth from the mouth of the serpent at Douluo's feet, surging towards Guan Yu and the porcupine Douluo. Douluo did not recognize the two before him, so he chose to test them with his poison first. Seeing Douluo make his move, the porcupine Douluo also acted. Upon releasing his martial soul, his body swelled up like a balloon and countless purple spikes emerged from within, covering his skin. His soul ring configuration was identical to Douluo's, featuring 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black rings. With the soul possession, the porcupine Douluo's appearance became much more fierce. Even his hands turned into purple spiky shapes. His entire body was enveloped in a purple mist, which was also poisonous. The porcupine Douluo glanced at Guan Yu. Although the initial poison mist hadn't harmed Guan Yu, it didn't mean the subsequent fight wouldn't affect him. Only after Guan Yu assured the porcupine Douluo to focus on dealing with Douluo without worrying about him did the porcupine Douluo slowly move forward to confront Douluo. Just as he approached, the poison mist from the phosphorescent serpent at Douluo's feet neared him. Suddenly, the third soul ring on the porcupine Douluo lit up, and as he opened his mouth to inhale, the green poison mist released by Douluo was sucked in, completely swallowed like a giant whale consuming its prey. After the terrifying poison entered his body, the porcupine Douluo was covered in a faint bluish glow, and the dense purple spikes all over his body were tinged with a thick layer of green. Moments later, the green on his body swiftly disappeared, and the porcupine Douluo's body returned to its purple color. Douluo, watching the scene before him, finally realized why his poison was ineffective against this robust man. It turned out that his martial soul was the porcupine. Among the titled Douluo capable of defeating Douluo, many existed, but in terms of suppression, the porcupine Douluo was undoubtedly the most effective attribute counter against Douluo. The porcupine Douluo possessed a special ability to absorb toxins and convert them into his strength. Douluo's poison not only failed to harm him but also enhanced his power. For a moment, Douluo didn't know how to attack. Experiencing a sense of helplessness for the first time, Douluo held back, but the porcupine Douluo was not idle. His fifth soul ring lit up, and his body first contracted then expanded rapidly like lightning. Nearly 100 poison spikes attached to his body were instantly shot out, covering the sky like a rain of flowers aimed at Douluo. The poison spikes covered all of Douluo's possible escape routes, but it seemed he had no intention to dodge. A giant snake tail swept up in front of him, bringing up a swirling green cyclone to shield him. A cold smirk appeared on the porcupine Douluo's face. "Did you think my poison spikes are that easy to deal with?" Then the densely packed poison spikes in midair suddenly began to explode, turning into a shower of fragments scattering everywhere while a thick purple mist spread out. Seeing this scene, Guan Yu couldn't help but notice that the porcupine Douluo's move was somewhat similar to his own sixth soul skill. However, in the next moment, Douluo burst out from the poison fog unharmed, as if it hadn't affected him at all. Guan Yu with his sharp eyes noticed that the purple poison fog seemed to freeze the moment the poison spikes exploded and released the fog. It was unlike the ice element freeze of the Guangling Douluo, it was more as if time itself had stopped flowing. At this moment, Guan Yu also remembered that Douluo's eighth soul skill seemed to be the ability to solidify time. The poison in the second prince and the third prince, it was your doing. From the purple poison fog, Douluo sensed the same toxin that afflicted the two princes. Porcupine Douluo did not directly answer, but his expression gradually became serious. His already swollen body lit up with the seventh soul ring, his seventh soul skill, martial soul true body. In just an instant, Porcupine Douluo's body swelled again, enlarging almost exponentially compared to before. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a huge sphere with a diameter of 10 meters, and the purple spikes he had previously shot out were regrowing, each spike now 1 to 2 meters in length, turning him into a giant porcupine. The next moment, the giant porcupine opened its massive mouth, from which a beam of purple light shot out like from a black hole. Facing this purple light, Douluo's expression gradually became solemn. As a glow appeared on his forehead, his eyes gathered a gray energy that shot towards the purple light. Medusa's gaze. Medusa's gaze was not just about turning the struck object into stone, it was also an effective method to counter energy-based attacks. The two forces collided, neutralizing each other, seemingly locked in a war of attrition. Porcupine Douluo didn't mind clashing with Douluo in terms of soul power, but Douluo started to panic. At this moment, his internal soul power began to deplete. Although Medusa's gaze primarily used mental power, it also consumed a significant amount of soul power. Nearly holding on for less than a minute, Douluo quickly dodged to avoid further consumption with Porcupine Douluo. The purple light hit the ground, directly corroding a huge pit. Douluo's actions successfully drew the attention of both Guan Yu and Porcupine Douluo, who gradually noticed that Douluo's soul power fluctuations were getting weaker. How is Douluo so weak? Soon a light bulb went off for Guan Yu. It was the Danju. As mentioned by the Guangling Douluo, without the Danju, Douluo lost his ability to fight prolonged battles and his soul power was greatly reduced. Porcupine Douluo, although unaware of the reason for Douluo's weakness, did not hesitate to prepare another attack on him. Meanwhile, Douluo, panting heavily and without the Danju, not only was his soul power lacking, but his physical stamina had also greatly diminished, becoming less and less enduring. If this continued, he would eventually fall into the enemy's hands. Shifting his gaze, Douluo saw Guan Yu. He had no chance of winning against Porcupine Douluo. If he wanted to leave today, the key lay with this young man. To capture this young man was the only way out. By doing so, the Porcupine Douluo, who had previously shown disdain towards the youth, would inevitably fall under his control. With a flick of its phosphorescent tail, Douluo moved swiftly around the Porcupine Douluo and launched an attack on Guan Yu. Although the Porcupine Douluo had the upper hand in terms of poison, it lacked the speed compared to the phosphorescent snake. Reaching Guan Yu, Douluo's tail swiftly coiled around him. However, the next moment, Douluo felt a piercing, burning pain. Guan Yu's body was enveloped in a dark red flame, mysterious and formidable. The flame severely injured the phosphorescent snake upon contact. Not only was it poisonous and corrosive, but it also scorched the soul power. No matter how Douluo resisted, he couldn't negate the burning damage. After all, the damage caused by the heavenly fire was real. Even as a titled Douluo, Douluo couldn't bear it. Already weakened, Douluo's pain made him loosen his tail, allowing Guan Yu, who summoned his blood feather wings, to escape successfully. After escaping, Guan Yu also released his killing domain. Covered by the domain, Douluo felt a chilling, murderous aura and found all his soul skills sealed. Such a domineering domain, it was too oppressive, sealing the opponent's soul skills. The killing domain couldn't restrict Douluo's soul skills forever. Given the gap in their soul power, it could only limit him for a few minutes. But these few minutes were enough for the Porcupine Douluo to act. The Porcupine Douluo, however, took a straightforward approach, opening his mouth wide to unleash a powerful suction, swallowing Douluo in an instant. As his mouth closed, the porcupine Douluo floated in the air, waiting for Douluo to perish. If Douluo couldn't escape, he would be digested and absorbed, turned into nourishment. Guan Yu too retracted his domain and waited on the side. As time ticked by, Douluo did not manage to create a miracle. Without Tang San's aura to bolster him, Douluo's weaknesses remained unresolved. Additionally, losing the Danju, he suffered an epic weakening with insufficient soul power, and being swallowed by the porcupine Douluo, escaping was impossible. About 10 minutes later, the porcupine Douluo's body gradually returned to its normal size. With a flip of his hand, a grayish-white object appeared in it. Guan Yu recognized it instantly. It was a soul bone, and not just any soul bone, but a 10,000-year Medusa skull. Having dealt with Douluo, Guan Yu and the porcupine Douluo returned to Heavendo City. Since Prince Xuexing had already arrived at the giant K Pass, Guan Yu saw no need to confront him there. He allowed him to live for now. As for the 10,000-year Medusa head soul bone, it naturally fell into Guan Yu's hands. In Heavendo City, atop a teacher's dormitory attic, Guan Yu leaned against the railing, a smile of accomplishment on his face. Recently, two major events had occurred in Heavendo City. That was when the Royal Knights of the Heavendo Empire went to the Blue Tyrant Advanced Academy, oh no, it should now be called Shrek Academy, to demand people, but they were sent packing by the overprotective Lu Erlong. However, Lu Erlong was also quite self-aware, not believing that having the identity of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon would allow her to directly confront the Heavendo royal family. Of course, Shrek had cried foul, but when asked about the soul fighting competition in the capital city of the Syl's Kingdom, Syl City, the group couldn't deny their involvement. Not every crossbow can break through the defenses of a soul master of level 40 or 50, and on this point alone, Shrek couldn't overturn the verdict. After driving away the first wave of demands from the Heavendo royal family, Lu Erlong immediately left Heavendo City quietly with Flinder, Grandmaster Zhao Woji, and the Shrek 7 Devils heading south. According to the intelligence network under Guan Yu, Shrek's target was likely within the Star Luo Empire. Indeed, since they were wanted in the Heavendo Empire, the safest places were none other than the Martial Soul Hall and the Star Luo Empire. The Martial Soul Hall was no longer an option, so that left only the Star Luo Empire. As these events came to a close, all of Guan Yu's arrangements were finally complete. It seemed like a big detour, but the purpose was crucial. The Heavendo royal family and Shrek Academy, or rather opposing Tang San, meant that in the future Qian Rinxue could launch a coup unopposed. So from now on, the true master of Heavendo City, and even the future ruler of the Heavendo Empire, would firmly be Qian Rinxue. Furthermore, Tang San would naturally not be titled as Lord Blue Halo, thus he would not receive the national treasure of Heavendo Empire, the Deep Sea Universe cover. Without the Deep Sea Universe cover, Tang San might not be able to undergo the Sea God inheritance, and even if he could, the success rate would be extremely low. To others, the recent events might not seem significant enough to escalate to a higher perspective, but to Guan Yu these incidents were sufficient to change the new situation in Heavendo. In fact, the affairs of Heavendo were already settled. A few days later, Guan Yu came to the Crown Prince's palace. This time, it was Guan Yu himself. "You're leaving the Heavendo Royal Academy?" Qian Rinxue frowned. It hadn't been long, and this guy was already leaving the Heavendo Royal Academy. Guan Yu nodded. With Heavendo's situation settled, there's naturally no need for me to continue teaching at the Heavendo Royal Academy. Qian Rinxue snorted with a laugh. Just by killing Avalanche and Du Gubo you can declare that Heavendo's situation is settled? Guan Yu naturally couldn't explain clearly, nor could he tell Qian Rinxue that the Shrek group had been driven away and no one could stop her plans now. Whenever she wanted to become the emperor, she could. No one would believe such a story. How about we make a bet? Within 5 years, if your coup is successful, I win. If you fail, I lose. What's the bet? A soul bone. I heard from Uncle Shui that killing Du Gubo got you a head soul bone, and it's in your possession now. Guan Yu smiled. Haha, you're the young master of the Martial Soul Hall with a large family business, and you have your own exclusive soul bone set, unlike me who still has to scrape things together. Qian Rinxue couldn't help but give Guan Yu a look, saying, "Don't worry, I'm not about to ask you for Du Gubo's soul bone. In fact, I could even help you find other soul bones." Guan Yu met Qian Rinxue's gaze, his expression still calm as he asked, "What are the conditions?" Qian Rinxue then boldly stated her terms. "I hope that when I need manpower in the future, I can mobilize the Soul Master forces of Slaughter City." Hearing this, a faint smile finally appeared on Guan Yu's face. It seemed that she had her eyes on his estate. Chen Rinxue had already learned the specifics of how Guan Yu had taken over Slaughter City from Chen Douluo, who had promised that Slaughter City would remain Guan Yu's and not become a puppet under the Spirit Hall. Now Chen Rinxue was still in the throes of her quest for power, not only to control the Heavendo Empire but also to counter Bibi Dong in the future. In the original story, Chen Rinxue's change of heart occurred after her failure and return to Spirit Hall when she gradually relinquished her power and handed over the authority of the Spirit Hall, Elder Hall. It was from that moment that Bibi Dong's title Douluo began to increase in number. Seeing Guan Yu shake his head, Chen Rinxue frowned. "What, you're not willing? You must know each soul bone is extremely precious. You are still missing quite a few soul bones, and with this promise, the use of Slaughter City's soul masters is a fair trade." Guan Yu certainly had his own plans. The soul bones Chen Rinxue could offer were likely millennia soul bones, and it wasn't that Guan Yu underestimated millennia soul bones, but he wasn't a twin spirit like his neighbor, so both his spirit rings and soul bones needed to be of high quality to avoid a loss. Moreover, aside from his right leg bone, Guan Yu actually had better options for other soul bone parts, though they were somewhat difficult to obtain. "You can mobilize the soul masters of Slaughter City in the future, but what I want to exchange is not the soul bone but the power to mobilize all the soul masters you control." Chen Rinxue laughed, not mockingly but because she suddenly realized that the person opposite her seemed to share her fervor for power. "How about it?" Hearing Guan Yu's query, Chen Rinxue did not refuse but handed him a token. The token was golden with a six-winged angel pattern on its surface, quite similar to the identity token Chen Douluo had once given her. "This is a symbol of my identity, this token represents me." Chen Rinxue was confident, just like Guan Yu, not believing that Guan Yu could sideline her or threaten her position. Guan Yu's request for power was actually a preparation for his next spirit rings and soul bones. He had already arranged for his 7th spirit ring, but the spirit beasts he would face for his 8th and 9th spirit rings, including the soul bones, would not be simple. They would require hunting some powerful spirit beasts. Guan Yu's own strength might not be sufficient even with the help of the Radiant Wing Douluo, and since Slaughter City lacked title Douluo, he had set his sights on the Spirit Hall elders in Chen Rinxue's hands. After the agreement was finalized, Guan Yu returned to his residence in Tiando City. Closing the door, he released his spiritual power to ensure there were no prying eyes around before taking out the Medusa Gay skull he had obtained after defeating Zhuge Bo. In the land, skulls hold a high status among soul bones, with skulls and torso bones being stronger than soul bones from other parts. However, the age of the skull soul bones mentioned in the original work is quite average. The most famous is the Wisdom Skull of Mental Aggregation, a prize for the champions of the Continental Advanced Academy Elite Competition, which almost everyone absorbs. Other skull soul bones include Hulaiina's unknown skull bone given by Bibi Dong before she went to the city of slaughter, Ning Rongrong's illusion wisdom skull, Oscar's mirror skull, and Xiaowu's charm skull from the 60,000-year-old three-eyed demon fox, which also enhances spiritual power. In comparison, Guan Yu felt that Zhuge Bo's Medusa Gay skull was more effective. This was for several reasons. First, the Medusa Gay skull is a spiritual type skull which would greatly amplify Guan Yu's spiritual power. Second, it comes with the skill Medusa's Gaze, which is not inferior to the purple extreme divine light. Medusa's Gaze not only turns what it sees into stone but can also petrify energy attacks. Third, in the animations, Medusa's Gaze has been shown to suppress undead energy, essentially turning undead into stone. As Guan Yu's 8th test in the Azura path was to sever the Rakshasa god's inheritance, facing the Rakshasa god's power, it's possible that Medusa's Gaze could be as effective as depicted in the animations. Moreover, the Medusa Gay skull was 45,000 years old, not much less than the 50,000 years of the Wisdom Skull of Mental Aggregation, and its superior skills could compensate for everything. Decided, Guan Yu then released his soul power onto the gray-white fossil-like Medusa Gay skull to begin absorbing it. Since Zhuge Bo had previously absorbed the soul bone, the violent and rebellious emotions of the soul beast residue no longer existed, making the absorption process much smoother for Guan Yu. The whole process lasted only half an hour. When Guan Yu opened his eyes from meditation, the Medusa Gay skull appeared on his forehead and his eyes immediately emitted a brilliant white light. With a thought from Guan Yu, 2 beams of white light shot out, turning a porcelain vase they hit directly into stone. After gradually stabilizing the power of the Medusa Gay soul bone, Guan Yu returned to normal with the Medusa Gay skull hiding inside his body. Clenching his fist, Guan Yu could feel his soul power had reached level 66. A 2-level increase, to be precise. It was more than just a level up, as Guan Yu had been stuck at level 64 for months and was already not far from reaching level 65. After Guan Yu absorbed the Medusa's gaze skull, the latest data analysis from the Eye of Calculation came out. The external soul bones, blood feather wings, 9 fox tails, the resilient right leg bone, and the Medusa's gaze skull combined had a 1% probability of triggering a soul bone fusion skill before absorbing the Medusa's gaze skull. The fusion skill probability with the other 3 soul bones was actually 8%. Now, after absorbing the Medusa's gaze skull, this probability plummeted from 8% to 1%. It was like a class where 3 students were getting along well, helping each other, and suddenly a newcomer disrupted the harmony. A 1% probability is still much higher than winning the lottery, but relying solely on this 1% to awaken a soul bone fusion skill was nearly impossible unless one was incredibly lucky. A 1% success rate does not mean 1% today and awakening the soul bone fusion skill after a 100 continuous days. It means the probability is 1% each day, purely based on luck. If only I had known, I would have waited to awaken the soul bone fusion skill before absorbing the Medusa's gaze skull. After absorbing the Medusa's gaze skull, the next day Guan Yu only left a physical clone in Tiando City while his main body returned to the City of Slaughter, not to the Spirit Hall. In the Spirit Hall, there were too many old folks, and sometimes having too many elders around was uncomfortable. It couldn't compare to the ease and comfort of being outside, and in the City of Slaughter Guan Yu enjoyed imperial-level treatment. The City of Slaughter still had its fun moments. Moreover, from a cultivation perspective, the City of Slaughter indeed helped enhance Guan Yu's cultivation, not to mention, the supply of yellow spring dew was a continuous source of soul power. Besides soul power cultivation, Guan Yu was also enhancing his strength training. He couldn't always be unable to lift the Azura Demon Sword. Thus, Guan Yu's main body rested, accompanied day and night by the beautiful chief manager of the City of Slaughter, while his 5 physical clones practiced tirelessly day and night. A year later, Guan Yu's main body in the City of Slaughter woke up from bed, washed up, and went to the window. Looking at the city dominated by dark red colors, Guan Yu felt he was gradually adapting to this city. Over the year, with the help of his main body and several physical clones, Guan Yu's soul power level had risen from level 66 to 69. In addition, Guan Yu's physical strength had also significantly improved. Although he still couldn't completely lift the Azura Demon Sword, swinging it using inertia was now possible. At this moment, the beautiful chief manager of the City of Slaughter clung to Guan Yu's side, rubbing against him with her proud figure. A year's time had also led everyone in the City of Slaughter to acknowledge the presence of Guan Yu, the new king of Slaughter. "My king, are you planning to leave the City of Slaughter again?" Light Feather turned his head and smiled at the female manager who was managing the City of Slaughter on his behalf. This woman indeed had talent. Not only had she grasped his habits well, but she could even guess what he was planning next. Although Light Feather was in the City of Slaughter, he had left a physical clone outside, so he was not cut off from outside news. Recently, the high-profile Elite Soul Master contest of the top academies had begun across the continent, which had piqued Light Feather's interest. Firstly, there was the Shrek Academy. After moving its campus to the Star Luo Empire, Shrek Academy participated in the regional competition of the Star Luo Empire and successfully advanced. Moreover, it wasn't just about advancing. Shrek Academy had gained significant attention from the Star Luo Empire, which had invested a lot of educational resources into the academy. The reason it was rumored was due to Shrek Academy having 2 friendly matches with the Star Luo Empire's team. The first match ended in a draw and Shrek Academy won the second match. The rivalry between Dai Mubai and Davis had come to the forefront during these matches. Additionally, as Shrek Academy's team members were wanted, the Star Luo Empire trusted Shrek Academy even more. The 5 Elements team did not encounter Shrek's team in the Tiando regional competition but met them in the final rounds. Huowu did not have a vendetta against Tang San, nor did the Blazing Academy team up with the Godwind Academy. After over a month of competition, the final 3 teams were now unveiled: the Spirit Hall Academy team, the Godwind Academy team, led by the powerful Feng Xiaotian, and the Shrek Academy team. According to Light Feather's intelligence, Shrek Academy was among the top 3, but on paper its team's strength could not surpass that of the Spirit Hall Academy team. Perhaps because of his influence, the current Golden Trio had set their sights on him, training relentlessly. It was said that their soul power levels had not only reached level 52 as originally noted, but had now soared to 56. Moreover, the trio had initially developed a soul fusion technique specifically to counter light feather, which after much refinement over time had gradually become perfected. Most crucially, the Azure Phoenix Douluo had successfully refined a drug from light feather's blood that could temporarily grant immunity to poison. Thus this time the Spirit Hall Academy team was unlikely to be upset. While light feather was lost in thought, someone came to report, "Your Majesty, your grandfather has arrived." In nearly a year the light-plumed Douluo had only visited the city of Slaughter twice. After all, not everyone could tolerate such an environment. Lightfeather nodded and then left his residence to head to the palace of the King of Slaughter with the beautiful chief steward following behind him. Upon reaching the palace, Lightfeather immediately saw light-plumed Douluo sitting on his massive throne, swinging his legs back and forth. "Little you, do you plan to stay in this godforsaken place forever? Speaking of which, how long has it been since you last went out to see the sun? Do you know your complexion is quite pale now? To use the old Azure Bird's words, you should go out and bask in the sun for a bit." Guan Yu had long been accustomed to the light feathered Douluo, and at this moment he walked up to the throne and sat down with a plop. The throne was wide enough to accommodate him comfortably, and he usually lay on it to sleep. "Grandpa, what brings you here this time?" Light feathered Douluo furrowed his brows. "What are you saying? Can't I visit you if there's nothing up?" "No issue, if there's nothing, then I might stop listening soon." Upon hearing this, light feathered Douluo's face stiffened, but he quickly said, "No, no, no, little you, why are you like this? You can see right through everything. Indeed, I have something to discuss with you this time." Actually, it was Bibi Dong who approached the great worship, who then came to me, and now I am here to find you. The idea is to have you act as the arena master, to defend the final arena. Guan Yu looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Bibi Dong has promised 3 soul bones, and the winning team of this grand competition will have the opportunity to challenge the most outstanding student of the Spirit Hall Academy in nearly a century, that is you. If they can defeat you, they will obtain 3 soul bones." These 3 soul bones were actually prepared by Bibi Dong for 3 youngsters from the Spirit Hall Academy. Firstly, the Elder Hall does not allow her to use the Spirit Hall resources at will, especially since those youngsters have made no contributions to the Spirit Hall. Secondly, even the best among us, you have not received a soul bone reward, so why should those 3 youngsters receive them? Hence, the Worship Hall also disagrees. With no other options, she had to set this rule, hoping that the Spirit Hall Academy team, if they win the championship, can challenge you. If they win, they can take away the 3 soul bones. Saying this, light feathered Douluo looked at Guan Yu. "What do you think? Can you beat 7 at a time?" "You probably can, right? Little you, when did you become so modest?" Guan Yu shook his head. "No matter which team it is, isn't it just a dimension reduction strike for me?" Light feathered Douluo laughed. "You kid, give your grandpa a rundown. How strong are you now?" "Very strong. But grandpa, didn't Bibi Dong offer any benefits for me to defend the arena?" Guan Yu asked. Light feathered Douluo stroked his chin. "True, winning against you earns them 3 soul bones, so shouldn't you also get a soul bone reward for entering the arena? I must have a good talk with Bibi Dong when we return." Guan Yu also nodded slightly, agreeing that a talk was necessary. After a year of silence in the city of Slaughter, Guan Yu was not just idly passing time, he was also planning many things. For instance, the 7th test and the Azure 9 tests, the 8 people he needed to kill. Suddenly, Guan Yu realized that the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition was an opportunity to take down Tang Hao, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang in one fell swoop. At the end of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, the strongest in the Tang San camp was only Tang Hao, but in the original story, it was Tang Hao alone who managed to break out with Tang San. This also meant that it was the best opportunity to eliminate Tang Hao, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, leaving no one to stop the Spirit Hall. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School at this point in the original story held back from intervening, and as for the Golden Iron Triangle? Useless. Beyond this opportunity, it would be harder to act because of Guan Yu's presence, the butterfly effect, which had changed many things. For instance, the best time to kill Tang Hao might be when he has voluntarily crippled himself by amputating an arm and a leg. However, due to my involvement, Tang San was not captured by Zhuge and thus missed the chance to obtain the ice and fiery Nyan well. Therefore, who knows where the crippled Tang Hao might go. As for Tang San, if he could go to the city of Slaughter, it would naturally be easier to kill him. However, now that Guan Yu has become the king of slaughter of the city of Slaughter, who knows whether Tang San will still head there. So, in reality, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is a great opportunity. Firstly, at least the Spirit Hall has the home ground advantage. Tang San's allies are not that numerous or strong at this time. At this stage Tang Hao still harbors hidden injuries and is not yet the super Douluo who could later defeat the golden crocodile Douluo. Spirit Hall, the Pope's Palace, Bibi Dong sits at the head, Ghost Douluo Gue Mei and Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan stand on either side with arms crossed, their gazes all falling on the figure slowly walking in. The visitor is Guang Yu, who stands in the center of the great hall, placing his right hand over his left chest, giving Bibi Dong a salute. Greetings, Your Holiness. Bibi Dong's face remains expressionless, merely responding with a grunt. The Grand Worship should have told you about the final details of the Continental Advanced Academy Elite Competition. Lastly, I hope you can have a friendly match with the champion team. Guang Yu nods. I have heard. Actually, my visit this time is to propose a deal to Your Holiness. Before Bibi Dong could respond, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan speaks out. How presumptuous! Her Holiness has instructed you on some matters and you still wish to bargain. Bibi Dong waves her hand to signal Chrysanthemum Douluo to be silent, then asks Guang Yu with a smile that is not mocking but concealing, reminiscent of how years ago he was just a little devil receiving the purple record medal and today he has grown to the point of negotiating deals with her. Speak, what do you wish to discuss? Guang Yu says, what I'm discussing is not just the exhibition match after the competition, but rather I wish to cooperate with Your Holiness on another matter. What matter? I want Tang Hao dead. Upon hearing this, obvious changes appear on the faces of Bibi Dong, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. They are all too familiar with Tang Hao, with Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo having even participated in the past operation led by Qian Xuanji to hunt down Tang Hao. This time it was Ghost Douluo who spoke. Little devil, do you know of Tang Hao's whereabouts? Spirit Hall has been searching for Tang Hao but to no avail. Who would have thought that the continent's youngest titled Douluo would lay low in a small village for 6 years? Guan Yu doesn't respond directly but instead smiles. Your Holiness should be aware that among the 3 teams advancing to the finals, the Shrek Academy team from the Star Luo Empire includes a blue-silver grass control system Soul Master Tang San, who is Tang Hao's son. So do you want to capture that person to force Tang Hao to show himself? Yu Guan suggests. Guang Yu shakes his head. No need. Actually, Tang Hao has always been secretly protecting Tang San, including during this elite competition. Ghost Douluo adds, the venue for this elite competition is in Spirit City. Does Tang Hao dare to come to Spirit City? Bibi Dong had remained silent, but she felt that the man might indeed dare to come. If Tang Hao comes, I can capture him myself. Why would I need to cooperate with you? Guang Yu smiled slightly. Your Holiness, face the reality. More than a decade ago, the previous pope, along with the 2 elders beside you, couldn't defeat Tang Hao, who had just broken through to the title Douluo of level 90. Now, after so many years, do you really think you and the 2 elders can take down the current Tang Hao? Mentioning the Battle of Shame infuriated both Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, whose faces showed anger. Let's talk. Seeing Bibi Dong finally speak, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo fell silent. Besides Tang Hao and Tang San, Your Holiness should have heard that in the Shrek Academy team, aside from the uniquely identified Tang San, there is also a member who is a transformed spirit beast. Hearing this, Bibi Dong's purple eyes gradually narrowed. Without the love-devouring red, Xiao Wu's aura couldn't be concealed, and in fact it had already been discovered by the Spirit Hall, although it was unknown why Shrek Academy still participated in the competition. True, without the penetrating autumn dew, Tang San couldn't see through that Xiao Wu was not human but a rabbit. As for the others, not having reached title Douluo, it was also difficult for them to see through Xiao Wu's true form. A spirit beast transformed means this spirit beast has reached 100,000 years, and that is precisely what Bibi Dong must have. Bibi Dong currently lacks not spirit bones, but spirit rings. If you can persuade the worship hall to take action, the spirit ring will be mine, and the spirit bones yours. Deal. Your Holiness, the key to this operation is still Tang Hao. Please ensure to cooperate at that time to kill Tang Hao first. Without Tang Hao, the transformed spirit beast will naturally not escape. Guan Yu had also considered acting alone, having Luminous Douluo take action and then adding Demon Bear Douluo, Ghost Panther Douluo, and if not enough, calling a few more title Douluo elders, which should also be able to handle the current Tang Hao, but doing so after the competition ended seemed somewhat inappropriate, especially since Bibi Dong was still the Pope. It's better to cooperate in advance, creating a real trap, a trap aimed at Tang Hao, Tang San and Xiao Wu. After finishing the talk with Bibi Dong, Guan Yu then went to the worship hall. All the worshippers were as usual. Qianda Oliu was the first to speak. You've seen her already? Guan Yu nodded, immediately telling Qian Douluo about his cooperation with Bibi Dong, since it couldn't be hidden he might as well tell Qian Douluo directly. Moreover, to borrow people from the worship hall he still needed Qian Douluo's approval. Perhaps because of dealing with Tang Hao, Qian Douluo eventually moved by personal feelings and agreed. However, Qian Douluo decided not to take action personally but said to the other worshippers, whoever wants to take action follow Xiaoyu to the battlefield. Dealing with Tang Hao, after all, compared to the ages of several worshippers, Tang Hao was still a child, so more people were after his title of Hao Tian Douluo. Luminous Douluo naturally confirmed to help Guan Yu, demon suppressing. Douluo also felt itchy hands, deciding to take action. Besides, for assurance, Guan Yu especially also invited Qingluan Douluo to help in case of any accidents. At first, Qingluan Douluo was involved for the sake of the immortal herb, and later because Guan Yu provided his blood for Qingluan Douluo's research. Qingluan Douluo turned out to be the easiest to approach aside from Guangling Douluo and Zhanyamo Douluo. Moreover, Qingluan Douluo is now at level 98. His strength formidable indeed. 3 priests, 2 elders at level 95, plus Bibi Dong Gui and Zhu Douluo and Tang Hao. Where can you possibly run to? As Guan Yu was planning everything, the final day of the ultimate 3-team showdown was just a day away. In front of the Pope's Hall, rows of sanctuary knights lined up from the entrance down to the mountain base, their shining silver armor and heavy knight swords lending an even more majestic air to Pope Mountain. Teams that had been eliminated were ordered to leave, not even allowed the privilege to watch the final day's battle. Only the true young powerhouses were worthy to step onto this square. In front of the Pope's Hall, in a corner of Pope Mountain, a young man dressed in blue with gray hair and quite handsome features stood behind a fiery red-haired woman in a red dress. The woman turned around, looked at the young man in blue behind her, and said cheerfully, "Xiao Tian, aren't you trying to woo me? I'm giving you a chance now. If you can win this elite competition, I will agree to date you." The young man in blue, hearing this, showed a troubled expression. Sister Huowu, Shrek Academy might be manageable, but the Spirit Hall Academy team is just monstrous. How could I possibly beat them? You're really making things too difficult for me. Huowu did not give in at all. I've said what I've said, now it's up to you. Xiao Tian also gradually put away his playful smile, his face serious. Sister Huowu, are you serious? When Huowu speaks, not even 4 horses can chase back my words. Alright, for Sister Huowu, I, Xiao Tian, will give it my all. The next morning, the final 3 teams appeared in front of the Pope's Hall, quietly waiting. The teachers from the 3 academies were not allowed to stand on the square but had to wait on the outskirts. The 21 contestants participating in the finals stood quietly on the square awaiting the final moments. Spirit Hall Academy's team, led by Xiaoyu, followed by Hulaina Yan and 4 other members, had eyes shimmering with confidence and devotion towards Spirit Hall. Shrek Academy maintained a low profile, 7 members lined up in a column, the captain Dai Mubai leading, followed by Tang San, Oscar Ma, Hongjun, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing. The members of Shinfeng Academy curiously observed their surroundings, feeling a rush of honor to stand on the highest stage of the Pope's Hall, but they quickly adjusted their attitudes, ready to seriously face the upcoming competition, their eyes revealing a desperate resolve, as the outcome of this last day's competition would determine their captain's happiness. After waiting a moment, a group emerged from a side door of the Pope's Hall. 12 cardinals, second only to the Platinum Bishop, slowly approached. They walked up to the front of the Pope's Hall and stood divided to the left and right, 6 on each side. The leader loudly proclaimed, "His Holiness the Pope has arrived, long live, long live, long live." The 3 cheers erupted like a landslide and tsunami throughout the entire Spirit City. Those from the Heaven Do Imperial family and the Star Luo Imperial family, although not present here, but still in Spirit City, slightly frowned upon hearing this. The title Long Live, usually reserved for the supreme royalty, was now being used for Bibi Dong. The grand doors of the Pope's Hall slowly opened, and the marks of the 6-winged angels on the twin doors gradually separated. Everyone's gaze instinctively gathered towards the opening doors. Even the 7 members of the Spirit Hall Academy team felt their heart rates accelerating. Even they did not often get to see the Pope. Bibi Dong, dressed in a resplendent golden gown from head to toe, wearing a purple gold crown and holding a scepter, her face solemn, slowly stepped out from the Pope's Hall to the front of the 3 academy teams and everyone present. In that moment, all those affiliated with the Spirit Hall knelt on one knee. Greetings to His Holiness the Pope. Following Bibi Dong, 4 figures also appeared. They were Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Sword Douluo, and Ning Rongrong. As it was the first time seeing Ning Rongrong and Sword Douluo, Guan Yu couldn't help but take a few more glances. Both Ning Rongrong and Sword Douluo were dressed in light blue attire exuding a sense of elegance. Feeling something, Ning Rongrong immediately looked over and smiled, nodding at Guang Yu. Even those not affiliated with the Spirit Hall, like the participants and teachers from Godwind Academy, knelt on one knee as a gesture of respect when facing Bibi Dong. The refusal of the seven from Shrek to kneel or pay homage naturally caused discontent among the Spirit Hall crowd, followed by a rebuke from a red-robed bishop. Bibi Dong also turned her gaze to the Shrek group, her eyes finally resting on Tang San. "You are Tang San?" And Tang San was startled, not expecting the Pope to single him out at this moment. "Yes, Your Holiness," Tang San replied, neither servile nor overbearing. At this time, Tang San was still unaware of his own origins and his ties with the Spirit Hall. Shortly after, Bibi Dong did not linger long on Tang San, as if just acknowledging his presence to avoid any mistakes. Later, she waved her scepter slightly. "Rise." All those who had previously knelt now slowly stood up. Bibi Dong's gaze swept over the 21 soul masters participating in the final contest. "From you, I see hope, Indiana." Front of the Pope's Hall, "I hope to see all of your talents and strengths. The ultimate victor will not only gain glory but will also have the chance to challenge the most talented and powerful young individual in the history of the Spirit Hall." As Bibi Dong finished speaking, all lights and gazes fell on Guang Yu. If the final champion team could defeat him, they would receive the greatest reward from the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong waved her scepter again, and 3 points of light instantly enlarged in front of her and hovered in mid-air. Guang Yu and the other soul masters were familiar with these. They were soul bones, 3 soul bones at that. Who could have imagined that the Spirit Hall would offer 3 soul bones as challenge rewards, unless someone knew about the final reward in advance? Everyone could feel that these 3 soul bones were of extraordinary quality, each evoking a greedy look from the onlookers. Afterwards, Gue Mei also took the responsibility to introduce these 3 soul bones. Then Bibi Dong once again rallied everyone with fervor. "There can only be one victor, and the champion is no exception. If you want these 3 soul bones, strive to win the final championship and then succeed in the challenge." Seeing those 3 soul bones standing in the area of Shrek Academy were Flander Grandmaster and Lu Erlong, Spirit Hall actually used 3 soul bones as rewards, truly showing their financial power and boldness. Lu Erlong snorted lightly but did not speak. Grandmaster, however, analyzed calmly. "These 3 soul bones are not easy to obtain. First you have to win the championship, and then you have to defeat the youngest genius in the history of Spirit Hall." "What, is he that strong?" Flander asked with interest. Grandmaster continued. "His battle record is scarce, but that does not deny his excellence. He entered the Spirit Hall Academy at the age of 8, advanced to the elite class within 2 years, became the captain of the Spirit Hall Academy team and passed the extremely difficult Purple Record Medal assessment. He graduated from Spirit Hall Academy ahead of schedule, becoming the youngest graduate and the youngest recipient of the Purple Record Medal in nearly 100 years. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is that his soul power level had already reached the level of a soul king. 5 years ago, now 5 years later, one can hardly imagine how much his strength has increased. The fact that Spirit Hall dares to let him alone accept the challenge from the champion team is enough to show his formidable strength." Not only the Grandmaster but also Flander and others turned their gaze towards Guang Yu. Ning Fengji looked at Guang Yu with renewed interest. He had always felt this person was extraordinary, but he had not realized that this was currently the most outstanding prodigy of Spirit Hall. Sword Douluo's eyebrows furrowed deeply, and after a moment he slowly spoke. "This person has a strong murderous aura and powerful strength, truly deserving to be the strongest among the younger generation of Spirit Hall. His future achievements will not be inferior to mine." Ning Fengji was also surprised. He had not expected the highly discerning Sword Douluo to give such high praise. Within the Spirit Hall team, Xieyu, Hulayina, and Yin, all brimming with fighting spirit. Although it had been 5 or 6 years since they had last seen Guang Yu, they had always considered him as an imaginary enemy. This time, they were determined to wash away all past humiliations and prove themselves anew. It's unclear whether it was due to the butterfly effect or some other reason, but the finals cancelled the individual matches, opting instead for the 3 strong teams to each engage in a team battle, with the outcome of these team battles determining the winners and losers. Following the announcement of the draw, the results of the 3 matches were: the first match pitted Spirit Hall Academy team against Shrek Academy team, the second match saw Spirit Hall Academy team facing Godwind Academy team, and the third match had Godwind Academy team against Shrek team. These team battles, all to be concluded within one day, were not only a contest of strength but also of endurance and perseverance. After the team from Shinfu Academy left the arena, only the teams from Wuhan Academy and Shrek Academy were left facing each other in the Pope's Plaza. Given the tournament format, both sides were thinking the same thing: a quick and decisive battle. This was especially true for the Wuhan Academy team, who were perplexed to find that their matches were scheduled back to back. They even wondered if they were truly the host team anymore, questioning the draw of the lots. At this moment, both teams were confident in their own strengths and prepared for a quick showdown, unleashing their full power without saying a word. The tension was palpable, and the Cardinal, as the referee, knew exactly when to kick things off, announcing the start of the match. Surprisingly, neither team charged forward as they usually would. Instead, each team retreated and huddled together, seemingly preparing for their major moves. On Wuhan Academy's side, three familiar faces, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yan, were charging up their major skills. They had put in a lot of effort to defeat Guan Yu, and now they were aiming to do the same, having perfected their immature tri-spirit fusion ability from before. This perfection implied an increase in power. This time Yan was not singled out. The three merged their spirit forms into one entity, creating a new form. From this form, traces of Xiaoyu and Hulaina's enchanting fusion could still be seen, although it was obscured because the enchanting figure was clad in molten lava armor. Years ago, when Guan Yu faced the trio from Wuhan Academy, they had only begun to master this fusion. At that time, Yan simply infused his spirit power into the fusion ability, which was technically still a dual spirit fusion between Xiaoyu and Hulaina, enhanced externally by Yan. But now, the trio had successfully developed a true tri-spirit fusion skill, meaning Yan had fully integrated into the gender-ambiguous body of the enchanting figure. A searing red-hot aura began to fill the arena, emanating not just intense heat but also maintaining the enchantment's ability to weaken opponents by 50%. As the tri-spirit fusion skill manifested, the spectators were visibly shocked. A tri-spirit fusion skill? This was significantly more challenging than a dual spirit fusion, and with greater difficulty came greater power enhancement. This was something that Flender Lu Erlong and Grandmaster from Shrek Academy understood deeply. Their spirit power levels were at 78, 81 and 29 respectively, and their Golden Dragon spirit fusion skill could compete with a titled Douluo for a few moves, provided it was a weaker titled Douluo. Against a stronger titled Douluo, however, they'd stand no chance. With the emergence of the tri-spirit fusion skill, could Xiao Gang and the little monster still have a chance at victory? Is there any danger? At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang also looked intently at the arena where the Spirit Hall's trio displayed a new form of their spirit fusion skill. You, a level 78, are asking me a level 29? It's no wonder you're from the Spirit Hall Academy team. Their Trinity spirit fusion skill is different from ours. Yumi and Erlong, our spirits inherently have a high compatibility, allowing us to execute a fusion skill with a 99% compatibility golden spirit fusion skill. However, the Spirit Hall trio didn't start off with the ability to perform the Trinity Spirit Fusion skill. It was through their bonds and emotions that they successfully executed it. It's hard to imagine what kind of emotions enabled their surprisingly perfect compatibility to create such a Trinity Spirit Fusion skill. The three of them fused perfectly into a humanoid form, indicating that their Spirit Fusion skill compatibility is not low, at least over 80%. When the trio's spirit fusion skill was activated, three voices echoed together, giving a sensation of hearing an echo. This is the spirit fusion skill we developed to counter them. To be defeated by this spirit fusion skill, Shrek, you should feel honored. Bibi Dong watched the golden trio in the arena and nodded in satisfaction. Experience proves that sometimes pushing them really can bring out endless potential, and the spirit fusion skill in the arena is the best proof. At this moment, the Shrek 7 didn't have the luxury to ponder who the he mentioned by the Golden Trio was. As soon as the referee announced the start, they rapidly retreated and formed a circle. Inside the circle were Ning Rongrong and Oscar, while the other five swiftly moved around them. None of the seven released their spirits initially, but intense soul power fluctuations emanated from them, crazily converging towards the center. This was even the Pope Bibi Dong sitting in front of the Pope's Hall, the sect leader Ningfengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and the three titled Douluo couldn't help but show a look of amazement. The Trinity Spirit Fusion skill had already brought them enough surprises, and now Shrek's approach seemed like Guan Yu knew this was Shrek pulling off a trick from the original Elite competition, a 7-in-1 fusion skill. The five on the outer circle stepped in an unusually synchronized manner as if following a rhythm like dancing to music. Attack. No matter what tricks the Shrek Academy 7 are up to, the Spirit Hall Academy team won't give them enough time to prepare. After the golden trio fused into their new form, a fiery red blade appeared in each of their hands. The blades crossed and swept forward, sending two fiery red slashes swiftly towards the Shrek team. Those slashes clearly possessed the power of a level 60 Soul Emperor. Under the threat of those slashes, the Shrek 7 finally changed formation. The original circular formation suddenly shifted into a vertical line with Tang San in the front, followed by Daimu Bai Mahongjun Xiao Wu Zhu Zhu Qing Ning Rong Rong and Oscar. The shift in the 7-person formation abruptly twisted the released soul power into a single force. Just then Oscar suddenly embraced Ning Rong Rong from behind. The pale red light emanating from his body suddenly turned pink, crazily surging into Ning Rong Rong. The 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda rose in front of Ning Rongrong, her face intensely concentrated as she clapped her hands forward. Utilizing the 7 treasure sex fusion ability, multiple colorful halos burst forth from the pagoda, directly shooting into Zhu Zhuqing's body. Stimulated by the enormous soul power, Zhu Zhuqing first trembled, then raised her arms and slapped them onto Xiao Wu in front of her. The soul power, as it was passed forward, became increasingly powerful and intense. When the soul power reached Daimu Bai, he fiercely struck Tang San's back with his palms. In an instant, Tang San's body violently trembled and an incredibly vast martial soul fusion power emerged within him. Bibi Dong, seated in the chief position, was the first to react. This is a 7-in-1 fusion technique. As soon as she spoke, the expressions of Ning Fingji and the sword Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo beside her also turned to shock. The Wuhuan Hall Academy team had used a 3-in-1 martial soul fusion technique, and Shrek Academy immediately followed with a 7-in-1 fusion technique. Although it was not the miraculous 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique, nearly fusing the strength of 7 people to perform this skill was already an astonishing feat, considering that each soul master from Shrek had different martial souls which varied significantly. The fact that they managed to execute such a powerful 7-in-1 fusion technique was unbelievable. Standing at the forefront, Tang San no longer wielded the blue-silver grass but a pitch-black hammer instead, swinging the hammer. It collided directly with the 2 slashing blade lights. The plaza trembled, a massive discharge of soul power energy bursting forth. Who could have imagined that in this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition Finals, a 3-in-1 martial soul fusion technique would clash against a 7-in-1 fusion technique? Precisely because of this, the spectators were even more curious about who would be the final victor of this visual feast. The 7 members of the Wuhuan Hall Academy team, especially the Golden Trio, had never before considered the Shrek Academy team or the Shinfeng Academy team as worthy opponents until Shrek unleashed their 7-in-1 fusion technique. However, this did not affect the confidence of the Wuhuan Hall Academy team, as their target was never the likes of Shrek or the so-called trash of Shinfeng. Their goal was always that person. Driven by a strong desire to win, the Golden Trio's new fusion form charged forward. Feeling the intense power, Tang San also fearlessly met the challenge. The Golden Trio's fusion form wielded double blades which, although more agile compared to Tang San's Sky Hammer, never managed to gain the upper hand and failed to inflict any substantial damage on Tang San. Despite their tricky angles and slashing moves, all attacks were blocked by Tang San with his hammer's head and handle. Guan Yu couldn't help but exclaim that the control crane capture dragon technique was indeed excessive. Moreover, the situation in the arena quickly changed. At this moment, Tang San relied on inertia, starting from his calves and waist to swing the massive sky hammer in his hands. The sky hammer became more and more agile and easier to handle under his control. At the same time, Tang San also began to mutter numbers under his breath. 1, 2, 13, 14. Was this the Chaos Wind Hammer technique? Among the audience, those who knew their stuff recognized that Tang San was using a special hammer technique from the Haotian school, the Chaos Wind Hammer technique. The Golden Trio, though unclear about the name, could feel the increasing power of each of Tang San's strikes. How to break this technique? The newly formed fusion state of the Golden Trio, still with the consciousness of 3 individuals, all thought of a method. The only way to break the Chaos Wind Hammer technique was to ensure that the opponent could not continue to build up power. only by disrupting and stopping the Chaos Wind Hammer technique could they win, otherwise allowing Tang San to gradually increase the strength of each hammer strike. Who could know how powerful it would become in the end? To stop the Chaos Wind Hammer technique, the Golden Trio thought of that person. Their originally created Fire Dragon Tornado was exactly deciphered by that person. Although the Chaos Wind Hammer technique did not involve spinning, disrupting the rhythm would have the same effect. Therefore, the fusion form of the Golden Trio suddenly changed tactics. Their blades first escaped the rhythm of the Chaos Wind, avoiding being carried along by the hammer technique, and then targeted a specific point for their attack. If your strength is strong enough and you always attack one point, it will definitely have an effect. The two blades aimed at Tang San's lower waist. Each strike targeted Tang San's lower waist, where his Chaos Wind Hammer technique drew its power from his legs and waist. The attacks from the Spirit Hall Academy made Tang San's swings less smooth and comfortable than before. Finally, after enduring two solid strikes from Tang San, the Golden Trio's blades successfully sliced through Tang San's ribs, effectively stopping Tang San's Chaos Wind Hammer technique. Tang San, clutching his waist, looked unwillingly at the fusion form of the Spirit Hall. He had already swung more than 50 hammers, only to be forcefully stopped by the opponent. This was the first time Tang San's Chaos Wind Hammer technique had been interrupted, but fortunately for the Spirit Hall side, in order to stop him, they also had to endure two of his strikes. On the sidelines, Feng Xiaotian muttered, "So the Chaos Wind Hammer technique can be broken like this, although this method of breaking it also hurts oneself. If only a long-range attack could be used, it would prevent as well as not get hurt by the Chaos Wind. But then again, what's all this? A 3-in-1 Spirit Fusion technique, a 7-in-1 Fusion technique, Fire Dance Sister. How am I supposed to win the championship like this? The Sky Hammer, the #1 weapon spirit in the world, and the Chaos Wind Hammer technique is one of the great unique skills of the Sky Hammer. Faced with such unique skills, many people can't think of good countermeasures to break the Sky Hammer's Chaos Wind Hammer technique. Most people in the Soul Master world resort to overpowering others, which basically means those with higher soul power beating those with lower. Within the same level of soul power, few can decipher the chaotic cloak hammer method of the Sky Hammer. Now, the 3-person soul fusion technique of the Spirit Hall team has provided a solution. Of course, this method is not without cost. Enduring 2 hits from the Sky Hammer is not something an ordinary person can manage, and it might just be fatal, unless, as Feng Xiaotian suggested, a long-range attack might yield better results. In the Shrek resting area, Flender was also visibly surprised. Xiao San's chaotic cloak hammer method was actually deciphered by several members of the Spirit Hall. This technique is one of Xiao San's strongest skills. During the finals of the Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, Tang San overcame Feng Xiaotian with this method, so it can be considered Shrek Team's ultimate move. Now that it's been broken after deploying the 7-in-1 fusion technique, this is definitely not good news for Shrek. Yu Xiaogang looked at the two teams again, locked in a standoff, especially towards the Spirit Hall team, and couldn't help but praise to break the technique with pinpoint accuracy worthy indeed of the Spirit Hall team. They not only found a way to break the chaotic cloak hammer method in such a short time, but also decisively implemented it. Truly impressive. Enduring 2 hits from the Sky Hammer is not something just anyone can brave. Xiaogang, now is not the time to praise the opponent. Think about what we should do. Yu Xiaogang, usually all-knowing, shook his head for once, admitting his uncertainty. I don't know, at this point in the battle we can only rely on the youngsters themselves, as teachers. We should have full confidence in them. Lu Erlong was also somewhat unwilling. The first match of the finals is this tough, such intensity should have been saved for the last round. If not for the Spirit Hall team also fighting their first match and even 2 matches consecutively, Lu Erlong would definitely curse Bibi Dong for her underhanded tactics. Watching Tang San standing motionless in front of the Shrek team, the thoughtful Flender couldn't help but ask his companion Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang, do you think the breaking of the chaotic cloak hammer method will affect Xiao San's fighting spirit? There have been many Soul Masters in the Soul Master world who became discouraged after a setback. Xiao San has not experienced any major setbacks on his journey this time. Master Yu Xiaogang shook his head very firmly this time, extremely confident. Xiao San will definitely not be struck down. No one understands Tang San better than the master now. For Tang San, who is far more mature than his peers, the master is very confident. Xiao San is just temporarily unable to exert force due to an injury on his waist. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall team is also adjusting their physical condition after enduring 2 hits. It won't be long before both sides will start the next more intense collision. As Yu Xiao Gang said, both sides were stabilizing their injuries. The first to show a change was Tang San. He closed his eyes, slowly lifted the sky hammer with one hand, and the massive light patterns on the hammer body suddenly burst forth completely. The dark golden brilliance was extremely dazzling, and waves of immense pressure were continuously released. At this moment, Tang San was like the handle of a hammer, his entire being seemingly fused with the sky hammer. Witnessing this scene, the Pope on the stands, Bibi Dawn, became visibly unsettled. Her purple eyes flickered with uncertain emotions as the scene before her was all too familiar. Weapon Soul True Body. The three titled Douluos beside Bibi Dawn, as well as Ningfengji, all exclaimed in shock. They were capable of achieving the Weapon Soul True Body themselves, including Ning Fengji, but what surprised them was that Tang San was able to use the Weapon Soul True Body, especially during this elite competition. The level of soul power in the elite competition was around 40 to 50, while the Weapon Soul True Body was a symbol of level 70. How could they not be astonished? With the Weapon Soul True Body activated, one would possess tremendous burst strength and a significant increase in power. They had never imagined that they would witness someone deploying the Weapon Soul True Body in this continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition, and it was with the Sky Hammer known as the #1 weapon soul on the continent. In fact, even Tang San himself had not expected that he would be able to deploy the Weapon Soul True Body. When his soul power was amplified to above level 70 and he held the Sky Hammer, he almost subconsciously did so. A massive energy continuously formed a bizarre circulation between him and the Sky Hammer, as if the power was about to burst forth from within him. The Sky Hammer in Tang San's hands began to change. The originally black hammer completely turned into a brilliant dark gold color. The body of the hammer rapidly shrank, with the handle about 1.5 meters long and the head as big as a bucket, before finally stopping. At this moment, Tang San himself was also covered in a layer of dark golden light, his aura indistinguishable from that of the Sky Hammer. Tang San lifted the hammer and pointed, and a dark golden light shadow instantly magnified in front of him, seemingly an endlessly enlarging shadow of the Sky Hammer. Observing the tremendous disturbance caused by Tang San, the Spirit Hall Academy team executing their spirit fusion technique, the Golden Trio could no longer care for anything else. At this moment, they had set aside their thoughts of defeating Light Feather, because before that they needed to conquer this previously underestimated Shrek team. They decided to no longer hold back. Defeating Light Feather was a must, but now they could not afford to lose either, as they represented the Spirit Hall. As the three most devout believers of Spirit Hall, even faced with the Sky Hammer's Weapon Soul True Body, the Golden Trio showed no fear. Their unity of thought even influenced their spirit fusion technique, the light red glow on their bodies gradually becoming richer, their lava armor growing tighter. What of the Weapon Soul True Body? Today they would meet your Weapon Soul True Body with our own created soul techniques. The Golden Trio's fusion form gripped two blood-red crescent blades in their hands. Light Feather knew something about their self-created soul techniques, which they had seen in the original work, and from what they had seen before was the enchanting wielding of twin blades in circles. But that was 5 or 6 years ago. 5 or 6 years had passed, and Light Feather might no longer regard the Spirit Hall Trio seriously, but the Spirit Hall Trio had always seen Light Feather as their ultimate goal, seeking to defeat Light Feather to wash away all shame and prove themselves anew. This has become an obsession, and sometimes the power of obsession can be overwhelmingly strong. The reason why the trio could successfully perform the Trinity Soul Fusion technique was inseparable from their shared obsession. Over the years, their soul fusion technique had made significant progress, and naturally, their self-created soul skills were no exception. Hearing about self-created soul skills, everyone's eyes inevitably turned to the team from the Spirit Hall Academy, and Feng Xiaotian was no exception. His expression was as if someone had taken his proprietary skill. After all, his most outstanding and eye-catching move in this competition was his self-created soul skill, the Gale Demon Wolf 36 slashes. To create one's soul skills is certainly no simple feat, let alone a self-created soul skill that is part of a Trinity Soul Fusion technique. Holding his twin blades horizontally, he then slowly rotated his body. As the Golden Trio's fused form turned, a red tornado gradually materialized from nothing, growing from weak to strong before everyone's eyes. The appearance of the red tornado raised the temperature of the entire arena by several degrees. However, these were all secondary. The most important thing was that everyone felt an attack strength from the red tornado that was no less than that of a level 70 Ningfengji and Sword Douluo slowly recovered from their shock, exchanging looks that carried a hint of envy. the 7 treasure glazed tile sect was inherently lacking in attack-type soul masters, so seeing such an outstanding younger generation in the Spirit Hall, how could they not be emotional? Ning Fengji then glanced towards where Guanyu was, realizing that the golden trio of the Spirit Hall was already monstrously strong, and yet even so, they were still below that person. How powerful then must the top young talent of Spirit Hall be? Flender no longer had the leisure to converse with Grandmaster. Flender, Grandmaster and Lu Erlong all gripped the railing tightly in front of them, knowing that the outcome of this encounter could very well determine the direction of the match. Roar! The flame tornado's momentum grew stronger, and the next moment a giant flame dragon roared out, eager to charge towards the Shrek team. At Shrek, Tang San, who had been holding the sky hammer in one hand, switched to holding it with both hands, facing the flame tornado with a rising strong desire. The desire to exert the full power of the sky hammer, breath-held power concentrated from leg to waist, waist to arm drives the hammer. As Tang San held the hammer with both hands, a deep yet powerful voice suddenly rang in his ears. At the sound of this voice, Guanyu seemed to sense something and looked around. Bibi Dong's eyes also sharpened. Had it not been for Guanyu's earlier warning that Tang Hao was nearby, she might not have noticed. It was because of Guanyu's reminder that Bibi Dong had been paying close attention to her surroundings, enabling her to detect precisely when Tang Hao prompted Tang San. At this moment, Tang San couldn't care less about who the voice belonged to. He simply instinctively followed the instructions of the voice to swing the hammer. Turning halfway around, Tang San powered through his calves, twisting his entire body, and the dark gold sky hammer in his hand swung up vigorously. As Tang San swung his hammer, his face contorted in agony. On one hand, his own overwhelming strength caused his muscles and flesh to strain painfully, on the other, the explosive release of power demanded an exceptional amount from his waist, which was already injured, causing him excruciating pain. The pain peaked to such a degree that Tang San momentarily lost all sensation. Yet he still managed to bring the hammer down with a mighty forceful swing. A thunderous black dragon burst forth. Under the watchful eyes of the entire arena, the red flame dragon collided fiercely with the black thunder dragon. After a brief moment of silence, a tremendous roar echoed through the entire Mount of Martial Souls. From afar, spectators could see dazzling white light bursting from the mountain. The powerful aftermath of the soul force spread out, prompting the high priests of the Spirit Hall to step in and protect the viewing platform. The residual effects lasted for a while, and only when everything had dissipated did the scene in the arena finally reveal itself. The platform was severely damaged. Of the 14 competitors, nearly all were down, with only one still standing. All eyes turned to see that the members of Shrek 7 who performed the 7-in-1 fusion technique had all fallen except for Tang San. The others were unconscious. Tang San tried to rise, but found he couldn't. The flame dragon not only emitted intense heat but also wielded the cutting power of 2 blades, as the foundation of his own soul skill was based on the rotation of 2 blades. Consequently, Tang San, who had been at the forefront for the Shrek team, not only suffered burns but also numerous cuts and slashes. Coincidentally, one such slash was right across his other side of the waist. Tang San felt incredibly weak and powerless, and the clash had left his hands, which held the hammer, trembling uncontrollably, making it impossible for him to use any hidden weapons. On the other hand, the golden trio of Spirit Hall were all knocked unconscious by the hammer, and the massive soul force impact had also severely affected the 4 members of the Spirit Hall Academy team who were not far from the explosion zone. Among them, 3 were directly knocked out and seriously injured. Only Li Kai, whose spirit was the black horn boar known for its thick skin and flesh, managed to withstand the attack. However, he too looked heavily injured. The red-robed chief judge, observing the condition of both teams and after several attempts by Tang San to rise failed, finally declared, "All members of Shrek have lost their combat ability. The winners of this match are the Spirit Hall Academy team." As the first match concluded, the intensity and spectacle of the battle far exceeded all spectators' expectations. From the 3-in-1 to the 7-in-1 spirit fusion techniques, from the true body of the tool spirit to the creation of new spirit skills, the contestants from both teams demonstrated their incredible talent and strength. This also resolved the doubts from the original story by Light Feather about why Shrek team used their true tool spirit forms in the battle against Godwind Academy and not against the Spirit Hall team. It turned out that if Shrek Academy team had used their true tool spirit forms, they naturally could have defeated the Spirit Hall Academy team, but unfortunately, due to their own reasons, the golden trio of the Spirit Hall Academy team had become stronger. Their spirit fusion techniques were stronger, and their newly created spirit skills were also more potent. They finally exchanged blows with the Shrek team. Clap clap clap. It was unclear who started it, but everyone in the audience couldn't help but applaud both sides. This battle was worth the applause, worth remembering for most of their lifetimes. Feng Xiaotian also started clapping, but as he clapped his expression suddenly turned intriguing. He had an idea. Feng Xiaotian leaned on the railing, first glancing at the members of Shrek Academy who were being treated, then looking towards the rest area of the Spirit Hall Academy team where all 7 members were still receiving medical attention. Even the Li Kai from the Black Horn Mountain Pig of Spirit Hall was still standing in the arena. He had sustained serious injuries. Stroking his chin, Feng Xiaotian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Behind him, the members of the Shinfeng Academy looked at their inexplicably laughing captain, completely puzzled. Although their captain was always a bit eccentric, this time they were curious as to why. Captain, the Spirit Hall Academy team and Shrek Academy team are so strong, how can you still be happy? Yes, it's one thing for the Spirit Hall team to be strong, but the Shrek Academy team even had hidden techniques like the 7-in-1 fusion skill and the weapon Spirit True Body. They hit it too deeply. Captain, you want to win the beauty, but that seems unlikely now. Feng Xiaotian's face still beamed with a smile. Is that so? I think Huowu is already mine. While the members of Shinfeng Academy were confused, Feng Xiaotian pointed towards the resting areas of the Spirit Hall Academy team and Shrek Academy team. Spirit Hall Academy and Shrek Academy are strong, but look at them now. Can they continue to compete with us? Although winning this way makes me feel a bit guilty, no matter what, Huowu has to date me now. The members of Shinfeng Academy also observed the condition of Spirit Hall and Shrek teams. They were shocked by the strong capabilities both teams had shown, but forgot that both teams had nearly annihilated each other in the previous fight. Now they were at the end of their strength, hardly able to recover much in such a short time, let alone all the matches that had to be completed today. About an hour later, the 6 members of the Spirit Hall Academy team finally woke up and they played a second match against Shinfeng Academy. As expected, the severely injured Spirit Hall Academy team lost and Pope Bibi Dong looked very displeased. Her plan was for the Spirit Hall Academy team to win the championship and then challenge Light Feather. Even if they lost, it would still showcase the strength of Spirit Hall. But now it was clear that winning the championship was impossible for Spirit Hall Academy, and all this was ruined by Shrek's hands. First she glanced at Tang San from Shrek team, his face deathly pale, and then her gaze swept around Bibi Dong's eyes, gradually showing a murderous intent. After the match between Spirit Hall Academy and Shinfeng Academy, the final match began, Shrek Academy against Shinfeng Academy. The result was that the Shrek Academy team, nearly depleted of soul power, also fell at the feet of the Shinfeng Academy team. With 2 victories under their belt, the Shinfeng Academy team became the champions of this year's Continental Elite Soul Master Academy competition. Observing the matches, Guanya shook his head slightly. He hadn't expected Shinfeng Academy to clinch the championship. It seemed they had a good script. If the order of the matches had been different, there was no way Shinfeng Academy could have defeated both the Wuhuan Hall team and the Shrek team. But the results were in and everything was settled. After defeating Shrek Academy, the members of Shinfeng Academy hugged each other in excitement. Excitement radiated from their faces. They were the champions. Even if the value of their victory might be questioned, they were still the champions. Whether it was the formidable Wuhuan Hall team that was wildly popular or the dark horse Shrek team from the Star Luo Empire, both were defeated by them. Feng Xiaotian was the happiest and most excited of them all. His long efforts had finally paid off. Pope Bibi Dong Ningfengji and all the titled Douluo stood up as well. Bibi Dong, with a calm expression, announced, "The champions of this year's Continental Elite Soul Master Academy competition are Shinfeng Academy. Congratulations to you young geniuses." Her voice was not loud, yet it magically spread across the entire Wuhuan Mountain. Even those who hadn't left yet and hadn't seen the match knew the outcome. But the result was not as they had guessed. The Wuhuan Hall team did not win it. Was Shinfeng Academy that emerged as champions. Chihua Academy hadn't left either. They were curious about the final outcome. Hearing that Shinfeng Academy was the champion, the people from Chihua Academy also showed an incredulous expression. They were on Wuhuan Mountain and naturally felt the strong fluctuations from earlier. Such a level of clash must have occurred. The reality also proved that the final was much more intense than they had imagined, yet even so Shinfeng Academy still won the championship. Huowu Shuang patted Huowu's shoulder. "It seems Shinfeng Academy had some tricks up their sleeve that we didn't know about, little sister, and with this your relationship with Feng Xiaotian." Although Huowu was still surprised, she quickly gathered her resolve. "I will keep my word." Huo Shuang, seeing his strong old sister, could only helplessly shake his head. Little sister, sometimes finding someone who cares for you brings much more happiness than being with someone you like. After Bibi Dong presented the competition medals to the Shinfeng Academy team, she continued to ask. This question was directed at all members of the Shinfeng Academy team. Do you wish to take on the next challenge? If you succeed in defeating the number 1 young talent of Wuhuan Hall Guanyu, you will be rewarded with 3 soul bones. The team's gaze lingered on the 3 soul bones, naturally ready to take on the challenge. Although they had fought 2 battles, their soul power was hardly spent and everyone was still in peak condition. Moreover, facing the temptation of the soul bones, how could they simply give up? Among the 3 soul bones, there was even a spirit control skull, which would be perfect for Fire Dance, who excelled in control abilities. At least, that's what Feng Xiaotian thought. Besides the spirit control skull, the flame right arm bone was also quite impressive. Wind aids fire, and with the flame right arm bone, Feng Xiaotian's attack power would surely climb to the next level. As the Shinfeng Academy team decided to take on the challenge match, the Spirit Hall invited Guanyu to step into the arena. With Guanyu's entrance, all eyes were fixed on him. Even the bishops of Spirit Hall were unclear about Guanyu's actual strength, yet he carried the title of Spirit Hall's foremost young talent, and the most outstanding 3 among them showed evident hostility towards him. Ning Fengji watched Guanyu with great interest, expecting him to outperform those 3 from Spirit Hall. This battle might reveal a lot. The Golden Trio sat weakly in the resting area, although they had lost the qualification to challenge Guanyu. The Shinfeng Academy team could perhaps help test Guanyu's current strength. As for defeating Guanyu, impossible, only they could defeat him, it was a must. Shrek Academy was also observing seriously. This young man, holding the title of Spirit Hall's top young talent and not much older than the members of Shrek, was about to face 7 from Shinfeng Academy alone, which piqued their curiosity. Actually, the reason Pope Bibi Dong arranged this challenge match was to let the Spirit Hall team defeat Guanyu and also to gauge his true capabilities. On the stage, Feng Xiaotian, already assured of his relationship with Huo, was in a good mood and couldn't help but smile at Guanyu. Don't blame us for outnumbering you. After all, the rewards for defeating you are too tempting. Guanyu, sensing Feng Xiaotian's somewhat flattering demeanor yet finding him to be a decent person, confidently smiled back. No matter how tempting the rewards, having the ability to claim them is what counts. Feng Xiaotian could not miss the confidence in Guanyu's words. His own fighting spirit surged, and he was proud that this battle against Guanyu would satisfy his craving for a fight. The next moment, Feng Xiaotian let out a somewhat sharp long cry. A faint blue light surged from within him. His body visibly changed, accompanied by the crackling sound of his bones. His body swelled, his long hair tinted blue, and most strikingly, a wolf's head emerged from his left shoulder. The blue wolf's head, with a menacing gaze, stared at Guanyu, constantly releasing a chilling presence. Being watched by a wolf was indeed somewhat unsettling. However, expecting Guanyu to show fear, that was quite naive. Apart from Feng Xiaotian, the other members of the Shinfeng team also released their martial souls, undoubtedly all related to the element of wind, a testament to the caliber of those who could enter Shinfeng Academy. As all members of the Shinfeng Academy team unleashed their martial spirits, Feng Xiaotian, ever the gentleman, asked, "Aren't you going to release your martial spirit?" Guanyu, with a slight smirk, responded pretentiously, "That depends on whether you can force it out of me." Feng Xiaotian, who couldn't stand show-offs, immediately felt annoyed, and so did the rest of Shinfeng Academy. Their anger was ignited but quickly extinguished. A chilling aura they had never felt before spread around, cooling not just their bodies but seemingly quenching their fighting spirit as well. Killing Field activate, centered around Guanyu. The entire arena was enveloped by the Killing Field, a domain skill. The crowd was utterly shocked, although none doubted the renowned. They had never imagined that Guanyu, the leading youth of the Martial Spirit Hall, had mastered a domain skill. Tri-Spirit Fusion Technique, 7 Spirit Fusion Technique, Custom Spirit Skills, True Spirit Body. The Advanced Academy Spirit Master Elite competition had already brought many shocks, but they hadn't anticipated this, another rare sight of a domain skill in the Spirit Master world. The faces of the Shinfeng Academy team members drastically changed as they found themselves unable to use their spirit skills. As for the spectators, although not covered by Guanyu's domain skill, they could still feel the dominance of the Killing Field. Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed. So this is the evolved version of the God of Slaughter's domain, the Killing Field. In the shadows, a surprised voice echoed. The Shrek resting area was nothing but shocked. Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang was also startled. No wonder he's considered the top youth in the martial spirit hall, possessing a domain skill at such a young age. Could it be a natural domain? Yu Xiaojiang could only think so, because if it was a domain skill comprehended at this age, it would be too monstrous. On the arena, Feng Xiaotian also felt his spirit skills were being restricted. However, unlike the other Shenfeng Academy members, he didn't panic completely. The others losing their spirit skills meant losing their combat effectiveness, but Feng Xiaotian was different. The killing field restricted spirit ring skills, but Feng Xiaotian wasn't limited to just those. Feng Xiaotian, burning with fighting spirit, looked at Guan Yu and thought, good, without the others, let me see for myself how strong the number one youth of the martial spirit hall really is. Come on, Guan Yu, a one-on-one man-to-man battle. Though he spoke confidently, he was incredibly nervous inside, as the unknown was truly the most terrifying. Guan Yu knew everything about them through the competition, but they knew nothing about Guan Yu. Martial spirit, spirit skills, spirit power level, all unknown. Possessing the martial spirit of the swift-wind twin-headed wolf, Feng Xiaotian excelled in both strong attacks and agile attacks. His attack power and physical defense as a power-type spirit master, combined with the speed of an agility type, enabled him to lead in Shenfeng Academy and even among the 5 element academies. Suddenly a pair of huge cyan wings unfolded from Feng Xiaotian's back, and at the same time a dense cyan spirit power gradually formed a cyan phantom behind him, the very image of the swift-wind twin-headed demon wolf. Against the backdrop of that massive bluish apparition, Feng Xiaotian merely vibrated his azure wings once behind him, leveraging the wind to soar into the sky and then hover dozens of meters above the ground. Wind can naturally assist one in flight. Thus, many members of the Shenfeng Academy, even if their martial souls are not of the flying type, can still take to the air for short distances or durations with the help of the wind. Unsure of Guan Yu's capabilities, Feng Xiaotian chose not to attack immediately, but instead ascended to observe and watch over Guan Yu. After all, known as the top youth of the martial soul hall, Guan Yu's strength was not to be underestimated. But now with Feng Xiaotian in the air, you surely couldn't reach him. Moreover, with the aerial advantage, Feng Xiaotian could first probe Guan Yu's martial soul. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of everyone at the scene, whether members of the martial soul hall or those who had finished their matches, inevitably changed. They knew Feng Xiaotian could fly, having revealed this ability during his bout with Tang San. Now, as Feng Xiaotian ascended, seeking to dominate from above, everyone was curious how Guan Yu, the leading youth of the martial soul hall, would respond. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they clearly saw Guan Yu lean slightly forward, that movement strangely familiar to the members of the Shrek Academy, reminiscent of Tang San's pose when deploying the 8 spider lances. Could it be that he had something similar on his back? Soon after, they got their wish as Guan Yu's clothes tore at the back, and unlike Tang San's 4 sets, a pair of huge dark red appendages first stretched upward, then extended sideways. Once they reached a length of 3 meters, they slowly halted. At that moment, Guan Yu straightened up, his gaze full of fighting spirit as he looked towards Feng Xiaotian. Come on, he said simply, using just 2 words to challenge Feng Xiaotian. With that, the blood feather wings on Guan Yu's back also began to flutter, quickly bringing him to the same height as Feng Xiaotian. Seeing the pair of dark red giant wings on Guan Yu's back, everyone showed a look of amazement. In the rest area of Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun, who had just woken up, voiced his curiosity. Is that his martial soul? No one spoke at first, until finally Grandmaster opened his mouth. He glanced at Guan Yu, then at Tang San. That's not a martial soul, but an external spirit bone, just like Xiao San's, he explained. However, his external spirit bone has completely fused and it looks like it was merged a long time ago. He must be very familiar with this pair of external spirit bone wings. If Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang could discern this, naturally many others in the arena could as well. External spirit bone, both a domain skill and an external spirit bone, are exceedingly rare in the realm of soul masters, and now they appeared on a young man. With the release of Guan Yu's blood feather wings, the killing domain became even more oppressive, the chilling sensation intensifying. Feng Xiaotian unfurled his wings in the air, his gaze fixed on his opponent. Guan Yu, is this your martial spirit? He asked. Guan Yu shook his head slightly. This is an external spirit bone. Feng Xiaotian murmured, feeling a hint of sourness, then spoke up again. You have only one chance. Use your strongest technique, he challenged. The Shenfeng Academy's team, unlike the teams from the Martial Spirit Hall or Shrek Academy, had no spirit fusion techniques or multiple person fusion abilities. They relied solely on team coordination and individual prowess. Now, under the domain of slaughter, the rest of the Xinfeng team was virtually incapacitated, leaving Feng Xiaotian as the sole combatant. Therefore his strongest technique was his own creation, the Swift Wind Demon Wolf 36 consecutive slashes. Originally, the Swift Wind Demon Wolf 36 consecutive slashes required the enhancement of his second spirit ability, the Twin Wolf Possession, and his third spirit ability, Swift Wind Wings. However, after his defeat to Tang San from Shrek Academy during the previous finals with Tang San's chaotic wind hammer technique, Feng Xiaotian had improved his own technique. Even if his spirit abilities were sealed and unusable, he could still harness his affinity with the wind element to form wind wings. Perhaps you've seen it before. This is my strongest strike, the Swift Wind Demon Wolf 36 consecutive slashes. If you can block it, we from Xinfeng Academy will concede defeat. With a howl, Feng Xiaotian initiated the attack, his body turning into a flash of green light hurtling towards Guan Yu like a meteor. The whole process was silent, not a whisper of wind to be heard. The absence of sound didn't mean it wasn't strong or fast, rather it meant that Feng Xiaotian's attack faced no air resistance. With no resistance, there was no loss of power, meaning his attack could maintain 100% of its speed and force. Feng Xiaotian's speed seemed fast, but under the calculating gaze of Guan Yu, all trajectories were laid bare. Guan Yu could dodge if he wanted, but at that moment he seemed to be ignited by a fiery passion. His blood feather wings vibrated and he charged directly at Feng Xiaotian. Boom! After the first collision, the two separated and ascended to the same height, almost perfectly mirroring each other as they twisted their wings and collided once more. Boom, 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 with a loud noise as the two separated again. The onlookers stared incredulously at the two figures in the sky, especially at Guan Yu with his large dark red wings. How could he use the same spirit ability as the boss? Someone from the Xinfeng Academy exclaimed. In the Shrek Academy area, a weakened Tang San was intently watching Guan Yu. When he had fought Feng Xiaotian, he had relied on the Haotian hammer to clash with Feng Xiaotian, but Guan Yu was matching him with sheer physical strength. As the battle progressed, each slash of Feng Xiaotian's Swift Wind Demon Wolf 36 consecutive slashes grew increasingly powerful. If not for the Haotian hammer, Tang San would not dare to block them directly, but now Guan Yu was doing just that. Everyone could see the signs, and how could Feng Xiaotian, engaged in battle, not realize that Guan Yu was imitating his own unique spirit ability? To develop his unique soul technique, Feng Xiaotian spent countless days and nights training. Each time he was rejected by Huowu, he would work overtime to practice the Whirlwind Demon Wolf 36 slashes. After so much effort, it was effortlessly stolen by Guan Yu. Feng Xiaotian was not willing to accept this. Ning Fengji couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. This young man has such a high level of comprehension. Zhen Douluo shook his head slightly. Ning Fengji, it is Feng Xiaotian from Xinfeng Academy who has high comprehension, for he has created a soul technique that uniquely mirrors the chaotic wind hammer technique, proving his high intellect. As for Guan Yu, he is simply a monster, able to see through and mimic the opponent's soul technique in such a short time, a feat unprecedented in the Soul Master world. It's not easy to mimic soul ring techniques, but with Guan Yu mimicking Feng Xiaotian's unique soul technique, does that mean that any skill that isn't a soul ring ability might be at risk of being stolen by Guan Yu in the future? Many in the Soul Master community possess one or two techniques beyond their soul ring abilities, as there are only so many soul ring skills, and creating techniques that complement soul ring abilities often doubles the effectiveness. Tang San was also in sync with Ning Fengji's thoughts. Tang San also considered whether his own techniques like Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, Controlling Crane, Capturing Dragon, and Hidden Weapons technique could be mimicked. Of course, only these skills. As for Purple Extreme Devil Pupil and Mysterious Jade Hand, what could be discerned from those? Only operational skills could possibly be mimicked by Guan Yu. The Golden Trio of the Spirit Hall is progressing, Shrek Academy is progressing, and how could Guan Yu not be progressing? During his time in the City of Slaughter, Guan Yu gradually remembered how to use his calculating eye cheat. If the calculating eye was only for data analysis, that would be a waste. In battles, every trajectory of an opponent's attack would in fact be captured, analyzed, and displayed by the calculating eye. Previously, Guan Yu was weaker, his mental strength and speed couldn't keep up, but now, having absorbed the Medusa-Gaze skull, his mental power has been further enhanced and his own soul power level has reached level 69. His overall strength has improved, making him capable of mimicking on his own. After all, he just needs to follow the analysis provided by the calculating eye, copying it like drawing a gourd from a model. This is possible for Guan Yu because he has the calculating I for others using their naked eyes to collect the opponent's actions, analyze them and then learn them would require an immense amount of brain capacity. However, the onlookers unaware of the existence of the calculating I only know that Guan Yu has achieved what they could not. Guan Yu's eyes constantly monitored every move of Feng Xiaotian and his own actions were no less inferior to Feng Xiaotian's. With each clash as the whirlwind demon wolf 36 slashes progressed to the end, the noise of their encounter grew louder. If it were just mimicking a move or 2-inch it could still be considered a unique talent, but everyone watched as Guan Yu mimicked the entire whirlwind demon wolf 36 slashes of Feng Xiaotian. Is Feng Xiaotian's 36 consecutive strikes of the Gale demon wolf easy to perform? It would be strange to say it is, yet Guan Yu managed to execute them seamlessly with Feng Xiaotian right on cue. As the duo delivered the 36th and final strike, everyone had already redefined their views on Guan Yu. As their final blows were about to collide, Feng Xiaotian's face showed signs of struggle. Just as he thought this strike would end like the previous 35, Guan Yu, who had been mimicking him, suddenly changed his tactic. This time it was not Guan Yu's blood feather wings clashing with Feng Xiaotian's wind wings. Instead, moments before their encounter, Guan Yu subtly shifted his stance. His blood feather wings avoiding Feng Xiaotian's wind wings struck fiercely onto Feng Xiaotian's chest. Had it been a blade, this powered-up 36th strike could have split Feng Xiaotian in two. Fortunately, Guan Yu's blood feather wings were not that sharp and the blow only sent Feng Xiaotian flying. His blue figure crashed heavily onto the arena floor after traveling several meters through the air. The immense force pummeled into Feng Xiaotian's chest, churning his internal organs and knocking the wind out of him, causing him to faint. The remaining members of the Shin Feng Academy team quickly rushed over to help Feng Xiaotian and check his injuries while they could only hold back their anger towards Guan Yu. The leading teacher of Shin Feng Academy, regaining composure, raised a hand to the referee to concede defeat. With Shin Feng Academy's surrender, this equally shocking challenge match finally came to a close. Facing Feng Xiaotian's 36 consecutive strikes of the Gale Demon Wolf, Guan Yu mimicked the first 35 but altered the last one to defeat Feng Xiaotian, meaning Guan Yu not only replicated Feng Xiaotian's unique soul skill but also cracked the 36 consecutive strikes of the Gale Demon Wolf at the end. All those who had tried to probe Guan Yu's abilities essentially came up empty-handed. From this battle, they only learned that Guan Yu possesses a high-quality external soul bone likely around 50,000 years old and a dominant domain skill capable of sealing demons and restricting soul masters from using their soul skills within his domain. Beyond that, they learned nothing of Guan Yu's martial soul power level, soul ring configuration, or if he possessed other soul bones. BB Dong's gaze lingered on Guan Yu. Though he had only shown the tip of the iceberg, she sensed more than others and her expression grew more solemn. Unbeknownst to them, this young one had grown to such an extent. Without using his martial soul or soul skills, he managed to win against Feng Xiaotian in such a manner which was indeed beyond BB Dong's expectations. The golden trio of the martial soul hall kept their eyes fixed on Guan Yu. They knew about Guan Yu's previous soul rings, his martial soul, even the characteristics of his fire immunity. Seeing Guan Yu's mimicking ability today and how he defeated Feng Xiaotian just by that, the golden trio realized they need to continue working hard. By the end, Ning Fengji couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. Following Qian Douluo and BB Dong, it seemed that the Spirit Hall would produce another terrifyingly powerful individual in the coming decades. Was this a blessing or a disaster for the continent? Ning Fengji could feel an unusual calm spreading across the land. Recently, a calm that often bodes ill, resembling the quiet before a storm. So who would be the one to stir up this storm? There were only a few powerful entities on the continent. At the Shrek Academy area, Flender finally snapped back to reality and asked Yu Xiaozhang, "Xiaozhang, what do you make of it?" Grandmaster Yu Xiaozhang bowed his head in deep thought, knowing exactly what Flender was asking about. If I'm not mistaken, his spirit must be a beast spirit. Only a beast spirit could withstand those dozens of fierce collisions just now. Moreover, it must be an avian type among the beast spirits. Zhao Tian flies by leveraging wind power or airflow, and Guan Yu was able to keep up with him using his wings, showing his adept mastery of external spirit bones. But he's too young. Achieving such a level of mastery through normal means is nearly impossible. Only because his spirit is an avian beast could he manage such precise and accurate control of wing usage and aerial combat skills. Others were still unaware of Guan Yu's origins. Flender and Lu Erlong nodded in agreement, seemingly convinced by Yu Xiaozhang's words, as after all Yu Xiaozhang was known for his intellect. Bibi Dong then spoke calmly. Unfortunately, the Godwind Academy team has not succeeded in the challenge and cannot take the 3 spirit bones with them. Saying this, Bibi Dong's pale hand swept over the 3 spirit bones and she took them back. As the 3 spirit bones were taken away, many people shifted their gaze away from them. Ladies and gentlemen of the Spirit Master community, this concludes the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Competition. Thank you all for participating. As Bibi Dong spoke, everyone in attendance slowly rose to their feet. Just as the Shrek Academy group was preparing to leave, a series of orderly footsteps suddenly resounded through the venue. Rows of Spirit Hall Knights charged into the venue, instantly filling the atmosphere with a sense of solemnity. Everyone's expression changed immediately, clearly unsure of what Spirit Hall was up to. Sword Douluo Chen Xian whispered something to Ning Fingji, causing his expression to change drastically as his gaze quickly shifted to Xiao Wu among the Shrek Academy group. At this moment, Shrek Academy also felt that something was amiss in the atmosphere, sensing that these strange actions by the Spirit Hall were directed at them. What does this woman Bibi Dong want to do? Lu Erlong said, visibly displeased. Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang frowned, slightly puzzled as he looked towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, however, deliberately avoided Yu Xiaojiang's gaze and spoke in her usual calm tone, but with undeniable authority, bring that girl and Tang San down. As she spoke, Bibi Dong also pointed at Xiao Wu and Tang San. In an instant, everyone was shocked, and Tang San quickly moved to shield Xiao Wu, completely disregarding the pain in his waist. The master's face was marked with anger and astonishment as he exclaimed, Your Holiness, what is the meaning of this? The people of the Spirit Hall would not stop their actions just because of Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang's words. To them, a soul master of merely level 29 was nothing but trash, and they had long been displeased by his babbling. Just as Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were about to make their move, Ning Fingji and Sword Douluo also stepped forward to protect Shrek Academy, or more precisely, to shield Ning Rongrong. Your Holiness, shouldn't we clarify things first? Bibi Dong coldly looked at Ning Fingji, her mind unchanged despite his intervention. Lord Ning, you should be aware of the identities of these two. I advise you to act wisely and not cause any discord between Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Anyone who dares to obstruct Spirit Hall today shall be regarded as an enemy of the hall. Ning Fingji was torn as Bibi Dong's words were indeed grave, leaving no room for maneuver. Why? If the Spirit Hall is after Tang San, Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang might guess why, but why target Xiao Wu? Suddenly, Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang produced a Spirit Hall Elder's token and said solemnly, I am also an elder of the Spirit Hall, and I demand a reasonable explanation. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang's intervention, Bibi Dong frowned slightly. However, this was a scenario she had anticipated, knowing well that Yu Xiaojiang would stand in her way. Thus, Bibi Dong decided not to hide the truth anymore and straightforwardly said, Why does Spirit Hall want to take action against her? Simply because she is not human but a spirit beast transformed into human form. Spirit Hall has every reason to capture her. As for Tang San, there's no need for further explanation about why Spirit Hall would act against him. She is not human. This simple statement echoed in everyone's minds, deeply shocking the members of Shrek Academy, especially Tang San. They couldn't believe that Xiao Wu, who had been with them day and night, was not human but a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. Xiao Wu. The members of Shrek began to inquire, but upon seeing Xiao Wu lower her head slightly, they guessed that Bibi Dong's words might be true. Only Tang San, with countless memories of Xiao Wu flashing through his mind, stood protectively in front of her, arms wide open. If you want to harm her, you'll have to step over my dead body first, Sister Yu. Xiao Wu looked incredulously at Tang San, who still stood before her. If Bibi Dong's order to capture her was expected, Tang San's reaction was beyond what Xiao Wu dared to hope for. Xiao Wu had participated in this competition merely to avoid disappointing her fellow Shrek companions. Silly girl, it's nothing serious. Just like I've said before, if anyone wants to bully you, they'll have to step over my body first. This emotionally charged scene even made Guan Yu feel goosebumps though. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo hesitated. They soon continued their assault. The 7 monsters unite. If you want to touch Xiao Wu, ask if we agree first. Dai Mubai and others also stepped forward, aligning themselves with Tang San, forming a protective front for Xiao Wu. Everyone's faces displayed a resolute determination. How things would turn out today no longer mattered to them, they simply acted on instinct. Flanders Lu Erlong and Grandmaster exchanged glances, and the golden triangle simultaneously raised their right hands. In a blink of an eye, a brilliant Golden light appeared out of nowhere, dazzling and eventually outlining a stunning golden triangle in the air. Amidst the radiance, Luo Sanpao transformed, morphing into a golden dragon, shielding everyone in front. "You little ones, do you really think we old teachers don't exist?" Moved, the Shrek 7 Devils called out. However, the 3-spirit fusion ability, the Golden Holy Dragon, couldn't alter the situation in the arena. In the original story, the Golden Holy Dragon couldn't even defeat Douluo, let alone face Douluo and Douluo. Douluo hovered in the air holding a small flower, and with his sharp tone he chanted the poignant verse, "Ninth soul skill, chrysanthemum remains, ground full of wounds, fallen flowers, broken hearts." As the 9th soul skill activated, a huge shadow of a flower's bud appeared behind Douluo, and countless slender petals turned into sharp steel blades, rushing towards the golden dragon. True dragon's body. Douluo, a renowned title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, was met with full force by Grandmaster Yu Xiaojiang, who didn't dare to be careless when facing Douluo's strongest 9th soul skill. The dragon roared. The image of the golden holy dragon gradually solidified, and soon it raised its head, and from its wide open mouth a dense golden energy gathered. When the energy reached a critical mass, it breathed out towards the incoming petals. The numerous petals collided with the dragon's breath, causing bursts of intense turmoil, and soul power spilled out. Meanwhile, unnoticed by all, a dark shadow swiftly bypassed everyone and suddenly appeared behind the people of Shrek. 2 dark hands stretched out, grabbing towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. By the time everyone noticed, it was clear that Douluo had made his move in the shadows. Douluo and Douluo had collaborated for years, always focusing on efficiency no matter the opponent. Douluo dealing with the frontal engagement, while Douluo took the opportunity to strike from the shadows. It was too late for Flanders and the others to intervene, and just as Sword Douluo was about to act, a deep voice suddenly erupted, booming through the air. The voice wasn't loud, but everyone could clearly sense the dominance it conveyed. "A mere ghost dares to hurt my son, get lost." Tang San recognized the voice. It was the same one that had warned him earlier. His face lit up with surprise as he looked up. Following a loud bang, a massive hammer shadow swept across, striking the unprepared Douluo and sending him flying. "Old ghost!" Douluo called out concernedly, then turned fiercely to the newly appeared figure. A middle-aged man, tall and burly, dressed in coarse clothes and unkempt with a scruffy beard. As the figure fully revealed himself, Tang San couldn't help but shout out those 2 words, "Dad, Tang Hao." When Bibi Dong saw the person approaching, she also shouted fiercely. Her purple eyes were mixed with anger, but it likely had nothing to do with Qianshu and Ji. Perhaps it was just Tang Hao's sheer disdain for the spirit hall. At this moment beside her, Guan Yu actually cracked a smile. He had no prior relations with Tang Hao. If there had to be one, it was perhaps that of hunter and prey. "Tang Hao, I've been waiting for you, he's back." Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo also relaxed their expressions upon seeing the figure approaching. "He's here, so Tang San and the others should be safe now." The Spirit Hall has dominated the continent, but who is the most hated person in the Spirit Hall now? It's none other than Tang Hao, who once brought shame upon them. Although Qianshu and Ji ultimately died at the hands of Bibi Dong, officially it was Tang Hao's devastating blow that caused his fatal injuries. Thus for Tang Hao, who made a name for himself by stepping on the Spirit Hall, there wasn't a single person in the hall who didn't hate him, who didn't want to wash away the disgrace. Ghost Douluo crawled out from the ruins, then retreated to stand beside Pope Bibi Dong along with Chrysanthemum Douluo. The 3 titled Douluos unleashed their full spirit power, the immense pressure making all the soul masters around tremble with fear. Yet even facing such formidable pressure from 3 sides, Tang Hao was fearless. He strode forward, his voice booming, "Bibi Dong, if you want to avenge your teacher, come at me, bring all you've got. Tang Hao will take it all." At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang, standing behind Tang Hao, looked up to him with eyes full of admiration, completely ignoring Tang Hao's shabby attire. Facing 3 titled Douluos without a hint of fear, his imposing aura unyielding, this was the strength he admired, the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. "Sky Douluo, Tang Hao, let's see how you handle this." Pope Bibi Dong suddenly waved her hand, and 2 breaking winds followed immediately. Next to Bibi Dong, after Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, 2 more titled Douluos appeared. The number of titled Douluos on the side of the Spirit Hall had now reached 5. Called for help, Tang Hao smiled indifferently. He had a unique aura about him, an imperious nature that feared nothing. Tang Hao carried the massive sky hammer on his shoulder, and 1 by 1 inch spirit rings began to rise slowly from beneath his feet. The rising of the spirit rings wasn't fast, but with each spirit ring that appeared, the aura around Tang Hao grew more substantial, gradually overpowering the intense pressure exerted by the few titled Douluos before him: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The 9 spirit rings that appeared on Tang Hao brought everyone's heart to their throat, especially the 9th spirit ring, the red one. That represented 100,000-year spirit ring. On the continent titled Douluos were rare, and those with 100,000-year spirit rings were even rarer. After all, human lifespans are limited, and 100,000-year spirit ring represented a spirit beast that had lived for 100,000 years, naturally scarce. At this moment Tang Hao's momentum was rising relentlessly, and Bibi Dong, facing him, knew she couldn't let him continue, or the spirit of the spirit hall would be completely suppressed by him. With the staff heavily striking the ground, Bibi Dong made her move. As soul power surged through her body, 9 soul rings appeared around her, just like Ning Fengji and Guan Yu had anticipated when they saw her take action. Indeed, Bibi Dong had broken through to the title Douluo level. Ning Fengji's expression turned to shock upon seeing Bibi Dong's equally bright red 9th soul ring, a reaction shared by Sword Douluo. At that moment Bibi Dong confronted Tang Hao in a clash of auras, yet Guan Yu could sense that Bibi Dong seemed unable to suppress Tang Hao. Realizing this, the 4 title Douluo behind Bibi Dong decided to strike decisively. Tang Hao, with a cold sweep over the 4 title Douluo, maintained his proud demeanor. How could these 4 title Douluo compare? Little San, watch carefully, this is the true essence of the Hao Tian body. Tang San was invigorated. Although he had previously displayed the weapon soul true body, it was his first time and much was unknown. Now, with Tang Hao demonstrating personally, it was a rare opportunity. The 7th soul ring lit up, and the giant black Hao Tian hammer Tang Hao carried on his shoulder suddenly burst into light. A strong, dense black light filled the area. The already massive Hao Tian hammer, with Tang Hao's swing, expanded instantly by 10 or 20 times, its huge head now like a small hill. Red patterns emerged on the colossal Hao Tian hammer. Instead of smashing it down heavily, Tang Hao swept it horizontally in a sweeping motion that could decimate thousands of troops. The faces of the 4 title Douluo facing him changed instantly as they hurriedly deployed defensive soul skills to withstand Tang Hao's attack. Although they saved their lives, their bodies were still blown away. One hammer stroke sent the 4 title Douluo flying, leaving everyone at the scene, especially those from Shrek Academy and all soul masters not affiliated with the Spirit Hall, boiling with excitement. After the 4 title Douluo landed, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were the first to get up. Wiping the blood from the corners of their mouths, Ghost Douluo turned to Chrysanthemum Douluo and said, "Chrysanthemum, pass, use the soul fusion skill." The reason Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo held such high positions among the Spirit Hall elders was their ability to perform a soul fusion skill together, the static extreme domain. Just as they were about to merge their soul powers, Tang Hao did not give them the chance and chose to make his move. Having fought with Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo more than once, Tang Hao was well aware of their soul skills and their proud soul fusion skill. To stop their soul fusion skill, Tang Hao could only use that one move exclusive to those who inherit the legacy of Hao Tian Douluo within the Hao Tian sect, the Great Mount Meru hammer. Meru and mustard seed are 2 contrasting terms, with mustard seed representing the infinitely small and Meru the infinitely large. This is a special hammer technique that unleashes the infinite power of the Hao Tian hammer, and the strongest essence of the Great Mount Meru hammer was the bursting ring. Everyone saw that the first 2 yellow soul rings eerily moved from Tang Hao's body to his hands. Then Tang Hao clenched his fist fiercely and the 2 yellow soul rings shattered with a loud bang. Tang San, not understanding the reason, exclaimed in shock, "Dad!" Ning Fengji, equally surprised, turned to Sword Douluo and asked, "Uncle Jen, do you remember that unique technique from the Haotian clan?" Sword Douluo seemed to be recalling a long-lost memory before he replied, "My father once competed with Tang Chen from the Haotian clan. I saw Tang Chen use a similar technique. With just one hammer, my father was defeated. Although I don't know the specifics, it's clear that this method doesn't actually harm the soul rings but is a new way of utilizing them developed by the Haotian clan." At this moment Tang Hao was enveloped in a dark golden aura, holding the massive Haotian hammer, looking majestic and domineering. "A chrysanthemum and a goblin, what do they have to stop me? The Great Shumi Hammer." As Tang Hao wielded the Great Shumi Hammer, a layer of dark clouds enveloped the sky above Marshall's Soul Mountain, with silver lightning arcs flashing within, seemingly connected to the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao gripped the Haotian hammer with one hand, not even sure if he was aiming properly, and swung it down fiercely. Bang! The power of the hammer caused Martial's Soul Mountain itself to tremble continuously. The others on Martial's Soul Mountain looked towards the direction of the Pope's hall filled with shock and curiosity. In the temple at the mountain's peak, several priests slowly opened their eyes. It's the great Shumi hammer of the Haotian clan again. Tang Hao has really come. Under the attack of the great Shumi hammer, both Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were once again sent flying into the ruins. It took them a long time to finally crawl out, their energy severely depleted. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan cursed bitterly. The same move again. Tang Hao, 14 years ago, after becoming a titled Douluo, Tang Hao used this move to severely injure them and the then 95-level Pope Qianshu and Ji. Now, they had not expected that Tang Hao could unleash such power with just his first 2 soul rings. With Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo defeated, the remaining 2 titled Douluo naturally struggled to withstand Tang Hao. Seeing the situation clearly, Bibi Dong took action. Bibi Dong's first martial soul was the Death Spider Emperor, which she was now using. Her upper body was covered in a layer of black-purple armor, even her face shielded by a piece. Her legs disappeared and her abdomen transformed into a large spherical shape from which 8 robust legs grew, resembling spider spears but oriented downwards, pulling her body along as if flying, leaving behind disgusting slime. The ground where the slime dropped emitted continuous bubbling sounds, severely corrosive. At this moment, Bibi Dong looked like a gigantic poisonous spider. With a wave of her arms, she first launched several binds of the Death Spider Emperor towards Tang Hao to control him. Then the spherical part of her abdomen lifted, followed by her unleashing the 6th soul skill, blood-sucking spider stings. Countless dense spider stings shot out, each carrying corrosive poison. This was the first time many had seen Bibi Dong in action, and witnessing her swift and fierce moves, they realized that this Pope, who led the Spirit Hall to greatness, was not only outstanding in her administrative abilities but also formidable in her own strength. Tang Hao was also somewhat anxious. After all, this was the territory of the Spirit Hall and he could not afford to stay long. His aim was to quickly take Tang San and leave, especially since his physical condition didn't allow him to engage in prolonged battles. With a shout of anger, Tang Hao had no intention of using soul skills, facing several opponents whose soul power were not inferior to his own. Tang Hao's fastest and most direct method was the Great Sumeru Hammer. 2 more soul rings appeared in Tang Hao's hands, this time his 3rd and 4th soul rings. As Tang Hao crushed the 2,000-year soul rings, immense energy instantly filled his body and flowed into the Haotian hammer in his hand. The body of the Haotian hammer shimmered with a faint purple glow, and at that moment it seemed heavier and more burdensome than before. Tang Hao's movements were simple. He stepped forward with his left foot, heavily stomping on the ground, causing a loud boom. Centering on his left foot, he began to rotate his body. The immense force caused the ground beneath his feet to crack extensively. Tang Hao's right arm, holding the Haotian hammer, stretched back and his muscles tensed in an instant. A strong black light fused him with the hammer completely. With this swing, his coarse cloth clothes, sleeves and trouser legs burst apart, revealing his strong and explosive limbs. In the next moment, the Haotian hammer swung out silently. This time, Tang Hao did not strike the ground but made a strike in the air. The terrifying shockwave directly dispersed Bibi Dong's vampiric spider stakes and attacked towards Bibi Dong herself. Seeing Tang Hao's attack not only breaking her own but also coming towards her, Bibi Dong instinctively released her defensive soul skill, her 4th soul skill, Thorn Spider Armor. However, just to be safe, the 9th soul ring on Bibi Dong's body, the 100,000-year soul ring, also lit up. Her 9th soul skill, Immortality. During Tang Hao and Bibi Dong's first exchange, Light Feather saw Tang Hao's air-striking hammer. Although the hammer did not hit Bibi Dong directly, the force was entirely poured onto her. The immense force directly blasted the spider-transformed Bibi Dong into the ground. Your Holiness. Seeing this scene, the members of the Spirit Hall couldn't help but pale, their eyes widening as they called out anxiously, could Bibi Dong die? Obviously not. Bibi Dong wasn't so easy to kill at this stage. Sure enough, soon after, with the sound of spider legs piercing into the ground, the spider-transformed Bibi Dong crawled out from the earth again. Thanks to her 9th soul skill, Immortality, Bibi Dong hadn't suffered any substantial injuries, but being blasted into the ground, she inevitably looked disheveled. She thought it might have been better to let Tang Hao blast her to death and then resurrect, which would have been cleaner than her current state. At this moment, Bibi Dong's face was filled with defeat. Over the years, she had been training desperately, and no one knew how much she had sacrificed. She had finally reached the title Douluo level, and in her heart her imagined adversary was Tang Hao. However, facing Tang Hao today, she realized that even if her soul rings were completely the same as his in terms of aura, Tang Hao was ultimately stronger. What a Haotian Douluo he was! It's ridiculous to think that I could have retained Tang Hao with just the strength of these people. Realizing this, Bibi Dong no longer continued to resist hard. After all, she had already used her ninth soul skill once and couldn't use it again in a short period of time. Facing another hammer strike might truly be the end for her. While everyone was still in awe of Tang Hao's invincible demeanor, Bibi Dong finally turned her head towards Guan Yu. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, her tone slightly displeased. "Aren't you going to make a move?" Bibi Dong, the Pope, speaking to Guan Yu in such a manner. Even Bibi Dong couldn't handle Tang Hao. What could the young Guan Yu possibly do? Observing Tang Hao, Guan Yu couldn't help but admire him, recognizing indeed he was strong. However, he also knew that Tang Hao's body was already on the verge of collapse. With a closer look, one could notice Tang Hao's panting and the slight changes in his grip on the hammer, all indicating his impending downfall. Having suffered internal injuries, Tang Hao had forcefully executed the great Shumi hammer twice, undoubtedly exacerbating his injuries. It was already fortunate he hadn't died on the spot. With a snap of Guan Yu's fingers, two figures soon appeared beside him, dressed in the golden armor unique to the elders of the Spirit Hall, their strong soul power fluctuations undoubtedly telling everyone that their strength was not inferior to Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. These two title Douluo were naturally the Bear Douluo and Panther Douluo. Pointing at Tang Hao in the arena, Guan Yu commanded, "Capture Tang Hao." Yes, the Bear Douluo and Panther Douluo, as senior elders of the Spirit Hall, treated Guan Yu with great respect, indirectly informing everyone of Guan Yu's significant status within the Spirit Hall. Bear Douluo specialized in powerful attacks, while Panther Douluo was known for his agility. The elders of the Spirit Hall seemed to excel in coordinating with each other, and as Bear Douluo roared, his body swelled with his martial soul fusion, his golden armor appearing to be a kind of magical armor that did not burst under the strain. Elder Panther was extremely fast, often boasting to be the fastest among the elders. Although they didn't have the soul fusion skills like Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, their coordinated combat was much stronger. Haha, deploying so many title Douluo, the Spirit Hall really is lavish. Tang Hao laughed loudly, seemingly unafraid of Bear Douluo and Panther Douluo, his demeanor unchanged. However, Tang San, standing behind Tang Hao, noticed some nuances. Guan Yu was able to discern some details about Tang Hao's body because he knew in advance that Tang Hao was injured. Although Tang San didn't know about Tang Hao's hidden injuries, being in close proximity to Tang Hao's actions, he also sensed something was off about his condition. "Dad," Tang San softly called out, but Tang Hao didn't respond, for he was now facing off against Bear Douluo and Panther Douluo. Bear Douluo and Panther Douluo were regarded as the two elders most likely to be promoted to the worship hall within the Spirit Hall. Both combatants were not lacking in offensive capabilities. The demon Bear Douluo possessed extra defensive power, while the Ghost Leopard Douluo was endowed with additional speed. Tang Hao was entangled by the two, and even though his hammer swings generated a fierce wind, he could not repel them. Particularly troublesome was the Ghost Leopard Douluo, whose intermittent sneak attacks were more vexing compared to the straightforward confrontations with the demon Bear Douluo. The Ghost Leopard Douluo's speed created afterimages that dazzled all onlookers, just as the demon Bear Douluo and the Ghost Leopard Douluo were gradually overpowering Tang Hao. An unmatched domineering aura surged from him again. He was about to use that move. Zhuge Douluo clutched at his chest, watching as two black soul rings appeared again in Tang Hao's hands, feeling both angry and resentful. This time, Tang Hao shattered not just any soul rings, but two 10,000-year soul rings. 10,000-year soul rings marked a threshold, just as 100,000-year soul rings did. Although these soul rings did not surpass 50,000 years, their power was incomparable to any he had used before. As the power of the soul rings infused into Tang Hao's body and his Haotian hammer, his entire being shimmered with a black and gold sheen. No longer simply lifting the Haotian hammer, Tang Hao dragged it with one arm, using the momentum of his body's twist to add weight to the hammer, which now caused the air around it to vibrate intensely. With a solid swing, he aimed directly at the demon Bear Douluo. Unfazed, the demon Bear Douluo, eyes glowing red, seemed to enter a berserk state. He unleashed his 8th soul skill Bear's Rage and his 9th soul skill Mountain River Shattering Palm. His right arm expanded massively, sweeping heavily towards Tang Hao. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. Tang Hao stepped back twice, but the demon Bear Douluo was blasted into the Soul Beast Mountain, failing to emerge for a long time. Although the demon Bear Douluo was not dead, his aura had weakened significantly, clearly having sustained severe injuries. After all, only golden crocodile Douluo in the original story could withstand the Haotian hammer directly. The demon bear Douluo still fell short. Meanwhile, Tang Hao swallowed hard as if forcing down something, but his movements did not cease. Leveraging the power of the Haotian hammer, Tang Hao used his left leg as a pivot, his calf muscles contracting and expanding dramatically. Acting like another heart in his body, continuously powering him, swinging the massive Haotian hammer rhythmically. Tang Hao's movements, though lacking Tang San's elegance, were filled with raw explosive power. As Tang Hao wielded the chaotic wind hammer technique, a powerful whirlwind formed in the arena, compelling many spectators to raise their hands in defense. Tang Hao's move was not for everyone, but specifically aimed at the ghost leopard Douluo, known for his speed. As Tang Hao swung his chaotic cloak hammering technique more frequently, the suction of the whirlwind grew stronger. Finally, on the 80th hammer, the ghost leopard Douluo was sucked into the vortex, swept into the vortex. The ghost leopard Douluo uncontrollably began to spin along with it, howling in pain. Chaotic cloak hammering technique, unity in chaos. Watching Tang Hao, who seemed to regain control of everything at that moment, Ning Fengji once again bitterly remarked, "The Haotian school is truly a cradle of talent. What a Haotian Douluo!" Sword Douluo also nodded slightly, seeming to agree. Combat is never static, and at this moment Tang Hao using the chaotic cloak against the ghost leopard Douluo naturally demonstrated his profound combat sense and skilled techniques, leaving Tang San with a fiery gaze. So the chaotic cloak hammering method can also be used like this. Bang! With the final hammer, he smashed the ghost leopard Douluo back into the marshal's soul mountain. As everyone was still immersed in the whirlwind, Tang Hao suddenly grabbed Tang San, leapt up and flew away. "Let's go." Just as they were about to escape from the Pope Hall Square, suddenly something flew towards them, aiming directly at them. Tang Hao, alert, looked over and instinctively swung his hammer to smash it back. Boom! The two forces collided, and the immense recoil sent Tang Hao crashing back to the ground. From the moment Tang Hao prepared to leave with Tang San to when he was smashed back, everything happened too quickly. When everyone finally grasped what had happened, they turned to look at the figure who had blocked Tang Hao's path. Dressed in golden armor with a cloak draped diagonally, short hair and a special mark on his forehead, he was now sitting at a corner of the Pope Hall roof, twirling a red stick in his hand. With a defiant look, he scornfully said to Tang Hao below, "Tang Hao, you're not getting away today." Seeing the figure on the roof of the Pope Hall, none of the Spirit Hall people dared to speak up, all because of the intimidating stature of the newcomer. Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo exchanged looks, their expressions growing solemn. "How has he come?" Sword Douluo quietly said, "It's been years and his strength has increased so much." From the opponent's Sword, Douluo felt a soul power fluctuation, not weaker than his own, indicating that the opponent's soul power level had clearly reached level 97. Years, or even decades ago, Sword Douluo could have suppressed him with absolute superiority, but now Sword Douluo no longer had full confidence unless assisted by Ning Fengji. Sword Douluo felt uneasy, as if someone who used to be inferior to you suddenly turns out to be doing better than you one day. It's a sour feeling. Apart from the people of Spirit Hall, the only other person who knew the newcomer was the all-knowing Grandmaster Yu Xiao Zhang. How has he come? Aren't they not supposed to take action easily? Then all the people of Spirit Hall knelt on one knee and saluted towards the figure sitting on the roof of the Pope Hall. "We've seen the seventh worship, the exorcism Douluo." Only then did the others realize that the person who had arrived was the seventh worship of the Spirit Hall, the exorcism Douluo. The demon-subduing Douluo slowly stood up, his red coiling dragon staff shrinking to a manageable size in his hand as he pointed it at Tang Hao. "Tang Hao, title Douluo Haotian, that's all you are," he declared. With that, the demon-subduing Douluo leaped down from the roof of the Pope Hall and struck down at Tang Hao with his godly staff. Tang Hao was about to lift his Haotian hammer to meet the attack when a sharp pain in his chest slowed his movements considerably. Tang San, standing beside him, noticed Tang Hao's unusual condition and became more certain that something was wrong. Tang Hao was already injured. "Dad!" Perhaps it was this cry that reminded Tang Hao. At that moment he knew he was not only responsible for his own life but also for Tang San's. With a roar, Tang Hao, despite the pain, finally swung his Haotian hammer to meet the demon-subduing Douluo's coiling dragon staff. The impact made a thunderous noise that was not crisp but rather muffled. Known for its weight, the Haotian hammer met the hefty coiling dragon staff, creating a tremendous clash. After the strike, the demon-subduing Douluo took a small step back while Tang Hao, dragged by the weight of the Haotian hammer, slid back several meters. The first exchange clearly showed who had the upper hand. The spectators, used to seeing Tang Hao effortlessly defeat other title Douluos from the Spirit Hall, found it unsettling to see him at a disadvantage. However, this also highlighted the formidable strength upheld by the worshippers of the Spirit Hall. "This is just the seventh worshipper," muttered Bibi Dong, squinting her eyes in disbelief at the rapid enhancement of the old man's strength. The demon-subduing Douluo twirled his staff and twisted his neck. "Houten Douluo, is this all you've got?" he taunted and once again charged forward. The demon-subduing Douluo's strength was not merely due to his soul power reaching level 97, the mixture of immortal grass had enhanced various aspects of his physique significantly. Clang, clang. Without using any soul skills, he relied solely on his coiling dragon staff to confront Tang Hao's Houten hammer. As the two clashed, Tang Hao gradually began to use his chaotic wind hammer technique again. The demon-subduing Douluo, however, did not attempt to stop him but instead mocked while swinging his staff. Too slow. In a plain exchange of moves, Tang Hao was repeatedly forced back, with dark injuries accumulating in his 8 extraordinary meridians not yet opened. With Tang San's help, Tang Hao's strength was limited. On the other hand, with the aid of Light Feather and the epic enhancement the demon-subduing Douluo had, his soul power increased to level 97 and his physique dramatically improved by the immortal grass mixture. Thus, facing Tang Hao at this stage, the demon-subduing Douluo indeed had the upper hand. By now, Tang Hao had executed the 81st hammer of his chaotic wind technique. Stomping the ground fiercely, he twisted his body and repeatedly performed the Great Mount Sumeru hammer and chaotic wind hammer techniques. The physical toll on Tang Hao was immense and his body was on the verge of collapse. The intense pain twisted his features into a fearsome grimace. The chaotic winds howled, signaling a return to unity. 9 back to 1, perhaps boosted by an aura of might. Tang Hao's chaotic cloak hammer technique this time incited the dark clouds in the sky to tumble once more with constant flashes of lightning. The demon-subduing Douluo's face broke into an excited smile. Originally wielding the staff in one hand, he switched to both, his arms swelling immensely, the exposed blue veins showcasing his tremendous power. As he spun his body, swinging the staff, the pan-long staff in the hands of the demon-subduing Douluo also instantly enlarged to a thickness of 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Boom! After the collision of the two great forces, both were pushed back. This time, the demon-subduing Douluo staggered back 6 or 7 steps, while Tang Hao was blasted directly into the spectator platform. After stabilizing himself, the demon-subduing Douluo moved his body to alleviate the numbness from the recent clash, then lifted the now normal-sized pan-long staff, pointing it at Tang Hao. "Use the great Shumi hammer. Otherwise you stand no chance." The demon-subduing Douluo among the 7 worshippers of the Spirit Hall was the most fond of battling, even more so than the Lion Douluo, and now he was egging Tang Hao on to use the great Shumi hammer again. Tang Hao rose from the ruins of the spectator stand, using the Houten hammer to support himself. He had not intended to engage in a prolonged fight with the Spirit Hall, he simply wanted to take Tang San and leave. Bibi Dong had arranged for people to attack him, and although it was somewhat unexpected, he could handle it. What he had never anticipated, however, was that someone from the Spirit Hall's worshippers would take action against him. Those old fellows usually never made a move. Seeing the demon-subduing Douluo, who had completely dominated the once formidable Tang Hao, the spectators couldn't help but inwardly praise the strength of the Spirit Hall's worshippers. As pillars of the Spirit Hall, these old worshippers were indeed the true backbone of its strength. Taking a deep breath, Tang Hao tightened his grip on the Houten hammer. Just as the demon-subduing Douluo had said, indeed, without the great Shumi hammer, Tang Hao had no chance of defeating the demon-subduing Douluo. Seeing Tang Hao's 7th soul ring appear in his hand, the crowd knew Tang Hao was about to employ that move again. "Dad, don't!" Tang San shouted, continuously shaking his head. Noticing something amiss with Tang Hao's body, how could Tang San allow him to continue using the great Shumi hammer, which placed a tremendous strain on his body? But Tang Hao did not heed Tang San's advice, as this was their only chance. Tang Hao's 7th soul ring, being over 50,000 years old, shattered in his grasp, and a powerful force surged back into his nearly collapsing body in the massive Houten hammer. On closer inspection, one could see Tang Hao's skin was already beginning to bleed. Once again, Tang Hao swung the massive Houten hammer that had shocked countless people, the thunderous sounds foretelling the might of this strike. On the side of the demon-subduing Douluo, the pan-long staff had already flown from his hands, quietly hovering in front of him. As the demon-subduing Douluo formed hand seals and chanted a certain spell, the red pan-long staff instantly enlarged significantly and a terrifying aura spiraled forth. within the thick red mist a colossal creature appeared. This was why he was called the demon subduing Douluo, for sealed within his soul weapon the Panlong staff was a divine sky awakening holy golden dragon. At this moment the demon subduing Douluo summoned the heavenly awakening sacred golden dragon from within his Panlong staff and utilized his 8th soul skill, the demon subduing Panlong circle. In the city of slaughtered, Guan Yu had witnessed this move before, and upon seeing it again it still appeared immensely imposing. The crimson heavenly awakening sacred golden dragon slowly twisted its massive body, opening its huge maw to pounce toward Tang Hao. Simultaneously Tang Hao's hammer smashed heavily onto the approaching heavenly awakening sacred golden dragon. The dragon roared continuously, and although Tang Hao's great Shumi hammer had drained nearly all of the dragon's energy, the residual effects still sent Tang Hao flying backward, crashing into the ruins. Dad, Tang San also ran towards the spot where Tang Hao fell, his gaze fiercely fixed on the levitating demon subduing Douluo. Seeing Tang San daring to stare at him, the demon subduing Douluo was quite displeased. I dare to strike even your father. Who do you think you are to glare at me like that? However, the demon subduing Douluo couldn't be bothered to strike Tang San. Instead he taunted Tang Hao, great Shumi hammer, is that all? Hao Tian Douluo, I expected more. Then the demon subduing Douluo continued, you struck first last time, now it's my turn. The crimson Panlong staff still hovered in the air, and under the demon subduing Douluo's control it moved above Tang Hao. Then, with a series of clangs, the Panlong staff in the hands of the demon subduing Douluo transformed into a colossal staff with a diameter of several tens of meters. The immensely magnified Panlong staff pierced through the clouds and pressed down towards Tang Hao below. This was the demon subduing Douluo's strongest strike, his 9th soul skill, Salvation of All Beings. The attack range of Salvation of All Beings was extremely large, as the Panlong staff had become immensely large. This time, Tang Hao didn't hesitate at all and immediately pushed Tang San aside. With a roar, Tang Hao raised his hammer, simultaneously crushing his 8th soul ring. The formidable power of the 8th soul ring instantly caused Tang Hao's battered body to begin tearing apart, with wounds spreading across his entire body. Tang Hao once again wielded the great Shumi hammer. Holding the Haotian hammer with both hands, Tang Hao struck upwards with all his might. In front of the gigantic Panlong staff, the massive Haotian hammer seemed somewhat small, like a mayfly shaking a tree. Ultimately, under the shocked gazes of all, the powerful strikes of the two collided once again, and the result was Tang Hao's leaping figure being suppressed once again, crashing into the ground. This time, Tang Hao couldn't hold back any longer. A great spurt of blood burst forth, and with that blood spurt, Tang Hao's invincible aura instantly faded. The Panlong staff returned to his hand, and the demon subduing Douluo once again disdainfully said to the seemingly enfeebled Tang Hao, Hao Tian Douluo, is that all you've got? Compared to your grandfather, you fall far short. Seeing Tang Hao gradually faltering under the demon subduing Douluo's attacks, Ningfengji and Sword Douluo exchanged glances once more, seemingly having made a certain decision. Just then a 7-colored pagoda appeared in front of Ningfengji with 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black soul rings pulsing up and down on it. The 7 treasures produced a glimmering glass, first for enhancement, second for strength, and third for Ningfengji of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, after some deliberation, decided to intervene. Just as he was about to amplify Tang Hao's abilities and was rapidly reciting several incantations, Ningfengji quickly realized something was amiss. His soul technique had been sealed. Such power. Ningfengji's gaze immediately turned to Guan Yu, who was smiling lightly at him, saying, a true gentleman watches the battle without interfering. Sect Master Ning, why involve yourself? Only after experiencing it firsthand did Ningfengji realize how terrifying Guan Yu's domain ability was. Although Ningfengji's soul power level was higher than Guan Yu's, being only at 79, and as a support-type soul master, it was impossible for Ningfengji to break through Guan Yu's murderous domain. Moreover, at that moment Guan Yu's murderous domain was enhanced by the cooperation of 5 clones, naturally multiplying its suppressive force. You are mistaken, retorted Ningfengji. The top 3 sects are branches of the same tree. When Haotian is in trouble, how can I not lend a hand? Branches of the same tree, pure nonsense. Whether it's the supporting empires or their own ideologies, the top 3 sects differ by miles. Their so-called solidarity is just like the virtuous alliances in martial arts novels, merely official nonsense. Swoosh, a sword light flashed. It was Sword Douluo Qinshin who made a move. The domain, though intangible, seemed to be cleaved open by that sword light. Meanwhile, Sword Douluo Qinshin With his sole weapon, the 7-kill sword planted in front of him and his hands on the sword's hilt exuded overwhelming sword energy, his own sword domain. After breaking through Guan Yu's murderous domain, Sword Douluo Qinshin spoke lightly. If your soul power level reached the title Douluo realm, even I might struggle to break through your domain, but for now your domain is not enough to trap me. As Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo Qinshin were about to act against, several wind blades suddenly slashed out, marking a line on the ground in front of them. Qinshin, if you strike again, it means that the 7 treasure glazed tile sect declares war on the spirit hall. The voice sounded, and immediately a figure slowly descended from the sky, dressed in dark green armor and a cape with short hair and a handsome appearance surrounded by swirling wind elements. It was the spirit hall's 3rd elder, Qinghuan Douluo. Upon seeing Qinghuan Douluo's arrival, Sword Douluo's face showed difficulty. He noticed that Qinghuan Douluo's strength had also increased significantly, beginning to suppress him. However, with Ning Fengji's assistance and the 70% amplification effect of the 7 treasure glazed tile tower, the boost to Sword Douluo was tremendous. But suddenly Ning Fengji sensed a new threat. His gaze shifted from Qinghuan Douluo and returned to the rooftop of the spirit hall where the exorcist Douluo had been sitting. At the same spot, another figure appeared, surprisingly a somewhat childish-looking kid, with white armor and white hair, his face still slightly youthful. Who else could it be but the 5th elder of the spirit hall, Radiant Douluo Guangling? Guan Yu knew his grandfather well. The ever-childish Radiant Douluo was currently sitting on the roof of the Pope's hall, swinging his legs leisurely. Although Radiant Douluo showed no sign of combat readiness, both Sword Douluo Qinshin and Ning Fengji felt an intense pressure mounting. One Qinghuan Douluo was already troublesome enough, let alone adding a Radiant Douluo to the mix. Could they win? More importantly, could Sword Douluo protect Ning Fengji? In previous encounters, whenever they faced formidable enemies, Ning Fengji was always guarded by both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, Sword Douluo leading the attack and Bone Douluo ensuring Ning Fengji's safety. Now, with only Sword Douluo present, could he protect Ning Fengji in front of Radiant Douluo? This was a huge question mark. Radiant Douluo's youthful voice also rang out. Does the 7 treasured glazed tile clan want to fight? I'm more than willing to accompany you. Under the formidable presences of both Qinghuan Douluo and Radiant Douluo, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo had no choice but to halt their assistance to Tang Hao. Ning Fengji wanted to aid Tang Hao to gain favor, but he could only act within his abilities, and the current situation clearly exceeded his capabilities. Seeing Qinghuan Douluo and Radiant Douluo appear with the spirit hall deploying 3 elders at once, everyone present was utterly astounded. While everyone's attention was focused on the 3 elders, Tang Hao quietly slipped something into Tang San's arms. This is your mother's soul bone, the blue silver emperor's right leg bone with skills of flight and recovery. At that moment Tang Hao had no time to explain more to Tang San, but quickly said, Xiao San, I will create an opportunity for you soon. Use the soul bone to escape quickly. Tang San, receiving the blue silver emperor's right leg bone from Tang Hao, reluctantly said, Dad, I won't go. I want to face this with you. Hearing this, although Tang Hao was deeply moved, he sternly replied, a grown man should not be so sentimental. How can you face this with me, Dad? I can't leave you alone. Even if I'm no match for these people, I must stay with you. Tang San looked around the arena, observing the titled Douluo and the 3 elders from the spirit hall. He was gradually realizing that this was an ambush aimed at Tang Hao, and he was merely the bait to lure out Tang Hao. Therefore, Tang San found it impossible to leave. Xiao San, Tang Hao called out to Tang San, then continued, you have limitless potential. At such a young age, you've already reached the strength of a soul sovereign, surpassing even what I achieved at your age. Only if you live can there be a future to speak of. After this battle, the internal injuries within my body will have all erupted. Even if I escape, I won't live much longer, so I must ensure that you survive. As Tang San held the soul bone, it emitted a faint, barely noticeable glow. Tang Hao looked at the blue silver emperor's right leg bone, the resolute man suddenly showing a tender side. I will make sure our child survives. Tang Hao, in a moment of despair and determination, addressed his son Tang San, if you still recognize me as your father, then live and escape. Don't let my final efforts be in vain. Tang Hao, perhaps he was truly anxious, you are destined for great things, how can you still hesitate? Tang San, with tears in his eyes, looked at the resolute Tang Hao and said, Dad, I will take Xiao Wu with me. Tang Hao paused for a moment. The 3 priests of the spirit hall, Qinghuan Guanling and Jiang Mo, along with the Pope Bibi Dong and numerous titled elders, all focused their gaze on the battered body of Tang Hao. This time Tang Hao was determined not to escape again. Facing the strong opponents of the spirit halt, Tang Hao showed no fear. He made his move. Tang San also moved. The 8 spider lance's spirit bone released from behind Tang San, instantly bringing him to his peak condition. Ning Rongrong, although unclear about Tang San's intentions, was unable to help due to the influence of the light feather killing domain, which prevented her from using her spirit abilities. Tang San, using his ghost shadow perplexing track, quickly returned to Xiao Wu's side, grasped her hand, and spoke with firm conviction, "Xiao Wu, come with me." At that moment Xiao Wu, unsure of her future, naturally did not refuse Tang San's call. Tang Hao and Tang San became the focus of the arena, and their actions could not be hidden from the people of the Spirit Hall. However, the attention soon returned to Tang Hao because he had unleashed his 9th spirit ring, the bright red 100,000-year spirit ring. Holding the 100,000-year spirit ring, Tang Hao was ready to use the great Shumi hammer again, this time employing the explosive power of the 100,000-year spirit ring. However, his activation was slightly delayed as the spirit ring in his hand came from Ain. With reluctance and sorrow he murmured Ain, before finally crushing the 100,000-year spirit ring. The explosion of the last 100,000-year spirit ring filled Tang Hao with immense power, a power that was vast but not as volatile as previous explosions. Rather, it carried a unique gentleness, trying its best to avoid harming Tang Hao, as if enduring together with him. "Is that you, Ain? Well, let us together carve a path of survival for our son." Tang Hao, with hammers in hand, his body emitting a faint blue glow, even the Haotian hammer was shrouded in a light haze. The Haotian hammer expanded in the wind, its massive head growing as large as a small hill. Thick red veins emerged on the enormous Haotian hammer. Tang Hao leaped into the air facing the crowd and laughed loudly. "What a spirit hall! What a pope! Today let me, Tang Hao, present you with a grand gift." With a fierce swing of his arms, accompanied by his roaring voice, the massive Haotian hammer in the sky suddenly descended. Facing this hammer, Cheng Wan, Guangling and Jiang Imo, the 3 priests, all became solemn, aware of the terrifying might of Tang Hao's strike. Is it the power of the 100,000-year spirit ring explosion that makes it so strong? Yet what followed was even more shocking, or rather more infuriating for them. Tang Hao's hammer strike was not aimed at the 3 of them, nor at Bibi Dong, nor any other titled Douluo. Instead, it headed straight for the Pope's hall behind them, aiming directly at the angel statue on top of Mount Wuhuan. In an instant, the air around Mount Wuhuan seemed to twist, and every soul master felt as if they were frozen in place. "Tang Hao, how dare you!" Pope Bibi Dong cried out in anger as she, along with Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, almost simultaneously leaped forward to intercept. Other titled Douluos also moved to protect the Pope's hall. Tang Hao, you're courting death, reckless." Phoenix Douluo, Light Feather Douluo and Demon Subduing Douluo's expressions also turned ugly. They hadn't expected Tang Hao to target his final hammer strike at the Pope's hall, at the angel statue. The 3 priests, Bibi Dong, and the elders combined their efforts, setting up a golden soul power barrier in front of the Pope's hall and the angel statue. Bang! Tang Hao's heavy, forceful hammer struck the barrier, causing the entire Mount Wuhuan to quake and tremble. Relentlessly, even more astonishing was that the golden soul power barrier began to show web-like cracks. Just as the barrier was about to shatter at the summit of Mount Wuhuan in the priest's hall, several priests took action. As they released their soul power into the barrier, the cracked barrier slowly began to repair itself. At this moment, Tang Hao also coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, then shouted to Tang San, "Go now." After saying this, Tang Hao continued to exert his strength, pouring more power into his efforts. "Dad!" Tang San cried out in agony. Eventually he grabbed the blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone with one hand and held Xiao Wu's hand with the other, using the flying ability of the blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone to escape outside the Pope's hall beyond Mount Wuhuan. The ability of the blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone was flight. As long as the titled Douluos were occupied by himself, no one could catch up to Tang San. Thus Tang Hao was now sacrificing everything to buy Tang San the final moments. But who was Tang Hao facing now? The combined might of many powerful fighters from the Spirit Hall. Even if Tang Hao used the 100,000-year spirit ring explosion, and despite the husband and wife team fighting together, they ultimately fell in this struggle against the powerful members of the Spirit Hall. Puff! As Tang Hao spat out fresh blood with his head thrown back, this time he truly exhausted all his strength. All the injuries within his body, both old and new, suddenly erupted, consuming and devastating the last vestiges of his life force. Bang! Tang Hao's body finally fell to the ground, and in the last moments before his life force faded, he saw a distant figure in the sky. Tang San had escaped. Just as Tang Hao was ready to rest in peace at the very edge of life, he saw several silver light crossbow bolts flying into the sky, chasing directly after Tang San. At that moment, Tang Hao wanted to rise and protect Tang San once more, but this time he truly couldn't stand up again, and his life ended with his last moments of worry. In the year 2645 of the Douluo calendar, the youngest title Douluo Haotian Douluo Tang Hao perished. A title Douluo has fallen, not just any title Douluo, but the Haotian Douluo, a legacy passed down through generations in the Haotian sect. The inheritor of the Haotian Douluo title is not necessarily the sect leader of the Haotian sect, but he is definitely the most talented and powerful individual in the sect and the only one who can wield the great Shumi hammer. Now, with the Haotian Douluo slain, it's as if a slap resounded across the face of the Haotian sect. Of course, the Haotian sect, having withdrawn from the world, no longer cares about its reputation. Everyone present is still immersed in the shock brought by this great battle. Today they have witnessed too much, seen too much. Having the privilege to watch the finals and then witnessing these additional fierce battles, they certainly got their money's worth. Yu Xiaojiang collapses to the ground, devastated. His idol, the Haotian Douluo he revered all his life, is dead, a loss far more severe than any celebrity scandal, from Tang Hao using 100,000-year soul ring to detonate it, to Tang Hao attacking the Pope Hall and the angelic statue with the great Shumi hammer. All the attention of the Spirit Hall was focused on protecting the Pope Hall and the angelic statue, all but one person, that is Guang Yu. Tang San wants to escape? Not so easy. At this moment, Guang Yu has already summoned his spirit crossbow. On his body, 6 soul rings appear, 1 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black and 2 red, radiating terrifying soul power fluctuations that once again caused the already unsettled crowd to roar in shock. Whoa, that is, another 100,000-year soul ring? With the increased frequency of 100,000-year appearances, one would think people would be more accustomed to it, not still caught up in disbelief. But what they see is simply outrageous. Guang Yu's soul ring configuration, especially the last 2 bright red soul rings, brings them an infinite shock. 6 rings. Guang Yu is just a 6-ring soul emperor, but his soul rings include 200,000-year ones. Besides the last 2, the configuration of Guang Yu's other rings is also abnormal. The first ring is yellow, its age not easily discernible, but from the second ring onwards it's different. The second soul ring 1,000 years, the third and fourth 10,000 years. No wonder he can dominate the younger generation in the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji, seeing Guang Yu's terrifying soul ring configuration, is speechless and shakes his head. Master Yu Xiaojiang is equally incredulous, as Guang Yu's existence breaks all norms and begins to shake the very theories Yu Xiaojiang has relied on. The Spirit Hall's golden trio feels an increasing sense of defeat, unable to guess that Guang Yu's 5th and 6th soul rings are actually 100,000-year ones. Feng Xiaotian is initially stunned, then laughs bitterly. No wonder he doesn't use his spirit or soul skills. If he did, Feng Xiaotian would stand even less of a chance. At this moment, under all the unsettled gazes, Guang Yu raises the giant crossbow in his hands, his 2nd soul skill range amplification, his 3rd soul skill locking tracking, his 4th soul skill mental attack, his 5th soul skill splitting, the 6th soul skill explosion. The soul rings around his body emitted a unique radiance, and in the next moment arrows of silver light shot out from the crossbows, pursuing the fleeing figures of Tang San and Xiao Wu in the distance. This was the scene Tang Hao saw before his death. Tang San, holding the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone in his right arm and leading with it, pulled Xiao Wu along with his left hand as they fled one after the other. The incoming bolts certainly caught their attention. However, this time Xiao Wu reacted much quicker than Tang San. Given she was behind him, Xiao Wu took the initiative to shield Tang San from the subsequent bolts. The 4th soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. Even though Tang San knew of Xiao Wu's invincible golden body, seeing her take the arrows for him still pained his heart. Xiao Wu, it's not over yet. Xiao Wu's invincible golden body lasted only 3 seconds, but the light feather's arrows were not so easily dealt with. All the bolts suddenly split, turning into a rain of arrows that appeared behind Tang San and Xiao Wu. Just as the bolts neared them, Light Feather uttered a soft command, "Explode." All the bolts exploded thunderously. These bolts did not detonate simultaneously but followed a simple sequence, the explosions lasting for 7 to 8 seconds. Far exceeded the 3-second duration of the invincible golden body. What could possibly block this? As the bolts exploded, Xiao Wu's body was shaken by the blast's aftermath. Besides Light Feather, Tang San also knew how long Xiao Wu's invincible golden body would last. As it was about to wear off, Tang San abruptly pulled Xiao Wu in front of him and embraced her tightly. His back's 8 spider lances closed tightly together, forming a shield-like barrier, while he also released several blue-silver cages around his body, and countless blue-silver grass surged out. However, under the impact of the explosions, the twisting blue-silver grass, the blue-silver cages, and even the 8 spider lances behind Tang San were all shattered. Tang San couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, which landed directly on Xiao Wu's face. "Brother." Tang San did not pause, continuing to carry Xiao Wu as he fled into the distance, but he quickly noticed something was amiss. Was Light Feather's bolt merely producing a simple explosion? Compared to the explosion, the divine fire it brought was the real trouble, especially the 8 spider lances on his back, which were cracked and even broken in places, now smeared with a lot of divine fire that burned slowly. No matter how Tang San tried, the fire wouldn't extinguish, and he realized that the flames seemed to be burning his soul power and life force. This was truly fatal. Even if the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone was his mother's soul bone, using it still consumed soul power, whether for flying or healing wounds. It wasn't like just because it was Tang San's mother's soul bone it wouldn't use up soul power. There had to be limits even to cheating. Meanwhile, behind Light Feather, the blood feather wings unfolded, and he immediately prepared to pursue Tang San and Xiao Wu. Seeing Light Feather coming after him, and to prevent the strange flames on the 8 spider lances from continuing to burn his soul power, Tang San gritted his teeth and let out a painful howl. Tang San's spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, broken and intact, all 8 of them snapped from beneath his ribs. Although these spirit bones had not fully fused with Tang San yet, the pain from the fractures was unbearable. The 8 spider lances, still burning with heavenly fire, fell from the sky. After the fractures, Tang San's face turned deathly pale, and at this moment he relied solely on his last bit of willpower. Clutching Xiao Wu, the two of them continued their desperate escape. "Xiao San, Brother San!" the Shrek team cried out in alarm upon seeing Tang San's condition. Master Yu Xiaojiang, seeing Tang San suffer from the broken bones, felt a surge of anger rise within him and turned his gaze towards Bibi Dong, who had just blocked Tang Hao's final attack and looked somewhat out of breath. Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong sensed Yu Xiaojiang's gaze and then glanced at Guan Yu, who had gone to pursue them further. To eliminate the roots, such a ruthless boy, he thought. Despite the broken 8 spider lances, Tang San was losing consciousness, running purely on instinctual awareness with Xiao Wu. Behind him, Xiao Wu could see the bloody mess at Tang San's broken back and feel his life force ebbing away. "Brother, you'll die like this. Brother, we can't escape like this. Brother, I need to help you, I can't hold you back anymore. Brother, I'm sorry, this time I can't go with you." Xiao Wu's eyes had turned blood red. As she saw Bibi Dong about to capture her and Tang San shielding her with his back, she suddenly raised her head and screamed sharply. "Ah!" With Xiao Wu's piercing scream, Tang San realized something was wrong and turned to look at her. "Xiao Wu!" A blinding red light suddenly spread from Xiao Wu's forehead, transforming into a ring of red halo that instantly expanded, turning everything it touched into a blood-red color. Everything came to a halt at that moment. "Damn it!" Guan Yu cursed loudly upon seeing this scene. A sacrifice from Xiao Wu. Because of her intervention, Tang Hao was dead at this moment, and could Xiao Wu also be making a premature sacrifice? Everything was frozen in the red light, even Guan Yu chasing them was stopped in midair. The only thing that could move was Xiao Wu, now entirely red in the center of the red light. It was a lovely pink color, just like the dress Xiao Wu wore. This was the power of 100,000-year spirit beast. Especially since they had burned all their life and soul, Xiao Wu didn't mind the bloodstains and dirt on Tang San. She just gently embraced him from behind. A soft whisper sounded. "Brother, I don't want you to die, promise me, live well." A special red flame ignited on Xiao Wu, fueled by her blood life soul and everything about her. The flame grew stronger and turned from red to dark red, while Xiao Wu's body gradually faded during this transformation, becoming more and more like transparent red crystal. The flames did not harm Tang San, yet tears streamed down his face, forming a river of sorrow. All the red expanded into a colossal ring that slowly contracted around Xiao Wu and Tang San. 100,000-year spirit ring. Simultaneously, a pink spirit bone originating from the same source appeared on Tang San's right arm, the soft bone rabbit's right arm bone. At this moment, the special restrictions of the 100,000-year spirit beast sacrifice were gradually weakening. The first to recover were the distant onlookers, and the last was the pursuing Guan Yu. By the time they regained control of their bodies, Tang San's figure had already vanished, leaving behind only a sentence filled with hatred. "Spirit Hall, Guan Yu, I Tang San swear here that I will completely eradicate and destroy you. As the events concluded, everyone remained in a shocked daze for a long time. Today they witnessed too many astonishing things, even the grand spectacle of 100,000-year spirit beast sacrifice, which was more spectacular than anything they had seen in their entire lives before. Bibi Dong was in a terrible mood, teetering on the brink of collapse. The soft bone rabbit was her target. And now, before her very eyes, it had been sacrificed to someone else. Third brother, Little San. Xiao Wu. The Shrek Academy area was filled with cries of grief. Watching Xiao Wu's sacrifice, everyone from Shrek felt a heart-wrenching pain. Lu Erlong, who had taken Xiao Wu as her adopted daughter, was particularly devastated, crying bitterly and then turning with furious eyes towards Bibi Dong and the members of Spirit Hall involved in the siege. Bibi Dong, Spirit Hall. Finally, Lu Erlong, as if clinging to the last hope, asked Yu Xiaozhang, "Xiaozhang, is Xiao Wu really dead?" Yu Xiaozhang sighed heavily with a somber face. Little San's spirit power is only at the spirit sage level. Xiao Wu chose the most cruel method of sacrifice so that Little San could smoothly inherit and absorb her spirit ring and spirit bone. She gave all of herself to Little San. Yu Xiaozhang's voice grew fainter, and although Tang San was his only disciple among the Shrek 7 devils, it did not mean he cared less for the others. Besides, he had known Xiao Wu almost as long as he had known Tang San, and considering the relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu, the master's affection naturally extended more towards Xiao Wu than other members of Shrek. Compared to the sorrow at Shrek, Guan Yu gazed into the distance and murmured in regret. The quietude during the 100,000-year spirit beast sacrifice could even still a title Douluo, truly a bit of a bug. He gestured towards a spot below, and a cluster of spider legs enveloped in heavenly fire descended into Guan Yu's hand. Under his control, the heavenly fire slowly receded, revealing the severely damaged 8 spider lances spirit bone. Although the 8 spider lances were severely damaged once absorbed, they could gradually recover within the host's body. In the original story, Tang San's 8 spider lances were broken more than once, but given enough time, they would always restore to their original state. The only drawback was that at present the 8 spider lances had not undergone much of Tang San's enhancement and were still at the 1,000-year level. Compared to Tang San's soul bones, what Guan Yu really cared about was something else. After storing the 8 spider lance soul bone into the soul guidance device, Guan Yu's blood feather wings slowly flapped once behind him, and he returned to the platform in front of the Pope's Hall. Although Tang Hao's hammer strike was stopped by the strong warriors of the Spirit Hall and did not hit the Pope's Hall or the angel statue, such a huge commotion and the resulting tremors could hardly leave them unaffected. That shake just now was comparable to a major earthquake. The walls and debris of the Pope's Hall fell off in large amounts, and every pillar was filled with cracks, looking like they could collapse at any moment. As for the angel statue, it was also severely damaged. Several of the angel's fingers broke off directly, and a large crack appeared on its left arm, which was very dangerous. Even the originally smooth face of the angel statue had chunks of stone peel off, making it look pockmarked. From a distance, while everyone from the Spirit Hall was busy with disaster relief, Guan Yu could not be bothered with that. The collapse of the Pope's Hall and the fall of the angel statue had nothing to do with him. He approached Tang Hao's body and swiftly chopped off Tang Hao's right arm bone and left leg bone. As the Haotian Douluo of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao naturally inherited these 2 soul bones from the sect. As his limbs were chopped off, Tang Hao's body seemed to lose all support. Dead beyond any doubt. The arm and leg, after being severed, transformed into a blue right arm bone and a red left leg bone under a glow of red and blue light. That wasn't all. Guan Yu then stepped on Tang Hao's corpse with his own right foot, the sturdy right leg bone. The devouring skill was activated, frantically absorbing Tang Hao's blood essence and the remnants of his faint soul power. Sometimes, to increase strength, one doesn't necessarily need to train the body to death. The magnitude of strength often correlates with one's own blood essence. The stronger the blood essence, the greater the strength. On the other hand, Tang Hao, being the Haotian Douluo, had immense strength and incredibly powerful blood essence, but now all of it was cheaply acquired by Guan Yu. Within a few minutes after absorbing all of Tang Hao's blood essence, Tang Hao's body became limp and could not stiffen at all. Meanwhile, Guan Yu's strength had increased considerably. Ning Fengji squinted his eyes and said, "Sir, don't you think what you're doing is a bit too much?" Guan Yu's bizarre behavior of devouring the opponent was indeed chilling. However, Guan Yu wasn't afraid of their criticisms. After all, this was the Spirit Hall, and the current situation left no room for their objections. Moreover, after Tang Hao's body lost its soul bones and all of its blood essence, a divine thought echoed in Guan Yu's mind: stop the source with killing, judgment execution successful. Attached soul bone blood feather wings evolved to divine level, as the blood feather wings evolved to divine level. A pure cold power surged into Guan Yu's blood feather wings on his back. This coldness was not unfamiliar to him, it was murderous intent, the power of slaughter, or perhaps the power of the Azura god. After acquiring this chilling power of slaughter, Guan Yu's dark crimson wings on his back began to change. The original wings gradually developed more patterns, though these patterns were not much different in color from the blood feather wings, making them hard to distinguish unless looked at closely. A faint red-purple halo lingered around the blood feather wings. Although he had not tested them yet, Guan Yu could feel that the hardness of the blood feather wings had significantly improved. Previously considered among the lesser of Guan Yu's soul bones, the blood feather wings had now made a dramatic comeback, surpassing both the 9 fox tails and the resilient right leg bone, breaking through the 100,000-year mark and ascending to divine level. To say he was not delighted would be a lie. However, the good news did not stop there. As the blood feather wings underwent transformation, the calculating eye provided a new data analysis. Divine level soul bone blood feather wings, attached soul bones, 9 fox tails, resilient right leg bone, and Medusa gazing skull now had an 11% probability of soul bone fusion technique. With the advancement of the blood feather wings to divine level, the probability of soul bone fusion technique had directly increased by 10% to 11%. This probability was not low, and with an 11% chance of awakening daily. Perhaps it would take a month or two to awaken the soul bone fusion technique. After all, he was also a protagonist, so his luck couldn't be too bad. He wasn't asking for an awakening at 1%, but at 11% it should be possible. While delighted, Guan Yu also thought of another point. The 7th trial of the Azura god required him to kill 8 people, and now killing Tang Hao had already earned such a reward. Did this mean that with every person he killed from now on, a soul bone would upgrade to divine level? 8 people meant 8 soul bones, head, torso, limbs, that already made 6. Guan Yu also had 2 attached soul bones, which altogether made exactly 8 soul bones. Was this a coincidence? Although Guan Yu had not yet had the chance to experience the function of the divine level blood feather wings, having the prefix divine suggested that this soul bone was no simple matter. Guan Yu's gaze then fell on the people of Shrek Academy, more specifically on the master Yu Xiaozhang. At that moment, Yu Xiaozhang was not seen as the bearded master but as a shining divine soul bone. With his spirit crossbow still extended, Guan Yu did not hesitate to shoot several arrows directly at Yu Xiaozhang. After dealing with Tang Hao's body, Guan Yu's unheralded strike did indeed catch Shrek off guard. However, this time Guan Yu's attack was blocked. It was not the people of Shrek who acted, but rather the Pope, Bibi Dong. A barrage of vampiric spider spikes knocked Guan Yu's silver crossbow arrows to the ground, where they emitted a hissing corrosion noise. This woman, Bibi Dong's intervention naturally annoyed Guan Yu. Bibi Dong, without paying any heed to Guan Yu, slammed her staff on the ground and her cold voice echoed, "All unrelated personnel leave the Soul Mountain immediately." Her voice spread across the entire Soul Mountain, and naturally, the members of other forces lingering around at that moment did not continue to provoke the Soul Hall, and everyone gradually began to withdraw. At this moment, Light Feathered Douluo came to stand beside Light Feathered, chuckling, "You kid, while everyone else is busy with disaster relief, you're just collecting soul bones. They can handle the relief efforts. Besides, even if the Pope's Hall and the angel statues really collapse, can't we just rebuild them?" He scowled suddenly, fearing that his left eye might open, and quickly covered Light Feather's mouth with his hand. "Young Feather, I'm telling you seriously, your thinking is problematic and dangerous. This is disrespectful to the Spirit Hall and blasphemous to the angel god." Light Feather Douluo didn't elaborate further on this matter, instead following Light Feather's gaze, he glanced again at Yu Xiaozhang from Shrek Academy. "What, you want to kill him?" Don't be surprised that Bibi Dong intervened. "The guy doesn't look impressive, a total waste of soul power, but Bibi Dong has a thing for him. She even once caused a scandal wanting to elope with him from the Spirit Hall, otherwise the Grand Worshipper's son wouldn't have." Realizing he was about to spill more secrets, Light Feathered Douluo quickly covered his own mouth. "These secrets are unknown to others in the Spirit Hall, but how could the old folks in the Worship Hall not be aware? In the anime, it's the Golden Crocodile Douluo who tells Qian Rinchueta grandfather to pass my Azura God's test. I need to kill him." Huh? Kill him with his pathetic presence? No, is there a problem with your Azura God's test? Killing a waste with only soul power at level 29? Grandfather, he might be a waste, but if I try to kill him, someone will stop me. Light Feather Douluo nodded. Others may not know, but I do. Bibi Dong has actually been arranging people to monitor him all these years. It's called monitoring, but it includes protection. If you really want to kill him, why not strike when they are on the road leaving? Grandfather, call more people just to be safe. Light Feather Douluo stroked his chin thoughtfully. He's too weak, the demon subduing guy probably won't be interested. Let's bring old Bluebird with him and me, we should be solid. Afterwards, Light Feather Douluo's gaze shifted to the blood feather wings behind Light Feather, giving them a pinch. Young Feather, had these wings changed again? Light Feather's externally attached soul bone, the golden feather wings, had transformed repeatedly from the initial wings of a golden eagle to the current dark red giant wings. Although they now looked nothing like any soul beast's wings, let alone the golden eagle, it had to be admitted that the current blood feather wings looked incredibly stylish and villainous. As the person closest to Light Feather in this world, Light Feather Douluo naturally witnessed the gradual transformation of the blood feather wings. After a careful examination, he slowly spoke with some uncertainty. Young Feather, don't you think this enhancement of your blood feather wings is a bit too much? They seem even stronger than those 80 or 90,000-year-old soul bones. Grandfather, of course, my external soul bone is now at a divine level. Even 10,000-year soul bones can't compare. It's equivalent to a divine artifact. No, it is a divine artifact. Pfft, keep bragging, a divine artifact. You think I'm that easy to fool? After saying this, Light Feather Douluo looked at Light Feather again, asking softly, is that really true? Guan Yu nodded. It's true, my goodness, a god-level external soul bone. It's a pity that you've already fused with it, otherwise you could have taken it off and given it to this old man. Guan Yu was visibly embarrassed. However, Guanling Douluo quickly laughed and said, I'm just kidding, how could I have the nerve to take your things? But then Guan Yu continued, Grandfather, I do have a set of external soul bones that you can have. Guanling Douluo pursed his lips. You mean the external soul bones from that silly son of Tanghao's family just now, right? Guan Yu nodded. Although his external soul bones were only of 1,000-year level, external soul bones have the potential to grow. If you absorb them, Grandfather, it won't take long for them to recover and soon they will enhance your strength. Of course, this is also because Guan Yu really couldn't fit them anymore. After all, he had the blood feather wings on his back, which, although not ribs, are close to the ribs, so there was no need to forcibly absorb the 8 spider lances. The power of the 8 spider lances actually lies in their poison and their devouring ability. Since Guan Yu's right leg bone already possesses a devouring ability of 100,000-year level, there is no need to absorb every soul bone and go for the 8 spider lances soul bone. However, the value of the 8 spider lances soul bone is not low. Even titled Douluos like Zhuge in the original work were very eager for it. Although Guanling Douluo is level 97, this does not mean he has no desire for the 8 spider lances soul bone. No, look, I'm a grandfather taking my grandson's things. Where can I put my old face? No, absolutely not, I can't bring myself to do it. As he spoke, the 8 spider lances soul bone miraculously moved from Guan Yu's hands to Guanling Douluo's hands. After everyone had left, the people of the Martial Soul Hall also began their respective duties, with the Qingwan Douluo, Guanling Douluo, and the Exorcism Douluo, including Guan Yu, not even needing a call to return directly to the shrine on the mountaintop. The injuries of the Demon Bear Douluo and the Ghost Leopard Douluo were the most severe and would be treated by the Martial Soul Hall thereafter. Back in his own place, Guan Yu then took out the 2 soul bones he had stripped from Tang Hao. Guan Yu's calculating eye swept over the 2 soul bones and immediately provided data analysis. First was the blue right arm bone, the barbaric tremor right arm bone. Age 80,102 years. Fusion can enhance one's own strength by 100%, obtaining the skill Terrifying Tremor. Attack power is increased and gains an attack tremor splash effect. After seeing this, Guan Yu passed on the soul bone. While increasing strength by 100% is indeed something Guan Yu currently needs, the tenacity of his right leg bone's devouring ability allows him to quickly enhance his own strength by devouring the power of qi and blood. As for the skill Terrifying Tremor, honestly it really suits soul masters who use clubs and hammers. For Guan Yu, who uses a bow, it's somewhat superfluous. Moreover, most importantly, according to Guan Yu's guess, as long as one of the 8 people in the Azura's 7th test dies, one of Guan Yu's soul bones can ascend to god level. From the perspective of the final assessment, Guan Yu must kill these 8 people, and right after the end of the Soul Master Elite competition, he had already arranged for people from the City of Slaughter to find and kill Zhang San, Li Si and Bu Er. Anyway, it's not necessarily that I personally have to do the killing. The 3 targets are not difficult to eliminate. I can leave that to the people of the City of Slaughter. The real challenge lies elsewhere. Thus, for Guanyu, the requirements for soul bones are no longer about their age, but rather the quality and applicability of their skills. Previously, a soul bone from 100,000-year soul beast would be absorbed regardless of its skill, but now with the rewards from the seventh trial of the Azura god, Guanyu focuses on the quality of skills. Even a 1,000-year soul bone, as long as its skill is useful, can be absorbed. After all, it can be enhanced to a divine level afterwards. The second soul bone, the red left leg bone, was scanned by the eye of calculation. The combat boosting left leg bone, aged 95,147 years, provides a 20% overall enhancement after fusion and grants the skill Rising Spirit, which makes one immune to negative weakening effects. Additionally, as one uses their soul power, their strength gradually increases until the soul power is exhausted or the output is stopped. Although the right arm bone can double the strength, increasing it by 100%, it does not surpass the 20% overall enhancement of the left leg bone. After all, a single enhancement of doubling the strength does not mean an overall 20% increase in personal strength. In contrast, an overall 20% enhancement can be understood as a 20% increase in personal strength. Is 20% a small increase? Not at all, especially since the Slaughter God domain only provides a 10% overall enhancement. And as Guanyu's Slaughter God domain evolves into the killing field, this enhancement only increases to 20%. Of course, this is also related to the main function of the killing field being to seal demons. Moreover, these effects can be stacked, meaning the leg bone skill combined with the killing field results in an overall enhancement of 120% x 120% equals 144%. With the skill Rising Spirit, Guanyu no longer fears enduring long battles. Having many physical clones, his total soul power is significantly higher than others, making it unlikely for him to run out of soul power. As for injuries, with the robust self-healing skill of the right leg bone, Guanyu is already an endurance fighter. Now, with a skill that makes him stronger the longer he endures, everything seems perfectly suited for him. No wonder Tang Hao only swings his hammer and never uses the soul bone skills. These two soul bone skills are indeed passive. But for a soul master like those from the Haotian sect, who specialize in strong defense and offense, these bones couldn't be more suitable, hence their transmission through generations within the sect. As for what other types of soul bones the left leg bone might be in the original work, there are only the swift pursuit wind chasing left leg and the 100,000-year evil demon Orca King left leg bone. The swift pursuit wind chasing left leg can be ignored for now. As for the evil demon Orca King left leg bone, as a 100,000-year soul bone, it indeed comes with two skills. However, considering the evil demon Orca King's position as the second in command in the sea, its strength is formidable and its soul bone is rare, but the skills Orca Demon Axe and Orca Crushing Fang are not very useful for Guanyu. These are two strong long-range attack skills, and as Guanyu's martial spirit is a repeating crossbow, he does not lack long-range attacks. Even with these two skills added, they are merely optional, so by comparison Guanyu still chose the spirited left leg bone of Tang Hao from Haotian sect. Of course, Guanyu couldn't absorb it just yet, as the probability of a successful soul bone fusion technique would decrease with the addition of a new soul bone. This time Guanyu truly planned to wait until after the soul bone fusion technique was successfully initiated before absorbing a new soul bone. Soon after, a spy from the city of Slaughter delivered a secret report revealing the return route of the Shrek party to Guanyu. Upon receiving the message, Guanyu immediately sought out Guangling Douluo and also summoned Qinghuan Douluo. Logically, to eliminate a mere level 29 waste, there was no need to deploy both Qinghuan and Guangling, who were revered elders. However, after the experiences of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, the three participating elders from the Spirit Hall had become less arrogant than before. Moreover, since this mission was related to Guanyu's divine level assessment, it was better to be more cautious. The trio soon left the Spirit Hall and pursued the Shrek party.